Chapter 0241_Protect. Also, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the words Luhan mentioned, and immediately understood. You already know, right? Yes, it has been turned away in Anbu. Luhan nodded. Huanfeng is not the kind of silent person, and there is no need for him to hide it. It seems that inside Anbu, there are many people who don't like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. It's not that there are many, it's that no one is optimistic about me at all. Who made me only 13 years old? Luhan said a little helplessly. You don't look like you are 13 years old. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled lightly. You are calmer than most of the people I've met, but calmness is just an appearance. Your heart is more arrogant than the average person. You want to planning and accepting the challenge of Magic Front. Naturally, Luhan nodded. In fact, Luhan was still hesitating before. He didn't want to waste time, but he didn't want to stain his resume in Anbu, and what Sarutobi Hiruzen said before made Luhan firm up his idea of accepting the challenge. If Luhan retreats and let Huanfeng directly become the acting captain, things will become very troublesome. Sarutobi Hiruzen has the right to cancel the position of acting captain, and also has the right to let Luhan directly become the deputy captain, but it cannot eliminate the adverse impact on Luhan. This kind of influence is like someone who challenged the position of captain and succeeded in becoming the captain, but was dismissed by Hokage, and then Hokage appointed a new captain. Under such circumstances, the new captain is difficult to convince the public. The rationale is the same. Acting captain, vice captain, the functions are almost the same, but the name has been changed. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, speaking slowly, if you plan to accept the challenge, I have no objection, but you have to win. I will let Danzo arrange special tasks. Tasks that are more conducive to your personal abilities. Make sure you win the mission battles so you don't have to compete with him in terms of strength and his challenge will fail. Master Hokage is helping me cheat. Luhan asked in surprise. Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted unabashedly. That's not good. Lord Hokage doesn't seem to want Huanfeng to act as the captain. In fact, if he is really capable, I don't feel comfortable handing over Anbu's rule to the Uchiha ninja when White Fang leaves Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen said very directly. The end, Sarutobi Hiruzen still can't fully trust the Uchiha ninja. This prejudice of Sarutobi Hiruzen comes from his teacher, Hokage Senju Tobirama, the second generation. No one is more wary of the Uchiha tribe than the late Senju Tobirama. In fact, it can't be said to be prejudice, because the Uchiha people have always been very quiet. This time is different from the previous situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously considered that he could let Huanfeng serve as the acting captain to compete with Benin Hyuga. At that time, Hatake Sakumo was recovering from Anbu's injury and could still handle some affairs. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen has a plan: let White Fang go to the country of Vortex after recovering from his injury. At that time, except Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, no one can check and balance the power of the vice captain. How about this? Sarutobi Hiruzen said quickly without waiting for Luhan to speak. You abdicate and let Huanfeng directly become the acting captain. After that, I will dismiss him and appoint you as the deputy captain. As for the influence, I believe in you. It's only a matter of time before it has the ability to remove the negative effects. Quote. That seems like a lot of trouble. It's more troublesome for you to lose to him. The impact will be worse. Lord Hokage, I promise, I won't lose. Luhan was serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while before saying, then I'll let Danzo arrange. No, Lord Hokage, there is no need for a task. It will take at least a few days or even a dozen days. Now the situation is so chaotic, you shouldn't waste time on that kind of thing. Luhan's words are somewhat disrespectful, but he believes that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mind. Lord Hokage, if you allow me. Then I'll go back to fight now. Let's go straight to the battle of strength. I'll beat him. Quiet. Very quiet. What Sarutobi Hiruzen is most worried about is that Luhan will be injured or even die when he competes with Uchiha Baiyi. But Luhan just chose to compete with Uchiha Baiyi in terms of strength. Have you become Hiraishin? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suddenly. Not yet. Luhan shook his head. Then where did your confidence come from? Sarutobi Hiruzen squinted. You must know that you killed the Ma Ankang people by relying on special ninja swords and sneak attacks, and Wanfang. His own strength is no better than holding a double sword. How bad are the Ma Ankang people of the sword and flounder? Lord Hokage, Luhan said in a helpless tone, it was already a few months ago that the people of Ma Ankang were killed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, he was hesitating. He understood what Luhan meant. Luhan's strength improved very fast. He is stronger than he was a few months ago. But Sarutobi Hiruzen understands even more. The strength of a ninja only needs to reach a certain height. If you want to improve again, it is very slow. This has a lot to do with ninjutsu. The higher the level of master ninjutsu, the greater the improvement in strength, but there are only so many levels of ninjutsu. Geniuses can master D, C, B, and even A in a certain period of time. Technique. But what about after? S-level techniques cannot be mastered quickly, so master 2 A-level techniques. 3. That will certainly improve the strength, but how big can the improvement be? The amount of chakra is also a big problem, it is difficult to increase quickly. You go first, I'll think about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. He seems to have some headaches. In fact, he can try Luhan's strength, but he can't be sure how strong Huanfeng is now, so it's useless to try. Anbu Station. When Luhan walked out of the passage, the cave square quickly became quiet, and then the ninjas near the passage greeted Luhan as usual. Although they knew what was going to happen, the ability of Lord Hengwang had already been obtained. With their affirmation, they will not take it lightly. It doesn't happen that people take tea to cool off. Where's Huanfeng? Luhan asked with a glance. No one was in the square. Master Wanfeng went to rest. Anbu Ninja, who was closest to Luhan, replied. Let him come over. Luhan turned his head and commanded, tell him, I want to learn from him. Chapter 0242_Arrogant Brat. The cave room full of flames, Uchiha Baiyi sat cross-legged on the long tree, silent. It seems like a lot of time has passed. Dong dong. The knock on the door suddenly sounded, followed by a respectful voice outside the door. Master Wanfeng, Captain Hengwang called you to the main hall. Huh. Uchiha Baiyi opened his eyes in an instant. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan flashed, and then he smiled and said, understood, I'll go over immediately. The reason why he smiled is because he knew that he challenged the acting captain. The job should have been decided by Hokage-sama. Before he went to see Sarutobi Hiruzen did not give him a clear answer, just let him wait for the news, but now, Hongguang told him to go to the main hall. If the challenge is rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely send someone to talk to him, and Hongguang can't say anything to him. The logic is correct. Hengwang, I am really sorry. Uchiha Baiyi thought, laughing and muttering in a low voice, then he rose up on the long tree and disappeared abruptly. Cave Square. As soon as Uchiha Baiyi walked out of the passage, he felt that the atmosphere was not right. More than 100 Anbu ninjas gathered in the cave square. The expert Senju Luojian was also there. They all gathered around the competition venue. When Baiyi appeared, they all turned to look. Some people gave Uchiha Baiyi a positive look, and some looked strange, and Uchiha Baiyi was a little stunned. What's the situation? Call suddenly disappeared at the entrance of the passage, and the next moment, Uchiha Baiyi appeared on the edge of the competition arena. On the sparring arena, Luhan stood with his hands behind his back, his face expressionless. He had been waiting to see Uchiha Baiyi come over and glanced at him. Uchiha looked around in Baiyi, not knowing what was going on, then looked at Luhan and said, Lord Hengwang, are you looking for me? It's still respectful, as long as Luhan is the acting captain, he won't be on the bright side. Offended. Anbu has strict rules. Like the time when Hyuga Luo Ning dared to obstruct Lu Han in public, it rarely happens. I just talked to Lord Hokage. Lu Han looked at Uchiha Bai calmly. Lord Hokage has not decided on your challenge to the position of acting captain. He is still considering the pros and cons, and whether it is necessary. Lord Hangguang, the position of acting captain is reserved for those who are capable. Although you are capable, I, Wanfang, are not necessarily worse than you, right? I believe you can understand that I am not targeting you. Uchiha Bai said, but he showed a faint smile, and the arrogance hidden in his bones was naturally revealed. That's right. Lu Han nodded, but said again, but I think it's very troublesome and a waste of time, so I think we can learn from each other. The winner will be determined in one round. If you can beat me, I will abdicate. I will give you the position of acting captain. If I win, you will take it easy for me. Quiet. Silence. Although the ninjas around already knew what Lu Han wanted to do, it was still a little hard to accept when Lu Han said it himself. Lord Hangguang, doing this is equivalent to pushing himself to a dead end. Such an arrogant approach. If you lose, you will be ashamed. Uchiha Bai was stunned. Learn from each other. A game to decide the winner. He was a little caught off guard. Immediately ecstatic. He suddenly felt as if God was looking after him. Learning is not a life and death struggle. Both sides must keep their hands, and can't go too far. Otherwise, if you can't hold back and cause casualties, the nature will change. From any point of view, learning from each other is more advantageous to Uchiha Bai. First, he has Sharingan. He can activate any ability of Sharingan. Demonic illusion has a hard time killing opponents outright, so no reservations are needed. You can use it with all your strength when you are sparring. Uchiha Bai only needs to control the casting of Kaden, fire-style ninjutsu. Second, don't worry that the cold light will be desperate. When ninjas are fighting to the death, they are most afraid that one party will go all out and die. In this ninja world, it often happens that a powerful ninja kills a ninja more powerful than himself, just because he dares to work hard. Big deal to die together. If I die, you don't want to live. Uchiha Bai was very worried that Hangguang would have such a mentality. After all, he was an elite Jonin. If he worked hard, it would not be impossible to kill a stronger opponent, but he would not be able to survive. Discuss with each other to ensure the safety of both parties. Both sides have reservations. Lu Han will not go all out. For Uchiha Bai, the scale of victory seems to have completely tilted towards him. Lord Hangguang, don't you think about it, is this too hasty? Uchiha Bai asked. Are you afraid that I won't admit it? Not really, it's just. Without the permission of Lord Hokage, if I hurt Lord Hangguang during the competition, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it well. Oh, I propose the discussion. Even if I die in this competition, it's not your responsibility. Lu Han smiled and swept his eyes around. Every colleague present can be a witness. Look again to Uchiha Bai, you don't need to worry. Lord Hangguang, then, offend me. Call. As soon as Uchiha Bai finished his words, he disappeared on the edge of the field, and then appeared more than 10 meters in front of Lu Han. The huge sparring venue looked extremely empty, and Lu Han and Uchiha Bai fought against each other. Damn, what the hell is a Feng doing? Why haven't you brought Captain White Fang? Kato looked anxious at the northern edge of the arena. He asked his younger brother Kato Feng to find White Fang, and wanted White Fang to stop the discussion. But no one has been found yet. An antique room. Hitaki Sakumo is sitting opposite Sarutobi Hiruzen, drinking tea. Hangguang. After all, he is still too young, it is inevitable. Adults don't need to be too concerned. The pale Hitaki Sakumo smiled lightly, he will grow up eventually. HMPH. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed and shook his head as if helplessly. I hope he can mature sooner, I won't waste me. Report. An Anbu ninja appeared out of thin air in the room, knelt down on one knee and said, Report Lord Hokage, Han Guang will take the initiative to fight Huan Feng. Huh, Sarutobi Hiruzen, eyes widened suddenly, and his anger suddenly appeared, this arrogant brat. Chapter 0243_Shadow Flash. Shadow Flash. The square gradually became silent, and more than 100 pairs of eyes stared at the two figures above the square. The atmosphere gradually condensed, as if the air was about to freeze. Lu Han still stood with his hands behind his back. He had already seen the level of Uchiha Bai. The two sides were about to learn from each other. Uchiha Bai's orange name was temporarily changed to Yuhi. Konoha Anbu Squad Leader, Level 50 Elite, Uchiha White Knight. Level 50. Uchiha White Knight has reached level 50. Not surprising, because Sarutobi Hiruzen had fruit. Uchiha Bai's strength is not much weaker than the Ma'ankora who uses the double sword flounder. It is true, and in fact, if the Ma'ankora did not have the double sword flounder, it is very likely that it is not the opponent of Uchiha Bai. The bonus of special ninja swords to strength is not a little bit. Why Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that Lu Han could not be the opponent of Uchiha Bai. There is no reason for him. It's just because in the competition for Captain Anbu's strength, it is not allowed to use special ninja tools like the double knife, flounder, or the sword of the giant. That's unfair. Whoever puts that kind of special ninja tools in their hands can immediately improve their strength. That is not a ninja tool that requires many years of practice before the master can control and exert his strength. If it is the latter, naturally it will not be banned. The Uchiha clan is not without powerful ninja tools. As long as Uchiha Bai is willing, it can be used on a temporary secondment, but in that case, both sides will use powerful ninja tools, and the nature of the strength contest will change. In comparison, after all, it is the fighting strength of the ninja itself. Not foreign objects. Lord Hangguang, where is your weapon? Uchiha Bai, who was staring at Lu Han, suddenly said, and at the same time, he slowly drew out his long knife. You'll see. Lu Han, who stood with his hands behind his back, said indifferently. He avoided Uchiha Bai's eyes and focused on Uchiha Bai's body. Lord Hangguang, you are really fearless. You talk too much. Then I'm welcome. Please. Boom. The dull collision sounded, Uchiha Bai stomped hard, and the whole person rushed out as fast as a leopard, and approached Lu Han with a fierce breath like a mountain. The ground paved with special rocks was shaken violently by being trampled on by a huge force. But not broken. In an instant, the hearts of everyone around the venue were lifted. The knife shines like a rainbow. Uchiha Bai approached Lu Han and slashed at Lu Han's shoulder. Lu Han jumped up quickly. Jumping into the air more than 20 meters, not far from the top of the square, Uchiha Bai immediately jumped up, faster. More aggressive. Kai, 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 Kai. The thunder-like sound of breaking through the air appeared one after another, as if it was about to pierce the eardrums of people. Lu Hanren was in the air and threw out several black rays of light directly attacking Uchiha Bai. Uchiha Bai, who was approaching Lu Han, swung his sword one after another. Dang dang dang, several times, the kuwu thrown out by Lu Han slashed one after another with great force, and the other hand waved at the same time. The kuwu and the shuriken totaled more than 10, all of them blasted towards Lu Han. The hidden weapon attack that Uchiha Gumu used to attack Lu Han. Kunai hits a straight line, and the shuriken attacks in an arc on both sides. Ultra-difficult hidden weapon skills. Lu Han had tried to practice before, but he was not a master. Uchiha Bai's hidden weapon attack almost blocked the possibility of Lu Han's escape. Lu Han is still rising in the air. It was difficult to change the direction, but Uchiha Bai's hidden weapon attack had already blocked Lu Han's way to escape down, left, and right. More importantly, Lu Han didn't even take out his knife. This kind of care has already sent him to the brink of death. Everything is complicated, but it actually happened in a very short time. Lord Cold Light. Be careful. Many elite Jonin around the venue have already exclaimed, and their faces are horrified. If this kills Lord Hangguang, no one can take the responsibility. Luhan did not rely on his strength to establish his authority in Anbu, but his mission ability. All Anbu ninjas understand the importance of Luhan. Secret technique, shadow flash technique. Luhan, who was in the air, squinted his eyes and disappeared in an instant. Uchiha Baiyi's eyes widened, because his 3-tomo Sharingan with strong pupils vaguely captured Luhan's movement trajectory. Curve. Luhan actually walked out of the arc while moving at a high speed in an instant. Dodge all hidden weapon attacks. The art of shadow flash. How can the art of shadow flash turn around? The question was like lightning flashing through Uchiha Baiyi's mind. Luhan suddenly appeared in front of Uchiha Baiyi. His right-hand Rasengan was already condensed, and he slapped Uchiha Baiyi's abdomen with a bang. Call. Uchiha Baiyi disappeared in front of Luhan in an instant. The same breath, the same chakra fluctuations, he will also have shadow flash. This is the root technique. In fact, the root belongs to Anbu, and this technique also exists in Anbu's treasury, but only those at the level of squad leader can consult and practice. Uchiha Baiyi appeared dozens of meters away the moment he disappeared. Luhan's Rasengan shot in the air, but he disappeared again. The Sharingan of Uchiha White Knight has caught it again. Luhan is here. Again. It's still shadow flash. Twice. Why is it twice? How can he cast it twice in a row? Uchiha Baiyi's heart roared. His hands were not ambiguous. Almost after Luhan disappeared again, he threw out Kuu and Shuriken, trying to hinder Luhan's approach. Luhan's curve moves. Appearing in front of Uchiha Baiyi again, it was still Rasengan. The knife shines. Uchiha Baiyi is tricky. Straight to stab Luhan's elbow. Depending on the situation, his knife will pierce Luhan's arm before Rasengan hits him. Luhan showed a mysterious smile. The Sharingan that turns at high speed in the White Knight of Uchiha caught it. Call. Whoa. Luhan disappeared in front of Uchiha Baiyi. He circled around Uchiha Baiyi like a ghost for half a circle, and appeared behind Uchiha Baiyi. The hair on Uchiha Baiyi's whole body has risen, and he turns his knife to his back. Slap. Boom. Uchiha Baiyi was blasted away like a cannonball. Didn't fully slap Rasengan's power on Uchiha Baiyi's back, turned around again, smashed his arm down, and Rasengan hit the ground. The power exploded completely. But listening to the sound of boom, at the same time as the loud noise, the venue collapsed. Chapter 0244_Shadow Flash 2. Naturally, Luhan would not kill Uchiha Baiyi. This guy only changed his name to Yuhi during the competition. He had always been named Orange before, indicating that he had no malice towards Luhan. So he kept his hand. After Rasengan smashed Uchiha Baiyi's longsword, Rasengan's strength only touched Uchiha Baiyi's back a little, and Luhan instantly raised his arm back. But because of Rasengan's previous collision with the long knife that was easily shattered, the power of Rasengan's internal rotation has been unbalanced. Luhan could not let Rasengan's power dissipate, and it was impossible for Rasengan to explode in his own hands. On the ground, the entire cave square was shocked. The extremely solid ground made of special rocks was smashed into a big pit. Master Wanfeng. Phantom Front. On the north side of the sparring arena, several elite Jonin exclaimed one after another. Uchiha Baiyi flew in their direction. One of the elite Jonin reacted the fastest, and rushed out in an instant. When Uchiha Baiyi just flew out of the sparring area, he Rinkong hugged Uchiha Baiyi, then rolled over to the ground. PFF'd. Uchiha Baiyi spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Medical ninja. Medical ninja, hurry. Some confusion. Huan Feng did not faint. Although he vomited blood, the injury was not too serious. Chakra itself could protect his body, and Luhan stopped at the critical moment. Was not the first day that Luhan became Master Rasengan. He also knew Akatsuki's original work and knew how to improve Rasengan. At this time, the Rasengan he could display was no longer the same as the original one, and the control of Rasengan's power was also more refined. Medical Ninja quickly checked the injury of Uchiha Bai, and immediately explained to the elite Jonin around him that there was no danger to his life, but the injury looked scary. Luhan used his skill to knock Uchiha Bai away. If you don't use skill, even if you pull back, it's very likely that Uchiha Bai's back will be broken. On the training ground, Luhan, who smashed the ground out of the big hole, kept the action of Rasengan smashing the ground. His face was as usual. He slowly raised his hand, slowly stood up straight, and flicked his fingers to dust off the dust on his collar, turning to look in the direction of Uchiha Bai. The cave square has returned to silence again, and a pair of eyes staring at Luhan, disbelief, shock and fear, excited admiration. All kinds of eyes, to name a few. Uchiha Bai was holding the ground with one hand, and the medical ninja was behind him. He was using medical ninjutsu to heal his injuries. He looked up at the competition venue, and his eyes were fixed on the indifferent Luhan. The two looked at each other. Luhan watched Uchiha Bai's name change from Yuhi to Orange, and his heart dropped. "Be calm in the future," Luhan said calmly, then pinched the seal with one hand and disappeared on the sparring arena. The next moment, he appeared near the entrance of the passage and walked in. Uchiha Bai turned his head to look again, his eyes chasing after Luhan's back. The corners of his mouth were trembling, and blood was still dripping down. He suddenly said, "Hangwang. Lord Hangwang." Then, the blinking. "What is it?" Luhan, who was just about to enter the passage leading to the command room, stopped, paused for a moment, and said, "Shadow Flash. Second stage. The difficulty of cultivation is grade A, I developed it." Luhan said and turned around suddenly, looking at Uchiha Bai. "Want to learn? I'll teach you. You can come and find it." After saying that, Luhan strode away. Disappeared in the darkness on the inside of the passage. Shadow Flash is a Class B secret technique. Although it's only AB grade. However, the difficulty of practice in the instant body technique is actually close to A level. But from a practical point of view, it is not too high. Even the ninja at the root can learn the skills. In Anbu, only the team leader level can learn it. It must be understood that the person who can become a team leader in Anbu is at least an elite Jonin. They move very fast, so why bother to learn a shadow flash technique that can only blink once at a high speed? As far as the elite Jonin's reaction is concerned, even if the opponent suddenly appears in front of him using the shadow flash technique, the elite Jonin will definitely be able to react. The shadow flash technique can only walk in a straight line, and the terrain is a little more complicated, and it is even more impossible to use it to escape. Therefore, this technique still has high value for ordinary Jonin, but it is not of high value for Anbu squad leader. Very few Anbu squad leaders spend months or even a year or two learning this art. Uchiha Bai is an exception. Luhan also doesn't know when Uchiha Bai mastered the shadow flash technique, and it doesn't matter, he just needs to know that Uchiha Bai has this talent. Han, who will be able to master Hiraishin soon, it doesn't matter whether the second stage of the shadow flash technique, which has just been developed, is passed on. The Uchiha ninja is very different, which is probably why he was selected for Anbu. Shortly after Luhan left the cave plaza, the plaza was completely blown up, talking about the second stage of the shadow flash technique, about Luhan, about Uchiha Bai. Luhan shocked them, and they also agreed with them. After analyzing the extremely short battle before, analyzing the tactics used by Luhan, the conclusion is that the key to victory is Luhan jumping up the first time. Luhan jumped, and Uchiha Bai followed along. So he lost. When others are in the air, facing Luhan's first shadow flash, people have nowhere to exert their strength in the air, and can only use their own shadow flash, and then face Luhan's second shadow flash approaching, because Luhan has already let Luhan's shadow flash close. Han took the initiative, and Luhan held the rhythm. Even if his reaction was extremely timely, he couldn't avoid Luhan's attack from behind him. In fact, if Uchiha Bai hadn't jumped with Luhan at the beginning, he wouldn't have lost so quickly, so simply. But no if. "Where's Han Guangren?" An angry voice suddenly sounded. The square was silent for a while, and everyone looked at it at the same time, and then fell to their knees. Lord Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen is here. Hatake Sakumo is by his side. The two of them appeared at the entrance of the passage to and from the Anbu station at an unknown time. Chapter 0245_Really Ignorant. What just happened? Hatake Sakumo suddenly narrowed his eyes and glanced at the cave square. He saw an anomaly, a very big anomaly. That's because there are too many people in the cave square. He knew very well that so many ninjas should not gather in the cave square at this time. Go back to Lord Hokage, Captain White Fang. Jonin, who was closest to the entrance, raised his head and said, "Just now, Captain Hangwang and Lord Wanfang were here to learn from each other." What a nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more annoyed. Anbu ninjas in the cave square were all silent, and Hokage was angry and scared. "Lord, look over there." Hatake Sakumo suddenly tilted his head and said in a low voice. Huh. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hatake Sakumo and immediately looked away. The cave plaza is huge, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can see from a distance a large pit on the sparring field, more than half a meter deep, more than 10 meters in diameter, full of cracks, as if the ground is sinking. Go and see, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and disappeared together with Hatake Sakumo. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Sakumo appeared out of thin air next to the big pit of the competition venue. At least some kind of A-level non-attribute ninjutsu attack. There is blood. The two said in succession that Sarutobi Hiruzen's judgment was accurate, while Hatake Sakumo's observation was amazing. When Uchiha Bai was shot and flew out, the blood spilled from the wound on his back was not much, just some small blood droplets, but Hatake Sakumo also observed. Arrive. They're done fighting. Hatake Sakumo frowned again. Too soon, how long? The cold light is so unbearable. Lost so soon. Who was injured? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suddenly. It's Lord Wanfang. Master Wanfang. Many ninjas around responded, and their voices were a bit chaotic. Oh, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked slightly stunned. Mas, come here. Hatake Sakumo suddenly raised his hand and motioned for a middle-aged ninja in the distance to come to his side. The female ninja code-named Mas was a medical jonin. Lord Hokage, Captain. Mars quickly walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Sakumo, greeting him respectfully. Tell me what happened just now. Hatake Sakumo said. In the dimly lit cave room, Luhan sat cross-legged on the futon, eyes closed, breathing fast and slow. Behind Luhan, Hyuga Luoning knelt down and pressed Luhan's shoulders with a pair of small hands, kneading back and forth. If this scene were seen by the ninjas of the Hyuga family, they would definitely swallow Lu Hansheng alive, and dare to let the eldest Hyuga family do such a thing. In fact, as Luhan, he has no right to ask Hyuga Luoning to do so, but he did so, and Hyuga Luoning did not object. Lord Hangwang, you, just so handsome. Hyuga Luoning said in a low voice, pursing her lips again, a little embarrassed, but the corners of her mouth were upturned, and she seemed a little happy. Well, I'm already handsome. Adore me. Luhan closed his eyes and replied rather narcissistically. Call. Two breaths suddenly appeared in the room. Luhan reacted instantly. Kuu threw out his backhand from his sleeve and held it, and looked back quickly at the same time. Hyuga Luoning was stunned for a moment, but she didn't react at all, and turned her head to look at Luhan's eyes subconsciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hatake Sakumo stood in tandem at the door. Luhan immediately let go of his vigilance. The reason why he reacted like that just now was because he knew that this cave room was sealed, whether it was the wall or the door. Except him, it was difficult for others to use the instant body directly. The technique came in and out, but suddenly someone came in. Hatake Sakumo looked at the situation in the room with a slightly strange expression on his face. Luhan and Hyuga Luoning stood up together and greeted, Master Hokage. Master White Fang. That, Luhan explained again, his face a little embarrassed. I was a little tired, so I asked her to press for me, don't misunderstand. Don't. Luhan just didn't want Hyuga Luoning to be misunderstood. What? After all, she's a girl, and she became the deputy captain's entourage when she first joined Anbu, which has already attracted some criticism, so he explained, but he took the initiative to say. But he wanted to hide it. You'll enjoy it. Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed badly. Go out. Hataki Sakumo tilted his head at Hyuga Luoning. Hyuga Luoning walked away quickly. The door was closed again, and Luhan had invited the two to sit down at the side table in the room. You little bastard. It's really worrying. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be very upset with Luhan, but judging from his expression, he didn't seem to have much to blame for Luhan, you know it. If you lose in the competition, what are the consequences? I won't lose. Humph. Arrogance. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be out of breath and had a bad face towards Luhan. Luhan was a little stunned. What? Didn't you win? Can't you win? Cough. Hataki Sakumo let out a light cough and asked seriously, Hangwang, when did you master the shadow flash technique? When did you develop the second stage? Why didn't you inform Lord Hokage in time? Worry. I'm really ignorant. After saying that, Hataki Sakumo gave Luhan a wink. Luhan was suddenly stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen is angry because of this. Shadow flash art. Now, it should be master. A month ago. Luhan began to tell the story again. It was less than 2 months since he returned to Konoha. To be honest, I can't make up stories. After I came back, because I quickly became the acting captain and had the opportunity to come into contact with the technique of shadow flash, I tried to practice. When was the second stage developed? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help asking. That's the point. The shadow flash technique doesn't have much value, but the second stage is completely different. It was 3 days ago. This time Luhan was telling the truth. 3 days ago, when I practiced Hiraishin, I had an epiphany. Although I couldn't master Hiraishin yet, I used some ideas in the shadow flash technique and developed a section too. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and pondered, suddenly glanced at Hataki Sakumo, then looked at Luhan and said, Very good. Very good. I decide now. Let you go to the country of Vortex, White Fang stay behind. When? Luhan was shocked. Chapter 0246_Captain's Successor. I guess. Sarutobi Hiruzen dragged a long note and looked at Hataki Sakumo again. My injury can be completely healed in as little as half a month or as long as 20 days. Hataki Sakumo followed. Actually, now my injury has mostly recovered, and in 10 days at most, the injury will recover 9 times. Chengju, there is still that part of the injury. Since it is a dark wound that cannot be directly treated with medical ninjutsu, I can only wait for it to heal itself. This injury has little effect on me, unless it is a battle of life and death. Except for the battle of life and death, ordinary battles will not affect my strength. Well, that's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, looking at Luhan. You can hand over all Anbu things to White Fang in the near future, and in 10 days at most, you will leave for the country of Vortex. So, then, if before I leave, Tsunade, Sensei and the others are out of danger, you go too. I'll give you a mission. Okay. Luhan nodded, full of anticipation. In Konoha too, Luhan wanted to go out for a long time, but recently he has been busy with affairs. This time, I have the opportunity to go to the country of Vortex in the chaos of war. For Luhan, the meaning of growth is more than the so-called task. There are wild monsters everywhere, and there are super advanced bosses like the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Sword. Luhan is here to hone. The strength will definitely grow again. Hiraishin has not been able to complete the cultivation, and he will be in danger when the time comes. There is enough external pressure. Maybe there will be a breakthrough. In the following time, Luhan had a detailed talk with Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hataki Sakumo. In addition to the recent affairs, Luhan also talked about the second stage of the shadow flash technique in detail. He didn't tell any lies in this regard. He was inspired by the practice of Hiraishin and developed the second stage of shadow flash. Of shadow flash technique, the difficulty of practice is A, and 2 spells can be marked on the arm. Every time a spell is triggered, Shadow Flash can be activated, which is different from the previous basic Shadow Flash technique. Reaching 2 section, the most important change is that you can turn. You can move in a curve, or even pause for a short time, and then make the final curve move. In terms of effect, the second stage of Shadow Flash already has the meaning of Horizon. But compared to Horizon, it's still too far. But it also improved the strength of Luhan, who is not yet Master Horizon at this time. In fact, from a certain point of view, the second stage of Shadow Flash has an advantage over Horizon. The small advantage is that it can lure the enemy, cause the enemy to make wrong judgments. Horizon is a space-type blinking technique, and there is no trace to be found, while the Shadow Flash technique has traces to follow. If you fight a ninja with extraordinary eyesight, because the opponent can capture the Shadow Flash movement trajectory, and respond accordingly, so that the technique of Shadow Flash was launched again and was caught off guard. Sarutobi Hiruzen left the Anbu station only at dusk. Back mountain forest, with lush vegetation, tall trees next to each other, and the huge canopy connected to cover the sky. When the sky is full of euhexia, the light in the forest is extremely dim. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of thin air, and then a whirlwind rolled up around him, followed by a black-robed masked ninja. Lord Hokage. The ninja knelt down and continued, Lord Danzo has been waiting at your residence for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a nasal voice indifferently, then turned around and disappeared again. The quaint room, the mouth of the teapot was steaming white. Danzo sat cross-legged in front of the square table, sipping tea expressionlessly. This was the third pot of tea he drank. Call. Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of nowhere in the room. Danzo hurriedly put down the teacup and was about to get up. Sit down. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, indicating that Danzo should not be too polite. At the same time, he stepped forward 2 steps on the wooden floor and sat cross-legged opposite Danzo. Danzo immediately picked up an empty cup from the tea tray on the wooden table and placed it in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, took the teapot in the other hand, and poured Sarutobi Hiruzen a cup of tea. Wait for me so long, what happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked while holding the teacup. Han Guang defeated Huan Feng with just a few tricks in the competition. You plan to, Danzo said slowly. You already know. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo. Danzo nodded. Anbu's station a few hours ago, although it was impossible for others in Konoha to know Akatsuki, Danzo was Hokage's assistant, the leader of the route, and belonged to Anbu at all, and some non-combat members served Anbu. Also serves the route. The 2 sides are inseparably linked, so it is impossible for him not to get the news. After all, it is completely open in Anbu, and the discussion conducted in front of all eyes does not have confidentiality in itself. Hanguu. Always surprising. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a faint smile, took a sip from the teacup. Danzo could feel that Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. He lowered his head slightly and held the teacup with his hands. I have already planned to send him to the land of Vortex. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, it is estimated that within 10 days, I will have to wait for White Fang to recover from his injuries and be able to take full control of Anbu's affairs. At that time, I will add the position of Anbu's deputy captain. Let him do it. Deputy captain. Danzo muttered, raised the teacup, but paused, looking up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Are you planning to train him to be the successor of the captaincy? Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted directly, and there was nothing to hide. He just wanted to train Luhan to become the future captain of Anbu. Unlike the captain's assistant handles chores. It can be said to be the manager of daily affairs, or it can be said to be a consultant, and is in charge of Anbu's financial affairs, which is of 2 natures from the role of captain. Anbu has been established for more than 20 years, and there is no example of the captain's assistance and direct promotion to the captain. But the vice captain is different. The nature of the job is exactly the same as that of the captain. It's just that the power level is lower than the captain. If the post of vice captain is added, if after that, Captain Anbu dies in battle, or abdicates and calls out Anbu, then the vice captain will basically take over the post of captain directly. No need to compete with anyone anymore. If, let him go to the country of the vortex as the deputy captain of Anbu, then let me send some ninjas to go with me, how about that? Danzo's eyes flashed a strange light, and he took a sip of tea after speaking. Only then did he look up at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 0247_ Hand over the second stage of Shadow Flash. Let the roots go to the country of Vortex. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned instantly. Roots are the big killer of Konoha. Although there are very few people, all of them are humanoid weapons that are not afraid of death and have received cruel training. It took years to develop. A lot of resources have been put into this. But it's just the war in the country of the Vortex, and in the whole ninja world, it's just a regional war, which sends the root. Just a part, enough to keep him safe with his life at a critical moment. Danzo explained, the situation in the country of Vortex is very chaotic. If Hangguang goes to the country of Vortex alone, it is too dangerous. Even Tsunade and the others have encountered a life and death crisis. He went. If there is an accident, the loss will be too great. Quote. Hangguang is still young after all, and his talent is too evil. Even more than Tsunade and the others. Maybe he will be the one who can decide the course of history in the future. In any case, his safety should be ensured. Danzo said with a tone of complete consideration for Konoha. Well, that's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. He could understand what Danzo was thinking, and Danzo's loyalty to Konoha was unquestionable. The 7 ninja blades of mist, it's really troublesome. He heard Danzo say again, Kurigakure wants to occupy the country of the Vortex, and Mizukage's plan for this is not a day or two, he is determined to win. That's why he sent the Mizuki. There are 7 ninja swordsmen, such a powerful ninja team participates in the frontal war in the country of Vortex. But what we really need to be cautious about is the situation in the country of Rain. We can't devote too much energy to take care of the country of Vortex. Danzo explains why Konoha didn't send a more powerful ninja squad to the country of the Vortex to take out the 7 of the ninja blades of the mist. This is a matter of mobilizing the whole body. With the country of Rain as the center, Sunagakure village of the country of Wind, Iwagakure village of the country of Earth, Omegakure village of the country of Rain, and Konoha of the country of Fire, the forces of the 4 sides check and balance each other and wrestle with each other. Therefore, it is impossible for Konoha to put his real contribution in the country of Vortex, and he cannot afford it with Kurigakure, the country of Water. Kurigakure village is located overseas, and there are no enemies around. It is not easy for them to send troops, and it is even more difficult for others to beat them. It can even be said that they have no scruples. Danzo's subtext is naturally, since he can't send someone to kill the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Sword. It is bound to be dangerous for Hangguang to go to the country of Vortex. Because Lu Han had killed 2 members of the 7 of the Ninja Blade of Mist before, he was already a thorn in the other side's side. If traces are found in the country of the Vortex, the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Sword may even be decapitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a long time. He picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea and put it down. When he picked up the teacup again, he just looked at Danzo and asked, how many people do you plan to send to the country of Vortex? No more than 10 people. Danzo continued, enough. Even in the face of the 7 people of the Ninja Blade of the Mist, they have the strength to desperately hold the group of 7 people of the Ninja Blade of the Mist for a short period of time, giving Hangguang a chance to escape. Okay. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded after thinking about it again and again, then do as you said. When Hangguang leaves for the country of the Vortex, you will send someone to follow him. I'll make arrangements later, Danzo said immediately, picked up the teapot again, reached out to fill Sarutobi Hiruzen's teacup, paused and said, there is one more thing. There's nothing I can't say, just say it. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt Danzo's hesitation. Hangguang developed the second stage of Shadow Flash, right? Yes. Listening to him, he was inspired by the practice of Hiraishin. The difficulty of the second stage of practice has reached a level. If it is used skillfully, it is really a powerful technique. Cold Light is a genius. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, showing a faint tone laugh. Well, you also know that the Shadow Flash technique was created by me more than 10 years ago, and then it was handed over to all the root ninjas to practice. It was only put into the Anbu treasure house a few years ago. Danzo paused for a while, his eyes flashed. I also tried to develop the second stage of Shadow Flash, but it didn't work. It's just a different way of thinking. If I don't let him practice Hiraishin, he won't be inspired either. Yes. In fact, what I mean is that this technique belongs to the root. Since he developed the second stage, should he be asked to hand over the cultivation method of the second stage? My root ninja almost masters the Shadow Flash technique. If you can learn the second stage, your strength will definitely be greatly improved. Quote. Let him hand over the method of cultivation. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned immediately. I'm afraid. If I order him to hand over the techniques that he developed by himself, it's not impossible, but he must be uncomfortable, or even resentful, if he does this. I'm not forcing it, I'm just stating my thoughts. Danzo said. He understood Sarutobi Hiruzen's hesitation. Generally speaking, even Hokage can't force Konoha ninjas to hand over their own art. It's like Hokage can't take money from any Konoha ninja. In other words, there are many Konoha clans, almost all of them have handed down techniques, Uchiha's Kaden fire-style ninjutsu, the Hitaki clan's swordsmanship. Can you force them to hand over? Of course not. It's one thing to take the initiative to contribute to the village, but to be forced to hand it over. The nature has changed. Chilling practice. I can talk to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said after thinking for a while. If he is asked to hand over the cultivation method of the second stage of Shadow Flash for no reason. Definitely not. If you want, you can exchange it with him. Exchange for something of value. Whether it is a ninja tool or a technique, of course, if you can persuade you to teach it to you voluntarily, it will be even better. Quote. I still need something to exchange. Danzo murmured in a low voice. He has been more deeply aware of the weight of the cold light in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even mean to put pressure on Luhan. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 days later. Antique room. Luhan hurriedly entered the door, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting cross-legged on the wooden floor. Danzo stood by, and respectfully greeted, Lord Hokage. You are looking for me. Luhan ignored Danzo. Well, there is one thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly explained the situation, which was about Danzo's desire to practice the second stage of Shadow Flash. Hangguang, are you willing to contribute to the second rank of Shadow Flash? Konoha treats you well, I think you will not be stingy, right? Danzo said seriously. Chapter 0248_Mystery. Ninjutsu. Demonic illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately glanced at Danzo. Danzo said, although he may directly ask for the second stage of Shadow Flash, it will definitely make Hangguang feel uncomfortable. Hearing Danzo's words, Luhan frowned slightly. Not stingy. Contribute. Donate your uncle. The so-called moral kidnapping is nothing more than that. Danzo is right, Konoha treats Luhan well, but Luhan owes nothing to Konoha either. In fact, if it was someone else, if it was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who asked Luhan to hand over the cultivation method of the second stage of Shadow Flash to the village, Luhan would agree, but Danzo came to ask for it directly. No. Lord Danzo is right, Konoha really treats me well, and I shouldn't put the blame on it. Luhan said calmly, but his voice changed as soon as he finished speaking, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the art that came out. Inevitably. I don't know. Is this what Hokage-sama meant? See what Sarutobi Hiruzen has to say. Luhan can also judge his own weight in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart based on this. You decide for yourself, after all, that is the art you developed. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Luhan's heart is determined. Since that's the case, Luhan looked at Danzo again, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Lord Danzo, please forgive me. You. Danzo's face darkened, his eyes seemed to reprimand Luhan, but he held back. He couldn't say it, because Sarutobi Hiruzen has just made a statement. Hokage said that Luhan made his own decision. Why did Danzo let Luhan hand it over for nothing? It's a fact that his status is lower than Sarutobi Hiruzen. It's better to make an exchange. But Sarutobi Hiruzen said, helping to make peace, the art developed by Hangguang is handed over for nothing. There is no such reason, so. Danzo, do you have something suitable? If you want to practice the second stage of Shadow Flash, you should show your sincerity. Quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan with a black face. Since Lord Hokage has spoken, then. Luhan looked at Danzo again. Lord Danzo, what would you exchange for me? Danzo is ready. He thought about it for 3 days before deciding. It was impossible to prepare in advance. And he just wanted it directly, but he just tried it. What if he could come directly? Art. I'll exchange it with you with a grade A secret technique. Danzo said directly. What technique? Luhan became interested. Secret art. No trace lock art. Danzo said in his mouth. Quickly hand seal. Chakra surged on both hands, and then slapped one hand on the teapot on the table next to him, and the teapot was marked with a black complex art. Then, it was like nothing. What's the use? Luhan asked again. 1,000 miles of induction. Danzo explained, the caster can sense the spell, within 1,000 miles, there is a sense, and it can be traced. The spell can only be printed on dead objects, including ninja tools, and can only be used with one person at a time. The technique produces induction, and it is useless to fight. This is an auxiliary secret technique that I created when I was young. If used skillfully, it can silently leave the technique on the enemy's clothing or ninja gear, and track the enemy after the second escape. This technique. Luhan's eyes lit up. Good technique. Not to mention other things, the 1,000-mile induction can be called powerful. In fact, Luhan understands that the no-trace lock technique is more suitable for use on his own people. For example, if he wants to protect someone, he can hit the technique on the personal belongings of the protected target and tell him not to lose it, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Instead of going away, there is no worry that it will disappear. And what Danzo said, using it on the enemy, is a bit nonsense. Very low success. Is the enemy blind, so can't see the big magic spell? Even if you don't notice it, you will always feel the chakra fluctuations on it, right? How is it? Danzo said again after seeing Luhan thinking. I will teach you this technique. How about you give me the cultivation method of the second stage of Shadow Flash? No, this technique has no practical value. It can't compare to the second stage of Shadow Flash. Luhan refused. In fact, he was very moved, but he refused very simply. Since you are not satisfied, then. Danzo was mentally prepared. The no-trace lock technique is indeed not as valuable as the second stage of Shadow Flash, and even said, multiple shadow clone technique. How? You should know what this technique is. The A-level forbidden technique developed by my teacher, Hokage Senju Tobarama, the second generation. No, this definitely won't work. Luhan squinted slightly. Surely not. Danzo asked back. Multiple shadow clone is Konoha's technique, not your technique. I can learn this technique in other ways in the future. You can use Konoha's technique in exchange for my own technique. Luhan finally asked back. Danzo was silent. Indeed, it was inappropriate to use Konoha's technique for Hangguang's original technique. Futon, wind style, Feng Dui Wen. Danzo raised his hand to hand seal again. The extremely complicated seal took him a full second to complete, then disappeared in place, and appeared continuously in the room. Quick. Very fast. The location is uncertain. After 9 consecutive flashes, he reappeared in the first position. This technique. Luhan's eyes lit up again. It turned out to be an instant body technique. A-level instant body technique. Futon, wind style, wind bounce. Danzo looked at Lu Han's expressionless face. This technique was created 5 years after I created the shadow flash technique, before I created Futon, wind style, shunshu. It's also the strongest shunshu that I created. Although it's not as instant as your shadow flash second stage, the short distance movement is more flexible, more frequent, and can be moved up to 9 times. If the enemy can't get out of the moving range of the wind and flash in time, they will be in danger. It is difficult to guard against, so in general, the value of this technique is not lower than your second rank of shadow flash. Good technique. Lu Han nodded. Change. Don't change. Little devil, you. Danzo was instantly angry, but Sarutobi Hiruzen was on the side. He could only suppress his anger. The flesh on his cheeks trembled a little, glared at Lu Han and said solemnly, "Don't be too greedy." Lu Han looked at Danzo calmly and didn't speak. "Just don't change with you. What can you do? You bite me." Lu Han is very fearless. He will not easily satisfy Danzo's wish. Good. Very good. Very good. Danzo laughed angrily, bit Kiba, raised his hand-to-hand seal again, and finished quickly, Hengguang. This time you should be satisfied. Call. In Lu Han's eyes, Danzo disappeared. Demonic illusion. Lu Han was taken aback. Chapter 0249 _ The Fantasy of Samek. In Lu Han's eyes, Danzo disappeared, replaced by pieces of withered and yellow leaves. All Lu Han could see were fallen leaves. There are so many are enough to affect people's sight, as if autumn is coming. The strong wind blows the towering ancient trees, the branches are rustling, the withered and yellow leaves are falling like rain, and Lu Han is standing under the tree. The feeling of desolation filled Lu Han's heart. Demonic illusion. Not only can it create an illusion, but it can also affect people's emotions. Although this level of influence does not have much effect, in a high-paced battle, as long as there is a momentary trance because of demonic illusion, it may be fatal. Wow! The fallen leaves scattered, dissipated into the invisible, and the long tree fell. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still sitting there, and Danzo was no longer by his side. Demonic illusion. Shimoko's illusion. Danzo's voice sounded behind Lu Han. Lu Han's heart trembled. Danzo was behind him at some point. He spoke. Danzo walked around to Lu Han again and stood in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen with a blank face. The difficulty of cultivation is S grade. It took me 11 years to complete this technique intermittently, although this is not of the technique I created, but I can assure you that no one else can do this technique except me. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Samoki's illusion. Lu Han murmured, feeling a little excited. So strong. This demonic illusion is really strong. I don't recommend you change this technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly. He saw that Lu Han was very moved. Ah! Lu Han looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage. Why? Because this is a spell that Mangekyo Sharingan can activate. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice sank, and then glanced at Danzo. His face flashed helplessly. Danzo, why do you make trouble for a junior? You know, he doesn't. It is possible to cultivate this technique. He's too greedy. Danzo said blankly. He made no secret of his unhappiness. Because he has a reason. Wait, what? What kind of magic can Mangekyo Sharingan activate? Lu Han asked with wide eyes, a little confused. Let me tell you. Danzo answered, looking at Lu Han. Do you know Uchiha Kagami? I heard. Lu Han nodded. He and Lord Hokage, Lord Danzo, were disciples of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, who died at the end of the last ninja war. Well, this is his technique. Danzo's eyes wandered, as if recalling the past. He is a real genius. He opened Mangekyo Sharingan in his 20s. But he died young. When he was alive, he created some demonic illusions. This Shimoko illusion is the strongest demonic illusion he has ever created. I'm talking about what he created, not what he had with Mangekyo Sharingan. This is the demonic illusion that he created after he started Mangekyo Sharingan. According to what he said, you must have Mangekyo's pupil power to activate this technique. He used this demonic illusion to defeat me in the competition, and since then, I wanted the demonic illusion of master. I didn't give up until after he died, but I couldn't because I didn't have a Sharingan. But Danzo paused for a while, showing a proud smile, and said, I developed a weakened version of the Shimoko illusion. It took 11 years, and according to the chakra operation that a Jing told me, I can use this spell without Sharingan. The illusion of Shimoko launched by Mangekyo Sharingan, leaves falling in the sky. The caster will be everywhere, and the leaves are the caster. Wherever the leaves float, the caster will appear. My Shimoko illusion can't do this, it can only deceive the target's eyes, and can affect the target's 5 senses, so as to achieve the effect of approaching quietly and secretly. Compared with the real Shimoko Huan, this is much weaker, but that's only in relative terms. This technique, it's very strong. But you can't learn. As soon as Danzo finished speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed. Lord Hokage, Luhan's face became strange. According to what Mr. Danzo said, since he can develop it, in terms of my talent, his situation is special. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Luhan's words. He has done human experiments on himself, and apart from him, no one can create the weakened Shimoko illusion of master without Sharingan. In other words, only Uchiha ninjas can learn this art. So it is. Luhan nodded, and he understood in an instant. No wonder he was still confused just now. Danzo was so kind to take out the S-rank technique for the second rank Shadow Flash that only had A rank. It turned out to be a scammer. Danzo expected that Luhan would never be able to cultivate the illusion of Samik, so he took it out. Lord Hokage, this art really only requires the Uchiha clan to practice. How many tomo does it take? Without Sharingan, there is no chance at all. Luhan seemed to be very unwilling to ask, but in fact he was using a cliché. Without Sharingan, there is no chance. Generally speaking, maybe, at least 2 tomo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone was a little uncertain, and he turned his eyes to Danzo again. Now this is Danzo's art. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this art, he doesn't know the details of the art. Double tomo is difficult. Danzo explained to Luhan. It's not impossible. If it is a double tomo with high pupil power, it is still possible to become a master. And if it is a triple tomo, even if it can be activated with low pupil power, the effect will not be effective. It will be too big, high pupil power. You can use Sharingan directly, no need for hand seal. Because in essence, this is Sharingan's art, but the effect is weakened a lot. Since Lord Hokage has already said it, then you don't think about it. You can't master this demonic illusion. Hangwang, don't be too greedy. Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. It's just an exchange of practice methods. In fact, you won't have any loss. Lord Hokage said yes. Luhan responded quickly and looked at Danzo again. Since Lord Hokage said it, then I won't ask for anything more, Lord Danzo. I agree to exchange with you. Which one? All 3. Chapter 0250_The Pitted Danzo. Little devil, you are going too far. Danzo's furious hair fluttered, and he growled at Luhan, how dare you be so greedy. With just one A-level technique, you want to pay me back 3 techniques. Why can't you change it? Luhan asked back, and continued, although this is just an A-level technique, it is very effective. And your 3 techniques, if you talk about their value, Futon, Wind Style, Feng Shunlian, the value can be equivalent to my second rank of Shadow Flash, but you must understand. The value is only equivalent, why should I change it with you? Tim. Han Guang, you don't know how to advance or retreat. Danzo lowered his voice again and said gloomily. I don't know how to advance or retreat. Luhan said indifferently, if Mr. Danzo thinks what I said is wrong, you can try it. To exchange for the unique original art in the hands of other Konoha-jonin. You only take out the art of the same value, let's see if they are willing to change. Maybe some people can agree, but some people will definitely disagree, just like. Even if you come up with 10 A-level spells, I can't give you Rasengan's cultivation method. The value of original art not limited to its own utility, but also exclusivity. Quote. You. Danzo paused as soon as he shouted. Can't say anything. Because Lu Han was right. The uniqueness of ninjutsu is extremely important. Just like Rasengan, the power of Rasengan is not higher than that of other powerful Kaden, fire-style ninjutsu, and in terms of destructive power, it is not even as good as Grand Fireball, but the value of Rasengan is in A-level jutsu. Medium is also higher. Rasengan can be used in close combat, can be used without a hand seal, condensed in the palm of the hand, and can be contained but not released. These characteristics have created the value of Rasengan. How to deal with Rasengan is a difficult problem for most ninjas to solve. Rasengan is unique to Lu Han. If he spreads Rasengan out, other people will naturally be able to use Rasengan to deal with Rasengan, and Rasengan will not be so useful. That's the value of exclusivity. Lu Han looked at Danzo with an expression like I was going to cheat you. Even if it's an extra head, but you. Danzo bit Kiba and said, you actually want 2 A-level techniques, 1 S-level, and these 3 techniques are unique to me. You are a lion. Lord Danzo, have you lost your memory? Lu Han pretended to be surprised. Didn't I just say that I can't learn the illusion of Samik? It's S-class, but is it valuable to me? Then you still want it. I'm interested, I want to study it. It's Mr. Danzo, you have aroused your interest in the illusion of Shamoke. Let me study the illusion of Shamoke. Maybe it can bring me insights. Maybe demonic illusion is about to the art of spatial perception and control, and I'm currently practicing Horaishin. Need some inspiration. This won't affect the uniqueness of the Shimoko illusion, and Danzo-sama has nothing to lose. What Lu Han said was reasonable. Danzo was still black-faced, looking at Lu Han, as if he was going to eat people. It was only natural that he was angry, because Lu Han was indeed a little greedy. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, then looked at Lu Han, and said nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't mind Lu Han's greed, because Lu Han is his man. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo are close friends and confidants, but it is not limited to this. They have been competing since childhood, and until now, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that Danzo has never given up his ambition to become Hokage. From this point of view, Danzo is a threat to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is not the kind of person who wants to compete for the position of Hokage. He will kill each other. There are too many people who want to become Hokage in Konoha. How many ninjas were young? My dream is to become Hokage. Not bad for Danzo, and Danzo's loyalty to Konoha is beyond doubt. Sarutobi Hiruzen master as Anbu, and Danzo master as Anbu's root. Sarutobi Hiruzen is difficult to mobilize the root ninja, because those people are cultivated by Danzo, and their loyalty to Danzo is higher than that to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two are not really monolithic. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen naturally hopes that Lu Han will be stronger, because Lu Han is the real one. It can even be said that for him, Lu Han is the same as Hitaki Sakumo, who is a candidate for training into the future Hokage. So he kept watching Lu Han open up to Danzo Lion, and he didn't say peace, and he didn't need to take into account Danzo's feelings. The relationship between the two would not change because of this kind of thing. Okay, cold light. Danzo stared at Lu Han and finally said, since you insist on changing it like this. What? Lu Han asked calmly. He was really fearless and could not change his love. I'll change it with you. Use the secret technique, the untraceable lock technique, futon wind style, the wind blast, and the illusion of Shimoko. Change your shadow flash second. Danzo said solemnly, his eyes a gleam of gloom flashed in the depths. Okay, Master Danzo is refreshing. Lu Han smiled lightly, then. How to change it? You and I will go back and write the practice method on the scroll, and then hand it over to Lord Hokage as a witness and exchange it face to face. Danzo said coldly. Okay, that's it, I'll go back right away. Lu Han said and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Lord Hokage, your subordinates will retire first. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly. turning around and disappearing into the room. He was expressing his dissatisfaction with Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not help him to speak from the beginning to the end. In the dim grotto, the flames flickered. Danzo stood in front of the stone wall, and in front of him were 7 ninjas with icy black robe masks. The root ninja. Greedy little brat. Ha, you wouldn't have thought of that. Never. Danzo muttered with a low laugh, tilting his head to look at the stone platform aside. There were 3 scrolls on it, which recorded the scroll of the method of practice. Actually, Danzo doesn't mind giving Luhan the cultivation methods of the 3 techniques. Don't mind at all. Danzo is not worried that Luhan will master those 2 A-level techniques, because Luhan has already entered his trap. Listen to the order. Danzo suddenly shouted, I order you all to protect his safety during the mission with the cold light. Don't allow him to make any mistakes. Yes, Chiren said with a bang. Chapter 0251_Root 7 Ninja. At dusk that day, Luhan and Danzo came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's residence one after another. Under the witness of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they completed the exchange. 1 A-level technique was exchanged for 2 A-level techniques and 1 S-level technique. Luhan took a big advantage. During the exchange, Danzo had a dark face from beginning to end. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen told him, don't care about the juniors, just treat them as helping the juniors, Danzo's face didn't improve. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh. Hangguang is about to go out to the country of the vortex, or go under the protection of the root ninja. During this period, Hangguang actually offended the leader of the root. Sarutobi Hiruzen just sighed a little, but was not worried that Danzo would let the root ninja hurt Hangguang, but was more relieved. First, Danzo would not hurt an important person like Hangguang because of such a trivial matter. Second, he writes anger on his face, and he is even less likely to hurt. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows Danzo's character. He really wants to hurt someone, or really wants someone to die. He will never let the other party feel it in advance. He is the kind of person who can laugh in front of people and stab him immediately after walking behind him. And if he doesn't want to hurt someone, he doesn't have any scruples in his heart, and if he should be angry, he will be angry, and he will not cover it up. If the two just had a conflict, Hangguang, who was protected by the root ninja, would have an accident in the country of Vortex, and Danzo would be the first to be suspected. Danzo's anger is not terrible, the terrible thing is that he hides his anger in his heart. Night, Anbu Station, dimly lit cave room. Luhan sat quietly in front of the stone wall with 3 scrolls on the ground in front of him. After a long time, he opened his eyes, took out a bottle of golden potion and took it, then picked up the S-level demonic illusion Shamokeji. The scroll of the magic practice method, open it and look. Luhan's comprehension ability is 10 times higher than before, and his thinking is extremely fast. It only took a few minutes to completely write down the practice method of Shamoke's illusion, and then he shook his hand and shattered the scroll into powder. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo told Luhan many times that without Sharingan, it is impossible to cultivate the illusion of Samek. But Luhan has Sharingan. 3 Tomo Sharingan quickly appeared in Luhan's eyes. Luhan slowly put down his hands, put them on his knees, blinked his eyes, and slowly closed. After a long time, Luhan didn't move again, like a sculpture generally standing still. Time passes without knowing it. 3 hours later, strange chakra fluctuations rippled around Luhan's body, sometimes as fiery as flames, and sometimes as soft as flowing water. After another 3 hours, the chakra fluctuations on Luhan's body disappeared, and he had completed the transformation of the Shamoke illusion. The Shamoke illusion used by Danzo relies on the special circulation of the hand seal and the chakra in his body. It is impossible for other people to learn how to activate it. The Uchiha family with Sharingan can, but they must be transformed, integrating all the complicated processes before the demonic illusion is activated into Sharingan. It was late at night, and the cave room was still silent. Luhan suddenly opened his eyes and quickly hand seal. The clone appeared beside Lu Han's body. Lu Han stood up again, his eyes widened, and the three Tomo Sharingan spun rapidly. Demonic illusion, Shimoko's illusion. Whoa! In the eyes of the clone, the main body Lu Han has disappeared, and the entire room seems to disappear, only the withered yellow leaves are everywhere, falling like rain. It took 6 or 7 hours to become master. In total, this is equivalent to 3 days and 3 nights of continuous retreat in normal state, but unfortunately, it is much weaker than the real Shimoke illusion, and I don't know if I open it. Mangekyo, can you activate the real Shimoko illusion? As Danzo said, there are 3 Tomo Sharingan with high pupil power, which can easily master the weakened version of the Shimoko illusion, and can be activated without a hand seal. Thinking about it, Lu Han scattered his avatars, sat down with his knees crossed, and picked up a scroll again. Futon Wind Style, Feng Shuniandan's practice method. The effect of this technique is very strong, but it is only an A-level technique. For Lu Han, who has the golden potion, master it doesn't take too long. For Lu Han today, it was just a preliminary attempt to practice cultivation. Before I knew it, it was dawn. Lu Han finished his practice of Futon Wind Style and Feng Shunliandan, and picked up the scroll that recorded the practice method of the secret technique and the no-trace lock technique. 4 days later, Anbu Station, Cave Square. More than 100 Anbu ninjas gathered in front of the stone platform, their expressions solemn and silent. On the stone platform, Sarutobi Hiruzen is standing in the middle, Hatake Sakumo is looking good on the left, and Lu Han is on the right. 2 decisions announced. Sarutobi Hiruzen swept the eyes of the crowd below, and said solemnly, from now on, the position of acting captain will be cancelled, Han Guang will officially step down as acting captain, and White Fang will resume all responsibilities as Captain Anbu. Full control Anbu. Quote. Many people looked at Hatake Sakumo, and some looked at Lu Han. The day has finally come. White Fang is back. Anbu Zhongren is not surprised. Second decision, from now on, Anbu will add a vice captain position. The vice captain has the right to rule Anbu, but the level of power is lower than that of the captain. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, here is officially appointed, Han Guang is the vice captain of Anbu. What? Deputy captain. There was a low voice from the audience, and soon it fell silent again. Everyone understands the meaning of the vice captain position, which is a more valuable position than acting as a captain. The vice captain. In the future, he can directly take over the position of captain without any need to compete with anyone. He is the only successor to the position of captain. Is there any objection? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked as usual. Silence. Okay, it's all gone. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. The crowd dispersed. Lord Hokage, I'll go first. Hatake Sakumo tilted his head and whispered to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, and Hatake Sakumo disappeared on the stone platform. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Lu Han were left on the stone platform. This is your mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the scroll and handed it to Lu Han. Call. 8 whirlwinds rolled up at the same time, and Danzo and 7 root ninjas appeared in the audience at the same time. Before Lu Han could read the contents of the scroll, he raised his eyes to look down the stage, and his heart was stunned. Danzo, Yuhi name. The Root 7 endures, green name. Chapter 0252_curse mark. Master Hokage, you are ready to leave at any time. Danzo said respectfully to Sarutobi Hiruzen, then turned his head and glanced at Lu Han regretfully. Lu Han's expression was calm, but there were already stormy waves in his heart. Green name. The 7 root ninjas are all green names. Why? Lu Han is a little confused. He can be sure that he has never had contact with those 7 people before, and there is no entanglement with them. This is the first time Lu Han has met them. There is no doubt that they will become green names. There must be a reason, but the reason is not Lu Han. Danzo, what order did he give to those 7 people? Lu Han couldn't help but guess that the root ninja had absolute loyalty to Danzo. Although there were some special cases, those belong to special cases and were not special cases. Your loyalty will not be shaken by external forces. Danzo is Yuhi's name. If they are also Yuhi's name, then Luhan can fully understand. That must be the assassination order issued by Danzo, but if it is a green name. Han Guang, this trip is dangerous, you must be more careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luhan. Don't worry, Lord Hokage, your subordinates will live up to the trust of Lord Hokage. Lu Hanlian said respectfully. One day later, in the south of the Land of Fire. The night was thick, and the forest was dark and silent. By the river, the fire was burning, exuding sufficient light and heat, and the barbecue was driving on the fire. Luhan sat in front of the fire, eating barbecue absent-mindedly. His eyes were a little lost, as if he was thinking about something. Luhan's right, Hyuga Luo Ning ate the barbecue with a big mouthful, not at all as delicate as a girl should be, and occasionally glanced at Luhan secretly, but did not speak. There were only the two of them by the fire. This time, the ninja team that Konoha sent to the Land of Vortex, a total of 10 people. The captain is naturally Luhan, and his two followers, Hyuga Luo Ning and Might Dai, followed by Genbu Kirin. At this time, everyone else had eaten and drank enough, and went to rest around, and there was a ninja vigil. It's late at night, Luhan said suddenly, his absent-minded eyes quickly focused, and turned to look at Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Luo Ning blinked her eyes in confusion, biting the barbecue in her mouth. Aren't you full yet? Luhan raised his eyebrows slightly. Hyuga Luo Ning made a vague voice, and as soon as she spoke, she couldn't go on with a Yuhi expression on her face. Hyuga Luo Ning is not slow to eat. She has eaten a lot, but she has not finished it yet. She and Might Dai are both taijutsu ninjas. It stands to reason that Might Dai should be able to eat more, but he is better than Hyuga Luo Ning. Eat first. Hyuga Luo Ning is still eating. Luhan withdrew his gaze towards Hyuga Luo Ning, and turned his wrist again. There was an extra scroll in his hand, which was the mission scroll that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him. He opened the scroll slightly, glanced inward, and frowned subconsciously. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mission to Luhan: monitor the movements of the Uzumaki clan. If something goes wrong, take action. When he first got the scroll, Luhan wondered what the mission Sarutobi Hiruzen would give him. He made a lot of assumptions, but he never thought that it was for the Uzumaki family. This made Luhan a little embarrassed. Opportunity. What the hell is it? Luhan has been thinking about this problem. The words, action by chance, made Luhan not sure what to do. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Luhan enough space to perform tasks. Once the Uzumaki family has a different heart, Luhan can do whatever he wants. Afraid. I don't like Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm full. Hyuga Luo Ning's voice suddenly came from the side. Well, go and rest. Luhan said without raising his head. Oh, Hyuga Luo Ning responded, got up and walked to the back, and after taking a few steps, he got up and jumped up the big tree. Luhan looked at the task scroll, thought for a while, then put the scroll back, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Call. A figure with an icy aura appeared in front of Luhan like the wind, and said in a low voice, Sir. Luhan looked up and saw that the person in front of him was the team leader of the Genbu 7 ninjas. Because of his green name, Luhan didn't know Akatsuki's strength, but only knew that his name was Zero Snake. Root ninjas are all stuffy gourds. They never took the initiative to speak this day. If Luhan didn't look for them, they wouldn't have any communication in private. Ask you a question. Luhan looked at Zero Snake. Sir, please speak. Zero Snake was still as cold as ever. Lord Danzo, what is the task for you? Luhan's voice was a little low. From the first moment he saw Anbuchi Ren, Luhan wondered, why are these 7 guys all green names? Lord Danzo made me swear to protect Lord Hengguang to the death, and told me again and again that in the event of an accident, we cannot help Lord Hengguang out of danger, we must die before Lord Hengguang. Zero Snake said, His voice did not change in the slightest, as if he was saying very common. Luhan's eyes narrowed and he looked at Zero Snake before saying, "Go ahead." Yes. Zero Snake led the order to retreat. Luhan sat by the fire and fell into deep thought again. He had no idea what Danzo was thinking. Did this guy really change his mind? Really send someone to protect, not wait for an opportunity to assassinate? Luhan believed Zero Snake's words, because Zero Snake is a green name. Either he doesn't say it, or he's telling the truth. The reason why they become green names is because of belief. Loyal to Danzo's belief, unshakable. Therefore, they completely obeyed Danzo. Danzo asked them to protect Luhan, and they would swear to protect Luhan to the death, thus becoming a green name, but this is a very special green name. Because they could change to Yuhi at any time, just one command from Danzo. Danzo wants to protect me. Luhan was puzzled. 2 more days. On the southeastern border of the Fire Nation, it was long into the night. Hand seal again and again, failing constantly, but he feels that he is getting closer and closer to success. Hand seal again. Secret technique, the technique of no trace lock. Luhan suddenly felt a heat in his heart. Ding! Remind the subversive 3665 that you have a manipulative spell in your body. The elf's prompt sounded in Luhan's ear. Chapter 0253 _ The Puppet of the Untraceable Lock. Konoha, late at night. In the dim space, Danzo sat cross-legged on the futon, breathless, like a sculpture. Sudden. There was a strange smell on Danzo's body, and the hair and the hem of his clothes floated up, as if the wind was blowing. He's getting started. Danzo suddenly opened his eyes with a look of surprise and joy in his eyes. He was surprised that he didn't expect Hongguang to be able to get started with the no-trace lock technique so quickly, and the joy was that this was what he wanted of. Secret art. Puppet of no-trace lock. Danzo completed the hand seal with one breath, and then let out a slightly painful groan, but he showed a smile, and he pulled open the front of his shirt. Looking down. At the mouth of the heart, the fingertip-sized Yuhi dot is the center, and there is a curved purple Yuhi-colored mark extending around it. This is the traceless lock spell mark. When Danzo created the technique of the traceless lock, there was a mistake. The effect of the traceless lock he expressed to Luhan was not false, but Danzo did not tell Luhan that the technique of the traceless lock had another purpose. Danzo once passed the technique of the untraceable lock to his subordinate ninjas, and he also discovered another purpose of the untraceable lock technique. He did not intend to create such a powerful and evil technique. Everything was a coincidence. On the southeastern border of the Fire Nation, Luhan had already opened his shirt and looked at his heart. The big-eyed boss, with the all-black curse mark, exuded an aura that only Luhan could feel. According to the records in the scroll, this is the embodiment of the initial cultivation of the no-trace lock technique. This spell mark is usually hidden in the invisible, and chakra urges it to be revealed. It is used to sense the child's spell mark. Those who practice the no-trace lock technique, the mantra on one's own body is called the mother mantra, and what is struck on the utensils is the child mantra, and the mother mantra can induce the child mantra. Elf, you just said, manipulating a spell seal. What do you mean? Luhan asked anxiously. This should be a sensory spell mark, and what is a body? The mother mantra is the beginning of induction, not the source. How can it be expressed with the expression, in the body? This is a manipulative spell that will cause harm to subversives. It is the source of the spell being manipulated. The elf explained, the beginning of the manipulation already exists. Isn't this a sensory spell? Yes. The dual attribute effect, but the induction type starting end spell will not cause harm to the subversive 3665, so the elves will not make special reminders about this. Elf said. Luhan's eyes widened, his eyes flickered, and it took a while to slowly spit out two words. Fuck. Danzo. No doubt, the manipulative start spell is on Danzo. Because this is his unique technique. It was he who took out the technique and exchanged it for the second stage of Shadow Flash. Conspiracy. This is a conspiracy. And Luhan also knew that once the mother curse mark of the no trace lock technique appeared, it would be difficult to remove. But it's not impossible to remove it. It is written in the practice scroll that as long as the technique of the traceless lock is cultivated to the highest level, the ability to abolish the mother's curse mark can be obtained at any time. The so-called dacheng is to sense thousands of miles. Luhan has just started the technique of the traceless lock, and he can also put a curse on the utensils, but the sensing distance does not exceed 10 kilometers. Only when the origin of the center of the mother mantra seal becomes Yuhi color can it sense 100 miles, and the surrounding extension becomes Yuhi color, then it senses 300 miles and the extension becomes purple Yuhi color. Sensing thousands of miles. Although the untraceable lock technique is only a common A-level secret technique, because it has the nature of a step-up upgrade, it may take longer than Futon Wind-style Fengsun to cultivate it to the highest level. Oh, no. Luhan tried to mobilize his chakra, and asked in a daze, since it's a manipulative spell, why haven't I been affected yet? If it wasn't for your reminder, I wouldn't be able to feel any changes in my body. Quote. I can't answer. Elf continued, Subversive 3665 can ask the subversive messenger after entering the subversive space. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Luhan immediately understood that any spell in the Hokage world can be exchanged in the subversion space. Some special spells also have detailed annotations. If there is no comment, you can also ask the subversion messenger. What is the use? Damn Danzo, smack me. If I wasn't a subversive, I would have been you. Luhan slowly clenched his fists and turned his head to look at the surrounding trees. Luhan is even more confused. What exactly is Danzo going to do? The 7 root ninjas are all green names, which means that Danzo really gave them an order to protect Luhan with his life. He wanted Luhan to die before. It was only for a very small reason at first, but later found that there was something wrong with Luhan. Step by step, he wanted to kill Luhan more and more, but suddenly, he didn't want Luhan to die. As for this manipulative spell, Luhan only knew that it was the source of the spell being manipulated, but he didn't know what it was for, because there was no physical discomfort. But Luhan felt uneasy. Under the circumstance of using the golden potion, I am afraid it will take several months before he can cultivate the no-trace lock technique to the fullest, because he cannot use the golden potion to cultivate all the time, he needs to rest and needs to do things. Late at night. The fire by the river has been extinguished. Luhan rests by sitting under the tree closest to the river. He is already asleep and frowns slightly. Danzo appeared in Luhan's dream. Luhan saw a segment of light and shadow. He saw Danzo ascend to the position of Hokage. He saw Danzo giving orders. He saw the love of the Konoha people for Danzo, and Danzo was wide and kind smile. It was a dream that Luhan didn't like, but he couldn't get rid of it. 3 days later, the country of the vortex, the village of Uzushiogakure. Night, Luhan, who led the team to the village of Uzushiogakure safely, met Sarutobi Rodan, the leader of the mixed ninja army, at the military headquarters. Sarutobi Rodan was in his 30s, and he was very rough-looking. Most of them are reckless, otherwise they are delicate, and Sarutobi Rodan is the latter. Senju Nozomi and Uzumaki Jinghai were not in Uzushiogakure village. Luhan and Sarutobi Luo-ting talked for several hours, knowing Akatsuki's recent situation in the country of Vortex, and got up before 0000 in the morning to leave. Back at the Anbu Konoha Anbu station in Uzushiogakure village, Luhan strictly prohibited anyone from disturbing him. In the dim bedroom, Luhan seemed to have fallen asleep, but his body was suddenly illusory and solid again. Chapter 0254_reverse manipulation. A silver-white space filled with metallic textures, with glowing spheres suspended in the middle. Whoa! The ball suddenly cracked, and Luhan walked out. Check the exchange items. Luhan turned around to face the ball, which is the messenger of subversion, secret art, the art of no trace lock. Call. The rays of light surged and condensed into a box in front of Luhan. In the box was a scroll, which was a scroll that could directly use the master's invisible lock technique. There was also a line of text annotations below, which indicated the name of the technique and what could be done. Inductive utility. Exchange price, 20 ingots. This technique. Luhan frowned and paused. Is there any other effect? No. The voice of the subversive messenger resounded through the space. No. No. This. How could it not be? Luhan was a little anxious. Since the curse mark appeared on his body, he has always dreamed of Danzo in the past few days. It's probably because of the curse mark. He still can't understand what it means to always dream of Danzo, but he knows that it must not be a good thing. There was a moment of silence in the subversive space. Luhan's expression became more and more suspicious. Could it be? Is another technique. It can be used for the technique of the traceless lock. Luhan suddenly thought of it, raised his head and said, all the secret techniques that can be exchanged and manipulated, show me. Wow. The rays of light surged, forming a row of boxes in front of Luhan. The puppet of the untraceable lock. Luhan saw at a glance that the exchange price was also a grade A secret technique of 20 ingots. The name was very similar to the technique of the untraceable lock, but there was no text annotation, only the name and price. What is the difference between the puppet of the traceless lock and the technique of the traceless lock? What does it have to do with it? Luhan asked. The puppet of the traceless lock is an improvement of the technique of the traceless lock. It has all the effects of the technique of the traceless lock. At the same time, it can also control the mother mark of the technique of the traceless lock, affecting the mother who has the traceless lock. The mind of the cursed man. The subversive messenger explained. Affects thinking. Luhan muttered, specifically, what kind of relationship is this? The no-trace lock technique is actually an induction-type secret technique, and the curse marks formed are also induction curse marks. The mother mark is held by the caster, and the child mark can only be stamped on non-living objects. However, if both of them have a mother imprint, there will be a confusing induction. If the technique of the traceless lock is improved into the puppet of the traceless lock, a clear induction can be formed, and the sensing distance will be farther. And because these two techniques have been unlocked and Luhan has enough ingots to exchange, the messenger of subversion explained Luhan in great detail. Luhan listened, his face became more solemn. To put it simply, Danzo can sense Luhan's position at this time, and can manipulate the traceless lock mother mark on Luhan's body. The mother curse mark on Luhan's body will not cause any substantial harm to Luhan. After all, in essence it's just a spell for induction. But it can interfere with Luhan's thinking during sleep. From a scientific point of view, it can interfere with Luhan's brain waves. It controlled Luhan's dream. Or maybe it was Danzo who controlled Luhan's dream. Whatever Danzo wants Luhan to dream, Luhan will dream. This will seriously disrupt people's thinking. You must know that people will not dream when they are resting normally. Dreams will not appear during deep sleep. Only when people are in light sleep, their thinking will be active, and dreams will be created. As long as you continue to influence the person who holds the master seal of the untraceable lock, and continue to use dreams to influence the other person's thinking, in the extreme, you can change the other person's thinking, cognition, and preferences for things. Only the insane will not be affected. Quote. So, Danzo is trying to change my mind. Luhan raised his hand to hold his chin, and fell into deep thought, frowning at first, and then his face became strange. Danzo is he going to win me over? Let me fall to his side. Is that so? Luhan seems to understand, the boss with his eyes wide open. Because the dreams of the previous few days were all creating a very positive and glorious image of Danzo, which even affected Luhan's thoughts, because Luhan had no doubts about Danzo's loyalty to Konoha, and he knew that the world he had come to had created with the butterfly effect. Maybe one day, Danzo will become the beloved Hokage in Konoha village. Now that I think about it, it's all about Danzo. He wanted to influence Luhan's thinking. Only a few days. Luhan's thinking was really affected. This is still in the early days. After the ghost knows, Danzo will let Luhan dream. Damn Danzo, next work. Disgusting. Smelly, shameless. Luhan figured out all of this, as if he suddenly woke up and yelled at Danzo. Danzo was so embarrassed that he even gave himself a tall and positive image. How to unlock the mother seal of the no-trace lock technique. Luhan raised his head and asked. Upgrade to LV6, you can remove and reshape the mother curse at any time. The subversion messenger continued, I can't tell you any other method. If he can't tell, it means that there are other ways to remove the mother curse, but it may involve other techniques or other things, and the messenger of subversion cannot tell Luhan. LV6. I am LV1 now. LV6 is equivalent to Dacheng, which is the level of all Danzo's invisible lock puppets. LV6 is also the limit of this world. I still need to upgrade 5 levels, 20 ingots, 100 ingots. Luhan muttered for a while, thinking. He only has 33 ingots now, which is not enough. He really wanted to get rid of the mother imprint right away. Because things like mental thinking and thinking, once influenced, there will be uncontrollable changes. It's like a person who was killed by an enemy family. He hated the enemy family and wanted to take revenge. But someone told him that the enemy family had to kill for some reason. Can this person let go of the hatred? Even if you let go of hatred, won't your Xing change? There will always be change and it is out of control. Right. Luhan raised his head suddenly. He suddenly thought of a question. If I raise my traceless lock technique to level 7, which is higher than the limit of this world, then will it be affected? It will backlash and reverse the manipulation. That is to say. Chapter 0255 Here they come. The mother curse mark of the no-trace lock technique is exactly the same as the puppet mother's curse mark of the no-trace lock, but the primary and secondary difference. The subversion messenger even said, they are both mother curse marks and can be sensed externally, so induction is two-way, but the higher level side blocks the induction of the lower level side, and if the lower level side grows to a higher level, it will reverse, and the primary and secondary will be reversed. Quote. This. Luhan's eyes lit up, and then he raised his eyebrows again. Wait. No, I don't know the puppet of the traceless lock, I only know the technique of the traceless lock. Then, it can be reversed. Yes, the subversive messenger explained, the puppet of the untraceable lock is originally a technique used to establish a manipulative connection, and if the connection has already been established, there is no need to reuse it to establish a manipulative connection. Well, you know all about me in the Hokage world, right? Clear. In that case, as long as I raise the untraceable lock technique to LV7, or a higher level, I can reverse the manipulation, from Danzo manipulating the traceless lock mother's spell on me too. I manipulating the traceless lock mother's spell can affect his thinking, right? Yes. It can be like this. Luhan was a little excited, and the subversive messenger gave him a positive answer. As long as the no-trace lock technique is upgraded to LV7, the manipulation can be reversed. Danzo failed to kill Luhan many times, and saw Luhan's talent, so he changed his thinking, from wanting to kill to wanting to conquer. But now, Luhan has the opportunity to reverse all this. Who conquers whom? Luhan's thoughts fluctuated. The occurrence of this incident has prompted Luhan to change his thoughts on the way forward. Thinking about it, Luhan couldn't help but mutter, poor money. Poor money. Too bad money. Luhan now only has 33 ingots. If he wants to make the technique of the traceless lock reach LV7 immediately, he still needs 6 scrolls, a total of 120 ingots. Ingots are getting harder and harder to take. At this time, Luhan killed Chunin Genin, and the drop rate of ingots is extremely low. If you kill Jonin, you may kill a few, and you will drop 1. Logic, it is difficult for powerful players to bully weak monsters. Only by killing the first boss will a lot of ingots be dropped. It is indeed a lot, because the higher the level of the boss in the first kill, the more ingots will be dropped. Luhan only drops a few ingots when he kills the elite Chunin for the first time, while the first kill of the elite Jonin will drop 10 ingots. Several. That day, he killed the 50-level bronze boss Ma Ankang for the first time, but he got nearly 20 ingots. Most of the ingots that Lu Han has now are contributed by Ma Ankang people, and a few are contributed by the non-first kill of the 50-level white-silver boss Ringo Rahe. A lot of spies got it. Still gotta kill first. Lu Han knew that he didn't have much time. As long as the traceless Lockmother's spell on his body was still there, he would continue to be affected, and he couldn't stop sleeping. Only by eliminating or reversing the effect could he stop being affected. Level 40. I haven't killed a level 40 gold boss yet. It seems. I have to. Lu Han remembered clearly that the first level 40 bronze boss was Shimura, the level 40 white-silver boss was Gaidong Chaohei, the level 50 bronze boss was Ma Ankang, and the level 50 white-silver boss was Captain Kurigakure Anbu Blood Mist. Level 40 gold boss. Haven't killed yet. The country of Vortex, the southwest mountain range under the night. Boom. In the vast mountains and forests, there was a constant roar, and the detonating balls fell into the forest one by one, the hillsides collapsed, and the vegetation was forbidden to be destroyed. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, all under the shroud of firelight, all eyes were devastated. The smell of blood wafted in the wind. Quick! Over there! Team 3, watch out for the lake over there. There are traces here, come and see. Noisy voices are heard one after another in the mountains and forests. Hundreds of Kurigakure ninjas are conducting a carpet search of this forest. High in the sky, nearly 30 flying ninja squadrons form a tight aerial surveillance network. They gather here, over a radius of more than 10 kilometers, back and forth, constantly searching. Not long ago, a battle broke out near here. A Kurigakure Jonin team was quickly killed. Flying Ninja, who was cruising nearby, found a problem. He only saw the corpse, but no enemy. However, it was concluded that the enemy had not escaped. Judgment from afar. The Flying Ninja Squadron and the search team then reached the vicinity, first blocked, and then began a carpet search. Time flies. After a full 3 hours, the Kurigakure search force evacuated the mountain forest after finding nothing, and the Flying Ninja Squadron also spread into several squads, dispersed and started a wider search. Unconsciously. The mountain in the east, the sun of Huoyuhi slowly rose, and the warm sunlight shone into the mountain forest, casting a dim yellow veil on this devastated world. To the northeast of the area that was being searched at night, there was a large lake next to a low mountain. The lake's surface was rippling with blue waves, and a thick fog gradually rolled over. Click. Whoa whoa. Like a broken mirror, a few cracks appeared out of thin air on the center of the lake. The cracks spread rapidly, and then, they were completely broken. The enchantment shards like broken glass splashed around and quickly dissipated into nothingness. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other 9 people appeared out of thin air on the lake. Phew. Orochimaru, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, let out a long breath, and his eyes were slowly opened with a look of exhaustion. Orochimaru is indeed a prodigy of the sky, able to create such a secret technique. Hyuga Heian looked at Orochimaru and smiled. This time, it's your fault, otherwise we will fight with Kurigakure, and I don't know how many of us will be able to return alive. In fact, it was not afraid to fight with hundreds of Kurigakure ninjas, mainly because of the fear that the 7 people of the Mist Ninja will come, and those 7 guys are simply haunted. Lord Heian is overrated, Orochimaru said with rare humility, because Hyuga Heian is a more powerful ninja than him. Patriarch. There was a sudden exclamation from the side, and it was a Hyuga ninja who had activated Byakugan to look around, exclaiming again and again, they are here. The 7 ninja blades of mist. They are here. What? Everyone's color changed. Chapter 0256_Dread Gray Man. Hyuga closed his eyes for a moment, and wrinkles appeared around his eyes. The world in his eyes suddenly turned gray and white, everything in front of him began to be illusory, and the picture quickly drew closer. Why are they here? How far away are we? Tsunade asked urgently. There's less than 2 kilometers left. They're here. Hyuga Heian spoke quickly. They're coming towards this lake, and There's one more person. There are 8 people in total. Another one is not forbearance. Knife 7. Me. I can't see clearly. I can't see through his clothes. His face is blocked by the kabuto hat. Can't see through, Jiraiya exclaimed, staring at Hyuga Heian with wide eyes. Senior. Hyuga Heian is the head of the Hyuga branch, and his Byakugan pupil strength is not weaker than that of the main clan head, Hyuga Huyang. Can't he see it? It should be some kind of secret technique. Hyuga Heian quickly replied, perhaps only Byakugan of main clan can see through. Let's get out of here, hurry up. Why run? Orochimaru said suddenly, squinting at Hyuga Heian. We don't necessarily lose. Orochimaru is right, it's not necessarily a loser. Are 9 of them in total. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru 3 are not inferior to Munashi Ghost 7. The 3 of them join forces to double the battle, and Hyuga Heian is a more powerful existence than them. Plus 5 Hyuga family elite Jonin. Can't beat the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. Orochimaru is a belligerent, and as long as he has the opportunity to kill the 7 people of the Kiri no Ninja, he doesn't want to miss it. Let's go. We are not only facing the 7 people of the Mist Ninja Swordsmen. We cannot win in a short period of time against an enemy of their strength. As long as the time drags on and there is too much movement, the large force of Kurigakure village will be defeated. Maybe come over. Tsunade continued, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. Let's go. 9 people disappeared into the lake at the same time. Soon after, the forest by the lake. Call, 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 call. 8 figures appeared one after another, with Munashi Guichi standing at the front, frowning at the empty lake. Beside Munashi Guichi, there is a ninja wearing a gray robe kabuto hat that almost completely covers his head. There is no breath on his body. If you don't look at his position, you can't notice his existence at all. Sir. Munashi Guichi looked at the gray-robed figure beside him. Gray-robed figure didn't speak. After a moment of silence, he said, it's still 9 people, fleeing westward, chasing. Yes, Your Excellency, the 7 members of the Mist Ninja Sword agreed in unison. 8 people disappeared by the lake. After half an hour, the sun has risen, and the forest is becoming more and more translucent, and 9 ninjas from Tsunade, Hyuga, and Yangdu are constantly jumping on the trees, moving at full speed. They're still following, Hyuga Heian said again, driving the Byakugan to look back. This was not the first time he had said this, and suddenly exclaimed, no. One less person. Futon, wind style, dragon breakthrough. A figure suddenly appeared 100 meters in front of everyone. It was the man in gray robe. His slender fingers stretched out from under his sleeves, colliding and changing gestures continuously, and he completed the hand seal in almost the blink of an eye. Be careful. Defense. Call. Boom. The terrifying wind blew out in an instant, rapidly expanding in a spiral shape, turning into a huge tornado, sweeping towards Tsunade and other 8 people. Because of the short distance, Tsunade's 8 people reacted extremely quickly. Sweden, water style, oil rain. Completed the hand seal again, and the black water Jinchuriki column rushed out, and under the action of the tornado, it lashed wildly around, and then burst into flames. In an instant it was a sea of fire. The raging flames destroyed the forest trees piece by piece and charged towards the Tsunade 8. Damn it! Seeing that the situation was not good, Hyuga Heian jumped forward and spiraled. 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Quote. Revolving heaven by Hyuga Heian. The constantly rotating chakra formed a huge barrier, and the flames impacted on it, and all of them were bounced out. The huge revolving heaven stood in front of Tsunade and other 7 people, and resisted the combination ninjutsu of the gray-robed man. Most of the flame shock. That's right, it's a combination of ninjutsu. A combination of an A-level technique and an S-level technique. The gray-robed man launched a combination ninjutsu by himself. The speed of his hand seal is outrageous. Hyuga was shocked, because this gray-robed ninja might be even stronger than him. In the sky, several kilometers away, a flying ninja noticed flames erupting from the forest. In the forest, the fast-moving 7 members of the Mist Ninja Sword could already see Tsunade and others in the distance. Finally, when the flames dissipated, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist rushed to the vicinity, and none of the Konoha 8 ninjas left. The 7 ninja blades of mist were in the east, while the gray-robed ninja was still standing on the stone, raising his hand to maintain the hand seal movement, as if he might attack again at any time. A clearing appeared in the forest, the surrounding trees were all destroyed, and the ground was scorched. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Tsunade's face was horrified. He looked back at the group of 7 people. Meidu turned his head to go, and looked at the gray-robed man who had just used a combination of ninjutsu to stop all 8 people, and couldn't help shouting. One voice. Don't hide your head and show your tail. Who are you? Don't you know me? I'll let you guys know. The gray-robed ninja made a low voice. The 7 ninja swordsmen obey the order, and no one is allowed to escape. Yes, your lord. Munashi and the others agreed in unison. Sir, Tsunade exclaimed. Call. The gray-robed man bent his knees, and then shot into the sky like a cannonball. The man quickly hand-sealed in the air, and a strange chakra fluctuation rose from his body, with the suppleness of water and the heat of fire. Boiling rain. It's boiling rain. It's him. Hyuga Haeyong exclaimed, his eyes white as bull's eyes. It's him. It's him. This chakra fluctuation is too special. Hyuga Haeyong, who participated in the First Ninja World War, remembers. Mizukage assists. Boiling rain. He actually came to the country of Vortex. Flee. Run away. We are not his opponents. Hyuga Haeyong let out a shrill cry. Uzushiogakure Village, morning, military department. Empty, and the main seat is on the left and right sides. Luhan and Sarutobi Luoting are sitting opposite each other. Lord Luoting, how many Kurigakure prisoners have we captured recently? Luhan asked thoughtfully. I don't know, can you let me? Luhan thought of a shortcut, kill the prisoners and lose the ingot. Chapter 0257_Dungeon Captive. At present, a total of 27 prisoners have been captured, of which 22 have been identified, 20 are Kurigakure ninjas, 1 Sunagakure ninja, 1 Kumogakure ninja, and 5 others. 2 are still in a coma. In the middle, the other 3 bones are too hard to say anything and cannot confirm their identity. Sarutobi Luoting grinned, raised his hand to touch the beard on his chin, raised his eyebrows slightly at Luhan. Captain Hangguang is interested to see. Well, I'm sorry, Lord Luoting. Luhan nodded, and the eyes under the mask flashed. Vortex Country Dungeon. In the dark passage, there is a Uzushiogakure ninja handle not far from each other. Luhan, Sarutobi Rodan, Hyuga Luoning, Might Die, and Sarutobi Rodan's entourage, a group of 5, walking towards the depths of the passage unhurriedly. Go. Currently in Uzushiogakure village, Sarutobi Rodan is the supreme commander. Because Uzumaki Jinghai was not there, something happened in the central part of the country of Vortex. Uzumaki Jinghai brought people there more than 10 days ago. Senju's principle is to lead some Anbu ninjas in the western part of the country of Vortex, and cooperate with the independent scout brigade to carry out a plan to rescue Tsunade and others. Because Hyuga Haeyong has led the team formed by the elite Jonin into the southwest mountain area controlled by Kurigakure, Senju Nazara has temporarily commanded the independent scout brigade. If Luhan passes, he will take over Senju Nazara's temporary position. In terms of rank, the deputy captain of Konoha Anbu is at the same level as the commander of the Mixed Special Ninja Corps. That is to say, in the country of Vortex at this time, the ninja with the highest status is Uzumaki Jinghai. This cannot be changed. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen comes to the country of Vortex, even if Danzo comes, it is impossible to have a higher status than Uzumaki Jinghai. And under Uzumaki's surprise, it was Luhan and Sarutobi Luoting. However, because Luhan and Sarutobi Luoting are different in charge of affairs, they do not belong to the same job system, so they can only negotiate things, and no one can order them. Cell number 13, Dizzy, in front of the gate. Luhan and Sarutobi Rodan stopped and looked inside. This is a large cell, and all 15 prisoners whose identities have been confirmed are imprisoned in it. There are old and young. In Luhan's eyes, they are naturally Yuhi names, but most of them are Chunin, a few are Genin, and none are more advanced. Normally, ninjas are detained separately and rarely together, because ninjas have special abilities, and it is easy to cause trouble if they are locked together. But in Uzushiogakure village, there is no need to worry about such a thing happening, because this is the territory of the Uzumaki clan, and the Uzumaki clan master has a powerful seal technique. No matter how strong the ninja ability is, as long as they are caught and lose their ability to resist, the Uzumaki clan will have the ability. Completely seal its power. Want to run? Totally impossible. The Jonin prisoners are being held there. Sarutobi Rodan pointed deeper into the passage. Tianzi number 4 cell. 5 Kurigakure Jonin, 1 Sunagakure Jonin, and 1 Kumogakure Jonin, a total of 7 people, were detained in this cell. All of them were sealed, wearing special chains, scattered throughout the cell. Some were lying on the hay while sleeping, some leaned against the wall, and when they saw someone outside the fence gate, they looked up and looked indifferent. They didn't seem to suffer, because after being caught, everything that should be explained has been explained. This is a prisoner of war. Generally, ninjas with special tasks will not say anything after being caught. However, ninjas who are defeated in a head-on war and who are caught, ask what they say. They don't need to hide anything, and what they know is not a secret. A ninja caught in a war doesn't mean he will die. As long as the two sides exchange prisoners, they can be reborn. Uzushiogakure has captured prisoners here, and Kurigakure also has them. If it is not necessary, neither side will execute the prisoners. In this way, as long as there is a suitable time, the two sides can agree on a time and place for a prisoner exchange. Therefore, the prisoners are still valuable. It's not that you have to kill after asking. Luhan, wearing a black robe and a mask, stood outside the fence gate and glanced at the 7 Jonin prisoners, feeling a little disappointed. 5 level 30 elites, 1 level 30 bronze boss, and 1 level 30 white silver boss. This level of wild monster is boring to kill. Luhan can't kill prisoners at will. He can kill, but he must have a reason. Luhan has already thought of some reasons, but it is impossible to use the reason for these impossible reasons. On captives who bring great harvests. Even if you kill the level 30 white silver boss, because it is not the first kill, you may not even drop the A-level ninjutsu scroll, and at least it must be an A-level ninjutsu scroll, and the value will not be less than 10 ingots, which can be used for recycling. Kill the ingots directly. If you kill all 7 Jonin prisoners, you won't get a few. And it was impossible for Luhan to kill them all. He couldn't find a reason. In fact, when Luhan came here, what he was looking forward to in his heart was to have powerful captives, the kind of captives who would definitely lose A-level ninjutsu scrolls and some ingots if they were killed. What about the 5 unidentified prisoners? Luhan turned his head and asked. Follow me. Sarutobi Rodan waved his hand. Led by Sarutobi Rodan, the 5 continued to walk inwards along the passage. They reached a fork in a short distance. They turned right and entered another short corridor. At the end of the corridor were 2 iron doors facing each other. In Luhan's eyes, the names of the 2 doors are displayed, the dungeon interrogation room on the left, and the dungeon medical room on the right. Sarutobi Luoting took Luhan to the medical room first. The medical room is a large room with small cells. There are 7 cells in total, 2 of which are in use, and 2 comatose prisoners are being held separately. They all have complex sealing spells, and the entire cell is also shrouded in a special breath, which is a spell that can delay the further deterioration of their injuries. Luhan looked at it and found it boring, but they were 2 teenage Jonin, genius ninjas, valuable captives, but worthless to Luhan. The 5 people immediately came to the interrogation room, which was also a large room with a small cell. There are 10 small cells in total, and 3 unidentified prisoners are held separately. Luhan glanced and saw a very dazzling Yuhi name. The great elder of the Kurigakure Ghost Lantern clan, Level 50 White Silver Boss, Ghost Lantern Chuntao. Chapter 0258 Ghost Lamp Chuntao. Level 50 White Silver Boss. Beyond the existence of elite Jonin, ninjas of this strength are basically masters level jutsus, but kills will not necessarily drop S-level techniques, because it is not the first kill, but A-level ninjas will definitely drop, and it is possible more than one. The lowest value A-level ninjutsu is also worth 10 ingots, and at least 4 or 5 ingots can be obtained by recycling. If he can drop a few A-level ninjutsu scrolls. Lu Han was very moved. His strength has reached the bottleneck stage now, and he can no longer improve explosively. Therefore, he can't expect to kill more advanced bosses to get the first kill reward. Now to save ingots, he mainly relies on recycling. In the small cell, the space is not large, no more than 10 square meters, square, without any furnishings. The middle-aged ninja, who was about 40 years old, sat cross-legged against the wall in the cell, with chains on his hands and feet. He could see the curse mark on his neck and the back of his hands, which was the seal of the Uzumaki family. Why, so young? Lu Han looked at Ghost Deng Chuntao, his brows wrinkled subconsciously. Since he is the great elder of the Ghost Lantern clan, he should be in his 50s or 60s. Different from ordinary clans, the Ghost Lantern clan is the largest clan in the Kurigakure. With a large number of ninjas, how could the chief elder be middle-aged? Even if he is strong and does not have a high enough seniority, it is difficult to serve as a great elder, and he can't. The older generation of the Ghost Lamp clan is dead, right? That is impossible. When Lu Han observed Ghost Deng Chuntao kept moving and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His face was very pale, and it was a little scary. It was obvious that he had been interrogated and tortured. This person looks quite young, and Lord Luoting doesn't know him. Lu Han asked with a glance. I haven't seen it before. Sarutobi Rodan shook his head. Before Captain Hengguang came, Anbu had compared the portraits and found no information about people with similar faces. How was he caught? What strength? Lu Han asked again. Tsunade and the others caught it. Sarutobi Rodan continued. A month and a half ago, in the northwest of the country of vortices, I heard from Tsunade that before they found this person, there was a melee in that area. Hundreds of ninjas on both sides of Kurigakure and Uzushiogakure fought. The melee, and when Tsunade and the others arrived, the melee was over, and Kurigakure was retreating. But at that time he was seriously injured, and the chakra flow was controlled by the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Tsunade easily defeated him and captured him alive. Quote, the specific strength of this person is hard to estimate. Because of the injury and the influence of the sealing technique, only Jonin's strength was exerted at that time, and his real strength may be stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. Stronger than the average Jonin. Lu Han muttered, his eyes flashed. Not only stronger than the average Jonin, this guy's real strength has reached the level of the 7 members of the Ninja Blade of the Mist. Don't say anything, Lu Han said, looking into the cell. Yes, don't say anything. We Konoha and Uzumaki have all interrogated him, and used various techniques that can make people faint, but this guy has hard bones and never said a word. Sarutobi Luoting said with a look of doubt, it's strange to say that he was arrested in front of the battlefield. There is nothing he can't say, and he doesn't know what he wants to hide. Maybe I feel humiliated. I don't want to say it. Lu Han replied. He knew why Ghost Lamp Chuntao didn't say it. Because he was afraid of saying the wrong thing and knowing his identity. The elder of the Ghost Lamp clan, this is a high-level existence in Kurigakure, and its value is much higher than his true strength. And Lu Han still has doubts. Why does no one know this guy? Why so young? Appearance-changing techniques. Can it be permanently changed? Don't the other Kurigakure ninjas know him? Lu Han suddenly thought, looked at Sarutobi Rodan and asked. I don't know. Sarutobi Rodan shook his head, so he also had a guess, guessing that he was the ninja of Kurigakure Anbu. Well, Lu Han pondered a little, paused, turned to look at Hyuga Luoning. Look at him, is there any problem? Yes. Hyuga Luoning obeyed respectfully, and then she folded her hands together, her eyes widened, and wrinkles appeared around her eyes. Byakugan. Hyuga Luo Ning performed a perspective on the ghost lamp Chuntao. Soon, the folds around her eyes disappeared. She looked at Lu Han and shook her head gently. No problem. Well, I'll try him, and I'll take him away. Lu Han looked at Sarutobi Luo Ting again. Okay. Sarutobi Luo Ting did not hesitate. In his eyes, this is just a tough Jonin. Even the Jonin of Kurigakure Anbu is nothing. Besides, as Lu Han, he naturally has the right to interrogate him. Sarutobi Rodan gestured to the Uzumaki ninjas with their hands on both sides of the cell, and one of them immediately opened the cell. Ghost Light Chuntao also opened his eyes at this moment. After leaving the dungeon, Lu Han came to the intelligence department of Uzushiogakure village alone to check the information about the Kurigakure Ghost Lamp family, and immediately found the information of Ghost Lamp Chuntao. Ghost Deng Chuntao, now 60 years old, during the First Ninja War more than 10 years ago, in his prime, Ghost Deng Chuntao is one of the strongest in the ninja world. He has established brilliant feats for Kurigakure on the battlefield, and at that time, he was the patriarch of the Ghost Lamp clan. 5 years ago, Gaidong Chuntao voluntarily resigned as the patriarch of the Gaidong clan because of his aging, weakened physical fitness and strength, and passed the patriarch's position to his eldest son. Served as the great elder of the Ghost Lamp clan to this day. After that, the Ghost Lamp Chuntao rarely made public appearances in the village of Kurigakure, and Konoha Anbu never got any information about him again. It is worth mentioning that he also has a younger brother, who is famous in the whole ninja world. The strongest person in the world is the second-generation Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Wanyu. The identity of this person. Really amazing. Mizukage's brother, the father of the Ghost Lamp Patriarch. Lu Han also created new doubts. What is this guy doing in the country of Vortex? His arrest may have been an accident, but why did he come to the country of Vortex, let alone other things? A ninja of his age, unless during a total war, would not need to participate in the war. After all, they are the older generation whose strength has declined with age. Not to mention his terrifying identity. Something wrong. Chapter 0259_You Dare to Kill Me. Uzushiogakure Village, Konoha Anbu Station. In the huge and empty quiet room, Lu Han sat cross-legged on the futon and looked at the front with calm eyes. On the futon a few meters in front of him, Ghost Lamp Chuntao was also sitting cross-legged. Cannot use chakra, basically harmless. Ghost Deng Chuntao looked calmly at Lu Han, who was wearing a black robe and a mask, with no expression on his face, without the slightest fear. Torture. He is not afraid. I'm very puzzled, Lu Han said lightly. His eyes under the mask looked directly at the Ghost Lamp Chuntao. Just now, I went to check the information about Kurigakure. Very interesting. There is no information about you, even with you don't have anyone who looks similar to you. It stands to reason that a ninja of your age should not be a nameless person. Ghost Deng Chuntao was silent. After he was arrested, he didn't speak. The more such a prisoner is, the more interesting it is. Unless there is a necessary reason, it is impossible to execute it. Moreover, it is Jonin anyway, and it is of great value. It is a good choice to exchange prisoners. So Gui Deng Chuntao understands that if he doesn't say anything, although he will suffer some pain, he will never die. I have a question to ask you. Lu Han's voice was hoarse and his eyes blinked slightly. I wonder if you can tell me how you changed your appearance. Permanent change. Is it some kind of technique? Ghost Deng Chuntao remained silent. This was not the first time he had heard such deceitful words. You really think you can fool me? Huh, Ghost Lamp Chuntao, the great elder of the Ghost Lamp clan, right? What? Ghost Deng Chuntao's eyes flashed with horror for a moment, and he blurted out with a low voice. Lu Han suddenly understood why Ghost Deng Chuntao didn't speak when he died, and he didn't even tell lies, because his voice. No matter what tone he pretended to be, that old feeling couldn't be concealed. Finally willing to speak, there was a smile in Lu Han's voice. You, who are you? Ghost Deng Chuntao looked at Lu Han in disbelief, and was already stunned. There were only a few people in Kurigakure who knew what he looked like now. How could they be known by the ninjas of Konoha Anbu? You should know me, Lu Han said lightly, raised his hand to clasp the mask, and slowly took it off his face, revealing a serious face with a hint of immaturity. Ghost Deng Chuntao's eyes widened in an instant, hatred flashed in his eyes, and after a pause, he bit Kiba and said, "Cold light." He knew what cold light looked like, as many ninjas in Kurigakure knew. That's right, it's me. Lu Han grinned, then restrained his smile again, stared at the ghost lamp Chuntao. His voice was cold. You don't need to know how I know your identity, Akatsuki. I'll give you two choices now, you be honest, or I'll kill you. You dare to kill me? Knowing Akatsuki's identity, Gaidong Chuntao had the confidence instead, and squinted his eyes slightly. Since you know who I am, you should also understand my importance. Knows that he is a very important bargaining chip. This kind of prisoner will not be easily killed if it falls into the hands of the enemy. As Gaidong Chuntao, he can exchange Kurigakure for 100 Konoha and Uzushiogakure prisoners. Points, and can even threaten Kurigakure with him, causing Kurigakure to change his strategy against the Land of Vortex. The importance of the ghost lamp Chuntao is even equivalent to that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were captured by Kurigakure at the same time. If this happened, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always taken care of the overall situation, would probably pay a big price to exchange the three of them. If it was someone else, maybe I wouldn't kill you, Lu Han smiled, coldly. Why do you think I should interrogate you alone? Why don't you expose your identity in person? I'm the only one now. Knowing your identity, killing you. I have nothing to dare. Silence. Ghost Deng Chuntao stared at Lu Han. Lu Han gradually restrained his smile, and Sen Leng looked at the ghost lamp Chuntao. Eye to eye. There was no sway in the eyes of both parties. But, Lu Han really has no scruples. But Ghost Deng Chuntao's heart was full of turbulent waves. His understanding of Hengguang is limited to what Lu Han did in the water country in the past few months. He is young, talented and evil, elusive, acting strange. An unfathomable feeling. Are you gambling with me? I dare not kill you. Can you bet? Lu Han spoke again. You won, said Ghost Lamp Chuntao. He couldn't afford to gamble. Please. Lu Han raised his hand. I just want to know two things. First, how did you become like this? Second, why did you come to the country of Vortex? Don't tell me they sent you here, those who are in the war. These words will not deceive me. Quote. Relying on the technique of hydration, I have improved and developed the technique to change the natural structure of the body's skin and flesh cells. Permanent change. Can be used multiple times. Understood. Lu Han nodded. In fact, this technique does not need to hide even if the identity has been discovered. Changing the body's skin and flesh cells can actually control the increase or decrease of fat, muscle, and skin. The same bone structure, the flesh on the face is thicker, and the corners of the eyes can be controlled. Tuck in a little more and have a less fleshy chin, and it will turn into a completely different face shape, making the skin tighter, more active, and looking younger. There is a second question. Lu Han said again. Ghost Deng Chuntao was silent, as if thinking about how to say it, or maybe thinking about how to lie to Lu Han. My patience is limited, Lu Han warned. I'm here, Ghost Lamp Chuntao said. Meet Uzumaki Jinghai. Oh, Lu Han's eyes lit up. On behalf of the village of Kurigakure, I met Uzumaki Jinkai to talk about the country of the Vortex, but I was caught before I met him, by accident. What's the matter? What else could it be? Ghost Deng Chuntao asked rhetorically. Well, Lu Han pondered. Kurigakure sent enough people to meet with Uzumaki Jinghai. Naturally he wanted Uzushiogakure village to take refuge in Kurigakure. After all, it was aimed at Konoha, although what Ghost Lantern Chuntao said might be a lie. But to Lu Han, it didn't matter. Kai. The piercing sound of breaking the air suddenly sounded. Lu Han flicked his arm, and Kuwu directly attacked the ghost lamp Chuntao. You, Ghost Deng Chuntao suddenly made a sound of anger. Chapter 0260_bad news. Ghost Deng Chuntao's reaction consciousness was still there. The moment Lu Han swung his hand, he had already noticed it and smelled the breath of death, but he couldn't hide. The aging body made him not have too strong physical strength, and there was a seal on his body, which could not be used to convert chakra. Bang bang. Ghost Deng Chuntao still had an angry expression on his face. There was already a blood hole on his forehead, and his head was completely pierced by Kuwu. More than 30 pieces of falling objects exploded in an instant and flew towards Lu Han. Ghost Lamp Chuntao, die. Sin is a sin, Lu Han chanted twice in a fake manner. Killing a captive who couldn't resist felt a little strange. In this regard, the rules also imposed restrictions on Lu Han. Lu Han could kill a captive and get dropped items. But can't kill a prisoner stronger than him. That will trigger the restriction, and there will be no drops. In terms of Lu Han's current strength, it should be slightly stronger than the level 50 white silver boss, so killing Ghost Deng Chuntao will not trigger any drop restrictions. In a flash, Lu Han came to Gui Deng Chuntao's body, reached out with one hand, and deprived him 5 times in a row. All are deprivation failures. Someone. Lu Han flashed back and sat down, raised his head and called. Squeak. The door of the quiet room opened, and Might Dai, dressed as Anbu, respectfully said, Lord Hengguang. He saw the body of Ghost Deng Chuntao, and his eyes changed slightly. Really, this quiet room was painted with a sealing spell, which blocked most of the outside sounds, and would not let the outside hear the sounds inside. Take the corpse away and let someone tell Lord Luoting that this person didn't say anything, I killed him. Lu Han ordered. Yes, Might Dai ordered. Lu Han suddenly got up and disappeared into the quiet room. He is not worried about what Sarutobi Luoting will say, because Sarutobi Luoting does not know the true identity of Ghost Lamp Chuntao. In Sarutobi Luoting's eyesight, Ghost Lamp Chuntao is just a hard-bone Jonin, guessing that he may be born in Kurigakure Anbu, such a ninja, Lu Han to kill is to kill. Soon after, in the bedroom. Lu Han sat cross-legged on the long wooden slump. With a wave of his hand, more than 30 pieces of falling objects were spread on the wooden slump. Lu Han glanced at it, then subconsciously frowned, and asked in his heart, Elf, why are so many falling down? Things. Quantity, even more than the first kill. His master has a lot of skills, said the elf. So, Lu Han was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, that is to say, if he has more skills, if I kill him, there will be more drops. It's inaccurate to say that, it should be because there will be more scrolls of spells. Elf continued, if you kill an enemy character with the first kill, the spells contained in the drop scrolls are all the spells of the master of the killed person. If the master has 1 skill, he can only drop scrolls of 1 skill at most. If he is a master of 100 skills, if he has a special explosion rate, he may drop 100 kinds of skills. Quote. That's it. Lu Han understood. It was the first time he knew that there were such rules, because this was the first time he had killed a ninja with a lot of skills. The former patriarch of the Ghost Lamp clan, the current chief elder of the Ghost Lamp clan, the elder brother of Kurigakure Mizukage, and the 60-year-old Ghost Lamp Chuntao, how many spells does he master? At least 100 of them, right? Hundreds. Normally, under the same talent, the older the ninja, the more master skills, because they have practiced for a long enough time. Lu Han quickly counted the drops. For the current Lu Han, most of the dropped items are useless. What Lu Han really cares about is the big blue bottle, rare weapons, A-level S-level spells, spiritual potions, ingots, etc. There are only 3 ingots. A bottle of psychoactive medicine. 3 large blue bottles. No rare weapons, no S-rank scrolls. Ghost Deng Chuntao dropped a total of 36 items, of which 22 were scrolls of Dujutsu, many B-level ninjutsu, and there were also quite a few A-level ninjutsu scrolls. There were 7. 4 kinds of ninjutsu, 2 secret techniques. A demonic illusion. All are A-level techniques. These 7 techniques are all Master Lu Hanwai's techniques. But Lu Han didn't use their minds. Of course, the strength will increase, but the increase is very limited. Ninjutsu really doesn't need too much. Precise route. Master is a more powerful S-level technique, which is more powerful than the various A-level techniques of Master. Of course, if there is a special A-level technique, the more bizarre A-level technique should still be a Master, but the 7 A-level technique scrolls dropped by Gui Deng Chuntao are not too strong or special. Call. Uzumaki suddenly appeared in front of Lu Han, spinning as if to devour everything. Lu Han took the scrolls of the 7 A-level spells one by one before recovering Uzumaki, looked at the prices, and threw them all in. The highest price was the Demonic Illusion Scroll, which was worth 25 ingots, and one of the 2 types of magic was 15 ingots. 20 ingots for one type, and 10 ingots for the 4 types of secret techniques, totaling 100 ingots. The recycling rate is not fixed, but after comprehensive calculation, the average recycling rate is exactly 50%. The 7 A-level scrolls have given Lu Han 50 ingots. Unexpected joy. Lu Han was a little excited. This time, he gained a lot. He thought he could drop 2 or 3 A-level scrolls the most, but he didn't expect to drop 7. 33 before, this time I lost 3. I recovered and returned 50, making a total of 86. It's still 34 from the 120 I need. As soon as it turned over, there was an extra weapon in his hand. Sickle, Blade of Kurigakur. Lu Han hesitated, considering whether to recover the Kurigakur's blade. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, it is already 5 days later. The military headquarters of Uzushiogakure village, the atmosphere is depressed, a sense of chill. Sarutobi Rodan stood with his hands behind his back, with an extremely ugly face. In front of him were a Jonin and 2 Chunin. They were not Konoha or Uzushiogakure ninjas, but Kurigakure ninjas. Of Kurigakure. My lord said, give you half a month to think about it. If you can't give us an answer within half a month, we will execute Hyuga Heong. Kurigakure Jonin said coldly. News from the messenger of Kurigakure, the head of the Hyuga branch, Hyuga Heong, has been captured. Chapter 0261_Her father. The dark room was silent. Lu Han sat cross-legged on the futon without breath, like a sculpture that has remained unchanged for eternity, the strange breath suddenly rippling, and then quickly disappeared. The room was silent again, after a long, long time. This is the 5th day of Lu Han's sleepless retreat. Since the last time he killed Gui Deng Chuntao, he announced the retreat and ordered people, if it is not an emergency, everything will be decided by Sarutobi Luoting. Don't disturb him. Before his exit, the Anbu ninjas in the Konoha Anbu station in Uzushiogakure village were temporarily ruled by Sarutobi Rodan. Lu Han is practicing the no-trace lock technique. He doesn't sleep, on the one hand, for continuous and uninterrupted cultivation, on the other hand, because he doesn't want to dream. He can't dream of Danzo, he doesn't want his thoughts to be disturbed by Danzo. A ninja can normally practice for 15 or 6 hours a day, while Lu Han retreats for 5 days in one breath, which is 120 hours, plus 10 times the effect of the golden potion, 1,200 hours, which is equivalent to a normal ninja. Practice for 2.5 months. Any technique is more difficult to practice as you go backwards. Relatively speaking, it is easy at the beginning and extremely difficult at the end. That's why Lu Han practiced the no-trace lock technique so desperately and laboriously. Every time he upgrades the untraceable lock technique by 1 level, from LV1 to LV2, he will save 20 ingots, and if he upgrades 1 level, he will save another 20 ingots. 5 days ago, Lu Han thought about whether to recover the Kurigakure's blade. In fact, he was very reluctant to give it up. During the few months in the Land of Water, the Kurigakure's blade was of great help to him. He already understood the magic of the Kurigakure's blade. The final decision is not to recycle. 6 days ago, Lu Han had thought about retrieving the Kurigakure blade in the subversive space. At that time, it was less than 120 ingots, so he was in no hurry. There was a long silence in the dark room. Luhan suddenly frowned. He felt someone hurriedly entering the outside yard, slowly opened his eyes, and stayed up for 5 days and 5 nights. Luhan's eyes were full of bloodshot, full of exhaustion. Luhan first opened the attribute page and looked at it, and found the line of the secret technique, the technique of no trace lock. A-level secret art, no trace lock art, LV4 level. Okay. Luhan couldn't recognize the whisper, which was equivalent to 2.5 months of normal practice. Luhan, relying on his own talent, raised the technique of the traceless lock to LV4, with a sensing range of more than 100 miles, although the distance with Danzo's 1,000 miles sensed LV6 is still a long way off, but Luhan only needs to spend 40 ingots to exchange 2 scrolls to upgrade to LV6, and 60 ingots to exchange for 3, he can upgrade to LV7. That way, you can surpass the level of Danzo's untraceable lock puppet, and reverse and manipulate the traceless lock mother's curse on Danzo. For 5 days and 5 nights without sleep, 5 bottles of golden potions were consumed, which is equivalent to saving 60 ingots. It's a bargain. One day, I will enter the subversive space again, and then. Luhan muttered. A small voice suddenly sounded outside the door, and then Hyuga Luoning's crisp voice sounded. Master Hangguang, Master Luoting sent someone to tell you that there is an emergency. Let you go there, in the military. Understood. Luhan responded. He didn't say anything for a few days, and his voice was unusually hoarse. Uzushiogakure Village, Military Department. In the spacious hall, several mixed army captains were there, and there was a ninja handle at the door. Sarutobi Rodan walked back and forth in the hall, his brows furrowed and his expression solemn. Call. 2 whirlwinds rolled up at the door, and 2 black robe masks appeared out of thin air. It was Luhan and Hyuga Luoning. The identity of Anbu Ninja was also kept secret from Konoha, so until now, Sarutobi Luoting did not know Luhan's true identity. What's wrong? Luhan asked when he entered the door. He felt the atmosphere was wrong. Your eyes. Sarutobi Luoting immediately walked to Luhan. He noticed the bloodshot in Luhan's eyes. It was too obvious. I didn't sleep well. Luhan replied casually and asked again, what happened? Kurigakure messenger has just come. Sarutobi Rodan said. Kurigakure messenger. Luhan took a deep breath. Where are the people? What are you doing here? I have already let them go. They must leave within an hour of entering Uzushiogakure village. I can't stop them. Sarutobi Rodan said quickly. The so-called 2 armies are fighting without killing. The messenger is the bridge between the 2 sides, and both sides of the war also need dialogue. Without dialogue, will only result in greater losses for both sides, which is not beneficial to anyone, so no one will touch ninjas with this identity. They came up with a plan to exchange prisoners and hoped it would be carried out within half a month. Exchange of prisoners. At this time, neither side seems to have captured many prisoners. Not much, but Hyuga Haeyang was captured. Luhan was taken aback. Hyuga has been caught, Sarutobi Rodan repeated. An abnormal voice suddenly sounded from behind Luhan's side, but it was Hyuga Luoning, who was shaking violently. The eyes under the hole in the mask glared at the boss for a while, and then the circles around his eyes filled with yuhi, and the whole person was like being struck by lightning. Luhan was also stunned for a while, before turning his head and instructing, you go out first. Hyuga Luoning froze in place, motionless. Go out, Luhan shouted in a low voice. Hyuga Luoning finally moved, staggered and turned around, and then made a woo-woo sound under the mask, and ran out of the lobby. Someone. Luhan looked back and drank loudly. Whoa. 2 root ninjas appeared at the door, knelt on one knee and said in unison, Lord Hangguang. Go watch her, don't let her have an accident, and forbid her to leave the Uzushiogakure village. Luhan ordered. Yes. The 2 root ninjas responded and disappeared at the same time. This Sarutobi Luoting looked out the door with a slightly changed expression, then looked at Lu Han, and asked in a low voice, "Is Hyuga Haeyoung her relative?" Sarutobi Luoting didn't know the entourage of the Hangguang girl identity, but he knew it was a Hyuga ninja, because Byakugan everyone could see it. "Her father," Lu Han replied in a low voice. "Oh, it's her." Sarutobi Luoting knew instantly. Hyuga Haeyoung's only daughter, Hyuga's branch genius, Hyuga Luoning. Such a well-known rising star, Sarutobi Rodan is naturally aware. "No news from Tsunade?" Lu Han asked. Chapter 0262_Sin. According to the previous information, Hyuga Haeyoung has merged with Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and at this time, the news that Hyuga Haeyoung has been captured. You know, he is stronger than Tsunade, and has superpower Byakugan, even he was caught. To Lu Han, Hyuga Haeyoung was a stranger, so even if Hyuga Haeyoung died, he would at most sigh, but if Tsunade had an accident. Lu Han's heart had fallen to the bottom. "There is no news from Tsunade." Sarutobi Rodan shook his head. "I asked the Kurigakure messenger if anyone else was captured, but he said he didn't know. Maybe he didn't want to say it, or maybe he really didn't know. After all, only a Jonin who came to contact us, I can't force him to say anything." "Damn," Lu Han murmured, and he was a little flustered. The meaning of Kurigakure is to use Hyuga and Haeyoung for 40 prisoners. At least 10 Jonin prisoners are required. Sarutobi Rodan said again. 40, Lu Han said in surprise. Have we captured so many Kurigakure prisoners? No, but what they want to replace is not just the Kurigakure ninja captives. Sarutobi Rodan continued. They want to replace all the captives we have captured recently, including the captives of the Land of Wind and Land of Thunder, and those captives whose identities cannot be determined. But the number is still not enough. If necessary, with the consent of Lord Hokage, we can bring some prisoners from Konoha to make up 40. This way of changing, Lu Han was even more puzzled. Of course, the value of Hyuga Haeyoung goes without saying. Although he is not as good as Tsunade, he is stronger. It is reasonable for Kurigakure to use him for 40 prisoners, at least 10 Jonin. Not to mention the lion's big mouth. But even the captives of other forces want them, which is a bit strange. It may be that they also need to make deals with other forces and need chips, but they don't have enough hands, so they come to exchange with us. Sarutobi Rodan guessed, then his voice paused, and then whispered, Captain Cold Light. Huh. Lu Han felt what Sarutobi wanted to say. You shouldn't have killed that unidentified Kurigakure Jonin. Sarutobi Rodan said bluntly, if you didn't kill him, we'd have one more chip now. I don't know how many hostile Jonins are being held in the Konoha dungeon, maybe not many. If you don't make up enough numbers, it's also troublesome. Quote. Sarutobi Luoting did not mean to accuse Lu Han, and it was not his turn to accuse him. In fact, as Lu Han, killing a Jonin prisoner is not a big problem, but, it was a coincidence, and no one would have thought that Hyuga Haeyoung in such a period after being captured. Kurigakure immediately proposed a prisoner exchange plan. It's true that I made a fool of myself. Lu Han humbly admitted his mistake, then froze, his eyes straightened. Shocked. If we do not agree to this matter within 2 weeks, the Kurigakure side will execute Hyuga Haeyoung. Sarutobi Rodan added. Lu Han didn't pay attention to what Sarutobi said. Change him. It's to change him. Lightning flashed across Lu Han's mind, and there were bursts of thunder. What Kurigakure and they want to exchange is not many Genin, Chunin, or even Jonin captives at all. Nor is it for bargaining chips with other forces. They are in exchange for being Ghost Lamp Chuntao. They knew that Ghost Deng Chuntao was captured. Knowing that Chuntao's old hotness with ghost lights will definitely not reveal his identity. Why they couldn't wait to exchange prisoners after catching Hyuga Haeyoung. They just want to change the Ghost Lamp Chuntao. In terms of identity, the addition of several Hyuga Haeyoungs is not as important as the Ghost Lamp and Chuntao. Ghost Lantern Chuntao is the old patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan, and the current chief elder of the Ghost Lantern clan. the father of the current patriarch of the Ghost Lantern clan, and the brother of Mizukage Ghost Lantern Wanyu. Ghost Lantern Chuntao originally came to the country of Vortex to negotiate with Uzumaki Jinghai, but was caught unexpectedly. And now, he has been killed by Lu Han. Fuck, do you want to do this? I am. Lu Han was in a daze, because he knew the identity of Ghost Deng Chuntao, so the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was probably like this, and because of this. He was somewhat question yourself. Is it wrong? Is not it? If Kurigakure really wanted to exchange Ghost Lamp Chuntao, and when the prisoners were exchanged, they didn't see Ghost Lamp Chuntao among the exchanged prisoners, then would they kill Hyuga Haeyoung directly? Possible. If Kurigakure is really sure that the Ghost Lamp Chuntao is dead, they may not only kill Hyuga Haeyoung, but all the Konoha and Uzumaki captives. Kill them all. Outrage. It's been a year since he came to this world, and for the first time, Lu Han has a feeling that he has caused trouble. I didn't kill Boren, but Boren died because of me. If that's the case, then it's really a sin. The reason why Lu Han killed the Ghost Deng Chuntao, in the final analysis, was because of selfishness, and there was no hatred or justice at all. It seemed that a stone was suddenly pressed against his heart. Lu Han suddenly felt very depressed. He thought of Hyuga Luo Ning. If things were as he thought, Hyuga Haeyoung would eventually die. Lu Han didn't know how to face Hyuga Luo Ning. Although Hyuga Luo Ning may not know the stakes all his life, the hurdle will always be in Lu Han's heart. Hengguang. Captain Hengguang. Sarutobi Rodan called out several times. Lu Han, who was in a daze, lost his temper, finally came back to his senses and looked at Sarutobi Luo Ting. What? I have expedited this situation to Konoha, and I have to wait for Lord Hokage's reply. Sarutobi Luo Ting continued, what are your thoughts on Captain Hengguang? Do you want to report to Lord Hokage alone? No need. Lu Han shook his head, raised his hand and waved again, turned around and walked out. I'm tired, go to rest first, and let me know if you have the latest situation. Lu Han left in a hurry. Sarutobi Luo Ting looked at Lu Han's disappearing back and frowned. He felt that the cold light was not right. When Lu Han returned to his residence, he went straight to sleep with complicated thoughts. He was too tired and his mind was too chaotic. He really needed a rest, because he slept so deeply that he did not dream. I don't know how long I slept, but the sound outside the door woke Lu Han up. Captain, there is news about Lord Tsunade. Might Dai's respectful voice sounded outside the door. Chapter 0263_Rattling Swords. The sun at noon was very strong, and it was already in the 31 year of Konoha. It was summer, and the climate of the country of the vortex in the south was sultry. On the front steps, the tall Might Dai stood respectfully. Call. The whirlwind suddenly rolled up, and Lu Han appeared out of thin air, took out the mask and put it on his face, and asked at the same time, who sent the news back? It's Captain Dogwan, he is waiting for you at the military headquarters. Might Dai said quickly. Anbu's code name, Dogwan, is exactly Anbu's number 1 squad leader, Senju Nazara. He had been in the west of the country of Vortex before, leading some Anbu ninjas to cooperate with the Independent Scout Brigade to carry out a plan to rescue the Tsunade 3. How long have I slept? It's been over a day. Well, let's go. Lu Han and Might Dai disappeared in front of the door. After sleeping for more than a day, Lu Han missed the opportunity to enter the subversive space, and he had to wait another 6.5 days before he could enter again. In the military hall, there were only 2 people, Senju Nazara and Sarutobi Rodan, both of whom had heavy expressions on their faces. Sarutobi Rodan was pacing back and forth in the hall, while Senju Nozori was sitting on a chair and drinking tea. Call. Lu Han and Might Dai appeared out of thin air at the door. Lord Hengguang. Senju Xiuan even stood up, put down the teacup, knelt down on one knee and said solemnly, I have seen Lord Hengguang before. This is the first time he has met with Lu Han since he served as vice captain. Should be formally greeted. Lu Hanlian raised his hand to Senju Xiwan, motioned Senju Xiwan to get up, then turned around and said, "Go out first and close the door." "Yes." Might Dai respectfully obeyed and exited the lobby. After the door closed, the light in the lobby dimmed a lot for a while. "What's the situation? Talk about it," said quickly. Just yesterday morning, Jonan, a Hyuga elite who entered the mountains with Captain Haeyoung, returned to the base and was seriously injured. Senju Nobori said quickly. Lu Han listened, his face became more and more ugly. 7 days ago, 9 ninjas including Hyuga Haeyoung and Tsunade encountered the 7 ninjas of the Mist Ninjas' swords during their escape. Along with the 7 ninjas of the Mist Ninjas, there was also a mysterious ninja wearing a gray robe, who was stronger than Hyuga Haeyoung. His strength was later identified by Hyuga Haeyoung and confirmed to be the assistant of Kurigakure Mizukage, Boiling Rain. Due to Boiling Yu's strength, and the 7 members of the Mist Ninja swordsmen are not incompetent, Hyuga Haeyoung made a decisive decision and ordered everyone to flee, but he himself chose to fight alone to fight for a greater chance for others to escape. However, although Hyuga Haeyoung ordered everyone to flee, the others did not leave immediately. No one wanted to give up their companions. After fighting so hard for half an hour, the Hyuga family lost 3 elites, Jonan, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru using forbidden technique. The 7 ninjas of the Mist Ninja with Thunder Sword and Kiba died in battle. 2 others were also injured. Both sides suffered losses, but on behalf of the Konoha forces, the losses were even greater, and the power disparity was even greater. Hyuga Haeyoung once again gave a death order to let everyone flee. Hyuga's ninjas are good at defense. As the head of the Hyuga branch, Hyuga Haeyoung, although his overall strength is not as good as Boyu, he is also very difficult to defeat. Hyuga ninja who escaped from the southwestern mountains and returned to the stronghold was named Hyuga Tiankang. According to him, before he escaped, several of the injured Tsunade escaped. He dragged Boyu, Munashi Oni, and Zhongheim, and was besieged by the 3, but he was not defeated immediately. Senju Shayuin's remarks. Lu Han was silent for a long time. Tsunade is injured. And it's very likely that I got separated from Jiraiya and Orochimaru. She is only a medical ninja. Although her fighting strength is not bad, Grandmaster Taijutsu still has a gap compared with the real Taijutsu ninja. Lu Han's heart is hard to calm down, he is cold-blooded, he only cares about Tsunade's life and death, the rest are just a bunch of unrelated people. You already know about the messenger of Kurigakure, right? Lu Han finally spoke. Yes, Lord Rodan has already said it. Senju Nozomi nodded. Lord Hokage's sighed. Lu Han looked at Sarutobi Rodan again. I haven't replied yet. Sarutobi Rodan shook his head. It's still a short time, but it's estimated that the message will be sent back in the next 2 days. So, you wait for news here. After I leave, Captain Dogwan will take full charge of Anbu's affairs here. Lu Han continued, send a message to Lord Hokage and say that I will go to the southwest mountains and I will find Tsunade. Senju Nozomi's expression changed. No, Sarutobi Rodan shouted, his voice sinking again, Captain Hangwang. You cannot enter the Kurigakure-occupied area during this period, the 2 sides will negotiate the exchange of prisoners, you may kill Hyuga Haeyoung if you enter like this. Besides, with your power alone, not only will you not be able to save people, but you may also be trapped in it. Lord Luo Ting, Lu Han replied, what do I want to do? I will naturally bear the consequences. No, you can't go. You have to wait for Lord Hokage's receipt. You can't be so rash. Sarutobi Rodan's voice was much higher. You have no right to stop me. Lu Han said heavily. Hangwang, you will ruin the affairs of Hokage-sama. Normally, I have no right to control you, but now the situation is special. You must wait for Hokage-sama's orders. Sarutobi Rodan became stern. Lu Han was silent for a while, then turned around and walked out. I have made up my mind. Call. Arrived at the door, Sarutobi cut across like a ghost and stopped in front of Lu Han, with violent chakra fluctuations all over his body. He stared at Lu Han's eyes, and said word by word, "I'm Konoha in the country of Vortex. Commander-in-Chief of the war. Captain Hangwang. I hope you don't do anything wrong. Focus on the overall situation. The atmosphere is already tense." Lu Han looked back at Sarutobi Luoting. His eyes were indifferent. He didn't speak. He raised his hand to signal. Call, 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 call. A figure named with a cold aura appeared beside Sarutobi Rodan almost at the same time, and there was a sound of whispering, and they directly pulled out the knife. The root ninja who vowed to protect Lu Han's safety to the death. They don't care who Sarutobi Rodan is. "Lord Luoting, please get out of the way," Lu Han said in a low voice. "Hangwang, what are you doing? Do you know what you are doing?" "Huh." Sarutobi Rodan stared with a black face. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Chapter 0264 This is Anbu. Sarutobi Rodan is strong, very strong. He is the commander of the Konoha Scout Force, second only to the commander of the main battle legion in terms of job rank. And the scout troop is a troop that often performs dangerous tasks, so the person who can serve as the commander of the scout troop must have extremely strong strength. If there is a real comparison, his strength should be no worse than Hyuga Haeyoung. The atmosphere was suppressed to ultimate, and the air seemed to freeze. 7 root ninjas half surrounded Sarutobi Luoting, already showing murderous intent. Lu Han stood in front of Sarutobi Luoting with indifferent eyes. Sarutobi Luoting looked at Lu Han, and his body was full of violent breath. He stared at Lu Han's eyes, took a deep breath, and suppressed his anger. Call, 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 huh. Figures suddenly appeared in the room out of thin air. There were 12 of them, all wearing standard ninja uniforms. They were the guards of Sarutobi Rodan. "Protect adults." One of them let out a low cry, and the 12 Jonins drew their weapons at the same time, forming a larger circle, enclosing Lu Han, Sarutobi Luoting, and Genbu Kirin, and pointed their bright knives at Lu Han. Senju Xuan saw this situation. His face changed and changed. The situation happened too fast, which caught him by surprise, and he didn't expect that it would develop like this. He understood Sarutobi Luoting's method of blocking Hangwang, but he did not understand Sarutobi Luoting. Why use force to oppress people? Lu Han raised his fingers suddenly, turned his wrist slightly, and put his hand on the handle of the knife around his waist. Hangwang. Sarutobi Luoting narrowed his eyes and shouted, "You will pay for your recklessness today." He couldn't believe that Hangwang dared to do it. Such infighting, the guilt is too great. "Lord Luoting." Senju Xuan suddenly spoke. His voice stopped again. He put his hand on the back of his waist, took out the mask he didn't usually wear in Uzushiogakure village, and slowly put it on his face. "I think you shouldn't stop Captain Hangwang. You have no right to do so." Senju Nozomi put his hand on the hilt of the knife on his waist. "Wear a mask and hold a knife in one hand. Make a statement." "Dogwan, you." Sarutobi Rodan looked at Senju Nozara. His face changed. It's not the first day he met Senju Nozomi. They are about the same age and have known each other for over 20 years. The Sarutobi clan and the Senju clan have always been close, so the two have an excellent personal relationship. Sarutobi Luoting never expected that Senju Nozara would support Hangwang. This is Anbu. Only loyal to Hokage, the recognized Konoha ace in the ninja world. Regardless of Senju Nozomi's relationship with Sarutobi Rodan, it is impossible for him to support Sarutobi Rodan. In Sarutobi Luoting's psychology, Senju Shayuan's weight may be much heavier than Lu Han, because he does not understand cold light, but he knows Senju Xuan. Senju Xuan is the captain of Konoha Anbu who is resident in Uzushiogakure village. He has been operating in Uzushiogakure village for many years, and those Anbu ninjas who follow him and live in Uzushiogakure village are his die-hard loyalists. To Sarutobi Rodan, Hangwang is nothing more than an Anbu ninja who came to Uzushiogakure village with a higher position. He can mobilize Anbu ninja, but the Anbu ninja here may not take the initiative to do anything for him. For example, if Sarutobi Rodan detains Hangwang, Anbu will definitely pass the news to Hokage and do nothing else, but if Sarutobi Rodan detains Senju Nozomi, what will happen is hard to say. And now, Senju Nozomi has expressed support for Hangwang. Lord Luo Ting, Lu Han said suddenly. Sarutobi Luo Ting immediately turned his eyes back to Lu Han's mask. Are you going to stop me like this all the time? Huh. Hangwang, you will regret it. Don't bother Lord Rodan. Humph. Sarutobi Rodan grunted heavily, turned sideways to move out of the way, and waved his hands to the surroundings. All his 12 guards immediately put away their knives and retreated a bit. Sarutobi Rodan looks like a big and rough, but in fact he is not a reckless man, and he will never act on his temper. He knows very well that if there is a real conflict, Hangwang will be punished, and he will not feel better. Whoa! The door of the military hall was suddenly pushed open, Lu Han walked out alone, and the Genbuchi Ren had disappeared. According to Lu Han's instructions, he didn't want to follow a group of people wherever he went, so when he was in Uzushiogakure village, Genbuchi Ren was always there. They appear out of nowhere, and they only appear when Lu Han asks them to appear. There is a courtyard outside the military tower. When Lu Han walked out, Might Dai was standing under the big tree on the northwest side of the courtyard. Hyuga Luo Ning was also beside him. He didn't know when he came. Seeing Lu Han come out, the two walked into Lu Han quickly. Call. Lu Han was walking with a whirlwind around him. Senju Xiuan appeared and said quickly in a low voice, Lord Hangwang, do you think about it again? I understand you are in a hurry, Tsunade is yours. But, Sarutobi Luo Ting said, that's right, let's not talk about whether it will be a bad thing. You alone, even if you add those ninjas, are weak. In the southwest mountain range, there are 2 legions of Kurigakure. You can not only find Tsunade like this, but also possible. An accident. Senju Xiuan just supported Lu Han, that's because he is an Anbu ninja. Other than Anbu, he must agree with Lu Han, but in fact, his thoughts are the same as Sarutobi Rodan. No need to say more, just send a message to Lord Hokage. Lu Han replied to Senju Xiuan very disrespectfully, and quickened his pace, don't follow me. Senju Xiuan stopped and watched Lu Han and the 2 followers come together, and then hand seal disappeared in place, sighing helplessly. He can only suggest, he can't control it. ... Village of Konoha, the land of fire. Bastard. Bullshit. Looking for a dead kid. The quaint room, the furious Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the wooden table with the tea tray and smashed it. Just now, he received 2 pieces of information about the country of the vortex sent at the same time. One was written by Senju Nazara himself. The other is written by Sarutobi Rodan himself. In Senju Nazara's information, he directly said about Hangwang going to the southwest mountains. Sarutobi Rodan spoke harshly, saying that Hangwang was useless, negligent, willful, and reckless, and complained to Sarutobi Hiruzen, hoping to remove Hangwang. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Kiba is about to bite. Call. Hataki Sakumo appeared out of thin air in the room and took 2 steps forward. Sir, you are looking for me. Chapter 0265_emotional. Wooden table has been smashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the debris is scattered everywhere. The teapot and teacup that were originally placed on it also fell to the ground and fell into pieces. The tea was spilled on the ground, and there were some on the wood. Hataki Sakumo stopped before the tree collapsed. His face changed and changed. Sarutobi Hiruzen always knew how to restrain his temper. Even if he was angry, he would not throw things, but at this time, Hataki Sakumo felt how angry Sarutobi Hiruzen was. Arrogant brat. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit Kiba and cursed again in a low voice, before probing and handing Hataki Sakumo the 2 information scrolls he had already seen. Look at it. Hataki Sakumo was a little puzzled, and didn't know what information would offend Hokage-sama so much. He first opened up Senju's information. Senju's writing was very simple and very cautious. That is, he first explained the situation of Tsunade and the others, and then said that Han Guang had gone to the Kurigakure control area to find Tsunade and a few people. Sarutobi Rodan tried to persuade, but without success. Hatake Sakumo has already frowned, and opened another scroll, and soon, a strange color appeared on his face. Information on Sarutobi Rodan. He denounced Han Guang's various crimes. The crime of dereliction of duty, saying that Han Guang arrived at Uzushiogakure village for 7 days, did not care about anything, and never participated in a war meeting. Most of the time he was in retreat and practice, and the effect he played was not even an ordinary Jonin. The crime of wrongdoing is that Han Guang arraigned a Kurigakure Jonin whose actual identity could not be confirmed, and killed the other party at will, so that Konoha lost a bargaining chip to negotiate with Kurigakure. The crime of willful arrogance naturally refers to the conflict between Lu Han and Sarutobi Luoting, and uses words such as, disregarding the overall situation, daring to act, and, not knowing the heights of the sky, to describe his temperament to be extremely bad. Hatake Sakumo already understands that the reason why Hokage-sama is so angry is obviously because of these situations written by Sarutobi Rodan, and there is also the psychological factor of, hate iron as not steel. Sarutobi Rodan is 5 years younger than Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is a younger brother who is closer than Sarutobi Hiruzen. The two can be said to have grown up together, so he trusts Sarutobi Rodan very much. Lord Hokage, Rodan's commander. It's not necessarily a lie, but it's probably an exaggeration. Hatake Sakumo said cautiously, I can clearly feel that when Rodan wrote this, he was emotional of. Hatake Sakumo has worked with Lu Han. He is very aware of what failures Lu Han has, but these problems do not disgust Hatake Sakumo, because he knows how strong Lu Han is. After all, it is a generation of evildoers, a little abnormal, but also normal. Humph. You don't need to say good things to that kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted coldly. He is arrogant and willful, regardless of the overall situation, and rushed to the Kurigakure occupation area. This is not a fake. This Han Guang is indeed a little impulsive. Hatake Sakumo nodded, which cannot be denied. In the morning, Huyong came again and asked me to go to the country of Vortex, but I refused. I have promised him to do my best to ensure the life of Haeyoung. Sarutobi Hiruzen said more and more angry. His face darkened. It's good now. Get caught by this bastard. If Hyuga Haeyoung can't be saved, it's time. Damn. He must take responsibility for it. This. Hatake Sakumo hesitated, not knowing what to say. He hadn't felt so sad for a long time. He knew very well that Hokage didn't care about Hyuga Haeyoung, but Hyuga Huyong. Hyuga main clan patriarch. In terms of numbers, Hyuga is the largest family in Konoha. The key is that Hyuga Huyong and Hyuga Haeyoung are brothers. If Hyuga Haeyoung died, or was indirectly killed by Anbu Ninja Chaos, Hyuga Huyong would definitely leave a pimple in his heart, and it can even be said to be an indelible scar. Sir, Hengguang He, Hatake Sakumo said in a slow voice, he is also for Tsunade. You should understand that he has been alone for many years, and it was Tsunade who gave him love. He should have a special affection for Tsunade. Emotional. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a 4-character comment, but he stopped, and the anger in his heart subsided. Didn't he want to rescue Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, who were the direct disciples he cultivated from childhood to adulthood, just like sons and daughters? But this is war. Don't mess around. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is also emotional, he does not need anyone else to go, and he will be able to rescue the Tsunade 3 by himself, but if he does, maybe it will bring a big crisis to Konoha. How many eyes were on him, on Konoha? The war is not his business alone. If he can win by killing the quartet alone, why bother? My lord, why don't I go? Hatake Sakumo suggested cautiously. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen flatly refused. He didn't say why. No need to say it, because Hatake Sakumo knew it. The problem is that in the land of rain, the situation has begun to deteriorate. Sarutobi Hiruzen recently held several high-level meetings to discuss whether to send the main battle army to the northwest frontier to prepare for the battle. Hataki Sakumo is more useful during this period. The current country of the vortex is like a quagmire, and anyone who goes there may fall into it. Hataki Sakumo, the captain of Anbu, has extraordinary talents, and this is not just a matter of strength. Compared with the problem of the country of vortex, the country of rain is the biggest worry for Konoha. So in this situation, even if Hataki Sakumo is allowed to go out, it is still going to the land of rain. Then the Lord wants to. Hataki Sakumo said with consideration, if there is really no suitable candidate, we can also adapt to the changes without change. Han Guang is extremely capable of tasks, and has the ability to appear and disappear, so it may not necessarily be bad. Hataki Sakumo said something against his heart, because he knew that the possibility of an accident was far higher than no accident. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, thinking. A moment of silence. Call Danzo over here, Sarutobi Hiruzen said suddenly. Hataki Sakumo was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, let Danzo-sama go to the country of vortex. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded heavily. Let Hokage help. Although Danzo is Hokage's assistant, he is not responsible for many affairs. Most of his energy is focused on the roots. With Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting in Konoha, letting Danzo go out has little impact. Chapter 0266_chilling. In the western part of the country of vortex, in the deep mountains and forests at the border with the country of fire, Konoha temporary scout base. Hyuga Tiankang, who was wrapped in gauze, made a faint sound, intermittently, next to the wooden cave where he was sitting. Hyuga Luo Ning sat sideways, had taken off his mask, his expression was cold, but his eyes were full of yuhi. Hyuga Luo Ning and Lu Han only came here today. Jen Kiran and Mike Dai were accompanying him. With Lu Han's permission, Hyuga Luo Ning revealed her identity to the Independent Scout unit at this stronghold. The Independent Scouts are all Hyuga tribesmen. Miss, the Patriarch, he insisted on letting us go. We are not afraid of death. Just. Hyuga Tiankang was a little excited as he said, struggling to sit up. I understand. You obey your father's orders, that's right. Hyuga Luo Ning said quickly, pressing him back to the wooden slump in comfort. Uncle Tiankang, you don't have to blame yourself. It's all for Tsunade and other adults. They are too important. Hyuga Tiankang said intermittently, his eyes filled with sorrow. I'm just afraid. The Patriarch. I'll tell you one thing. Hyuga Luo Ning hesitated and lowered her voice. Don't say it. Miss, please say, promise not to. My father was caught and he didn't die. God bless my Hyuga family. A prisoner exchange has been proposed on Kurigakure's side, and the news has been passed on to Lord Hokage. Lord Hokage will agree, definitely. The Patriarch and the main clan Patriarch are brothers, and Lord Hokage will definitely change the Patriarch back. Yes, it must be. Hyuga Luo Ning said it with certainty, but she suddenly became uneasy again. Her eyes flashed, she suddenly got up and walked out, leaving the words, you take a good rest. She thought of Lu Han. Lu Han was about to enter the southwest mountain range to look for Tsunade. At this time, he did so. His own danger was on the one hand, and more importantly, he might disrupt the prisoner exchange plan. If he was in the southwest, a big incident in the mountains will make Kurigakure think that Konoha has no sincerity, or that he hurts an important person in Kurigakure, which may affect Kurigakure to directly terminate the prisoner exchange program. In fact, Hyuga Luo Ning couldn't interfere with what Lu Han wanted to do. Hyuga Luo Ning's father who has been caught. She couldn't think about it with her normal heart at all. Temporary stronghold, Anbu command room. Sir, this is the intelligence summary from 7 days ago, this is yesterday. Anbu's elite Jonin codenamed Flowing Wood, stood in front of the desk and placed the small box containing the intelligence scroll on the table. Well, Lu Han made an indifferent nasal sound. Look at the information. Before he enters the Southwest Mountain Range, he must first obtain the Master's information about the Southwest Mountain Range. In fact, the intelligence that Anbu can get is very limited, because they do not dare to go deep into the Southwest Mountains, and at most they can only get some peripheral intelligence. Kurigakure is fortified everywhere in the Southwest Mountain Range. This is their second base camp in the country of Vortex. The first base camp is in the eastern coastal area. Compared with there are more ninjas and stronger strength here. The command room was silent. Luhan opened the scrolls one by one and looked at them one by one. There is not much valuable information, but it is not absent. For example, some Kurigakure strongholds in the southwestern mountains have been detected by Anbu. A stronghold in the outskirts of the southwest mountains. Call. A whirlwind suddenly engulfed the room, and Hyuga Luoning appeared out of thin air. Huh. Luhan frowned and raised his head. Thump. Hyuga Luoning knelt on her knees, looked at Luhan with tears in her eyes, and shouted, "Please save my father." After saying that, she kowtowed to Luhan. Luhan held the scroll's hand for a moment, blinked, and then put the scroll down and said, "Get up and talk." He seemed calm. "Lord Hengguang, please." Hyuga Luoning raised her body, but she was still kneeling. She looked helpless and her face was full of tears. "I can't do it," Luhan said bluntly, squinting slightly. "You should understand that it's not my problem to save Hyuga Haeyang or not. Lord Hokage will handle it." But what? "But, you will enter the Southwest Mountains, and then you will definitely." With Kurigakure. Luhan suddenly understood. Sarutobi Luoting stopped Luhan because of this at the time, but now, Hyuga Luoning can't say it directly, but the meaning is the same. She also thinks that Luhan will do bad things after entering the Southwest Mountains. "Someone!" Luhan suddenly shouted. Click. The door opened, and Anbu Elite Jonin, Flowing Wood, probed into the room and said respectfully, "Sir. Find someone to look after her." Luhan pointed at Hyuga Luoning. "Before I return from the enemy-occupied area, she is forbidden to leave here." "Yes." Liamu took the lead and glanced at Hyuga Luoning. "Sir," Hyuga Luoning exclaimed, looking at Luhan with incredible eyes. "No need to say more." Luhan got up. "Sir, you can't do this. You can't. Your lord. Cold light. You bastard. Bastard." Hyuga Luoning became more and more excited, and in her screams, Luhan had jumped up and disappeared into the room. Hyuga Luoning's request not only did not change Luhan's mind, but Luhan prevented her from messing around and restricted her freedom. Chilling. At noon that day, Luhan officially set off for the southwest mountainous area with his people, with a total of 8 people, Might Dai, and Genbu Kirin. Time passed quickly, in a blink of an eye. 4 days later. Dusk. Hokage assisted Danzo to visit the temporary scout base in the south of the country of Vortex. He brought Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's order and officially became the commander-in-chief of the war of the country of Vortex. After reaching the stronghold, Danzo immediately listened to the report of Anbu and the independent scout unit. He was very thoughtful and did not show any strange expression when he listened to the report, neither happy nor angry. Debriefing continued into the evening, after which Danzo returned to the lounge. The early morning, Danzo had been asleep for a long time. Sudden. Danzo, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes, and horror flashed in his eyes. Just a moment ago. He lost his sense of Luhan's position. He couldn't feel the traceless lock spell on Luhan's body. He's dead. Danzo was a little confused. Chapter 0267_reverse. Danzo came to the country of the Vortex alone, without any followers. He didn't need it. Konoha ninjas in the country of Vortex, he doesn't need to bring more manpower, and in terms of his strength, he doesn't need escorts. Danzo has trained the root ninjas known as humanoid weapons, and the root ninjas are extremely capable of performing tasks independently. Strong, and so is Danzo. Only one with similar strength to Danzo is Sen Luo, who is a lunatic. He is currently in the stage of the disease and is still undergoing treatment, so Danzo did not bring anyone here. It is a burden. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, his tasks are two. The first is to find the cold light, and the second is to facilitate the exchange of prisoners between Konoha and Kurigakure. It's easy for Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen is unimaginably simple. No one knew that Luhan had a spell on his body that Danzo could sense and control. Danzo could sense Luhan's specific location. It was easy to find someone, and it was easy to bring him out from the southwest mountains. With Danzo's strength, even if he faced the 7 ninja blades of mist alone, he wouldn't necessarily lose. So Danzo wasn't in a hurry. He didn't expect that on the first night he just arrived in the country of Vortex, he lost his sense of cold light. He's dead. Or, sense 1,000 miles. Danzo's eyes widened, his face full of unbelievable expressions. He couldn't imagine that the new generation of evildoers in Konoha Anbu once stirred up the wind in the land of water. Why did pervert, who didn't die in the rain for months, died? Sensing thousands of miles. Obviously, the former is more likely. When a person dies, the mother curse will disappear, and Danzo will not be able to feel it. If the technique of the no-trace lock is cultivated to the highest level, it can be sensed for thousands of miles, and then the mother curse can be eliminated and reconstructed at any time. Ability. It's been less than a month since he practiced the no-trace lock technique. It's impossible for him to cultivate to the same level as me. Reason. He doesn't know my plans for him. Dead. He's dead. Danzo got emotional. Plans don't always keep up with changes. He has changed his strategy towards Han, from killing Han to winning Han and conquering Han. Use it for yourself. But didn't expect. Dead. Death is fine. He can't help me, nor can Sarutobi Hiruzen. His death is not my responsibility. The result of his own impulsiveness, Konoha's hatred of Kurigakure. But, could someone help him get rid of the mother curse? Who has this ability? What is he? This night, Danzo didn't sleep well. He was half asleep and half awake all the time. He was thinking all the time. Even in his sleep, he dreamed of Han and thought about Han. In the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, in the deep mountains and old forests. The full moon hung high in the sky, covering the forest with a pale yellow veil. Just after the early morning, Might Dai was guarding the cave covered by vines and weeds, and had already fallen asleep for a long time. Gen Kirin was scattered on the nearby trees. Behind the stone, 2 people were watching the night, and the others were already asleep. In the dark cave, Luhan's body, who was sitting against the wall, was suddenly illusory and returned to normal. He has come to the country of Vortex. Luhan opened his eyes, a strange look flashed on his face. Just now, he spent 60 ingots in the subversive space to exchange 3 scrolls of the untraceable lock technique, raising the untraceable lock technique to LV7. This is the level that breaks the upper limit of this world. Luhan's invisible lock technique has increased the sensing range to 2,000 miles, and has completed the reversal manipulation. He blocked Danzo's induction to him, and switched to induction manipulation of the traceless lock mother spell on Danzo's body. At this time, he could sense Danzo's location, which was in the temporary scout base of Konoha at the border between the Kingdom of Vortex and the Kingdom of Fire. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who asked him to come here. He couldn't have come here without permission. In such a critical period, it can only be ordered by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Am I in trouble again? Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted so much that even Hokage's assistant was dispatched. Quote. Thoughts. He doesn't know whether Danzo's coming to the country of Vortex is good or bad, because he has just reversed the control, and he can't affect Danzo's thoughts at all. Will Danzo find a chance to kill the killer? He couldn't be sure what Danzo was thinking. Has he lost touch with me? Will he think I'm dead? If so, will he enter the southwest mountains to find me? What a hassle. Early in the morning, the sun is rising, and the humidity in the southwest mountains is heavy. On the towering tree in front of the cave, the Root Kirin and Might Dai gathered around Lu Han. My lord, if we continue to look like headless flies, I'm afraid. Might Dai rarely gave advice. After being with Lu Han for so long, he also understood Lu Han's temperament, and he was not so afraid. Then tell me how to find it. Lu Han asked, looking down at the map. Shit. Might Dai was at a loss for words. He couldn't say it. He was a pure fighting taijutsu ninja and didn't understand strategy. Lu Han put away the map, glanced at Might Dai, opened the small map and glanced at it again, and determined that there was no one else within a 10-kilometer radius. Follow me, you will find it. Lu Han dropped the words and jumped out first. Lu Han is confident to find Tsunade. It's just a matter of time, as long as Tsunade is still alive and not caught. The only trouble is that there are Kurigakure ninjas and flying ninja patrolling everywhere in the southwestern mountains, and Lu Han has to avoid them. Morning. Lu Han, who was leading the way, suddenly frowned. He felt that Danzo had left the temporary stronghold and headed for the southwest mountains. Lu Han couldn't help but glanced at the Root Chiren who was following around. They were all from Danzo. 3 days later. The Kurigakure-occupied area, in the southeastern mountainous area, is surrounded by mountains and forests. Stop. Lu Han suddenly raised his hand and drank in a low voice, while Gen Kirin jumped and gathered in a flash, guarding Lu Han around. Sir. Might Dai, who was behind Lu Han's side, said. Lu Han, who was driving the widest range of insight map, did not respond, and stared at the large number of Yuhi points that appeared on the northern edge of the insight map. There should be more than 20, and one of them was a big Yuhi point. Great Yuhi name. The 7 Ninja Swordsman of Mist Level 50 Gold Boss Munashi Oni 7. Huh. Lu Han's expression changed again. The southern edge of the insight map suddenly burst into a blue dot. Teammate Blue. Own people. Chapter 0268 To fight or not to fight. At this time of war, Lu Han brought people into the southwestern mountains occupied by Kurigakure. What he was looking for was not only Tsunade, but also Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Hyuga Ninja. Lu Han will definitely bring them when they meet them, so according to the rules, if a blue dot appears on the insight map, it is either one of Tsunade or Hyuga Ninja. Munashi Onichi and others are 5 kilometers north, and teammate Blue Dot is 5 kilometers south. Sir. Yes. Might Dai couldn't help but speak again. After Lu Hanrang stopped, he didn't speak, as if he was thinking or feeling something. Lu Han was looking at the insight map. Total of 27 Yuhi points in the north. The specification is a squadron, and the captain is Munashi Oni 7. Lu Han couldn't be sure whether the 7 members of the Ninja Blade of the Mist were all among them, because the 7 members of the Ninja Blade of the Mist did not always act together. According to the type of task, they would also be separated. For example, when Lu Han was in the country of water at that time, I only met the people of Ringo and Ma Ankang. But, even if there are not all 7 people, there are only 2. Since Munashi Guichi leads the team, I am afraid that the ninjas he leads must have at least a few elite Jonins, followed by a lot of Jonins. Lu Han maintained the insight map and observed. Munashi and other Kurigakure ninjas seemed to be passing by here, and they didn't find Lu Han and others, but the blue dot had stopped, and I don't know why. Sneak, go to the south. Lu Han shouted, turned and jumped south. Every half a kilometer, Lu Han would instantly open the map to see the situation. The blue dot that stopped for a while moved when Lu Han opened the insight map for the 4th time, and went straight to Lu Han's direction. Huge tree canopies are placed next to each other, blocking the sky and blocking the sunlight, and the light in the mountains and forests is dim. Lu Han led the people forward rapidly. After moving 3 kilometers, with Lu Han's gesture, everyone stopped again, and Gen Kirin once again formed a guard formation. Whoa! The bushes in front of him swayed, and a figure with a pale face covered in dried blood jumped out of the bushes. He was about 40 years old, of medium build, and looked injured. He knelt directly on one knee and said, Senior Guard of the Independent Scout Force, Hyuga Soyang meets Your Excellency. Hyuga Ninja. The reason why he moved to Luhan and the others just now was because he saw it with Byakugan. Saw the costumes and saw everyone's faces in perspective. He doesn't know Luhan. The name of Han is widely spread in Konoha, but he hasn't seen much. However, he knows Anbu's outfit. The reason why he didn't doubt the identities of Luhan and the other 9 people, or that they were pretending to be Kurigakure, was because of Might Dai. Eternal Genin Might Dai. Hyuga Jiaoyang saw Might Dai's face and recognized it. Except for Might Dai, he doesn't know the faces of the other 8 people, but Might Dai is enough. Let him know that he is the real one. Deputy Captain Anbu, Han Guang. Luhan said hoarsely, and walked to Hyuga Jiaoyang's side. Vice Captain. Hyuga Jiaoyang was taken aback for a moment. He didn't know if Anbu really had the position of Vice Captain. He was second only to the captain, but isn't he too young? How's the injury? Master Wei, maybe. I can't fight, I can barely hurry. Any news about anyone else? The Lord is referring to Tsunade. Have you ever met after you fought Boiling Rain? No. Yeah. Luhan nodded and turned his head to ask, who of you understands medical ninjutsu? This subordinate understands, but it is relatively low level. The root ninja named Sacred River stepped forward and said coldly. Okay, show him. Luhan tilted his head and said. Shengchuan gave Hyuga Jiaoyang a very simple treatment. Hyuga Jiaoyang still has some traumas that have not healed, and the infection tends to worsen. The therapeutic properties in Shengchuan have been fully recovered. He can only do this, and cannot heal Hyuga Jiaoyang's real injury. Luhan took out his full set of spare underwear from the space backpack and threw it to Hyuga Jiaoyang, and asked the root ninja and Hyuga Jiaoyang, who knew Sweden water style, to wash and change clothes in a nearby bush. It's not that Luhan is so considerate of his subordinates, but the bloody aura on his body will increase the possibility of exposure. Hyuga Jiaoyang, who was dressed in a brand new ninja suit, appeared in front of Luhan. Thank you, sir. Hyuga Jiaoyang, whose face was pale, knelt down on one knee. Get up. Luhan raised his hand, then turned his head to look north, and opened the insight map again. More than 20 Kurigakure ninjas including Munashi Oni 7 reappeared in the insight map, still north. They just moved from north to south, and they didn't move very fast. If Luhan took someone to hide at this time, it wouldn't be long before Munashi Guichi and others would pass by here. Normally, Luhan should take someone to escape, but he hesitated. Sir, over there. Seeing Luhan looking north, Hyuga Jiaoyang seemed to have found something, so he couldn't help but lowered his voice and said, would you like my subordinates to take a look? Right. Luhan suddenly reacted, glanced at Hyuga Jiaoyang and said, how far can your Byakugan see? 5 to 6 kilometers. Enough. That's it. 4 kilometers away, there are 27 people. I need to identify their faces. Luhan pointed north. 27. Hyuga Jiaoyang was surprised. He didn't understand why Lord Hengguang could so accurately judge the situation of people 4 kilometers away. Could it be some kind of secret technique? Thinking to himself, Hyuga Jiaoyang's hands were not ambiguous, so he immediately closed his hands, wrinkled his eyes, and stared at the north. The gray and white world full of lines quickly zoomed in. My lord! Hyuga Jiaoyang suddenly exclaimed in a low voice, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Munashi Ghost 7, they are all the members of the 7 ninja swordsmen there. Except for Munashi Onigiri. Also, that person's subordinates don't know the name, he is the new owner of Double Sword and Flounder. I saw him in the last battle. Hyuga Jiaoyang paused and confirmed again, there are only 2 of them, none of the others are members of the 7 of Mist ninja swordsmen. Only 2. Luhan murmured, struggling inwardly. War. Still not fighting. Munashi Oni 7 who has reached level 50 gold boss. Luhan really wanted to kill him. That was the first kill. Chapter 0269_Cold Light Love. In fact, it's not just about the first kill. Nor is it a matter of building merit. These are next. More importantly, it will have an impact. As the leader of the 7-man squad of the Mist Ninja Swordsmen, his strength and ability are beyond doubt. Even if he faces Tsunade alone, he can't win, but he may escape. Compared with the 7th, Tsunade's strength is no worse than him, but the experience is far worse. Once Munashi Oni 7 dies here, it is bound to be a sensation in Kurigakure. I'm afraid it's even more sensational than when the Blood Mist was killed. After all, the Blood Mist is old and its strength is not as good as Munashi Ghost 7. At that time, Luhan will take the initiative to reveal the trace again, revealing the name of Hengwang, and Kurigakure will definitely search for him like crazy. New hatred and old hatred count together. The pressure will all come to Luhan. At that time, as long as Tsunade was alive, she would be able to escape from the southwest mountains, and it would be smooth, not only for her, but also for Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and others. Luhan wanted to make himself the focus to give others a better chance of survival. This is a great way to save lives. However, in fact, Luhan doesn't think he will lose to Munashi Ghost 7. Luhan is not Luhan who was in the Land of Water. He already has stronger strength and has more comprehensive abilities than Munashi Ghost 7. Not as experienced as Munashi Oni 7. If it was just the two of them, Luhan would be very willing to fight Munashi Ghost Ki. But that's not the case now. Not only Munashi Onishi, but also the new owner of the Double Sword Flounder, and more than 24 Kurigakure ninjas. There were only 10 people on Luhan's side, but it could be counted as 9 people. Hyuga Zhaoyang couldn't fight. Thinking about it, Luhan turned his head and swept towards Genkiren. Their strength is the key, they are strong enough. This battle can be fought. Ask you a question. Luhan looked at the root ninja codenamed Zero Snake. With the strength of the 7 of you, may you have beaten Jiraiya. Luhan needs a comparison. It is easiest to compare with his own people. Jiraiya's strength is not a secret. Can kill. Zero Snake responded coldly, paused and said, but we will also have casualties. How many casualties? About half. Understood. Luhan nodded, having a general understanding of Genchiren's strength. They should all be elite Jonin, or the average strength can reach elite Jonin, and since it is only half of the loss to kill Jiraiya, according to the style of the root ninja, they may need to take suicidal attacks to kill Jiraiya, in exchange for life. This kind of strength is enough. Is impossible for Luhan to let Genkiren face the Munashi Ghost 7 whose strength is similar to Jiraiya. If they are to kill other people, as Munashi Ghost 7, it is impossible for him to bring the elite Jonin, and it is estimated that the Mizukage if you fight in person, you will have this configuration around you. Kinglin obeys. Luhan said suddenly, and he made a decision. Sir. Might Dai bowed his head respectfully. Blue was his Anbu code. I order you to go with Hyuga Zhaoyang, and immediately go to the hideout where we stayed last night. Luhan ordered repeatedly, if I can't return before dark, you will escort Hyuga Zhaoyang to evacuate. Yes, my lord. Might Dai took the lead first, then lowered his voice and said urgently, Lord Hengwang, do you want to? Vengeance. Luhan looked to the north. Vengeance for the ninjas that Konoha broke in this mountain range. Vengeance for the captured Heian-sama. Today, either Munashi Ghost 7 will die, or I will die. Luhan has already figured it out, battle. He believed that Might Dai could take good care of Hyuga Zhaoyang. Hyuga Zhaoyang had Byakugan, and it would be easy to escape. At this time, Might Dai, who had been able to barely open 6 gates of the 8 inner gates, would be in the situation of opening 5 gates. In a short period of time, he has a speed that cannot catch up with the speed-type blinking technique. He cooperates with Hyuga Zhaoyang, a reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, and a run at a critical moment. It is not a problem to leave the southwest mountains. Might Dai's mission experience and mission thinking are not good, but Hyuga Zhaoyang is different. As Hyuga Heiang's guard, Hyuga Zhaoyang's ability is first class in the entire Hyuga family. My lord, this, you, Might Dai yelled urgently. Lord Hengwang. Hyuga Zhaoyang's whole body was shaken, and he looked at Luhan with wide eyes, he's the patriarch. He's not dead. Well, I was just captured. Luhan responded and glanced at Might Dai again. You don't need to say more, follow my orders. Looking at Jen Kiran again, let's go. Call, call, call. Luhan and Jen Kiran disappeared under the tree. Might Dai half opened his mouth, blinked blankly, and finally sighed. Lord Hengguang likes to die, Might Dai knows it. The breeze caressed, and the fallen leaves fluttered in the forest, but it couldn't blow away the sultry heat. It is the country of the vortex in the midsummer that the temperature is extremely high. Even in the forest, it is difficult to feel cool during the day. Call. On the blue stone in the forest, a figure suddenly appeared. This tall and thin middle-aged man was carrying an exaggerated sword. His expression was indifferent, and his whole body was filled with a cold breath. Ghost 7. Call, 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 call. More than 20 figures appeared nearby. Some of them also stood on the blue stone, standing beside Munashi Ghost 7. Others gathered around the blue stone, and some were standing on the trees. Sir, go another 120 kilometers to the south, and you will arrive at the search area in charge of Mr. Zhongheim. Beside Munashi Onishi, a white-faced middle-aged ninja of about 35 years old said. He was looking at the map. Didn't you tell her to go south again? Munashi Kijichi frowned. His eyes swept to the white-faced ninja. Yes, I told her. White-faced ninja Lean explained, but Mr. Zhongheim seems to have obtained some information, so she insists on searching there and refuses to change the search area. Humph. Munashi Guichi snorted coldly, and the corners of his mouth evoked a contemptuous arc. He knew that Zhongheim wanted to be greedy for power and not let go of any clues. It was not wrong to do so, but it was a waste of time to care too much about some small issues. It's foggy, and it's very sudden. Thick white mist gushed out from the dense forest in the south, and quickly approached Munashi Kiichi and the others. Alert! Munashi Guichi suddenly shouted in a low voice. The fog came very fast, and before Munashi's voice fell, more than 20 people in Kurigakure were already shrouded. Chapter 0270-I. Konoha, cold light. It's ninjutsu. Be careful. The thick fog has completely shrouded the surrounding area, and Munashi Guichi's low drink resounded in the fog, followed by strong chakra fluctuations, and the wind blew up. Futon, wind style. Munashi Guichi launched a ninjutsu, and blew several small air currents around, and the small air currents spread rapidly, and the strong wind blew away a lot of thick fog. But when the wind dissipated, the fog surged again, and soon again they folded into one piece and enveloped Munashi and the others. Is it a modification of the Kurigakure technique? Who is it? Didn't feel the chakra fluctuations. Spread first. There was a loud noise in the thick fog. Munashi Guichi frowned tightly, still standing on the bluestone, highly vigilant. Suddenly, his pupils searched fiercely, and the bright Yuhi color quickly approached him. He jumped up in an instant, and at the same time issued a shrill cry. Hide. Get out of the thick fog. The technique of blood mist. It is the technique of blood mist. Who is it? Who else knows the technique of blood mist? Munashi Guichi roared inwardly. Boom. Rumble rumble. The blood color erupted into flames, and the roar of thunder shook the mountains and forests. The dazzling fire devoured at least 100 meters in a radius. The terrifying high temperature destroyed the trees and melted the soil and sand. Everything came suddenly. Looking down from the sky, this piece has become a sea of fire. At the same time as the flames erupted, in the fog-shrouded area, more than 10 different chakra fluctuations appeared almost indiscriminately. The one who followed Munashi on the mission together, the weakest one was Jonin. They are not easily killed. The water waves rushed up in the flames and were evaporated by the flames. Munashi Guichi, who had jumped to a height of 100 meters, looked frightened and angry. He avoided the flames, but he was also afraid after bursts. His eyes were fixed on the bottom. Suddenly turned around, turned into a white smoke, and disappeared into the air. The explosion of the flame lasted for more than 10 seconds. All the fog was evaporated, the flame also dissipated because the supply of chakra was lost, and the ninjutsu flame disappeared, but the flame spread to the edge of the range, and some big trees were ignited. There is still an open flame. There are open flames around the edges, and within this circle of open flames, there is an extra open space, clean, including stones, everything is burned to ashes. The power of S-class forbidden technique. Really scary. In fact, this is not the real burning power of the blood mist technique. You must know that even the sea-level Kaiden, fire-style, ninjutsu grand fireball can easily melt the rock and burn the ground into a big pit. The blood mist technique is even more powerful. It can be done easily, and the blood mist technique that was just displayed did not erupt with a burning power stronger than that of the grand fireball, but only spread to a larger area. The real blood mist technique is a technique of mass attack, but it can attack a range of 20 or 30 meters around the caster at most. The higher the density of the blood-colored mist, the greater the power of the explosion. And Luhan used the white fog as a medium to make the blood fog spread out in a wider range, and the attack range was wider. Technique in this situation is very difficult to kill powerful ninjas, and even Jonin can save his life by reacting in time, not to mention the elite Jonin, or Munashi Ghost 7, but Luhan still did it, this way using the blood fog technique, he just wanted to clean up the mobs. Call. In the scorching open space, a thin figure wearing a black robe and a mask appeared out of thin air, holding the sword of astonishment, his indifferent eyes swept around, and the violent chakra continued to rise on him. Luhan took the initiative to show up. Whoa! Meters in front of Luhan, a tall and thin figure appeared together with the rising white smoke. It was Munashi Ghost 7. Munashi Guichi stared at Luhan, with anger and doubt in his eyes, which filled the coldness even more. Click. Bang. Whoa. There were 3 ground cracks around the open space, and all of them were Kurigaku ninjas bursting out of the ground. At the same time, in the forest on the north and south sides, there were also Kurigaku ninjas rushing out. A total of 24 Kurigaku ninjas appeared in the scorching open space one after another, forming a large encirclement surrounded Luhan in the middle. There are only 24 people left. The blood fog technique just broke out, killing only 3 people, 3 Jonin. But, it also left 6 Kurigaku Jonin seriously injured, 8 Kurigaku Jonin slightly injured, and 1 elite Jonin also slightly injured. Luhan's emotionless eyes slowly glanced around, and his eyes paused on the white-faced middle-aged ninja who appeared next to Munashi Guichi. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, level 50 white-silver boss, Ghost Lantern Dongying. Double knife and flounder. It can be seen that this guy's previous status is far inferior to that of Ma Ankang. Although he is slightly stronger than Ma Ankang, he is already in his 30s and has little growth potential. Total of 24 ninjas. Munashi Ghost 7 and Ghost Lantern Dongying are both super elites, and there are also 5 elite Jonins, followed by all Jonins. Who are you? Why do you use the blood fog technique? Munashi Guichi stared at Luhan. His voice was cold, he had already taken down the beheading sword hanging behind his back, and the horizontal sword was in front of him. You should know me, although we haven't officially met before. Luhan said indifferently. Answer my question. Don't be pretentious. Munashi shouted angrily. Kurigaku ninjas surrounding them all moved their positions at short distances. They were changing, and the optimal surrounding formation was taking shape. Ha 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 ha. Luhan laughed wildly, as if he had encountered something very interesting. Ha ha ha. Well, it seems that you don't recognize who I am. I tell you. Listen. Stand firm. Don't be frightened. Luhan pretended to be crazy, laughing. The voice gradually subsided, staring at Munashi Guichi's eyes. Me. Konoha. Cold light. What? Cold light. Cold light. A cry of exclamation, and even Munashi Guichi was shocked. Hangguang. Good. Munashi gnashed Kiba's teeth in 7 instants. Looks like you've come to court death for a few days. Humph. It's not certain who will die. Lu Leng sneered. Kill him for me. Munashi shouted. Do it. Chapter 0271_dead again. At the moment Munashi Oni gave the order, all the Kurigakure ninjas moved. Including Munashi Guichi himself, but Luhan didn't move. It was also at this moment that 7 chakra fluctuations appeared around at the same time, and 7 icy figures rushed into the open space. Cut. Poochie, poochie. The blood splashes, the blood spreads. Gorgeous beheading. Genchi Ren did not miss. Luhan, who took the initiative to expose, created an excellent opportunity for them to attack. They are all elite Jonin. More importantly, they attacked wounded Kurigakure ninjas. Under various factors, if they miss again, they will not be considered killing machines. What? Munashi Guichi's face changed greatly, the steps he just raised stopped again, and he turned his head to look around. Everything happened so fast that Munashi didn't have time to think. The moment Munashi Guichi turned his head, Luhan moved. Shadow flash. Body like a ghost, Luhan appeared like the wind in front of the ghost lamp Dongying, and the sword of Jinghong slashed in anger. Ghost lantern Dongying reacts very fast. The 2 knives staggered out, blocking the blade of Jinghong. Before it could be stopped, Luhan disappeared again in front of ghost lamp Dongying, and appeared behind ghost lamp Dongying in an instant, and fired again. Looking for death, ghost lamp Dongying shouted. His figure was illusory for a moment. Luhan's knife slashed in the air. Ghost lamp Dongying moved 3 feet away. Some kind of instant body technique. After he completed the instant body, he opened his mouth and spat out water and charged towards Luhan. The instant body technique has been used up. I don't believe you can dodge twice in a row. Thoughts flashed through Luhan's mind like lightning. At the same time, a figure rushed to the side of ghost lantern Dongying, and the beheading sword made a thunderous whistling sound and swept towards Luhan's neck. Munashi Oni 7 has arrived. He was just shocked by the sudden appearance of Genchi Ren, and after a short delay, he had already reacted. In his opinion, no amount of loss is worth it, even if everyone else is dead, as long as he can kill Han Guang, it is a great credit. So instead of attacking Genchi Ren, he joined Luhan and Ghost Lamp Dongying's battle instead. The terrifying water flow hit Luhan. On the other side, the knife shines like electricity. God is helping me, it's really. Luhan sighed in his heart, and he twisted his wrist, and the blade of astonishment stabbed in front of him. At this moment, the extremely ferocious chakra fluctuations emanated from the blade of Jinghong, and the blue lightning ball appeared, which swelled extremely hugely in an instant, and the net-shaped lightning swept away first. Hide. Damn. Ghost Lantern Dongying and Munashi Oni 7 screamed piercingly at almost the same time. Jinghong peerless. The violent thunder and lightning broke out completely, and the huge thunderball charged forward with the atmosphere of destroying the sky and the earth. At this moment, time seemed to stop, and the thunderlight that was so bright as the ultimate brought darkness instead, so that people could not see anything. There was no sound, even, as if all 5 senses were blocked. Boom, rumble boom. Jinghong Peerless rushed forward 500 meters. Destroyed the forest directly out of a straight passage. Immediately, the thunderball exploded. Thunder during the day. Trees dozens of meters high were destroyed in the impact of lightning, torn into pieces, and burned to ashes. Compared with the time when Luhan released Jinghong Peerless at sea, the Jinghong Peerless release this time seems to be much worse in terms of attack distance and power, but it is not the case. The forest environment is completely different from the marine environment. Without the slightest obstacle, the power of Jinghong Peerless will be reflected to the greatest extent, and in this forest, many obstacles will consume the power of this blow, so it appears to be much less powerful. More than 10 pieces of falling objects swirled in the air, turned into streamers, and flew into Luhan's body. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Ghost Lantern Dongying, die. Dead without a corpse. The country of Vortex, in the deepest part of the southwest mountain range, in the depression between the 2 peaks, Kurigakure is stationed at the base camp of the army of the country of Vortex. This is a camp built according to the terrain of the mountain. Many barracks are built on trees, and some are also built on the mountain walls. Many caves have also been excavated in the mountains on both sides. In the core area of the camp, there are several rock piles. Up tower. It was daytime. Looking down from the sky, you could see a large number of Kurigakure ninjas coming and going in the camp, rushing about. There is also a parade of Asuka ninjas in the sky. There are countless bright and dark posts in this camp, which can be said to be heavily guarded. The dimly lit room was silent. Boiling Rain sits cross-legged on the futon under the window, silently. He always does this. He is used to thinking alone, accustomed to researching and developing secret techniques and forbidden techniques by himself. In Kurigakure, he is a well-deserved outlier, but has a very high prestige. Boiling Yu suddenly opened his eyes. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. He died again. Dead again. He feels it. Knife Flounder is dead again. Since the last time the people of Ringo and Ma Ankang died in the Beihai of the Land of Water, Boiling Yu looked for an opportunity and successively added a special curse to the 7 special ninja swords. The 7 members of the Mist Ninja Sword were able to channel their respective ninja swords and established a contract with the ninja sword of their respective masters, so as long as they died, the contractual connection would be broken. The curse imprinted by Boiling Rain can sense whether the contract connection on the ninja knife exists. If the connection is broken, it means that the owner of the knife is dead. Spiritual. Evil chakra waves rippled in the room, and immediately, the double Knife Flounder appeared in front of Boiling Yu out of thin air. Boiling Yu took the double Knife Flounder into his hand, and chakra probed into it while squinting to observe. Thunder. Raiden Thunder-style chakra, yet to disperse, was attacked by Raiden Thunder-style ninjutsu. After death, these 2 knives also carry Raiden Thunder-style chakras that are not scattered. So similar. So. Is it you? Boiling Yu stood up suddenly. A savage expression flashed across his face, and a frantic killing intent flashed in his eyes. Cold light. It's you. Call. Boiling Rain disappeared into the room. Shortly after. In the northern forest of the Kurigakure camp, the gray-robed figure ran fast, heading straight for the search area that Munashi Guichi and Gillen Dongying were in charge of. Chapter 0272_Terror exists. In the forest. With the death of Ghost Lantern Dongying, Lu Han's hanging heart finally calmed down. Lu Han just wanted to use Jinghong Peerless first to kill the Ghost Lamp Dongying. Ghost Lantern Dongying's instant body instant technique was consumed by Lu Hengxian. He was not stronger than the original Ringo Rahei, but he was more vigilant than the Ringo Rahei at that time, but he could not escape death in the end. This was a strategy that Lu Han had thought of before. The 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist had to kill one first, otherwise there would be no chance of winning this battle. He succeeded. And Munashi Ghost 7, but escaped Jinghong Peerless attack. The pungent, anxious breath wafted in the wind. The thunderball that erupted 500 meters away created a huge pit in the forest. When the dazzling light dissipated, the forest that was first burned and then struck by lightning was devastated. Lu Han stood on a tree that fell across the forest, his eyes swept forward. Everyone chose to avoid the moment the thunderball exploded, trying to stay away from the location where the thunderball exploded, so everyone's position changed at this time. There are several more Jonin corpses on the ground, and they were all killed by lightning. Was too chaotic just now. The Kurigakure ninjas had taken the initiative, but the formation was in chaos due to Gen Chinan's sudden attack. Then Lu Han released Jinghong Peerless. Mesh lightning strikes to death. People are fragile, and no matter how powerful a ninja is, it is impossible to resist the attack of chakra lightning without defense. Not to mention, the few Jonins who were killed by lightning have been burned by the technique of blood mist before. Injury. Not counting Munashi Ghost 7, there are still 12 people left. 5 of them are elite Jonin, they. Not necessarily stronger than Genbu 7 endurance. Lu Han glanced around and thought to himself. The 27 Kurigakure ninjas, the weakest was Jonin, who had already been killed by Lu Han in a very short period of time. Terrible record. But this is not Lu Han's true strength. He is not so strong. If the blood mist technique is used by others, it can kill people, but it will also hurt himself. Lu Han is a subversive and doesn't care. It can't be regarded as the strength of a ninja. However, Luhan doesn't care about the way to win the battle, he wants to win. Just win. Enough. Munashi Ghost 7, who escaped the Jinghong Peerless attack, appeared on a tree 200 meters away. He didn't seem to be injured, but he was a little embarrassed, and his clothes had been torn apart. This guy. Damn. Bastard. Munashi Guichi looked at Luhan from afar, his face full of anger, but fear filled his heart. So close. Really dangerous. Almost didn't dodge the Thunderball's attack. The ruined forest, 12 Kurigakure ninjas are still alive, some standing on rubble piles, some standing high in trees, and others squatting on fallen trees. On the body, they did not get together, but they all turned their attention to Luhan in unison. Frightened. Be afraid. Anger. Hate. All kinds of eyes, all kinds of expressions, reflecting their inner restlessness. This is the cold light. Konoha cold light. In the Kurigakure Jonin, it is said that he was only 2 or 3 years old. Call, 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 call. 7 whirlwinds rolled up behind Luhan. General Kirin showed up, and they were not injured because Luhan had told them the plan before, and they knew that unless Luhan made a mistake, they would not make a mistake. The wind caressed, rolled the fallen leaves, and swept through the forest with a strong bloody smell and a pungent scorching aura. 8 ninjas wearing black robes and masks gathered together, the same eyes, the same breath, the hem of their clothes trembled in the wind. A murderous aura, bloody knife, destroyed forest. They all speak of their terrifying and trembling power. This is Konoha Anbu. There was an eerie silence in the ruined forest. Neither of the two sides immediately took the initiative to attack each other. Are waiting for orders. Luhan's order. Munashi Ghost 7's order. Whoa. Luhan suddenly moved. With a flick of his wrist, the blade of astonishment disappeared out of thin air, and then he pulled his arm horizontally, and the exaggerated sickle was pulled out of the sky by him, and it lay in front of him. Tisk tisk, what are you talking about? I'm here to court death today, right? Luhan sneered mercilessly. His weird tone was particularly harsh in this silent forest. Hangguang, today is your day of death. Give it to me. Munashi was so angry that he raised his hand to give an order. Ha 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 ha. Luhan's wild laughter interrupted Munashi Ghost 7's voice. Ha ha ha. Why didn't we change places? Munashi Ghost 7, today you and I are the only ones who can leave here alive. Ha 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 ha. With the frantic laughter, Luhan disappeared on the crossbar with one hand, and the laughter appeared in the distant forest. Munashi Guichi suddenly turned his head to look west, his eyes narrowed, and suddenly turned into a glimpse, chasing the direction Luhan left. The two left one after another, getting further and further away from the ruined forest, and soon, people could no longer feel the breath. There was an eerie silence in the ruined forest. Kurigakure 12 ninjas looked at each other, and they all looked at Gen 7 ninjas. In General Chiren, Zero Snake has slowly raised the knife, his eyes swept coldly, and he said in a low voice, according to the previous order of Lord Hangguang, don't leave alive. Kill. ... Dense forests and rolling hills. Away from the previous battlefield, the air gradually became fresh, and the sultry feeling struck again. Luhan moved several times in a row, then turned into a rush, and ran for dozens of kilometers in one breath. He wanted to stay away from the previous battlefield. Luhan did what he had to do, and he also let out the strongest Munashi Ghost 7. If the Genbu 7 ninjas still die there, then their lives. Chirp. A crisp cry suddenly sounded high in the sky, and Luhan, who was running wildly, suddenly looked up, and the altitude above was 1,000 meters. It was Fino. Luhan stopped abruptly, turned around quickly, and pulled away to prepare for battle. Call. A gust of wind came. Munashi Ghost 7 arrived, standing on a tree branch 30 meters away from Luhan. Humph. It won't take long before a large army reaches this area. Munashi Guichi looked at Luhan and grinned, you're dead. Chapter 0273 _ Luhan vs Munashi Ghost 7. Don't talk too much, otherwise it will be even more ugly to die. Luhan said lightly, giving Munashi Guichi a contemptuous look. Don't worry, I will definitely make you die ugly. Arrogant. Arrogant. Oh, you didn't force me out. Every time I meet you, you always look like you will kill me, aren't you annoying? Humph. Munashi Guichi suddenly laughed, as if he had remembered something good, and looked at Luhan with a colder expression. According to the last information, you should be just 12 or 13 years old, right? 13. It's okay to tell you, you're dying anyway. Ha, 13 years old, 13 years old. Munashi Guichi sneered, with a frenzy on his face, as long as you die. If you want me to kill you, I can sit on Captain Anbu's seat. Location. Ha ha ha, maybe I'll be a Mizukage in the future. Where did your confidence come from? You guessed it. I'm guessing, you're 80% mentally ill. Ha ha ha, Kiba's sharp-mouthed kid. There's time for you to beg for mercy. Luhan and Munashi talked for a while, but no one made the first move. Both have reasons. Luhan is waiting for his chakra to recover automatically. He used the S-level forbidden technique before, which consumes a lot of chakra, and he doesn't have many big blue bottles, so he has a chance to recover automatically, which is naturally excellent. And Munashi Ghost 7. Luhan knew that this guy was delaying the time. Fino just noticed the situation around here and had already gone back to report. Fino will notify the Kurigakure army to come, so the longer it drags on, the better for Munashi Ghost 7, the more beneficial. Come on, Munashi Guichi sang. It's time for life and death. Luhan raised his knife and gave Munashi Guichi a provocative look. Please. Munashi Kiichi raised his beheading sword. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The air seems to freeze. A sense of chill spreads. Boom, boom. At the same time, a deep pit burst out under the feet of the two, and at the same time, the two, who were like tigers and leopards, got close in an instant, and started the duel of swordsmanship first. There was a sound of dang dang dang, and the airflow generated by the collision of the knife and the knife swept around, forming bursts of whistling. The weapons of the two are very large. The blade of Kurigakure is very similar to the beheading sword in terms of quality, but the special effects are different. Little devil, the knife is not bad. What a lot of nonsense. Boom. Luhan suddenly slammed the knife, and directly pushed Munashi Guichi out, and then flicked his left hand, and more than 10 kunwu shot out, shooting at Munashi Guichi. Munashi Guichi didn't dodge or dodge, he just waved his big sword, caught the advantage of the wide blade, and knocked out all the kunai with one sword. Kaden fire style, great fireball jutsu. Luhan, who threw the knife into the sky, quickly completed the hand seal. Wu tilde rumble rumble. The huge grand fireball with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blown out by Luhan and charged towards Munashi Oni 7. This is. Munashi was shocked. He didn't know the grand fireball hand seal, and he had never seen a similar art. Such a highly condensed and hot flame attack, a slight scratch on the body can kill people. Sweden water style, big flood. Munashi Kiichi, who quickly retreated backwards, completed the hand seal and spit out a huge amount of water. It was an A-level Sweden water style. The water Jinchuriki column transformed into a dragon, and slammed into the LV9 Ultimate Grand Fireball. The Grand Fireball burst open, but was extinguished by the surging water, and the white mist rose, obscuring the forest. Kurigakure that he had thrown into the sky first. Boom. Munashi Guichi bent his knees and jumped straight towards Luhan like a cannonball. Luhan's eyes flashed down when he looked down. Kai, 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 Kai. Another kunai shot at Munashi Kiichi. Munashi Ghost 7 was not affected in the slightest. With just one swing of the knife, all the kunai were thrown away, and at this moment, Luhan disappeared into the air, and appeared in front of Munashi Ghost 7 in an instant. Hit out. Strategy. The tactics Luhan used against Uchiha Baiyi. Take advantage of Shadow Flash Second Dan to find a chance to kill Munashi Oni. Just in the process of running away from the ruined forest, Luhan had already recast the second stage of Shadow Flash on his arm. Humph! With a sarcastic hum, Luhan's Rasengan had already been launched, and at this moment, Munashi Guichi suddenly disappeared in front of Luhan, and then appeared again, but there were 9. Luhan was in the air, and 9 Munashi Ghost 7 appeared around him at the same time. They were exactly the same. Have the same breath, the same equipment, the same weapons. But there is no doubt that only one is true. Fuck! Luhan was suddenly startled. Rasengan had already slammed into Munashi Guichi in front of him, knocking him into a cloud of white smoke. 8 Munashi Ghost 7 left. 8 beheading knives slashed at Luhan at the same time, almost blocking the possibility of Luhan dodging. Luhan couldn't tell which one was the real one for a while, and the Shadow Flash technique was a speed-type blinking technique. There must be enough space for Luhan to escape with the second stage of Shadow Flash. But not at this time. Luhan never thought that he would be so easily forced into a desperate situation by Munashi Ghost 7. This may not be considered a real desperate situation, because only one Munashi Ghost 7 is real, the others are fake. Luhan only needs to choose. By the way, you can directly break through. But it's by luck. Good luck escaping. Bad luck, but will be cut by Munashi Ghost 7-1. There is no doubt that the sharpness of the beheading knife is enough to cut off Luhan's steel-like bones. A close call. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, Dance of the Golden Amber. Chi-chi. Luhan turned into a huge hedgehog in an instant, because there were too many thorns, too long. A 360-degree all-round attack without dead ends. Luhan has been using Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse, as his trump card, and this time, he is really forced to use Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. You belong to the Kagaya clan. Munashi Onishi exclaimed. The 7 clones had been pierced by the bone spur and exploded into white smoke. The real Munashi Ghost 7 also twisted his waist and slashed at the bone spur, using his strength to stay away from Luhan. Naturally, Luhan couldn't answer Munashi Ghost 7's question. Cadent Fire Style, Demon Flame Art. Chapter 0274 Munashi Ghost 7's Stunts. Ghost Flame Technique. Master Luhan has been using this technique for more than half a year. Although it is only AB level ninjutsu, the attack speed is as fast as lightning, and the flame temperature is extremely high. At first, Luhan was almost killed by Shimura's Ghost Flame technique, but now, Luhan's hand seal is much faster than the original Shimura fire storage, and it only takes half a second to complete the hand seal. LV9 Ultimate Ghost Flame Technique. Although there is no growth potential, its power has already surpassed that in A-level ninjutsu, and its power belongs to the top LV1 Great Fire Destruction. Faster than Great Fire Destruction. Call. The curtain-like dark Yuhi-colored flames rushed towards Munashi Ghost 7, as if a ghost were coming. This kind of powerful attack ninjutsu. Humph. Munashi Oni Nane hummed and whispered. The attack of the ghost flame jutsu had already reached him, but he saw his whole body burst into a hemorrhagic mist and suddenly disappeared into the air. Shout rumble. The ghost flame technique hit the forest, destroying a small piece of the forest, causing bursts of roars. In the mountains, a lot of trees have been destroyed because of the previous collision between the LV9 Ultimate Grand Fireball and the Munashi Oni 7A level ninjutsu, and there is a small lake in the forest. Luhan handed the blade of Kurigakure and fell on the lake. The lake, a little blood mist erupted first, and then, Munashi Ghost 7 appeared out of thin air. He was covered in blood and stared at Luhan with a black face, but it didn't look like he was seriously injured. This guy, really decisive. Is it some kind of space-like telekinesis that can be performed even in unstable space? It needs to be at the cost of injury. Luhan was touched. Munashi Guichi did not choose to use the spell to confront the ghost flame technique, but chose to avoid it. It has to be said that it is a very wise and unique choice. The ghost flame technique is too fast and the flame temperature is extremely high. When they collide, an explosion will inevitably sweep across a huge area, and the Munashi Ghost 7 will bear the brunt. That case, Munashi Onichi may still be injured, but he may not be injured, but one thing is certain, that is, he needs to consume a lot of chakra before he can perform the art of fighting ghost flames. Therefore, he chose to avoid it, and would rather suffer minor injuries than gamble. More importantly, the chakra is left. This is the fighting style of Munashi Oni 7. For other people, it is really difficult to have the courage to take the initiative to be injured when it is not in a desperate situation. Are you from the Kagaya clan? Munashi Guichi asked again, his voice much lower. He bowed his waist with one foot behind him, holding the beheading sword diagonally, exuding a fierce aura all over his body. Guess what? Luhan replied quickly, then disappeared into the lake. Shadow flashed too. Luhan blinked and appeared in front of Munashi Ghost 7, galloping and jumping, slashing horizontally with his side. Munashi Guichi raised his sword to block each other. The two swords collided vigorously several times in a row. Munashi Guichi suddenly retreated, and with a flick of his hand, it was a kunai that prevented Luhan from chasing, and jumped back again, completely away from Luhan. Are you afraid? Luhan mocked. Since you have Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, it's very difficult for me to beat you in melee combat, so. Munashi Guinan thought clearly and said. He quickly raised his hand and hung the beheading sword behind his back, then put his hands together and lowered his head. He shouted, "Suffer to death." Futon, wind style, blade of the fallen. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged behind Munashi Ghost 7, and all the surging wind rushed towards Luhan. During the blowing process, the wind condensed into a slap-sized wind blade, overwhelming the sky and covering the ground, and there were countless wind blades. Ching! Like knives, stabbing at Luhan. Some wind blades rubbed against the stones on the ground during the movement, and directly shattered the stones. Futon, wind style, is suitable to be used in conjunction with taijutsu, most of which are close combat techniques, while a few futon, wind style, ninjutsu can be used to attack from a distance, and the speed is outrageous. Kaden, fire style, fire dragon fire bomb. Luhan completed the hand seal in an instant, which is the powerful attack ninjutsu he is most familiar with. LV9 Ultimate Fire Dragon Fire Bullet. The power surpasses ordinary A-level attack ninjutsu. Whoosh! Wind blades, the power of a single unit was not strong, and the energy was scattered. Smash all the wind blades that you are heading towards, and go straight to Munashi Oni 7. The firelight blocked Luhan's sight. But Luhan could feel that Munashi Ghost 7 disappeared in that direction, his breath suddenly disappeared, and immediately. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Luhan. The blood-covered Munashi Ghost 7 appeared 20 meters behind Luhan. This was an absolutely safe distance for Munashi Ghost 7. Even if Luhan used Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, he was able to escape completely. Sweden, water style, prison of the mist lock. Munashi Ghost 7 blew out white mist, like white smoke from the mouth, extremely large. These white mists seemed to be alive. When Luhan felt the crisis, the white mist had already appeared, and it rushed to Luhan in an instant, trying to swallow Luhan. What is this technique? Why does it make me feel scared? Luhan, who has experienced countless life and death killings, has a strong sixth sense. He felt the horror of this technique, and jumped out in an instant, trying to avoid the white fog. While waving the blade of Kurigakure, trying to absorb the white mist. But, this kind of special ninjutsu white mist, the blade of Kurigakure can't absorb it at all. The white fog was surging too fast, and Luhan didn't dodge in time. The moment he was enveloped in the white fog, Luhan felt a stagnant feeling, as if his body was suddenly pressed against a mountain. It made Luhan feel exhausted and heavy. The frost-white chains, looming in the white mist, had already pulled Luhan's hands and feet. Luhan can still move, because the chain is not real, it is just a manifestation of the power of ninjutsu. The prison of fog can only put pressure on the target, limit the target's use of the instant body, and slow down the target's movement speed. No lethality. Luhan struggled in the white fog and tried hand seal to break the restrictions of the fog lock. Die! Die! I don't think you will die this time. I really don't want to waste time with you, let you see this trick. I've been practicing hard for 30 years to master the stunt, you should be content. Munashi Guichi grinned muttering. The right hand suddenly moved forward, the left hand grabbed the right wrist, and the whole body suddenly burst into blue energy. Secret Art Green Hand. Chapter 0275_Blue Hand vs Mie Rashomon. Munashi Onigiri's unique S-rank secret technique, Blue Hand. He is not impatient, but he doesn't want to fight with Lu Han. He knows how evil and strange Han Guang is. It's too late to change. At the moment when he used the secret technique, his right hand swelled and became larger, and the skin turned blue. In just one breath, his hand turned into a monster-like claws, more than 1 meter long, covered with horny. It's not that his hand really got bigger, that's chakra, the chakra of the changing shape forms the claws, and his real palm is inside. He wants to kill me. He first restricts my ability to move, and wants to kill me. Does it take 30 years to become a master's stunt? Lu Han was shocked, he couldn't escape, he couldn't hide, at most. Only can use defensive ninjutsu. He is still able to move, and if he only moves his fingers, the impact will be huge. With the strange force on his arms, Lu Han made a decisive decision, suddenly folded his hands together, and quickly changed his gestures. You can't prevent it. Die. Munashi Ghost 7 roared hysterically. At this moment, he waved his arms and threw his green hand out. The green hand stretched forward at a high speed, and at the same time it was still expanding. This scene looked a little disgusting, like a Munashi ghost. Chi's arm became longer and thicker, turning blue and black, and even scales grew on it. Kai! Whoops! The sharp claws rubbed against the air to create flames, as if to tear the space apart. This was both a physical attack and a ninjutsu attack. Qingsho stabbed forward at an extremely terrifying speed and went straight to Lu Han. Death is so close to Lu Han. The power of this blow seems to be able to destroy a small mountain. And in this moment, Lu Han completed the hand seal of defensive ninjutsu. Because the seal is not complicated, it only changes gestures 5 times in total. However, this is a technique that Lu Han has never used publicly. It is a technique that requires a large amount of chakra to perform. A life-saving defensive ninjutsu that is only used during confrontation. The second forbidden technique given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lu Han relied on the forbidden technique which took half a month of retreat with the golden potion. Super A-level defensive ninjutsu developed by the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, known as the God of Ninja World. Psychic Triple Rashomon. Boom, 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 boom. Yuhi, green and blue. 3 gates with a grimace pattern up to hundreds of meters rushed out of the ground in an instant. It directly collided with the green hand that was charging forward. The first Yuhi door, which was completely hard defense, was directly smashed by the green hand, and the green hand hit the second green door, which was full of green doors. Cracked, and the green hand shattered. Ah, damn it! Munashi Guichi screamed in agony. Is very similar to Rasengan in some aspects. They are both forbidden techniques. If Rasengan doesn't play well, he will blow himself up, and so is Qingsho. In the collision with the triple Rashomon, Qingsho broke the first door, but exploded and shattered in front of the second door. Even with the flesh and blood that directly blew Munashi Guichi's entire right arm, the flesh and blood were rolled over, and the bones and tendons were exposed. Rashomon. Damn it. Rashomon of the first Hokage. Ah, why do you do this? Munashi, the Ghost 7, retreated, screaming in pain and scolding, already thinking of retreating. If he knew that the cold light would meet Rashomon, he would never use the green hand, which is the defensive stunt of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Nearly 40 years old, the well-informed Munashi Kiichi naturally knows its power. It's too late to regret. But he knew he could be saved. Although temporarily disabled, the powerful medical ninjutsu can theoretically heal any injury, but there is a premise that Munashi Onani has to get out of here alive. Whoosh! The Rashomon disappeared. When the triple Rashomon appeared earlier, the prison of the fog lock had already been swept away. The moment Luhan, who was not restrained at all, sprinted towards the Munashi Ghost 7, and lifted it at the same time. A finger. The art of water and iron cannons. Water spurted out from Luhan's fingertips and stabbed at Munashi Ghost 7. Even though Munashi Ghost 7 was seriously injured, he still reacted quickly. He instantly took out the beheading sword with his left hand, and blocked the water iron cannon with the wide blade. Attack. The water iron cannon was unable to pierce the beheading sword and did not hurt Munashi Oni 7, but Munashi Oni 7 flew out under the powerful force of the water iron cannon. Having lost an arm to maintain his balance, Munashi Kiichi, who flew backwards, had difficulty maintaining his balance in the air, and had to adjust his body posture. He was unable to hand seal. Cadent Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Luhan continued to rush forward, completed the hand seal again, and shut up with his knees bent. LV9 Ultimate Impatience Fire. Boom, 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 boom. Fireballs the size of grinding discs shot out continuously. The bombardment hit the ground again and again, blasting the ground into a big hole. Munashi Ghost 7 Crazy Dodge. The figure keeps flickering, disappearing, appearing, disappearing, appearing, constantly changing positions. He can still hide. Instantaneous instant body technique. Every time he blinked, blood mist would erupt all over his body. This forced blinking movement caused a very high load on his body. Luhan spit out all 21 fireballs, blowing up a mess within 100 meters, but he just missed Munashi Ghost 7. This guy is not ordinary tenacious. His right arm is disabled, and every time he blinks, he will aggravate the injury of his whole body. But he never stopped. He was hiding all the time, and he was able to dodge every time. Call. After Luhan finished the Fengxianwo attack, the blood mist scattered on the distant stone, and Munashi Ghost 7 appeared out of thin air. Hangguang. Today's revenge. I will definitely get it back. Munashi Guichi stared at Luhan and roared excitedly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. His arm was even more horrific, but he still held the beheading sword in his left hand. You think you can run away? Ha! Luhan smiled. Don't be afraid that I will perish with you, just chase after me. Munashi Guichi's voice was harsh, but what he said was Luching. To perish together, Luhan muttered, and looked at Munashi Guichi, who was in a state of disarray. His eyes suddenly changed. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan appeared at the same time. Secret Art, Shimoko's Illusion. Munashi's eyes froze for a moment, as if he had seen some kind of dream scene. Falling Leaves. Countless falling leaves. Chapter 0276_first kill the level 50 gold boss. The withered yellow leaves rustled and fell more densely than the torrential rain, and a sense of loneliness and desolation came to my mind. Munashi Guichi couldn't help but recall half of his life. When he was young, he was determined to be a hero in troubled times, and when he was young, he was determined to become a Mizukage. He grew up step by step. Highest, keep moving forward. What is all this for? Munashi Guichi doesn't know either. He just thinks that people can't be ordinary when they are alive, and they must have a distant goal and strive for it. Every time he goes through life and death, Munashi Oni will have a new understanding of his life, and this time, Munashi Oni feels lonely. Cold. Pucci. Munashi Ghost 7's consciousness stopped at this moment. The pain came and went quickly. The moment before he lost consciousness, the leaves disappeared in front of Munashi Ghost 7. Munashi Ghost 7 saw the thin figure wielding a sickle in front of him. I saw the blood yuhi that sputtered with the light of the sword. The blood yuhi quickly filled the world of Munashi Oni 7. Silence. In no sound, no sight, no breath, everything ends in this moment. ... Luhan sprinted to the front of Munashi Ghost 7, waved his arms vigorously, and slashed horizontally with the sickle. What a big head soaring into the sky. A large amount of blood spurted into the sky from the neck of the standing headless corpse. Golden light like fireworks erupted on the corpse. More than 30 pieces of falling objects spewed out like Izumi, turned into a streamer, and penetrated into Lu Han's body. Ding! Congratulations to Subversive 3665 for killing a level 50 gold boss. The elf's prompt sounded beside Lu Han's ears. The leader of the 7-member squad of the Ninja Blade of the Mist. Munashi Oni 7. Die. Damn it, forcing me to use all my cards. Lu Han stood bowed in front of Munashi Guichi, his face paled and panting violently. He couldn't help but cursed in a low voice. His chakra had bottomed out, and other techniques' consumption is second, mainly the triple Rashomon, which made Lu Han consume at least 60% of his chakra. With a thump, Munashi Ona's headless body knelt on the stone and rolled down. Huh! He let out a long sigh, and Lu Han, who was still waving his sword, slowly retracted his posture, but his mind was a little complicated. Munashi Guichi, an opponent, is really scary. If we compare the number of masters, Munashi Guichi can't compare with Lu Han, and even if he is stronger than Lu Han in terms of combat experience, reaction awareness, etc., but that advantage is not enough to make him win Lu Han. Munashi Guichi. The scary thing about him is that he is very decisive, understands what the trade-off is, and never hesitates. This has a lot to do with his life experience. The two didn't fight for a long time, but Munashi Guichi put Lu Han in a desperate situation twice. Lu Han used Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, and Rashomon successively to relieve the crisis. However, Munashi Guichi also made a mistake. In fact, it can't be regarded as a mistake. It can't be equal to anyone else. Hangguang turned out to be the defensive stunt of the Master Hokage Senju Hashirama. It was this misstep that caused Munashi Guichi to be in a desperate situation. His right arm was abolished and he couldn't hand seal, and his strength was more than 90% abolished. However, Lu Han didn't kill him easily, and even suffered the death of him. Threat. Lu Han didn't suspect that Munashi Guichi was lying, so he used 3 Tomo Sharingan to activate the illusion of Samek. Shimoko's illusion. This technique has a lot of flaws. The flaw is that this technique does not bring the target into a real illusion, but only deceives the opponent's eyes and blocks the target's perception of the outside world to a certain extent, but cannot bring the target's consciousness into the real illusion. Bring the target consciousness into the real illusion, and the target cannot control the body, because the instructions sent by his consciousness are also in the illusion. And Shamoke's illusion did not bring the target's consciousness into the illusion, but only deceived the opponent's eyes. In this case, the target's body can still move. To break the illusion of Samek, the goal only needs to turn around. Although this is difficult to do, because Shimoko's illusion will affect the target's mind and make the opponent dazed, but as long as it is done, avoiding Lu Han's eyes, Shimoko's illusion will be broken. If you meet someone with a very firm mind, the illusion of Samek is useless. If Munashi Ghost 7 is not injured, has no intention of retreating, and his mind is in chaos, Lu Han really can't guarantee that Shamoke's illusion will affect Munashi Ghost 7. The mountain of corpses and the sea of blood came over. However, there is no if. Munashi Ghost 7 finally died under Lu Han's sword. First kill the 50-level golden boss, okay. There should be an S-level technique. If it is recovered, at least 40 or 50 ingots, hey. Lu Han was full of joy, and immediately took out the big blue bottle, and even I drank 2 bottles. He didn't fully recover his chakra, but at least he had to recover some first. His chakra was really bottomed out. According to the rules, when his chakra was lower than 10%, the automatic recovery speed of chakra would be greatly slowed down. Chirp! A sharp cry suddenly sounded in the sky. Huh! Lu Han suddenly looked up. An altitude of 1,000 meters, a Kurigakure flying ninja was circling on a water-crossing eagle. Humph! Lu Hanyan went to Sharingan, looked at the sky with cold eyes, raised the bloody scythe in his hand and gestured, protesting. At the same time, he opened the small map and glanced at it. There was no one else within 10 kilometers. Let's get out of here quickly, Fino is really troublesome. Lu Han muttered, leaned over quickly, and then, stunned. The beheading sword is gone. Who is the psychic gone? Lu Han blinked his eyes and didn't have time to think. He put one hand on the headless corpse, deprived him 5 times in a row, failed 4 times, succeeded once, and got a bottle of spiritual medicine. The southwestern mountains of the country of vortexes, the southern mountains, and the dense forests. The figure in the gray robe stood under the big tree, and the sunlight through the leaves left Madara's light and shadow on him, which also made the blood on the beheading knife in his hand even more fresh. Yuhi. Guichi, he is also dead. Boiling Yu's voice became deeper and deeper, and suddenly he laughed again, ha ha ha. Hengguang, you are so evil, I will definitely kill you. I will definitely. Call. Boiling rain disappeared in this forest. Chapter 0277_green hand scroll price. The ruined forest was a mess, with a thick bloody smell. There were some corpses lying everywhere in the forest, most of them were incomplete. 5 root ninjas covered in blood stood in a row, all of them were cold and silent. In front of the 5 people, a root ninja wearing a black robe and a mask leaned against a stone, slumped on the ground, and clenched a bloody knife in his backhand. He is injured. And beside this wounded root ninja, there is a 7th root ninja. The black robe of this ninja has been torn into rags. Muddy water and blood are all over the place. Even the mask is cracked, can hear with the sound of his breathing. He gasped vigorously, but he didn't seem to be able to catch his breath. The fresh Yuhi color deposited in his abdomen had turned black. There was a lot of bleeding, and the injury was extremely serious. Chirp. Over this ruined forest, the Shuadu eagle was circling with Kurigakure flying ninja, surrounded by several slap-sized flying bird ninja beasts. The flying ninja named Ringo Duojin has been here for a long time. He is capable of fighting. Flying ninja has the air superiority, and the comprehensive combat power can be said to be extremely strong. But he didn't dare to fly down, didn't dare to join the battle, and watched as Kurigakure,'s Jonin and Elite Jonin were killed one by one. He witnessed with his own eyes how terrifying the 7 mysterious ninjas in black robes and masks were. When they are not moving, they are like harmless sculptures, and when they are fighting, they are madmen that make people chill from the bottom of their hearts. Time flies. Flying ninja is still hovering in the sky, and the information has been sent out by the intelligent Asuka ninja beast, and a large group of Kurigakure will come here. In the ruined forest, the root ninja didn't seem to know that a new danger was coming, and they still waited. According to the order of Lord Hengguang, when he arranged the plan before, they still need to wait here for 13 minutes. After 13 minutes, if Lord Hengguang has not returned, they can evacuate and go to the hiding place last night to find Might Dai Jiaoyang with Hyuga, and then escorted them away from the southwest mountains. Another few minutes passed. Call. Outside the ruined forest, 1 kilometer away from where Jen Kiran was located, Luhan appeared in the canopy of a towering tree. Looking around, Luhan noticed that Jen Kiran's green names were all there, and he was relieved. Win, as expected of an existence known as a killing machine, but none of them died. Luhan thought to himself, opened the insight map and glanced at it, then sat cross-legged on a large tree branch with a diameter of more than 1 meter, waved his hand, and fought before. All the fallen objects obtained appeared, and they were placed in a large area along the shape of the tree branches. Luhan killed a total of 8 people before, in addition to Munashi Ghost 7 and Ghost Lamp Dongying, as well as 6 Kurigakure Jonin. 3 were burned to death by the technique of blood mist, and 3 were killed by Jinghong Peerless Mesh Lightning. A total of nearly 200 drops were obtained. Among them, killing 6 Kurigakure Jonin earned more than 140 pieces. Because the dividing line of the drop differences between Jonin and Elite Jonin, if you kill a 40th level hostile target, you can only get a dozen drops for non-first kills, but if you kill a 30th level hostile target, you may get 2 or 3. 10 pieces. But the quality is totally different. The non-first kill Elite Jonin has a very high probability of dropping A-level spells, and will drop a large blue bottle, a large Yuhi bottle, and penultimate weapons. Instead of killing Jonin for the first time, although you get more drops, you will get a lot of garbage, and you will even get crude kunai. The small Yuhi bottle and the small blue bottle are still useful, and they only have a high probability of getting B-level spells. It is impossible to get an A-level technique. Lu Han quickly counted, because the dropped items entered the space backpack in batches, and Lu Han was able to distinguish them. First count the drops of 6 Kurigakurjanen, more than 140, but only a dozen of them are really useful. 4 ingots. A bottle of spirit medicine. A bottle of golden potion. 2 big Yuhi bottles and 3 big blue bottles. 11 in total. Most of the others were crude and sophisticated weapons. There were also some small Yuhi bottles and small blue bottles, as well as a large number of C-level and B-level ninjutsu. For Lu Han, some were still useful, but not very useful. Because there are very few B-level ninjutsu scrolls that cost more than 10 ingots and cannot be recovered, Lu Han used up all the ninjutsu scrolls. Clear up the drops from killing 2 super elite Jonin. There are only 56 pieces in total. The first kill of the level 50 gold boss Munashi Ghost 7, get 38 drops. The non-first kill of the 50 level white silver boss Ghost Lamp Dongdying, only get 18 drops. 4 penultimate weapons. Big Yuhi bottle 4 bottles. 5 big blue bottles. A bottle of golden potion. 14 types of B-grade ninjutsu scrolls. 28 pieces in total. 17 ingots. Only one of them is the Ghost Light Dongdying drop. 7 bottles of spirit medicine. One of the bottles was dropped by Oni Lan Dongdying, and the other was taken from Munashi Oni 7. A rare weapon. Grade A scrolls, 4. S-rank scroll, 1. It's developed. After counting, Lu Han's eyes became more and more orders. He picked up the short knife that exuded Yuhi light from the drop. When the short knife was held by him, the light dissipated, and Lu Han could see clearly the short knife on the short knife. Name, the rare crimson short blade. Not sure what special effects there are. Call. Following Lu Han's call, the recycling Uzumaki appeared in front of Lu Han, and Lu Han immediately put the scroll together, showing that the price was 90 ingots, and the recycling price was 45 ingots. Lu Han hesitated for a moment, then threw his hand away and recovered it. Looking at 4A level ninjutsu scrolls, 2 types of Sweden water style, 1 type of futon wind style, and 1 type of secret technique, all recovered. A total of 35 ingots. There is still 1 S-rank scroll that can be recycled. Secret art green hand. It's that technique. The technique that Munashi Ghost 7 used to kill me. The blue hands. It's really vivid and straightforward. The triple Rashomon was broken by him. Its value will be. Lu Han somewhat excited, he brought the scroll to the front of the collection of Uzumaki. The price is as high as 140 ingots. The recycling price is 70 ingots. This price. It's terrifyingly tall. A heavy Rashomon only costs 60 ingots. However, the first level Rashomon cannot guard against the green hands, and the first level Rashomon is an A-level technique, while the green hands is an S-level technique. Would you like to recycle it? This is an extremely powerful single attack forbidden technique. If I become a master, it will increase the upper limit attack ability, but... Lu Han hesitated. I now have 124 ingots. This recycling. Chapter 0278_honorable and sad. Chingsho is undoubtedly a very powerful single attack forbidden technique, which can pierce through the first Rashomon and crack the second. This is a hard attack. The impact is terrifying. If you compare Lu Han's Rasengan with Chingsho, the Rasengan that Lu Han can use at this time is impossible to destroy the Rashomon. The power of Chingsho is many times higher than that of Rasengan. This technique is naturally very useful to Lu Han. However, Lu Han was still hesitant. Course, Master Chingsho can improve Lu Han's strength, but Chingsho is not completely suitable for Lu Han. As a forbidden technique with a medium range attack distance, Chingsho's operation takes a long time. It is necessary to limit the opponent's speed of action first to ensure that the target doesn't run away, the attack works. Secondly, Munashi Guichi himself was injured by the blue hand, and he was a head-to-head technique. When the blue hand couldn't penetrate the target, it would explode and hurt the caster. The advantage is that it is powerful. Great. The disadvantage is that the operation is slow, the effect is single, it is easy to be evaded, and it may hurt the caster himself. That's why Luhan just kept weighing, is he using the scroll to make his master? Or recycling? Hesitate for a long time. Damn it. This technique is so disgusting that it affects my handsome image. I don't want to learn it. Luhan made a very lame excuse. He just wanted another reason to convince himself. The hand scroll was thrown into the recycling Uzumaki. Get 70 ingots. Now, I have 194 ingots. Luhan looked into the space backpack. The gains from this battle are really big, mainly because I killed the level 50 gold boss for the first time, and in 3 days, I can enter the subversive space again. At that time, it should be able to unlock more S-level techniques, as well as other more advanced exchange items. After thinking for a while, Luhan raised his head and looked outside the tree canopy, and then even if he used up all that was used, he drank the 8 bottles of spiritual potion in turn, and Luhan's total chakra increased again, approaching the level of a level 40 white-silver boss. It's still a little, but it's the mid-level level of elite Jonin, and it can't compare to the super elite. A clearing in the central area of the ruined forest. Call. Luhan appeared out of thin air. I have seen Lord Hangguang. The 5 root ninjas knelt down on one knee at the same time. Get up. Luhan raised his hand. The 5 root ninjas got up, and the root ninja who was sitting beside the stone also struggled to stand up. He just consumed too much chakra, and his injury was not very serious. My lord, 12 Kurigakure ninjas, kill 11 of them. According to your previous order, I will wait for 1 Kurigakure Jonin to be released on purpose at the final stage of the battle. Zero Snake said respectfully, but his voice was cold. Yeah, Luhan nodded. He needed to leave a living room and go back and report to Kurigakure. He needs that Kurigakure Jonin to explain, the cold light is coming. How's the injury? Luhan squatted down again to check the serious injury of the dying root ninja. His heart sank, and the abdomen was pierced. It seemed that it was not a weapon injury, but was damaged by a Suiten like a water iron cannon. Water-style ninjutsu. To make matters worse, this seriously wounded and dying root ninja, code-named, Sacred River. He is the only root ninja who understands medical ninjutsu. Big Lord, Sheng Chuan made a very weak voice, intermittently. Don't talk, Luhan said in a low voice, and then quickly hand seal. A hazy light rose from his hand, and pressed against Sheng Chuan's abdomen. Medical ninjutsu. Luhan knew medical ninjutsu. However, it was not taught by Tsunade, but the drop from a certain boss kill, which is just basic medical ninjutsu. Luhan has never wanted to expose his knowledge of medical ninjutsu. Although in the eyes of others, he is Tsunade's disciple, it is normal for him to know medical ninjutsu, but it would be strange if this matter spread to Tsunade's ears. Tsunade has never taught Luhan. However, the problem is not too big. Basic medical ninjutsu is not difficult to learn, and now, Hangguang is a genius. He said he taught himself, and no one would doubt it. Basic medical ninjutsu can't cure Sheng Chuan's injuries at all. At most, it can only heal the wounds on the surface of his body, and even deeper injuries cannot be cured. Sir, he won't survive. Zero Snake said strangely, and there was something in his words. Huh. Luhan looked up at Zero Snake. Kai. Very suddenly, Sheng Chuan, who had recovered from his injury, pulled out the kunai tied to the outside of his leg, as if using all his strength, he stabbed himself in the heart. Luhan's eyes were quick and he grabbed Sheng Chuan's wrist and shouted, "What are you doing? My lord, I can't drag you down. Let me die." Sheng Chuan's intermittent voice was still as emotionless, with a very firm tone, and he didn't even feel sad for his own death. Luhan clenched Sheng Chuan's wrist tightly, looking at the face that seemed to be very young under the crack in the mask. His heart was touched. Root ninjas, in a way, they are respectable, but more. Sadly, they don't even live for themselves, for a belief, for a person. 7 root ninjas swear to death because of Danzo's orders, but Lu Han understands even more, who they were fighting for just now. At this time, who do you want to die for? Sheng Chuan obeys the order. Lu Han suddenly said. Yes, Sheng Chuan promised. You are forbidden to commit suicide. Yes. Hold on. As long as you find Tsunade, you can survive. Lu Han took the kunai in Sheng Chuan's hands, and looked up at Zero Snake again. How many days do you think he can last? 5 days. 5 days. Lu Han was surprised that he could still live for 5 days. Lu Han had just made a mental estimate and thought it would be 2 or 3 days at most. Sheng Chuan's vitality is very strong. Zero Snake explained coldly, that is. He needs someone to take care of him for the past 5 days, and he has no fighting power and cannot maintain the safety of adults. Yeah, good. Lu Han nodded, stood up and said, take him, we'll be on our way. After saying that, he looked up at the sky again, looking at Fei Nin and the few birds and beasts. At the same time, he would see the map open it, and my eyes are immediately condensed. The south of the insight map, a large number of Yuhi points rushed into the scope of the insight map and continued to move at high speed. Kurigakur's vanguard is here. Let's withdraw. Lu Han quickly snorted and waved his scythe again. White fog filled the air. Chapter 0279_hand over the cold light. The blade of Kurigakur is enough to release a dense fog covering an area of more than 300 meters. This is 90,000 square meters. And thickness. It can also reach 300 meters, and the forest is only tens of meters high. In this dense fog, Villa Hinoki and Shui Dian can't see what's going on inside, even the Hyuga clan with Byakugan can't see through it. Lu Han continued to create thick fog, and asked Gen Kiran to follow him closely, telling him to move. Unlike Kaden fire-style ninjutsu, fire requires energy to burn. The burning energy of Kaden fire-style ninjutsu is chakra, so as long as the supply of chakra is cut off, the fire of ninjutsu will be extinguished. Suiton water style is not. The water created by Suiton water style will always exist, but it can form lakes in the forest, and even if it disappears, it will seep into the ground. Similarly, the dense fog created by Suiton water style will not dissipate due to the loss of the supply of chakra. The dense fog released by Lu Han with the Kurigakur blade is, in nature, different from the Kurigakur technique. Difference. All dense fog created by the power of Suiton water style. Therefore, when Lu Han moved at high speed with the blade of Kurigakur, the range of the dense fog was also expanding, with a radius of 300 meters. A radius of half a kilometer. A radius of 1 kilometer. The coverage area was getting bigger and bigger. It really covers the sky. Lu Han created the thick fog in such a large area, naturally, to avoid Pheno's tracking. If it was on the sea, this method would not work. Logically, Lu Han, who created the thick fog, must be in the thick fog. And once he leaves the fog-shrouded area, he will be seen by Funan. However, this is not the sea. It's a forest. There are too many obscuring objects, which will affect Fijian's observation line of sight. As long as Lu Han makes the dense fog area large enough, so that Fenin can't take care of both sides, he will have the opportunity to completely shake it off. Leading Kurigakur troops that had already arrived, it was extremely easy for Lu Han, who had insight into the map, to shake them off in the forest environment. Time flies. The Kurigakur vanguard has rushed into the foggy area, with a total of more than 300 Kurigakur ninjas, including more than 20 Jonins and several elite Jonins. This is the standard configuration of 2 ninja battalions. In terms of strength comparison, Lu Han and 5 root ninjas will not necessarily lose to these more than 300 Kurigakur ninjas, but the problem is that it will waste time, and more Kurigakur ninjas will come. You're dead. Therefore, Lu Han chose to evacuate directly. Suiton water style, anti-water art. Futon wind style, Daitapa, great breakthrough. Quote. The thick fog. Some Kurigakur ninjas used ninjutsu to try to clear the thick fog. They can indeed clear the dense fog, but not as fast as Lu Han made. And they need to stop when they perform ninjutsu, and they will get farther and farther away from Luhan. Luhan led the people to run back and forth in the forest, and couldn't escape in a straight line, so Fino could easily see the regularity of the dense fog from the sky. Running back and forth, the Kabuto circle was like holding a huge pen brushing, smearing white in the forest. There is a pattern to follow at first, but when the white is smeared back and forth into one piece, no one can find the pattern. There is a key point: the fog will float. So even if there is a small area of dense fog cleared by the Kurigakure ninja, the surrounding area is full of fog, and the wind will fill that area. In half an hour, Luhan created a dense fog area with a radius of more than 10 kilometers, which directly led to changes in the climate of the mountains and forests. Got windy. The wind blew away the thick fog, but the white fog created by Luhan was 300 meters thick. When it was blown by the wind, it did not become thin immediately, but spread out, covering a larger area. Hours later. Dusk. A faint mist filled the dimly lit mountains and forests. Within a radius of dozens of kilometers, thousands of Kurigakure ninjas were scattered everywhere, doing their final search. More than 20 flying ninjas patrolled back and forth in the sky to assist in the search. Luhan and Munashi Ghost 7 fought. A lean middle-aged man in his 40s stood by the lake, his face gloomy as if water was about to drip. He, Kurigakure Scout Force Commander, Mundogen. Beside Mundogen, several Kurigakure ninjas knelt down on one knee. One of them was covered in blood, but it was the one who escaped from Genshinin. The others were the first to discover the situation nearby. Kurigakure Flying Ninja. They all reported the situation to Mundogen. Cold light. It's cold light, Mundogen muttered, his cheeks bulging, almost crushing Kiba's teeth. Whoosh. The whistle sounded from a distance, approaching quickly. Mundogen frowned, and dozens of nearby Kurigakure ninjas all drew their weapons and were on high alert. Call. The gray-robed figure suddenly appeared in front of Mundogen like a ghost, and the wind blew on Mundogen, causing his hem to shake violently backwards. Mundogen was startled at first, then immediately became respectful, bowed and said, "Master Boiling Rain." "I've seen adults." The surrounding Kurigakure ninjas fell to their knees. Boiling Rain. He is finally here. Kurigakure's base camp in the southwest mountains is very far from here, and the terrain of the southwest mountains is extremely complex, making it impossible to travel quickly, and Boiling Rain, in less than 6 hours, ran from the base camp to here, spanning more than half of the country. Southwest Mountains. What's the situation? Boiling Yu asked indifferently. Sir, it's Han Guang, I know it's Han Guang. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come. Tell me the specific situation, what was the loss, and have anyone caught it? After 10 minutes. By the lake, Boyu stood in front of a half-human tall blue-gray stone, silent. He has listened to the reports of the surviving Jonin, Fino, and Mundogen who directed the search, and already knows. Han Guang has run away again. Nowhere to be found. Boiling Yu kept staring at the stone in front of him. Munashi Kiichi died on it, and there was still dried blood on it. The body of Munashi Ghost 7 was not found because it had been burned by Luhan. It was silent for a while, and the people around didn't dare to breathe. Pass my order, Boiling Yu suddenly said. My lord. Mundogen looked solemn. Stop the captive exchange plan with Konoha. Tell Uzushiogakure and Konoha that we have captured Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Boyu continued, let them tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that if he wants his 3 disciples to live, just hand over the cold light. Chapter 0280-C Lord Danzo. Before nightfall, the mountains in the southeast of the country of Vortex, the mountains in the east. Under the steep cliff, there is a huge karst cave, only a little light at the entrance of the cave, and the inside of the karst cave is dark. Alas! A long sigh resounded in the darkness, containing regret and grief. It's getting dark, Lord Hangguang. Another voice sounded, then paused, and then whispered again, Adai, although I don't know Lord Hangguang, I feel that since I can sit down with Deputy Captain Anbu where he. Maybe Master Hangguang didn't rely on his strength to become Anbu's vice captain. He is amazing, with unpredictable mission abilities. Not strength. He wants to kill Munashi Guichi. Then let's go, it's getting dark, take advantage of the good night to drive. Call. Two figures appeared at the entrance of the cave, Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang. The two looked up at the sky at the same time. Hyuga Zhaoyang turned on Byakugan again, looked into the distance for a while, and waved his hand, follow me. The two fled into the jungle and gradually moved away. Night falls silently. After Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang left the cave, under the hazy moonlight, 8 figures appeared out of thin air outside the cave. Luhan was at the front, and Zero Snake was carrying the seriously injured Shengchuan on his back. No one, go in. Luhan whispered, entering the cave first. This cave was the hiding place of Luhan and others the night before. According to Luhan's previous orders, if he didn't come back here before dark, Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang would immediately leave together. Luhan came back late, but it can't be said that the time was wrong, because the plan could never keep up with the rapid changes. Luhan created a large area of dense fog to avoid being searched by the Kurigakure troops, but it was difficult to get rid of Fino's aerial reconnaissance. Moreover, he was escaping with people, not alone. There are many people and big goals. As long as he leaves the dense fog area, he will always be found abnormal by Finoin. It was not until dusk that Luhan led the people to completely escape Fijian's pursuit. It was because it took too long to get rid of Fei Nin's tracking that Luhan came back. But it doesn't matter, Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang are gone, because Hyuga Zhaoyang is injured and always needs someone to take care of them. If they keep taking them, they may not be able to help, but may be a drag. Now that Luhan has attracted the attention of Kurigakure, he replaced Tsunade and became the new focus. Luhan could predict that Kurigakure would definitely change his strategy and go all out to hunt down and kill him. In this case, Luhan is in danger all the time, but everyone else is safe, and it is easy to escape from the southwest mountains. Maybe even. If it was Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang, they were on their way to escape from the southwest mountains. Even if Finoin found their traces, they might not invite a large army to hunt them down, because it would be a waste of resources. There are a lot of Konoha ninjas sneaking into the southwest mountains, most of them are Konoha Anbu and scout ninjas. It is impossible for Kurigakure to report every time he finds one, so that people will chase and kill them. Shrimp, they are less likely to find, cold light. The result Luhan wanted was to become the real focus, the only focus, so that Kurigakure no longer cared about other enemies and just wanted to find him. But I don't know if I have done enough before. A day later, the mountains in the southwest of the country of vortices and the mountains in the northeast. Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang, who had been on the road all night, found a relatively hidden place to rest in the early morning, and then set off again at noon to continue to the north. It was already afternoon, and Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang were moving fast among the trees in the lush mountain forest with many vegetation. After the two of them ran for hundreds of meters, according to Hyuga's Zhaoyang gesture, the two jumped up at the same time and rushed into the dense canopy of the towering tree. Might Dai squatted on the tree branch, took a breath, and couldn't help but to Hyuga Zhaoyang looked. Hyuga Zhaoyang has opened Byakugan to peek into the distance. The two were on the road at the same speed, but the more tired one was Might Dai, who was physically strong. Without Might Dai of the 8 inner gates, his strength is really weak, and although Hyuga Zhaoyang is injured, he is the elite Jonin of taijutsu. Fighting is the most intense physical exercise, Hyuga Zhaoyang can't, but running is completely fine. Otherwise, it is impossible for him to escape and survive in the southwest mountains for so many days while being injured. Someone, Hyuga Zhaoyang, who was staring into the distance, suddenly whispered and raised his hand to signal. How much? Might Dai whispered. 1. Hyuga Zhaoyang responded, then his face changed, and he glanced at Might Dai in surprise. It's his own. My own. Might Dai was taken aback. It's Lord Danzo. Hyuga Zhaoyang looked again and confirmed again, it's really Lord Danzo. 4 kilometers north. Danzo, wearing a black robe and a hat, stood on the tree branch, glanced around, and jumped forward again. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, and he didn't mean to hurry. He entered the southwest mountains to find Han Guang, but in his opinion, Han Guang was 80% dead, so he really wasn't in a hurry at all, just look for it. Really dead, naturally impossible to find, can only find casually, to deal with Hokage's orders. Danzo couldn't tell Sarutobi Hiruzen how to confirm that Han Guang was dead, so he could only pretend that Han Guang was not dead. You bastard, you won't let anyone live in peace. Danzo muttered, jumping forward again. Messy things, without any suggestion, which made Danzo not suspicious. Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered to come to find Han Guang. Naturally he had to think about it every day, and he could explain it by dreaming about it at night. Danzo, who jumped to another branch, suddenly frowned and looked forward. The sudden sound has sounded, getting closer and closer. Call. 2 figures sprang from the bushes taller than one person, knelt down on one knee at the same time, and greeted in unison. Deputy Captain Anbu's follower Kanglin, see Lord Danzo. The captain of the Independent Scout Unit, Hyuga Zhaoyang, see Mr. Danzo. Chapter 0281 _ She is helpless. Deputy Captain Anbu's entourage. Danzo, who was standing on the tree branch, was shocked. His eyes quickly glanced at the two of them, and then he focused on the tall figure wearing a mask. He knew who Kang Lan was, and Han Guang appointed him to enter Anbu. The ninja, known as Might Dai of Eternal Genin. This matter is not only not a secret in Anbu, on the contrary, it is well known, and Danzo naturally got the news. Call. Danzo appeared in front of the two in a flash, raised his hand to signal the two to get up, and asked very quickly, how did you meet? Your Majesty, Might Dai respectfully said, 1 day ago, I followed Lord Han Guang. Wait a minute, Danzo interrupted Might Dai abruptly, his voice high and startling. Sir, Might Dai's expression froze for a moment. He was not sociable at first. He was interrupted by Danzo, so he was speechless and looked at Danzo suspiciously. You said, a day ago, you followed Han Guang. Danzo held the edge of the hat, raised his head and stared at Might Dai's eyes. Yes, is that so? How? Might Dai nodded, more puzzled. What's wrong? Where is wrong? Han Guang is not dead, he is still alive and well. He is fine. What is this? Danzo's heart stirred up a storm, so. In the night more than 4 days ago, I suddenly couldn't sense him, it was him. The untraceable lock Mother's Curse seal was removed. Did he unlock the Mother's Curse seal by himself, or did he borrow someone else's hand? If it was the former, he needed to be able to sense thousands of miles. If it was the latter, then again yes. Danzo stood in front of Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang without speaking for a long time. Might Dai's eyes looked strange, and when he and Hyuga Zhaoyang looked at each other, they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. What's going on here? Go on. Danzo came back to his senses and looked at Might Dai again. How did you meet? Yes, sir, Might Dai responded and continued, 1 day ago, I followed Lord Han Guang. I first discovered Lord Zhaoyang, and then, a total of 27 Kurigakure ninjas were confirmed by Lord Zhaoyang. Munashi Guichi leads the team, and there is another member of the 7 ninjas. Lord Han Guang decided to make a surprise attack and ordered me to evacuate with Lord Zhaoyang first. Might Dai said it in great detail. Master Han Guang and others did not return at the appointed time. Might Dai finally said, I left the hiding place with Master Zhaoyang, and traveled all night, and only rested in the early morning this morning, and went on the road again at noon. Then it's up to you, Lord Danzo. He's actually going to kill Munashi Kiichi. Danzo murmured, then fell into deep thought. Very complicated emotions rose in Danzo's heart. On the one hand, his mood was like a roller coaster, with ups and downs. Before, he thought that Han Guang was 80% dead, and he knew that Han Guang was not dead, but then he realized that Han Guang killed himself, and took the route Ren to confront Munashi Guiqi and others. He didn't return to the agreed place on time to meet with Might Dai. On the other hand, Danzo's view of Han Guang's life and death has long been swaying. He hoped that Han Guang would die a long time ago, and sent people to assassinate him many times. Immortal. Not long ago, he also hoped to win over the cold light. Make Han Guang a boost to his rise to the Hokage. At this moment, Danzo's mood is indescribable. There's one more thing that Danzo couldn't understand. Didn't Han Guang come to Tsunade? Why do you want to go head-to-head with Munashi Onishi and the others? In a situation where you can completely avoid contact, it is not a wise choice to fight with the ninja squadron led by Munashi Oni. This kid, what the hell is he? Danzo muttered, looking at Might Dai again and said, do you think Han Guang is still alive? I'm afraid. Might Dai lowered his head slightly and didn't say anything. Lord Danzo, do you know the strength of Lord Han Guang? Hyuga Zhaoyang suddenly said. Why do you ask? Danzo glanced at Hyuga Zhaoyang. That's it. Hyuga Zhaoyang explained. Not long after I and Kanglin had just evacuated, I felt two strong chakra fluctuations from the direction of Munashi Oni, and I used Byakugan to peep. The first was the Kaden Fire-style attack that spread over 100 meters, and the second was the Raiden Thunder-style attack, which destroyed a large forest. There was a very strong thunder light that almost stabbed my eyes, but fortunately I retracted my eyes in time. Danzo hesitated. He knew that Lu Han had the Sword of Astonishment, but he didn't know what the special attack of the Blade of Astonishment was. Lu Han didn't demonstrate it. At that time, he just said that it would not lose to the liberation of Flounder, so Danzo didn't immediately think of it. If Lord Han Guang can't use that kind of powerful art, and neither can the Anbu ninjas who follow him, then I'm afraid it's true. Hyuga Zhaoyang didn't say anything, his meaning was self-evident. The enemy is too strong. Han Guang is dead. The southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, the central mountain range. Night falls again. At the bottom of the vertical stone wall with a height of hundreds of meters, the Izumi water flows out of the underground river in the mountain, and flows southward along the river, which is only 1 meter wide at the widest point. The water is shallow and clear, reflecting fluorescence under the illumination of the moonlight. It's not even a river, it's just a tiny little stream. Next to the small stream, there is a big rock next to the mountain wall, shaped like a huge elephant kiba. The top is against the mountain wall, and the lower part forms a relatively hidden gap with the mountain wall. The young woman with a dirty body and a pale face curled up in the cracks, her eyes flashed with fear from time to time. She carefully bit the wild fruit, chewing slowly, and unconsciously, the corners of her eyes became wet again. Tsunade, who is only 21 years old. She is a very strong woman. But she is just a woman after all, and her fierce appearance is mostly to cover up her inner weakness. Tsunade has never faced such danger alone. She didn't even dare to make a fire, because she didn't know how to make the smoke dissipate, so for the past 10 days, she could only eat wild fruits that were sour and astringent. This is not the first time she has cried at night. She has never been so helpless after being seriously injured and unable to heal herself. Chapter 0282_Desperate. Despair. Crunch, crunch. Biting the sour and astringent apple, Tsunade's tears couldn't stop flowing. Fear, and many negative emotions lingered in Tsunade's heart. Once, it was more than 10 years ago, Tsunade went out on a mission with Jiraiya and Orochimaru for the first time. Without the care of her teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen, she was also afraid. In the 10 years that followed, Tsunade never had this feeling again. She was always taken care of, although she often quarreled with Jiraiya, and although Orochimaru was always cold, the two of them always subconsciously maintained Tsunade, which gave Tsunade's sense of security. It's not that Tsunade has no experience in solo missions, just very little, but she's not afraid of being alone. The reason why people are strong is because they have a strong ability. For ninjas, it can also be said to be a powerful strength. But Tsunade has lost these now. Broken meridians and chakras that are difficult to recover on their own make Tsunade's strength 99% lower. The so-called doctor can't heal himself has two meanings. The first layer refers to treating himself, which will be affected by psychological factors, so he uses the wrong method of treatment. Heal yourself. Tsunade is now in the second situation. As long as she has enough chakra, she can save herself, her body will recover, and she will completely heal herself, but at the critical moment, she doesn't have enough chakra. This is a dead end. Crash. A strange sound suddenly sounded in the grass across the stream. Tsunade, who was biting the wild fruit, froze, and the big boss, with his eyes wide open, immediately put his other hand into his arms, and took out the kuei with a notch. This is the last kunai on her body, and her weapons and equipment have been exhausted after more than 10 days of battle. Wow! The grass swayed, and a fat wild boar sprang out from the grass. Its dark eyes exuded a faint light, and its pair of kiba was over 1/2 meter long, curved, and its sharp tips were still stained with dried blood. Wild boar, a very powerful beast in nature. Big enough wild boars can even fight tigers and leopards, and the extremely thick skin cannot even shoot through a crossbow. Don't come here. Tsunade raised his kunai. His hands were shaking a little because of his weakness, and his dirty little face was full of fear. Guru, ho! The wild boar made a strange sound, and the hoofs were scratched on the ground, and suddenly jumped up. Running through the small stream, the wild boar ran towards Tsunade with great ferocity. Boom! Mountain wall shook. Tsunade hid in the crack, and the wild boar crashed into the crack, but the rock that formed the crack with the mountain wall was extremely hard, and although it cracked a little, it was not broken. Woo! Hoo! The wild boar screamed. It stuck in front of the crevice. The crack, Tsunade tilted his head to avoid the front thorn of the wild boar kiba, and pierced the wild boar's nose with a notched kunai. Tsunade immediately pulled into the kunai again, backhanded, and then again. A third stroke. Finally, the thick skin at the throat of the wild boar was cut, and hot blood spurted out, splashing Tsunade all over his body. Tsunade closed his eyes, bit the corner of his mouth, and was covered in hot blood. At this moment, Tsunade really wanted to cry. But she held back. The wild boar stuck in the cracks struggled, but it rushed too hard just now and couldn't escape at all. Its throat had been scratched, and minutes passed by. After a while, it knelt down on its hind legs, and its front legs were on the ground. He slashed the ground twice, and finally stopped. It doesn't move. Tsunade, who was covered in fresh yuhi, slowly opened his eyes in the darkness between the cracks, his eyelashes trembled. Boar was dead, and Tsunade's way out of the crack was blocked. In the darkness, Tsunade tried to grope, trying to push the wild boar away, but couldn't. The wild boar weighing several hundred kilograms was not something she could push at all. Besides, it was stuck. Why do you do this to me? Tsunade was sobbing. She bit kiba abruptly. Chakra fluctuations rise in the cracks. Boom! Tsunade punched the wild boar violently, and rolled out the wild boar. He also rolled out of the gap because of the loss of strength, rolled into the small stream, knelt in the icy water, and put his hands under the water. Ouch! A large mouthful of blood was spit into the stream. Tsunade's face turned pale again, terrifyingly white. Physical magic. She mobilized the only remaining chakra and gave the boar a punch. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade could beat the wild boar into a bloody mist with one punch, leaving no bones left, but now, with her only remaining strength, she could only barely knock the wild boar out a few meters. The injury is more serious. Tsunade gradually lay down in the icy stream water. She was still conscious. She took the initiative to lie down and endured the cold. She needed to wash away the wild boar blood on her body, otherwise the bloody aura would attract other beasts. Stream was very shallow, less than 10 centimeters high. Tsunade let the icy water wash away until her body was numb from the cold, and she turned over and climbed up from the stream with difficulty. She staggered across the stream and walked. Going ashore, slowly approaching the corpse of the wild boar, struggling to pull out the kunai that was caught between the bones of the wild boar's throat, and kneeling down again, holding the corpse of the wild boar in her hands, panting twice, and waving her arms again. She began to cut the meat, the wild boar. After half an hour, in the forest 200 or 300 meters away from the corpse, Tsunade finally hit a spark big enough with a stone to set the hay on fire. To live. To eat. Tsunade has eaten enough wild fruit. She wants to vomit. She wants to eat meat. Only by eating meat can she recover. She doesn't want to die. In no mood. Make a fire and there will be smoke, Tsunade is betting. She knew that if she didn't eat meat to supplement her physical strength, she would not survive a day, and she would die anyway. She bet that the cigarettes would not be discovered by the Kurigakure scouts. Desperate. Despair. Tsunade doesn't care anymore. He has to do something if he wants to live. A few kilometers to the north, high in the sky, Ringo Duojin was driving the water eagle to fly rapidly at an altitude of 1,000 meters. It had been night for a long time. At this time, he was not searching, but on the way back to the camp. Ringo Duojin suddenly narrowed his eyes, as if he had discovered something. Chapter 0283 _ Are you going to die? The moonlight is hazy. Under the moonlight, there is a clear dividing line between the forest and the sky above the forest. The forest is very dark, and the swaying branches and leaves seem to be interlaced ghosts. It is a vast space that stretches as far as the eye can see. Although it is dim under the moonlight, it can be seen very far. Smoke. Someone makes a fire. Ringo saw Duojin. A few kilometers away, the smoke that spread into gray mist rose from the dark forest, because it was not a wisp of smoke, but a piece, so although it was far apart, the specially trained flying ninja Ringo Dajin still saw it. The fire is under the big tree, and the smoke rises upward. Because of the shape of the canopy, the smoke continues to spread, so it is not a wisp of smoke Jinchuriki column that reaches the sky, but smoke. There is no obvious fire light here, either the flames are small, or there is an obstruction. Ninjas do this. Ringo Duojin quickly analyzed the results. Generally, it is difficult for scout ninjas to distinguish useful information from the diffused smoke in the dark, because in the dark, the diffused smoke is not much different from the fog shape, and people cannot see the color unless it is close. You can smell the smell to distinguish whether it is smoke or fog. It was foggy in the forest at night, and the shape was no different from what Ringo Duojin saw at this time. However, Ringo Tahin is not an ordinary scout ninja, but a Kurigakure flying ninja. Smoke is smoke, fog is fog, there is always a difference, it's just that ordinary people can't see it, but he can. Is it my own? Or, Ringo Duojin thought hesitantly. In fact, he didn't want to cause more trouble. He was very tired after flying all day. To Yan's low-level mistake, if it wasn't for Han Guang, he really didn't bother to see who it was. Possibly a Kurigakure scout ninja too. Let's go and have a look. Ringo Duojin decided, patted the back of the Shuadu Ying's neck, and the Shuadu Ying suddenly turned slightly and suddenly accelerated. Wrapped in a dense forest on a thick green low mountain, it is more than 10 kilometers long and no more than 100 meters high, like tigers and beasts entrenched in the earth. In the jungle on the mountain, Luhan in a tattered black robe hurried along with Jen Kiran. It would take 6 or 7 days to enter the southwest mountains, and Luhan had not taken a bath or changed his clothes. Hurrying in this mountain forest, if you don't pay attention, your clothes will be scratched by the branches of trees. He is hiding in the east and Tibet. He does not know how many times a day he has to climb in the grass and hide in the tree canopy. It doesn't take long to clean. A day and a half ago, Luhan and Munashi had a final battle. After that, Luhan changed his strategy and changed the time of the action to night. It is easier to travel at night, there are fewer enemies, and it is more difficult to be discovered. Although it is extremely difficult to find people at night, because normal people rest at night and hide in wherever it doesn't move, not only the enemy can't find it, but also one's own people. But for Luhan, this is not a problem, because he has insight into the map. Su su su, there was a sound, and Luhan led the people to the edge of the low mountain cliff, made a gesture for everyone to stop, and then opened the insight map, followed by a low hum, huh. The insight map shows that there is a green dot 4.5 kilometers north. Who is it? Hyuga Ninja, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, or Tsunade? Standing on the edge of the cliff, Luhan raised his eyes and looked to the north, with a panoramic view of the forest in front of him, but the distance was still too far, and he could not see the situation 4.5 kilometers away. Over there, Luhan shouted, stepping on the 100-meter-high mountain wall parallel to the ground, dashing down, and rushing into the forest below. Luhan didn't run very fast, not at full speed, because he had to take care of the people behind him, and Zero Snake carried Shunchuan on his back, so he couldn't run at full speed. While running, Luhan frequently opened the insight map, almost every 5 seconds, and glanced at it. He was used to doing this. If it was always on, the chakra consumption would be too high. After running for more than 1 kilometer, and less than 3 kilometers away from the green dot, Luhan opened the insight map again, and then his eyes narrowed. A big Yuhi point rushed into the detection range of the insight map from the north of the insight map, and quickly approached the green point. Kurigakure Scout Force Flying Ninja, Level 25 Diamond Boss, Ringo Duojin. Fuck, didn't Finoha go back to the camp at this time? He found it. Luhan screamed a few times in his heart. He didn't know who the green dot was, but it must be a Konoha ninja, maybe Tsunade. The Daiyuhi point is less than 2 kilometers away from the green point, and is approaching at a super high speed. I'll go one step ahead, and you will follow in time. Luhan suddenly accelerated, and the ground under his feet burst, and just after the voice fell, the figure disappeared in front of the root group. Accelerate, accelerate. The strange power of taijutsu blessed his legs, and Luhan's speed reached ultimate. ... Under the towering tree, Tsunade, who was still dripping with water, sat leaning against the roots of the tree. In front of her, several stones were piled together to form a trough, and the fire burned in the stone trough, radiating enough heat to make people feel warm. Tsunade frequently added firewood to the stone trough, and in the other hand held a wooden stick, which was covered with a piece of fat and big wild boar, which had been grilled and squeaked with oil. Tsunade sat huddled, staring at the barbecue, articulating, swallowing involuntarily. Ha, Kai. Along with the sound of breaking the air, the gust of wind rose. The crown of the tree shook violently, and the flames that were not very vigorous were also shaking violently, as if they were about to be blown out. Tsunade looked up suddenly. Above the forest, the Shuadu eagle fluttered its wings, and there was a dim light in his eyes. Ringo sat on top of the Shuadu eagle. He frowned and looked down. He didn't see who the person below was for the first time, because the man below looked so miserable. But then, he showed an extremely surprised smile, and the corners of his mouth slowly cracked. He almost wanted to laugh out loud. Tsunade. It's Tsunade. Ringo Duojin never dreamed that he would be here, and he would find Tsunade, whom Kurigakure regards as a confidant so easily. Moreover, it looks like there is a serious injury on the body. Finnan. Tsunade looked up, his eyes flashing with crystal clear color. Am I going to die? Chapter 0284_U. Should die. The height of the forest is 50 or 60 meters, and Fanon hangs above the tree canopy 40 or 50 meters, less than 100 meters from the ground. Ringo Duojin looked down, took out 2 detonating balls from his carry-on bag, squinted slightly, and stared at Tsunade. Tsunade, who was sitting under the tree, didn't get up, and didn't mean to dodge, just held the kunai in one hand. She can't do it. It's not that she can't move, it's that she can't dodge quickly, and as long as she moves, she will completely expose her physical condition, which will let Finnan know that she can't run even if she is injured. Tsunade was desperate, but she was lucky. She never imagined that one day she would be captured as a prisoner too. Ringo Duojin held the 2 detonating balls in his hands, hesitated for a moment, and then put them away. He couldn't blow up, although it was a huge credit for blowing up people, but if he could catch them alive, wouldn't the credit be even greater? Leave kunai, I won't kill you. Ringo shouted in a low voice. Tsunade remained motionless, looking up, holding the kunai in his left hand. She looked seriously injured and her breath was unstable, but in Ringo Duojin's heart, Tsunade was still a very scary existence, so Ringo Duojin didn't dare to fly at all. It also has the ability to fight back to the death. Okay. Ringo Duojin, who was sitting on the Shuadu Ying, raised his eyebrows, turned his wrist, and there was an extra kunai in his hand. Kai. Towards Tsunade, Tsunade kicked his legs and jumped out with all his strength. Puchi tilde kunai pierced Tsunade's shoulder, and brought a smear of blood. Tsunade, who was jumping, fell directly out, rolled out a few meters, and lay on the ground again, shrugged his shoulders, and spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. The jump just now affected her internal injury. The injury is so serious. Ringo Duojin laughed in surprise, and then let out a hearty laugh, ha 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 ha. The credit is mine. Phew. Ringo Duojin rode the water eagle and swooped down fiercely, heading straight for Tsunade. Catch alive. You. Damn. Die. A thunderous shout filled with astonishing anger sounded from 100 meters away, and the gust of wind came swiftly along with the piercing sound of breaking through the air, approaching rapidly. What? Ringo let out a low voice, and controlled the Shuadu Ying to rise instantly. Fino, who had just rushed into the forest, turned back and went straight up into the sky. Call. A ghostly figure appeared 100 meters in the air. Ringo Duojin just passed there, and he has reached a higher position and is still rising at a high speed. Call. The ghostly figure flickered for a while, then rose 100 meters again, and appeared directly beside Ringo Duojin and Shuadaying. Under the moonlight, the sickle that reflected the light of the sharp cold slashed down without the slightest stagnation. Everything happened so fast that Ringo Duojin, whose eyes were so wide, didn't have time to think. He just turned his head to see who it was. Thump. Terrifying knife light. The power of this knife seems to be tearing apart time and space. The flying ninja in the sky burst into a bloody fog in an instant. The pale Tsunade raised his head with difficulty, looking up at the figure wielding the knife, his vision gradually blurred. More and more blurred. Then, unable to hang his head on the ground, he couldn't move. Coma. A day later, in the afternoon. Yamanaka, on the border between the western border of the country of Vortex and the country of Fire, is a temporary scout base for Konoha. Command room. Senju Nozomi sat behind the desk, resting his forehead in one hand, frowning and listening to the report of Anbu Ninja in front of the desk. Since that day, Cold Light took people away to the southwest mountain range. He has returned to this stronghold and is fully responsible for the mission operations here. Sir, these days, Lu Mujung said. Bang. The door was suddenly pushed open. Lu Mu suddenly stopped, turned to look. Senju Shiwan also raised his head, then stood up, and Lu Mu said in the same voice, Sir Danzo. The dusty Danzo walked into the command room and took off the hat on his head. Behind Danzo, Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang followed through the door. He is back. Originally, he entered the southwest mountain range to deal with Hokage's order, because at that time he mistakenly thought that Han Guang was dead, so he went in and looked for it. Then he met Might Dai again, which made Danzo know that Han Guang didn't die on the day the induction disappeared, but may have died in the hands of Munashi Ghost 7. So he came back and brought back Might Dai and Hyuga Zhaoyang. With Danzo's strength, it was easy to bring people out without going deep into the southwest mountains. Lord Danzo. Senju Shiwan looked behind Danzo and couldn't help but said, You found Lord Hangguang. Pat. Danzo, who walked to the desk, threw the hat on the table, looked at Senju Nozomi and said indifferently, He is missing. After the battle with Munashi Oni, there is no news, and he may have died in the battle. What? Senju Kahara's face changed dramatically, his eyes turned to behind Danzo, Hyuga Zhaoyong, and Might Dai wearing a mask. Might Dai was speechless and bowed his head slightly. You arrange for someone to prepare it. Danzo said again, I will write down the situation myself, and the information needs to be sent to Lord Hokage as soon as possible. Anbu Ninja Rest Area, the base, is a small cave room with few furnishings and a simple layout. Hyuga Luo Ning, who was being locked up and banned from going out, sat cross-legged on the futon, her eyes were closed, and she was silent. Faint chakra fluctuations lingered around Hyuga Luo Ning, and a faint airflow swirled around her. Go, don't stay here anymore. Yes, Master Kinglin. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside the door, footsteps of people coming and leaving. Hyuga Luo Ning opened her eyes in an instant, her eyes flickered, she could hear the voice outside the door, and disappeared on the futon and appeared at the door. Dong dong. Are you there? With the knock on the door, Might Dai's voice sounded outside the door. Hyuga Luo Ning suddenly opened the door, and Ben's excited emotions calmed down immediately. He raised his head and looked at Might Dai with a cold face, and said crisply, You're back. Where's that bastard Hengguang? I'm here to tell you that you're free, Might Dai said sternly. I ask you about that bastard Hengguang. Why doesn't he dare to see me? Sir, Might Dai's voice paused for a while, maybe. Chapter 0285 _ The Art of Creation and Regeneration. Might Dai's tone was somber, and he didn't say any more. Hyuga Luo Ning's expression froze, her eyes widened little by little, and then Yuhi circled her eyes. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Might Dai's collar, and asked in shock, What's wrong with him? It is not yet possible to officially confirm that Lord Hengguang is dead. For the time being, it can only be regarded as missing. Might Dai said very euphemistically. What happened? What happened? Tears flashed in Hyuga Luo Ning's eyes, her breathing became rapid, and her emotions became more and more excited. It's complicated, if you have the time. I have, say it. 10 minutes later. Might Dai strode out of the dimly lit cave corridor. Hyuga Luo Ning leaned against the door, his lips moved slightly, as if he was muttering something. Little by little, he slumped on the ground, tears streaming down his face. At dusk, the southwestern mountains of the country of Vortex, the Central Mountains. Under the mountain stream, the waterfall roared, and the turbulent water flowed along the mountain wall into the lake below, hitting bursts of white waves, and the lake was hazy with white mist. After the waterfall, in the wide cave, the light is dim. On one side of the ground was He, with a cracked mask on his face. Sheng Chuan lay flat on the hay, breathing weakly, and Zero Snake stood beside him. Sheng Chuan was in a coma 2 days ago, and his fever persisted, and his life was not long. On the other side, the skin that was peeled from the leopard beast not long ago was laid out in the corner. Tsunade curled up on his side, Luhan sat beside him, his eyes closed, and he didn't move for a long time. Tsunade had changed into clean clothes, a slightly larger ninja suit wrapped in black robes. Her body has been cleaned, and there are no obvious wounds on the surface of her body, but her face is white and scary. She was in a coma last night, and has not woken up for 20 hours now. Luhan couldn't save her, there was no other way. Call. Codenamed Duanwu, appeared out of thin air in front of the Dongko waterfall, walked quickly to Luhan, and handed the kuwu in his hand to Luhan. That kuwusheng was wearing a large piece of barbecued meat and was steaming. Duanwu handed the barbecue to Luhan, and then changed shifts with Zero Snake. Zero Snake left the cave, and Duanwu, who had already eaten outside, sat beside Sheng Chuan. The cave became extremely quiet again. Luhan slowly bit the barbecue, the taste was like chewing wax. He was calm on the outside, but extremely anxious inside. He was waiting, he still had a chance to save Tsunade, but it would take time. 10 minutes later. When Luhan ate half of the barbecue, Zero Snake appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the cave, holding a bowl made of stone in his hand. He walked quickly to Luhan, and he carefully handed the bowl to Luhan. In the bowl was the broth. very thick, with a thick layer of oil floating on it, and a hollow grass running across the rim of the bowl. Go out. Lu Han took the bowl and ordered lightly. Zero Snake exited the cave, and Duanwu also retreated, and carried away the unconscious Shengchuan, leaving only Lu Han and Tsunade in the cave. Lu Han carefully picked up Tsunade and let Tsunade lean his head up in his arms, holding a hollow grass that could be used as a straw in his mouth. Lu Han took a mouthful of the strong broth, turned his head again, and pinched Tsunade's mouth. Open, insert the other end of the hollow grass into Tsunade's mouth, down to the throat. He was feeding Tsunade soup. Tsunade could no longer swallow subconsciously, so he could only use this method to put the soup into her body. Lu Han didn't dare to pour the bowl directly into Tsunade's mouth, which would definitely choke her. Once Tsunade's trachea was blocked, she will not be able to breathe, will suffocate. Night falls silently. The cave returned to its previous appearance, still Lu Han, Tsunade, Zero Snake, and Shengchuan. The other 5 root ninjas were all guarding outside, and according to Lu Han's orders, they would not hurry tonight. It was dark inside the cave. Lu Han closed his eyes and sat beside Tsunade, still waiting. He had never felt that time would pass so slowly, every minute and every second was so real and hard to endure. Lu Han restrained his breath and slowed his breathing. Gradually, the whole person seemed to be non-existent. Time flies. After about 6 disappeared, midnight came. At 0000 in the morning, the breathless Lu Han suddenly became delusional, and then solidified. Zero Snake did not see this scene because it was too dark in the cave. Disruptor space. It was still the silver-white world full of metallic texture. The light ball suspended in the center suddenly cracked open, and Lu Han walked out of it quickly. Exchange, look at all the medical ninjutsu that can be exchanged. Lu Han turned around and said quickly. Call. The light shone out and condensed into a plane in front of Lu Han, with a total of 186 squares, each of which represented a medical ninjutsu. There are so many. Lu Han sighed in his heart, and quickly raised his head to look at the most expensive medical ninjutsu. When Lu Han was saving Tsunade, he killed Fei Nin and got 6 ingots, so the number of ingots he had at this time had reached 200. But there is no medical ninjutsu with a price of just 200 ingots. There are 2 kinds of medical ninjutsu with the highest price, both of which are 180 ingots. S-rank technique. Ninja, Yin Seal Open, Creation and Regeneration. S-rank technique. Ninja, Yin Seal Opening, Bai Hao technique. These 2 techniques are terribly expensive, but in fact, the prices are not outrageous, because they are not pure medical techniques. Creation Regeneration and Bai Hao technique are both the ultimate medical techniques in the original work. The former can control itself to heal itself and needs to maintain a hand seal when using it, while the latter does not require a hand seal. Once it is turned on, it will continue to consume chakra. Any injuries that have just appeared will heal quickly on their own. To perform these 2 kinds of techniques requires a premise, that is, the Yin Seal. The seal art of the Uzumaki clan. The Yin Seal mark first appeared on the forehead of Uzumaki Mito in the original work, sealing a large amount of chakra on the forehead. The exchange price of 180 ingots is not only for medical ninjutsu, but also for the powerful sealing technique of Yin Seal. Tsunade, she has not yet created the technique of creation and regeneration and Bai Hao, otherwise it will not be difficult to save herself. Lu Han thought, and looked down again. Lu Han must not be able to exchange for the technique of creation and regeneration or 100 heroes right now, that would not save Tsunade. He needs to find one of the 186 medical techniques that is most suitable for saving Tsunade. Chapter 0286 _ The Art of Creation. There are very few medical ninjutsu mentioned in Hokage's original work. However, logically speaking, it should not be so few. The ninja world is very large. From the era of Sengoku to the era of the 5 great ninja villages, there are not many wars, and there are different ninjas in different regions. Every period, there will be medical ninjas who can be called geniuses. Only ordinary geniuses can develop B-level medical ninjutsu and A-level medical ninjutsu, while super geniuses can develop S-level forbidden technique. At this moment, Luhan in the subversive space has 200 ingots, which can be exchanged for a total of 186 kinds of medical ninjutsu, of which there are 8 kinds of S rank, and 17 kinds of A rank, the lower the medical ninjutsu technique, the greater the number. Luhan glanced around, looking for the most suitable medical ninjutsu. Because there is not much time, Luhan can only stay in the subversive space for half an hour. It is impossible for him to read all the techniques. Therefore, he mainly watches A-level medical ninjutsu and B-level medical ninjutsu. A-level medical ninjutsu, the art of hematopoietic circulation, is suitable for dying targets due to massive blood loss. It can stimulate a large amount of hematopoiesis in the bone marrow tissue, and has the effect of hemostasis in internal and external trauma. 30 ingots. A-level medical ninjutsu, the technique of stripping poison ivy, is suitable for targets who are dying due to the poison in the body. The practitioner can condense chakra into tiny vines, pierce the target's body, absorb and swallow the toxin, and remove it from the target. Extraction from the body. Note that this technique requires extremely high chakra control, a little carelessness will damage the target. 50 ingots. Class B medical ninjutsu, the ablation of the yin, is suitable for targets with dark wounds, sequelae, and deep poisoning in the body. It requires a large amount of chakra to activate medical ninjutsu, and the target needs to be used repeatedly to achieve healing. The purpose needs 15 ingots. Luhan quickly watched one by one. Obviously, the overall price of medical ninjutsu is on the high side. The most expensive B-level medical ninjutsu costs 15 ingots, the cheapest medical ninjutsu costs 3 ingots, and if it is ninjutsu, the cheapest B-level medical ninjutsu costs 15 ingots. Ninjutsu, 1 ingot can be exchanged. After about 10 minutes. This technique, Luhan saw a medical ninjutsu that brightened his eyes. Ninja Art of Creation. A-level medical ninjutsu, which can heal internal wounds, external wounds, poisonous wounds, seal residual wounds, dark wounds. Only suitable for advanced ninjas with tenacious vitality, strong physique, and firm will. The effect of this technique proportional to the caster's output of chakra. The target will feel severe pain during the treatment process. Be careful. It is forbidden to use this technique on ninjas with average vitality and unstable will. The severe pain will cause the above-mentioned characteristic targets to have physiological dysfunction, ranging from shock to death in severe cases. 80 ingots are required to exchange. A-level medical ninjutsu with a price of 80 ingots. It can treat almost any injury except mental trauma and broken bones. It's just that there are strict restrictions on its use. This technique can save people and kill people. The severe pain he described was unbearable even for low-level ninjas who had experienced life and death battles. Luhan could no longer imagine how painful it was. This technique made Luhan very excited. The reason why he kept looking and couldn't make a decision was because he had no idea how many injuries Tsunade had inside his body. It's not as simple as an ordinary internal injury. No matter how serious an ordinary internal injury is, Tsunade can treat himself. Normally, if Konoha's medical jonin came to treat Tsunade people, he would have to use several, or even a dozen, medical ninjutsu to really recover Tsunade's injuries. That's why Luhan was scratching his head a little, not knowing what kind of jutsu to change. He was even ready to exchange for several medical ninjutsu. And now, it seems that only one technique of creation is enough. It is a bit expensive, 80 ingots. If it is exchanged for cheap B-level medical ninjutsu, it can be exchanged for 20 or 30 kinds. However, low-priced B-level ninjutsu can't save Tsunade, and many of the effects are repeated, that is, the method of casting, the cost, the duration of the effect, and the amount of chakra required are different. Luhan hesitated, pondered for a while, and suddenly said, "Check all the exchangeable items." Ha! Light erupted in front of Luhan's eyes, and instantly condensed into a huge plane. Lu Han had 200 ingots, and all the exchange items with a price equal to less than 200 appeared, and the total amount was close to 3,000. Lu Han looked directly at the top and glanced quickly. There are still no S-level forbidden techniques such as Hiraishin and Impure World Reincarnation, let alone Mangekyo Sharingan, Mokuden Wood Style, and other abilities. However, there are 3 Kekkei Genkei unlocked exchange items, all of which are 200 ingots. Sharingan, Byakugan, Shikatsumyaku, Dead Bone Pulse. They are all basic bloodline powers, and even if they are exchanged, subversives need to awaken on their own. Among the exchange items with prices higher than 130 ingots and less than 200 ingots, there are a large number of S-level forbidden technique, puppet technique, rare level weapons, A-level, S-level sealing techniques, as well as special exchange items and subversive exclusive abilities. Lu Han was dazzled, it was really too much. Remind Subversive 3665, you can still stay in this space for 10 minutes. The subversive messenger's prompt sounded. Yeah, exchange the technique of creating yuan. Lu Han, who turned around, said directly. Exchange completed. The subversion messenger responded. The ingots were automatically deducted, and the scroll of the art of creating yuan also appeared directly in Lu Han's space backpack. Ingots minus 80,120 left. Then, Lu Han hesitated for a moment, then opened his attribute page and glanced at it quickly. He was used to improving his master's skills, so that he could save chakra. Lu Han had a lot of master's skills. He quickly glanced at it for a few minutes before his eyes stopped and fell on a row of data. Rasengan, LV3 level. Lu Han's Master Rasengan is the Rasengan scroll obtained by first killing the level 40 bronze boss Shimura Firestore more than half a year ago. In the past 6 months, although Lu Han did not focus his cultivation on Rasengan, he often fought Rasengan, and Rasengan naturally grew. Lu Han pondered for a while, then raised his head and said, exchange 6 Rasengan scrolls. Rasengan scroll 20 ingots a. 6, just used up all 120 ingots. Chapter 0287 LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. Exchange completed, said the subversive messenger. All 200 ingots were spent, but Lu Han only exchanged 2 spells. Mainly because, this time he wants to save Tsunade, of which 80 ingots must be spent first, so there will be 120 ingots left. There is really nothing to change, it is better to change to Rasengan. The upper limit of all spells in this world is LV6, which is the converted level. As a subversive Lu Han, the highest skill can be raised to LV9. According to the expression in the original work, Naruto Uzumaki, the protagonist of the original work, does not have Master LV6 Rasengan, because he has not had time to master. He directly improved the Big Ball Rasengan, and then developed it into the Super Big Ball Rasengan. There are also Futon Wind Style Rasengan and Futon Wind Style Rasengan Shuriken with Futon Wind Style Chakra. Naruto is a well-deserved genius. It is precisely because he is a genius that he can continuously improve Rasengan, and he has no chance to upgrade the power of ordinary Rasengan to ultimate. In the original, the real Master LV6 Rasengan should be Namikaze Minato. The technique was created by him. He understands the principle better and is easy to improve. It is a pity that the original Chinese died young, otherwise, it is estimated that Rasengan can be improved. In the subversive space, Lu Han habitually sat down with his knees crossed. 7 scrolls were taken out in turn, and the ninja art of creation scrolls were used first, and then the 6 Rasengan scrolls. The art of creation. Lu Han muttered, his hands collided, quickly completing 12 hand seals, and then he pushed his hands forward. Yuhi-colored light swelled in his palms, as if there was mist flowing in the Yuhi light. Chakra is rapidly consumed. Lu Han withdrew his hand and dispelled the technique of creating yuan, thinking about it in his heart. Chakra consumes a lot, so if Tsunade is to be treated, he may have to use a potion to restore chakra, so that the treatment can continue for a long time. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan blew up in the subversive space in an instant. On Luhan's palm, the dark blue Rasengan had already condensed. Rotate. The consumption of chakra has tripled. Not bad. Luhan thought. His eyes changed, and the 3 Tomo Sharingan opened, and he could see more clearly. He tried to capture the trajectory of the chakra spinning, but couldn't. It's so close, you can't even see it. Turning too fast. Naruto, who was at his peak in the original work, didn't turn his Rasengan so fast. Because the lift direction is different. Naruto's Rasengan has been upgraded to Big Ball Rasengan, which is outputting more chakra. The power is thus increased, and the Futon Wind Style Rasengan Shuriken has been added to the Futon Wind Style Nature Transformation to increase the power. LV9 Ultimate Rasengan that Luhan is currently holding, although he also outputs more chakra, is only for speeding up. Rasengan has been upgraded from LVL to LV9. The main change is that it turns faster. Faster. Just fast. The faster the greater the power. I don't know, it's power. Luhan thought about it, flipped his left hand, and took out a penultimate level kunai from his space backpack. Slowly approach LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. Jerk. When the penultimate kunai tip touched the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan, sparks splattered and the tip was smoothed in an instant. Rasengan is still extremely stable and doesn't seem to be affected in any way. This kind of power. Luhan's eyes suddenly widened. Can destroy rare weapons. Absolutely. It can even be said that LV9 Ultimate Rasengan can easily destroy rare weapons. Because in terms of hardness and toughness, rare weapons are no stronger than penultimate weapons. They are all called the Sword of Magic. The reason why rare weapons are more advanced is just because they have special effects. Of course, there are also some special effects of rare weapons, that is, they are harder. It can even recover damage automatically. This is a special case. Ordinary rare weapons can never resist LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. As far as Luhan's 2 rare weapons are concerned at this time, the Sword of Astonishment is one of the rarest weapons with the highest value. The LV9 Ultimate Rasengan is estimated to be difficult to destroy, and the Blade of Kurigaker. I'm afraid it will shatter when touched. It can be smoothed by the power of rotation alone. If I knock it out, the internal power will be unbalanced and it will explode. Luhan murmured with wide eyes, its destructive power. I am afraid, it will surpass Big Ball Rasengan. Well, not as good as Super Big Ball Rasengan. Super Big Ball Rasengan can directly destroy a hill. And this can destroy a mountain, right? In such a comparison, Luhan was a little scared. This is melee combat. It's just melee combat. Such a great power. Luhan was even a little worried. What if he messed up and blew himself up? Bombed by ordinary Rasengan, that is, the arm is injured, and blown up by LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. It is possible that there is no bones left in the explosion. There is no doubt that Luhan's Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse, skeleton cannot withstand the destruction of the LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. Call. Luhan scattered the Rasengan in his hand, got up and walked towards the ball of light. The ball of light automatically split open the dark passage. Before entering, Luhan said something in his mouth, use carefully. Use carefully. Outside the cave, the waterfall roared, but inside the cave, it was relatively quiet. In the darkness, Luhan, who was sitting beside Tsunade, was illusory, and then solidified. Light a fire, Luhan said softly. Yes, my lord. Zero Snake, who was in a light sleep, opened his eyes in an instant, responded with a sound, and quickly got up and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Not far from the entrance of the cave, hay, dry wood and other items have been prepared, all piled under the stone wall. Soon, Zero Snake lit a fire near the entrance of the cave, and the light shone on the wide cave. Take Shunchuan out, Luhan ordered again. Yes, Zero Snake responded, flashed to Shunchuan's side, carried Shunchuan and disappeared into the cave. Without any hesitation, Luhan had given this order several times in the past day, each time because of Tsunade, either to change Tsunade's clothes or to feed Tsunade. When Luhan did something to Tsunade, he didn't want anyone else to be there. Only Luhan and Tsunade were left in the cave. Luhan turned around, sat cross-legged on Tsunade's side, and quickly hand seal. Chapter 0288_Woman. I saved you. After changing his gesture 12 times in a row, Luhan turned Yuhi Light up his hands and pressed it against Tsunade's waist and abdomen through his clothes. Yuhi Light turned into wisps of Yuhi-colored airflow, and penetrated into Tsunade's body. Tsunade, who was in a coma, trembled violently, and didn't move again. Chakra is consumed very fast. In terms of Luhan's current chakra volume, 5 minutes of continuous use of the original creation technique will bring the chakra to the bottom, and 5 minutes will definitely not cure Tsunade. This kind of comprehensive treatment of A-level medical ninjutsu will affect the effect. In all respects, longer treatment times are required because the effects are dispersed. After about 4 minutes, Luhan took his left hand away from Tsunade, reached into the space backpack and took out several large blue bottles, bit off the caps one by one, and drank them. The big blue bottle is very difficult to obtain, and it can be dropped by killing Jonin. At this time, Luhan only has 30 or 40 bottles in total. Luhan still has hundreds of small blue bottles, but the effect of the small blue bottles is not as good as that of one big blue bottle. All of Luhan's chakra recovery potions can almost restore Luhan's total chakra about 20 times. From a certain point of view, the chakra recovery potion is very precious, but as long as Tsunade can be saved, even if it costs all the chakra recovery potion, it is worth it. After all, that thing is not used up and gone, and you can get it again. Not the first day that Luhan came to the Hokage world. He has been here for more than a year. So far, Tsunade is the only person who makes him feel worried. He can't deny his feelings for Tsunade against his will. Continuous treatment is more effective. After an hour, Tsunade's injuries have recovered at least 50%. She is out of danger, her complexion has recovered a lot, and her breath is many times stronger than before, but she still does not wake up. Luhan still pressed his hands on Tsunade's waist and abdomen, and Yuhi Guang was tumbling over Tsunade's body. Sudden. Luhan felt a strong sense of crisis. Jump up in an instant. At the same time. Yeah, Tsunade suddenly opened his eyes, screamed, and turned over quickly. Terrifying chakra fluctuations rose from her body, and she saw her right arm swung round and slammed out. Boom. Whoa. This punch didn't hit anyone, but it scraped on the stone wall next to it. The terrifying power erupted on the stone wall, like a huge iron hammer swept across the stone wall, planing the stone wall several times deep. Meters, horizontal dents with a length of more than 10 meters, countless gravel splashed around in the cave, and the entire cave was shaken. Luhan was already standing by the other side of the wall, and there was a little cold sweat on his back. So close. If this is punched by Tsunade's physique, will it be knocked out? It is estimated that it will be instantly smashed to bones. Meat all crumbled. Luhan couldn't help looking up again. He was very worried that the cave would suddenly collapse. Call, 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 call. 5 whirlwinds rolled up around Luhan, and the 5 root ninjas quickly appeared around Luhan. There was a sound of, wow 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 wow. They all drew their weapons, and they guarded Luhan's side, looking at Tsunade with cold eyes. They don't care who Tsunade is. According to Danzo's order, if Tsunade dares to attack Hangguang, they dare to kill Tsunade. Tsunade, who had already jumped up, bit Kiba, endured the severe pain on his body, and quickly pulled away from the fighting stance. He glanced at the 6 ninjas in black robes and masks. Cold eyes. She just woke up and hasn't figured out the situation yet, but she feels that these people in front of her are enemies. Root Ninja's breath is too cold, and his eyes are emotionless. In them, Tsunade can't feel a trace of friendliness, but can feel an amazing killing intent. The atmosphere was suddenly tense, and the battle was about to break out. Tsunade's expression, Luhan immediately understood. The reason why Tsunade had such a big reaction the first time he woke up was because of the pain. Tsunade didn't know who rescued her, and when she woke up, she felt some force acting on her body, causing her unimaginable pain, naturally. Punch and hit. Go out, Lu Han thought hoarsely. The 5 root ninjas paused for a while, then all put away their knives, and they all disappeared into the cave with a twist. Lu Han looked up at the top of the cave again. He was really worried that it would collapse. Who are you? Tsunade asked coquettishly, frowning again. She felt that the black-robed masked ninja standing by the wall not far away looked familiar, but she didn't recall any familiar acquaintances for a while. The last time Tsunade saw Lu Han was 3 months ago. In the past 3 months, Lu Han has grown a little taller. There is no way. He is young and grows fast. His breath is different. Konoha relaxed his vigilance like that. His body was filled with a sense of danger, and there was a trace of killing. Tsunade's super-vigilant appearance. Lu Han thought for a while, and said indifferently and hoarsely, "Woman. I saved you." Huh. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then narrowed her eyes. You saved me. She didn't seem to believe it, because she was really in pain just now, and she was a little suspicious of the world. I believe that this guy in front of him saved him. Woman, you must know how to be grateful. Stop talking nonsense. Who are you? Why don't you dare to show your true face? Women, I don't like the way you speak. Damn it. If you don't say it again, don't blame me for being rude. Woman, are you sure you can beat me? The big deal is to die together. Women, you are too cruel. You really are the most poisonous woman. You don't want to be called a woman. You bastard. Tsunade clenched his fists tightly, bit Kiba and looked at Lu Han. She looked a little stupid. So much nonsense. In fact, she was very smart, and she was very smart at the right time. The right strategy, procrastination. Tsunade needs time, and she has to check the injury in her body. Woman, it's all my people here and there. You can't run away. It's useless to scold you. Bastard. You're dead. Tsunade raised her fist and was about to smash the back wall. She was about to smash the cave. So that she could escape, and with her ability, she could escape during the cave's collapse. Ah, don't smash it. I'm joking. Lu Han immediately stopped, raised his hand and took off the mask on his face. Chapter 0289 Uzushiogakure Village Information. Taking off the mask, Lu Han revealed his delicate face and smiled at Tsunade with a surprise. Isn't it a surprise? In fact, it was very naive. The joke just now wasn't funny, but Lu Han somehow just wanted to do that. Tsunade's back-attacking arm suddenly stopped, and Ben's vigilant gaze at Lu Han suddenly froze. At this moment, time seems to have stopped. Lu Han felt that there should be a more emotional soundtrack at this time, to set off the atmosphere. It would definitely be very tear-jerking. Who are you? Tsunade suddenly exclaimed. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, blinked at Tsunade, and couldn't help but say, stupid. Stop pretending, you're not Han. Han won't hurt me. Who are you? Tsunade said angrily. She seemed to be really stupid. It's fake. This kind of doubt. I don't know whether it's because I just woke up and my brain is still awake, or it's really because of the previous pain. Okay. Lu Han sighed, then turned slightly sideways, raised one hand, smeared on his temples, and said narcissistically, I'm a genius. I am a genius. Tsunade how many times, and every time he was very narcissistic. Tsunade's expression froze, and his eyes looked straight at Lu Han. Tsunade teacher. Lu Han grinned and opened his arms to Tsunade, come and hug. Tsunade stood still, tears gradually filling his beautiful eyes. Hold. Lu Han could only walk up to Tsunade and hug Tsunade in his arms. Tsunade didn't seem to believe that this was true. She slowly raised her arms and hugged Lu Han's waist little by little. The moment she buried her head on Lu Han's shoulder, she let out a piercing cry. Cold. Woo. This cry contains how many grievances, how many embarrassments, how many miserable sighs that have been experienced after the calamity. Listening to Lu Han's heart, his hair tightened, and he couldn't tell how uncomfortable it was. Tsunade, sensei. Luhan muttered in a low voice, his arms holding Tsunade tightened subconsciously. Tsunade has been crying. She recalled the nightmarish experience in the past 10 days. She had never been so helpless or desperate. Her nerves were always tense. She didn't dare to sleep at night. If she barely fell asleep, she would be awakened by a nightmare again. Any little disturbance would make her highly nervous. Only now, at this moment, leaning against Luhan's arms, did she really relax. She cried unrestrainedly, venting her emotions. For a long time, Tsunade was tired from crying and turned to sobbing, his shoulders shaking. Tsunade, sensei, just a joke. I hope you, oops. Luhan whispered in Tsunade's ear, and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf, almost kneeling on the ground. It's fine if he doesn't say it, but Tsunade's petty temper can't be controlled as soon as he says it. He kicked Luhan's calf, then his legs were crossed, his waist twisted, and he instantly knocked Luhan down and held Luhan's arm, staring at Pan Yuhi's eyes, his face still full of tears, his expression, but he said fiercely, "You bastard. Who did you call a woman just now?" Being held down, turned his head to look at Tsunade, paused for a moment, and then said seriously, "Woman. I saved you." But Luhan said it very firmly. "You." Tsunade's angry eyes were glare again, opening as if to scold something, but stopped. 4 eyes facing each other. Luhan's eyes were serious, looking directly into Tsunade's eyes, without evading the slightest bit. Eerie silence. Tsunade's heart beat a little faster. He suddenly let go of Luhan, turned his head away with dodging eyes, half turned over and sat on the side of the animal skin with an unnatural look, lowered his head slightly, raised his hand and tucked his hair behind his ear, and muttered softly, "No big or small." Luhan also sat up, moved back a bit, and stood side by side with Tsunade, half-jokingly said, "Praise me." "You bastard." Tsunade slapped Luhan with a flick of his arm, neither light nor heavy, then wiped it on his face, wiping away some of the tears. Quiet again. Luhan tilted his head and looked at Tsunade, wanting to say something, but didn't say it. Tsunade took a deep breath and calmed down. Then he looked up at Luhan, dared to meet Luhan's eyes, and said with a serious expression, "Did Lord Hokage ask you to find me?" "No, I came privately." Luhan blinked. "Fortunately I found you, otherwise I don't know how to end it when I go back." What's the end?" Hyuga Heian was captured, and Kurigakure proposed a prisoner exchange. "I'm here, I guess it will affect this matter." "You're so impulsive, you should know how dangerous it is here." "Ha, impulsive, maybe." Tsunade bowed her head slightly again, and she suddenly noticed one thing, and that was the clothes on her body. Not hers. The clothes you helped me change." Tsunade turned to look at Luhan. "Yeah, I even gave you a bath." Luhan smiled slightly, looking at Tsunade with great vigor. Tsunade's eyes flashed, and he turned his head to avoid Luhan's gaze. It was quiet again, and after a while, Tsunade spoke again. "How old are you?" 13, 5 more months, 14. "You should know." Tsunade responded with a nasal voice, pondered for a while, and then said, "Tell me, what happened? Also, why did it hurt so much just now?" 2 days later, the western border of the country of Vortex and the country of Fire handed over to Yamanaka, the temporary scout base of Konoha. Bang! "Sir. Emergency." Senju Kahara pushed open the door of the command room vigorously, walked quickly to the desk, and handed over the information scroll, "Emergency information from Lord Rodan." Behind the desk, Danzo, who was writing something, suddenly raised his head, glanced at Senju Kahara, took the scroll and opened it. Face changed. "He's still alive," Danzo exclaimed, continuing to look back, his face turning ugly. Uzushiogakure Village emergency information. The Kurigakure mission has arrived at Uzushiogakure Village. They stated that they will terminate the captive exchange plan with Konoha about Hyuga Heian, and make solemn representations to Konoha. Claiming to have captured Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, and willing to use these 3 in exchange for the life of Cold Light. Chapter 0290 It's a big deal. The request of the Kurigakure mission can already be proved. Han Guang is still alive. Munashi Guichi in the southwest mountain range 5 days ago. 5 days. Generally speaking, it is not possible for one force to send a mission to the other force immediately. 1 or 2 days is definitely not enough. 10 days and a half is the norm. At present, the Kurigakure Corps is stationed in the country of the Vortex, and a mission is sent from the deepest part of the southwest mountain range to the Uzushiogakure village to negotiate. Counting the previous preparation time, 3 or 4 days are almost the same, and the information is sent from the Uzushiogakure village to the western border. Temporary scout base, it will take a day at the earliest. If so, the conclusion can be drawn. The reason why Kurigakure is willing to use Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru 3 extremely important Konoha captives in exchange for Han Guang's life is because Han Guang launched a surprise attack on the Kurigakure ninja squadron led by Munashi Oni 5 days ago. The time is right. Kurigakure dispatched the mission almost immediately. Come to think of it. He killed Munashi Onigiri. Danzo murmured with wide eyes. He could only think, if it wasn't for that, Kurigakure wouldn't have reacted so much. Han Guang and Munashi Ghost 7 fight, only one can survive. The one who survived was Han Guang. Munashi Kiichi died. Han Guang not only survived, but also escaped the pursuit of Kurigakure and disappeared in the southwest mountains. Kurigakure must have no idea where Han Guang was and whether he escaped from the southwest mountains. They didn't find it, and naturally they didn't know, but Danzo knew that Han Guang didn't come back and was still in the southwest mountains. He is still looking for Tsunade, who has been captured by Kurigakure, a road that will never end. How did he do it? Danzo muttered, sitting down on the chair slowly, thinking for a long time. He didn't suspect that there was a problem with Han Guang. At this time, almost no one in Konoha would suspect that there was a problem with him. Because he has done so much for Konoha. How many times has he been born and died? He has already proved his loyalty to Konoha. Danzo just can't figure it out. Although the growth of a monstrous genius cannot be controlled by common sense, even Danzo can't understand the boundless situation of this monstrosity. He is only 13. Who else has seen this information? Who knows what's in the information? Danzo suddenly raised his head and asked. In this stronghold, apart from the subordinates, you are the only one who has seen Mr. Danzo. Senju Shihara paused. In the village of Uzushiogakure, the subordinates are not clear. The embassy has come to negotiate, and there should be many people who know about it. But those who know the specific content of the negotiation should not be many. Lord Luoting has rich experience and knows that the stakes are very important, so he should keep it a secret. Is Uzumaki Jinghai in the village of Uzushiogakure? Danzo asked again. The day before yesterday's internal daily news, Uzumaki Jinghai returned to Uzushiogakure village 6 days ago, and took people away 3 days ago. There is no news of him returning to Uzushiogakure village. Senju Nokara said, he should not know the situation. After saying that, he carefully observed Danzo's expression. As Senju Nobori, it is difficult for him to know the various secret decisions of Konoha's top management, but he can feel something abnormal. For example, he felt it from Danzo and was wary of Uzumaki Jinghai. It's not that Danzo is personally wary of Uzumaki Jinghai, but Hokage's will. Senju Nozomi knows very well that since Uzumaki Jinghai sold out information about Han Guang more than half a year ago, an irreversible rift developed between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uzumaki Jinghai, who were very close friends, and Konoha helped Uzushiogakure village fight against Kurigakure, and not to save Uzushiogakure village. To put it more directly, Konoha needs Uzushiogakure village as a barrier to hinder and contain Kurigakure. This is a long-term strategy, so Konoha does not want the country of Vortex to be controlled by Kurigakure. Dagwan listens to the order. Danzo, who was thinking, suddenly said again. Yes. Senju Kahara looked solemn. Kurigakure cancels the prisoner exchange plan about Hyuga Haeung, and informs the whole army. Danzo quickly connected. Other than that, don't reveal any details about the Kurigakure mission coming to negotiate, and send a message to Sarutobi Rodan. Let him do as I say. Yes, your lord. Senju Nazara respectfully accepted the order. Senju Nozomi fully understands why Danzo gave such an order. First, announcement of the cancellation of the prisoner exchange plan will not only not disturb the morale of the army, but will also arouse excitement. Will have a positive effect. In particular, the independent scouts are all Hyuga ninjas. They know this, and I am afraid they have the heart to fight with Kurigakure. And this just explains why the Kurigakure mission went to Uzushiogakure village, and the provincial people are suspicious. Second, the fact that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru were captured must not spread to Akatsuki by the Konoha public. This kind of thing will shake the military's heart even more than they are dead. Because everyone knows that the three of them are direct disciples of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they were brought up by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like children of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a person who thinks about the big picture. If one of Tsunade's three people is caught, he can give up if necessary, but all three were caught. There is no doubt that this will influence Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Kurigakure grabs Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, which is equivalent to a huge chip. This bargaining chip can even influence the situation in the Kingdom of Vortex. Let's see how Sarutobi Hiruzen decides. The situation must be kept completely secret until Sarutobi Hiruzen decides. Danzo knows what he should do. As Hokage's assistant, no one understands Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind better than him. He knows that Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely hesitate and will have a hard time deciding. Exchange the life of cold light for Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Does this matter? It might even be just provocation. There is no need for a real exchange at all, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen decides to give up Hangwang, then there will be a rift between Hangwang and Konoha, or even a direct break. Kurigakure's purpose has been achieved. Whether Kurigakure will actually hand over the Tsunade trio, no one can say. Danzo can think of this, and so can Sarutobi Hiruzen. Send news to Hokage. Danzo stood up again. I'm going into the southwest mountains to find the cold light. Chapter 0291_5-person meeting. Danzo is going to look for the cold light in the southwest mountains. He doesn't care too much about Hangwang's life and death, although his desire to win over his talents is getting stronger and stronger, but it's all the time. Kurigakure captured the Tsunade 3 in exchange for Hangwang's life. Sarutobi Hiruzen may or may not agree, and if it is the former, he agrees. And has made a detailed plan. To save the Tsunade 3, there must be a premise: the cold light is in Konoha. So Danzo is going to look for Hangwang, as much as possible. Hokage's orders, Danzo knows what to do. Although he has always wanted to compete for the position of Hokage, and secretly did many things against Sarutobi Hiruzen, but at this time, he knew that he must be with Sarutobi Hiruzen. What should be done must be done. Sarutobi Hiruzen clearly knew that Danzo was restless, and knew that Danzo had never given up on Hokage's position, but still let him serve as Hokage's assistant. It was because he knew Danzo very well, and Sarutobi Hiruzen always believed in the fact that Danzo was loyal to Konoha. Never wavered. This is enough. Danzo has strength and ability. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't abandon Hokage just because Danzo peeps at him. His power is not that small. He dares to use, dare to reuse, he is confident. Danzo left the temporary scout base, and went straight to the southwest mountains alone. And just after he left, rumors about Kurigakure canceling the prisoner exchange plan about Hyuga Heian also spread in the stronghold. The Anbu Public Ninja and the independent scout team Hyuga Ninja have all received news. At the same time, the Land of Fire, Konoha Village. In a dimly lit room, around the huge conference table, only 5 people sat around. This was an emergency Konoha high-level meeting, and not all of the ninjas with high-level Konoha status were present, but only some. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat with his elbows on the table and his chin on the back of his hands, his face expressionless. On the left-hand side of Sarutobi Hiruzen is a dignified middle-aged woman of about 40 years old, and on the right-hand side is an old-fashioned middle-aged man of about 40 years old wearing glasses. Kaharu Udatane with Homura Mitokado. The two most important advisors in Konoha's top management. Then there are two others, Hyuga Huyong, the head of the main clan of the Hyuga clan, and Hataki Sakumo, the head of Anbu directly under Konoha Hokage. There was an eerie silence. Let's talk about it. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his hand and tapped the table lightly. There was another silence. The other four did not make eye contact with each other before, and there was no expression on their faces, and they were all silent. Just an hour ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen has received urgent top-secret information from Uzushiogakure village. He got the information almost at the same time as Danzo, who was on the southern border of the country of Vortex. The information was sent from the village of Uzushiogakure at the same time, but the transmission method was different. One was transmitted by ninjas, and the other was transmitted by flying ninja beasts, with different speeds. Sarutobi Hiruzen convened this high-level meeting after reading the information. At this time, the 5 people present already knew that Kurigakure terminated the prisoner exchange plan about Hyuga Heian, and captured Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru 3 people, and proposed to use these 3 people in exchange for the life of the ninja named Hangwang, by Anbu. Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, and Hyuga Huyang have all heard about the cold light. As the high-level officials of Konoha, they will naturally hear something from Sarutobi Hiruzen, but they still don't know the truth of cold light identity. However, it doesn't matter. I think. Kaharu Udatane sat up suddenly, put one hand on the conference table, and swept his eyes around, saved. Tsunade and the others, almost can be said to be the cornerstones of my new generation of Konoha ninjas. If they already killed, that's their life. I can't wait to Revolving Heaven, but since God gave them the opportunity to come back, then we have to try our best to save them. I think a cold light is not enough to fight Tsunade and the others. A comparison, even if he has made outstanding achievements and even beheaded Munashi Ghost 7, he can't compare. Since he chooses, someone should be abandoned. This is my opinion. Saying that, Kaharu Udatane leaned back and glanced at Homura Mitokado. Homura Mitokado adjusted her glasses and said nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with Kaharu Udatane's words, nor did he deny it. He looked at the tall figure diagonally opposite, and said calmly, Huyang, what is your opinion? Lord Hokage, this subordinate. Hyuga Huyang paused and shook his head lightly. It's better for subordinates not to express their opinions. Hyuga Heian is his younger brother. There is no doubt that Kurigakure cancelled the prisoner exchange because of the cold light of privately entering the southwest mountains and causing an accident. Anbu is a ninja force directly controlled by Hokage and is the ace of Konoha. In terms of relationship, the Hyuga family is no closer than Anbu and Hokage. Han Guang is the vice captain of Anbu. Therefore, Hyuga Huyang felt that when it comes to whether to give up Hangwang for the Tsunade 3, it is better for him to shut up and be cautious in his words and deeds. The matter of Hyuga Heian has already affected Hyuga Huyang's mentality. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Hyuga Huyang, pondered for a while, and said, I'm sorry about Heian. Wow. The chair suddenly bounced, and the sound of the chair legs rubbing against the floor was particularly harsh in this quiet conference room. Hyuga Huyang got up and knelt down again and said, the Hyuga family is willing to dedicate everything to Hokage and Konoha. Get up, Sarutobi Hiruzen said lightly. Hyuga Huyang got up again, pulled back the chair and sat back. It was as if nothing had happened just now, and no one looked at Hyuga Huyang more because of his actions. This subordinate thinks. The voice suddenly sounded, and he looked over and looked at Hataki Sakumo. Captain Anbu expressed his opinion about Vice Captain Anbu. His opinion is naturally very important. You can take it slow first. Hataki Sakumo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2 reasons. First, Kurigakure claimed to have caught Tsunade and the others. Kurigakure said so, but it's not necessarily true. Of course it could be true. What I said is that it's a possibility. If it's not true, then it's a provocation. Second, Hatake Sakumo paused, then said slowly, I feel cold and should not be abandoned. Chapter 0292 Hokage Arrangements _ Since Kurigakure can propose to exchange the Tsunade 3 for Hangwang, it already shows how much they hate. And even say they are scared. I think that on the current Kurigakure lore list, the first place is Hangwang. Such a ninja, it's my Konoha's ninja, if we give up easily. Not right. In the whole of Konoha, the person who knows the cold light ability best is not Tsunade, not Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Hatake Sakumo. He once cooperated with Hangwang to deal with Anbu's affairs. He knows Hangwang's style of doing things, and his character and ability. Although his understanding is not so comprehensive, he is always more than others. There is no doubt that the other 3 present are very clear. With Danzo not in Konoha, what Sarutobi Hiruzen values most should be Hatake Sakumo's opinion. After all, the discussion at this meeting was aimed at Vice Captain Anbu. Captain White Fang means, not to save Tsunade and them. Kaharu Udatane asked Hatake Sakumo, looking at him. There are many ways to save people. Hatake Sakumo replied, then stood up and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage. This subordinate is willing to go to the country of Vortex. Go to the country of Vortex, looking for cold light. Save Tsunade's trio. Hatake Sakumo didn't say what he was going to do, because as long as there was enough time, he would do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, raised his hand and pressed it, motioning Hatake Sakumo to sit down. Another quiet. Menyon, talk to me too. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at Homura Mitokado. I think. Homura Mitokado raised his hand and stroked his glasses, speaking quickly, this is no doubt Kurigukure's provocation. Even if we give up the cold light, we may not be able to exchange people back. Kurigakure has such a big chip. It is impossible to give up easily, but, as long as we plan carefully, it is not completely impossible to exchange people. In fact, we should listen to one person's opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded with a nasal voice. Hengu's own opinion. Homura Mitokado looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He can risk his life and death to enter the Kurigakure-occupied area without permission for Tsunade. If you let him know that Kurigakure captured Tsunade and asked for Tsunade in exchange for his life, I think he'll make up his mind. Menyon. Kaharu Udatane interjected. You know, he may dedicate himself to Tsunade, but he may not. If it is the latter, Kurigukure's provocation will succeed. We have lost the cold light, and we cannot rely on this saves Tsunade them. Homura Mitokado glanced at Kaharu Udatane, then at Sarutobi Hiruzen. That's my opinion. Homura Mitokado did not argue with Kaharu Udatane. That's not necessary, because the decision is in the hands of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen needs to listen to opinions. How to decide in the end, he has the final say. For a long time after that, the meeting room was silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen was calm from beginning to end, but everyone else knew that it was just the calm before the storm. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not calm at all, but depression. Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru than him. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his head, knocked on the table, glanced at Hatake Sakumo again, then turned around and disappeared on the chair. Hatake Sakumo also disappeared. Outside the meeting room, in the dimly lit long corridor, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked forward in a hurry. Hatake Sakumo appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen and followed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's footsteps. Send a message to Danzo, and let him go to the enemy-occupied area of Kurigakure to find the cold light. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked forward, speaking very fast in a low voice. Send a message to Rodan, let him give up the defense of the Vortex country in the east, and put the force move to the southwest, block the surrounding area of the southwestern mountains in the country of Vortex, send a letter to Iwagakure, and tell Tsuchikage, the second generation, that I agree with his plan. Yes. Hatake Sakumo obeyed respectfully and stopped. Sarutobi Hiruzen gradually walked away. Hatake Sakumo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's back, but he was relieved. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything about Hengwang or Tsunade's decision, which already shows that he is still thinking about it. He is hesitating. Drag first. Kurigakure has given half a month to reply, but there is no need to make a decision immediately. If there is no more choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not give up Tsunade and the three of them, and will not give up Hengwang easily. The country of the vortex, the central mountainous area of the southwest mountains. It was in the afternoon, and the light inside the cave was dim, only the entrance of the cave was extremely bright. Tsunade sat cross-legged on the hide, his body glowing with a pale green light, and he had not moved for a long time. Tsunade has been awake for 2.5 days. When she woke up that day, her injuries had not fully recovered, it was far from enough. Therefore, in the past 2 days, except for sleeping, eating, and being forced to travel for short distances, other times, all used in their own treatment. On the other side of the cave, Lu Han, without a mask, sat cross-legged in a corner not far away, playing with a kunai in his hand, and kept trying to use the Hiraishin technique on the kunai. At this time, Lu Han, who has corrected the previous mistakes, will not leave incomplete spells on Kuwushang, and he is getting closer and closer to success. It seems just a little bit. Perhaps it was the lack of an opportunity, or a feeling, Lu Han didn't know either. He insisted on practicing Hiraishin and believed that it would be a success. Call. The whirlwind rolled up not far in front of Lu Han, and Sheng Chuan, whose injuries had been healed by Tsunade, appeared out of thin air, and said very fast, "Sir. There is a situation." Lu Han raised his head and glanced at Sheng Chuan, then quickly opened the insight map and glanced at it, then stood up suddenly. The 10-kilometer maximum coverage area was seen on the map. 4 kilometers to the east, more than 200 Yuhi points were scattered in a formation, moving fast. The Yuhi point with the strongest formation was less than 3 kilometers away from the center of the map. And flying ninja. Among them, the moving speed is extremely fast, and the one that moves in an arc back and forth is Fino. Kurigakure is back in search. In the past 2 days, Lu Han has met him for the 3rd time. The first 2 times, he was forced to transfer and change his hiding place. And this time, different from the previous 2, this is definitely an extremely elite ninja team. Lead the big Yuhi point. Kurigakure Scout Force Commander, Level 55 Diamond Boss, Mundogen. Chapter 0293_3 Levels of Ninja Strength. Level 55 Diamond Boss. Quasi-film. According to the grading rules, the comprehensive ability of a level 55 Diamond Boss should be between that of Jonin and Yingying, which is very close to Yingying, but in fact, Cage level does not exist, and there is no such level in the original work. No matter how strong is Jonin, Cage level is defined by Lu Han himself. Cage level defined by Lu Han, in short, is an existence that can barely serve as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. A powerful ninja with a rating of level 60 has the ability to reach the minimum standard of being the leader of the 5 major ninja villages. For example, if a ninja village shadow died in battle, a new shadow needs to be elected, and a group of candidates will appear, and these candidates must be at least level 60. And the level 55 Diamond Boss is no worse than level 60 in terms of sheer strength. That is not worse than the shadow. The same is true for level 25 Diamond Bosses. Ninjas of this level are special Jonin with special talents, and special Jonin may not necessarily lose to Jonin in pure strength, but they are lacking in other aspects, such as strategic ability and detection ability, dominance ability, etc. The comprehensive strength cannot reach Jonin, but there is strength. Otherwise, it is impossible to include the word Jonin in the title of special Jonin. Similarly, a level 55 Diamond Boss may not be inferior to a level 60 ninja in strength, but it is lacking in other aspects, but in one aspect, it has the ability to surpass ordinary shadows. Luhan still doesn't know what Mundogen's special ability is, and it doesn't matter, because he didn't want to fight Mundogen at all. Although the first kill of the 55-level diamond boss rewards will be extremely rich. That's on top of the high explosion rate of the first golden boss kill, and 10 times the terrifying explosion rate. It may be close to the full burst rate. Rewards are tempting. But Luhan knew that he couldn't win the level 55 diamond boss. Luhan knows his own strength very well. He fought against Munashi Ghost 7 before, using all his means, and fell into death crisis several times. In the end, he killed Munashi Ghost 7 because Munashi Ghost 7 was implicated and injured by his forbidden technique. Luhan had to admit that at that time, he was able to defeat Munashi Ghost 7 because of luck, otherwise the outcome would be hard to say. And after that, Luhan mastered LV9 Ultimate Rasengan. Perhaps, the current Luhan has the strength of a real level 50 gold boss. Even stronger than Munashi Oni 7. But level 50 is impossible to beat level 55. In this world, ninja strength can be divided into 3 major levels. Genin Chunin is the first big level. Although Genin needs to go through complicated exams to be promoted to Chunin, but even if you fail once, you will fail several times. As long as you reach the age, you will naturally become Chunin. This is also the reason why Might Dai will be mocked as Eternal Genin in the original work. It is extremely abnormal to be a Genin at the age of several decades. And Chunin wants to be promoted to Jonin, but it is extremely difficult. Chunin at the highest level. From Chunin to Jonin, there is a hurdle. This is also the reason why there is a special Jonin, it is stuck on this hurdle. Therefore, Genin Chunin can be attributed to a large level, and the ninjas of this large level are ordinary ninjas in the entire ninja world. The second big level, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Ultra Elite Jonin. From Jonin to Super Elite Jonin, the strength span is huge. But Luhan still boils them down to one big level, mainly because they can be predicted in advance. A genius ninja becomes a Jonin in his teens, then he has a certain possibility to become an elite Jonin when he is around 30, and when he reaches 40, he may enter the superhero defined by Luhan. Elite level. Jonin grows into a super elite Jonin. It is not too difficult for a teenage genius to become a Jonin. They just need to keep practicing. The master has more skills, more combat experience, and stronger responsiveness. At the peak of your 30s and 40s, become an elite Jonin, or even a super elite. This is the second largest level. The third level is the shadow. Too hard to be promoted from super elite to cage level. It can even be said that even if you become a Jonin at the age of 10, if you don't have some adventures and some special experience, it will be difficult to become a shadow in the future. There is very strong uncertainty. If you want to improve your strength to cage level, in addition to the existence of the natural talent pervert, the rest mostly rely on adventures. In the later stage of the original story, there are many characters with cage level strength, and most of them have extraordinary life experiences, and few of them achieved cage level strength by sluggish training. To step from the ultra elite Jonin level to the cage level. The reason why Luhan felt that he could not be Mundogen's opponent was not to belittle himself, but because, with the strength of a level 50 gold boss, to challenge a level 55 diamond boss, this was equivalent to the elite Chunin challenging Jonin, or the ninja of the second level of strength, challenge the ninja of the third level of strength. The strength is really not a little bit. Although, if it is to join forces with Tsunade, there may be a chance to defeat Mundogen, but Mundogen has brought too many people, and he must be an elite. The gap is too large to win. A few minutes later, in the vast mountains and forests, Luhan and Tsunade ran side by side, leading Gen Kirin to run wildly. Escape. It's not shameful. Unless you are Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, there is always a time to escape. Mr. Tsunade, do you know Mundogen? The leader of the Kurigakure scout unit is the guy who is now directing the Kurigakure unit to search for us. Luhan suddenly asked while running. Yes, what's wrong? Tsunade replied. Is there anything special about him? Luhan asked again. Have you heard of it? Tsunade glanced at Luhan. Yes, I heard about it. Luhan nodded. He seems to have something special, but I haven't checked any details about him in Anbu. Well, this guy is very special. What's special? Unforgettable. What? Unforgettable. Extraordinary memory. It is said that he memorized a detailed map of the entire ninja world. Fuck. Luhan was stunned. Chapter 0294_Mundogen. In Luhan's original world, unforgettable memories existed, but it was a disease called hypermemory syndrome. Hypersomnia patients. In fact, most of them live very miserable lives. It is a very serious mental illness. They will not forget anything in life. They remember what they need to remember, and they remember it. Things that should not be remembered, such as some painful life experiences. The most common thing that patients with hyperamnesia do every day is memory, which wastes their life. And here, the world of Hokage. Tsunade said that Mundogen never forgets, and he memorized a detailed map of the entire ninja world. When the word, memorize, is used, then he should be subjective memory, not passive memory of hypermesis. Subjective memory is the best memory state. Remember what you want to remember. Terrible ability. This should be the reason why Mundogen is a level 55 diamond boss. The reason why he has a diamond title is because his memory is too strong. The 9 people ran fast. Luhan led the way. Mundogen was leading people to search around here, and he didn't already know that Luhan was nearby, so Luhan could easily take people away from Mundogen. You, scared. Tsunade suddenly squinted at Luhan and said. Yeah. Luhan nodded without denying. It's incredible. It's incredible. Before I came to the land of Vortex, Lord Hokage gave me detailed information about some important people in Kurigakure. At that time, when I saw the information about Mundogen, I was also frightened. Do you think his name is very strange? Luhan was taken aback, then glanced at Tsunade. What do you mean? Mundogen's name is indeed a bit strange. There is no surname, and the style of naming is also strange. There are some ninjas without a surname among the major ninja forces. For example, Tsunade does not have a surname. Luhan already knows that she is the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, not a granddaughter, but why did she not use the surname Senju? I don't know, there must be a reason. There's a reason why Danzo is from the Shimura family and doesn't use the Shimura surname. Orochimaru also has no last name, which is related to his childhood experiences. Such ninjas without a surname are very few in the entire ninja world. Actually, Mundogen is not a ninja born in Kurigakure. He is not from the land of water. Where he is from, there is no relevant information. Tsunade continued, it is said that he joined Kurigakure during the last ninja war. At that time, the entire ninja world was in chaos. Many ninjas who were not from the 5 major ninja villages chose to join the 5 major ninja villages. In order to find a place to live, there were also some ambitious guys who wanted to rely on powerful forces to achieve their ambitions. That's when Mundogen took refuge in Kurigakure, who was in his 20s and an elite jonin. Generally speaking, the 5 major ninja villages don't trust the adult ninjas who come to take refuge, and there are too many spies. Mundogen is like an outsider in Kurigakure. Normally, a ninja like him who only joined after he became an adult, is also a high-level fighter in Kurigakure. It is impossible to be assigned to an important position. But Mundogen did it. After Kurigakure verified his loyalty, he began to cultivate him. Until today, he is now the commander of the Kurigakure Scout Unit, with full authority over a regiment of the Kurigakure Scout Unit. Kurigakure, like our Konoha, has many tribes and important positions in the village. Almost all of them are controlled by powerful ninjas from major tribes. In this case, Mundogen can be reused by Mizukage. I have to say, it is incredible. This guy. Luhan sighed, his eyes lit up. I don't know if he was born with the ability to remember, or if it was some kind of skill. Luhan felt a fire in his heart. If you can beat Mundogen, Kill him. Is it possible to deprive him of the ability to remember him? In terms of the explosion rate of the first diamond boss kill, it is very likely. The probability is very high. The key point is, how did Mondogen get the ability to remember? In what form does it exist in him? I think it should be natural, Tsunade replied. According to rumors, every time he performs a mission, he will first remember the surrounding geographical environment, including some details, such as the drooping angle of a tree branch. He remembered it and returned to the tree 3 days later. You can see at a glance whether the tree branch has been stepped on vigorously. His detection ability is very pervert. Tracking search analysis ability is even better than Kurigakure. This is also the reason why it has been difficult for us to escape from the southwest mountain range before. Compared with the group of 7 members of the Ninja Blade of the Mist, Mondogen has caused us more trouble. After all, the Kurigakure scouts who are blocking the search for the southwest mountain range are the main force. The Kurigakure scout unit, under the command and mobilization of Mondogen, exerted an amazing search efficiency. The more people there are, the more traces are left in the process of moving, and the easier it is for Mondogen to track it. Well, scary guy, Luhan replied, looking a little absent-minded. He wants Mondogen. How to kill Mondogen? It's hard. As the commander of the Kurigakure scout force, Mondogen will always be accompanied by many people during the mission, because he also needs to command the mobilization of the corps to cooperate with each other during the mission, which requires someone to pass the order. So if you want to kill Mondogen, Mondogen is definitely not the one who will face. In fact, even in the face of Mondogen alone, Luhan knew that he could not defeat him. However, Luhan is not without opportunities at all. For example, if Master Hiraishin can be mastered in the near future. Why did you ask about Mondogen all of a sudden? Tsunade asked with a sudden glance. He's nearby, Luhan replied. What? Tsunade's eyes suddenly widened. Otherwise, why do we run? It's because he came and brought more than 200 people with him. Can you be sure? How do you know? Just as Luhan was about to tell a story, he suddenly paused, and then quickly said in a heavy voice, he found us. Speed up. Follow me. The insight map shows that more than 200 Yuhi points such as Mondogen suddenly gathered quickly and moved towards the center of the map. Chapter 0295 Stillmet. The vast forest, with dense vegetation, canopies connected one by one, cover the sky and the sun. Tsunade behind him, followed by Zero Snake and other Genchi Ren. There are 9 people in total, which is a very powerful force, even compared to the trio of Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, but it is absolutely impossible to confront the Kurigakure ninja team led by Mondogen. This way, Luhan let out a low voice, and with a hand seal, he disappeared into the running. Tsunade and others also followed the hand seal and disappeared in turn. When everyone appeared 100 meters to the southwest, Luhan immediately made another gesture, and the hand seal disappeared again. Before, he was running and jumping to move, but after being traced by Mondogen, Luhan changed his strategy and moved through the basic instant body technique. The advantage of this is that there are very few traces left, and the disadvantage is that it needs to consume more. Chirp. A crisp chirping sounded from the sky. Flying is here. Stop. Luhan instructed everyone to stop and hid in the bushes. It wasn't until Fanoin whizzed past that Luhan made another gesture and led them into the bushes. At this time, Luhan and others have a great advantage, that is. Mondogen is not sure that they are really nearby. Mondogen just tracked the traces, and accelerated the tracking according to the direction of the traces. It was difficult for Mondogen to tell whether the trace was left an hour ago or just now. This is the advantage. Whether it's Mondogen or Fukui, they can't be sure if Cold Light is really nearby, or if it's someone else. After about an hour, Luhan led the people to completely get rid of Mondogen and Fei Ren, and disappeared into the vast mountains and forests. After tracking a certain distance, Mondogen could no longer follow the traces. There are 2 reasons. The first is that the traces left by Luhan and others have decreased, and the second is, in the southwest mountain range, it is not only Luhan and others, not to mention others, the large number of ninjas in Kurigakure will leave many traces, which will interfere with Mundogen's judgment and make him need more time to analyze before he can make a correct judgment. Night. Somewhere in the southwest mountains, under the leeward wall. Luhan leaned on the tree branch, holding Kunwu in his hand, still trying to apply Hiraishin's technique on Kunwu. On a slightly lower tree branch diagonally below, Tsunade sat cross-legged, green light rippling all over his body. According to what was said before the night, after this treatment, her injuries will fully recover. In fact, as early as 3 days ago, Luhan proposed to treat Tsunade, but Tsunade refused, it was too painful. It hurts her to doubt life. Tsunade already knew about Master Luhan's special medical ninjutsu. Luhan explained the situation to her, but he didn't explain too much, and Tsunade didn't ask any further questions. Luhan is now the deputy captain of Anbu. For Tsunade, it's not surprising that Luhan has a secret, and she also knows that she can't ask more about Anbu. 5 minutes later. Luhan raised his head slightly, opened the insight map again, and then his face changed, and he shouted in a low voice, "Here we come. Let's withdraw." The insight map showed that more than 20 Kurigakure ninjas were moving and searching 4 kilometers to the west. Although there are only more than 20 people, their strength should not be underestimated. Great Yuhi Point. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen of Mist, Level 50 Gold Boss, Chapter Heim. In fact, Luhan teamed up with Tsunade, and together with Gen Kirin, he could definitely agree to the ninja squadron led by Zhang Heim, but the question is, can they fight? The battle takes time. Once it starts, it is estimated that it will not take half an hour, and the vicinity will be surrounded by the Kurigakure army. Situation was different. When Luhan killed Munashi Ghost 7, the Kurigakure scout troops were scattered throughout the southwest mountain range, so they found a problem and rushed to help. And now, the Kurigakure scout unit has been reduced in strength. The search was focused on the central mountains of the southwest mountains. I don't know how they determined that cold light was in the central mountainous area. Because Tsunade told Luhan about the situation of boiling rain, Luhan guessed 2 situations. One was Mundogen. He passed the pattern of traces. According to the analysis, the second is boiling rain. He has special tracking ability. In fact, when Luhan rescued Tsunade that day, he killed a flying ninja. This will also make Kurigakure suspect that Fei Ren was killed by Han Guang, who is active in the central mountainous area. The current situation is that the Kurigakure scouts are all active and searching in the mountains in the middle of the southwest mountains. They communicate with each other very quickly. If Luhan hits anyone, once they are dragged, they will be surrounded in a short time. Another thing that gave Luhan a headache was that these guys not only searched during the day, but also searched at night. It's just that there are fewer ninjas searching at night. In the dark mountain forest, 9 people are moving at high speed. Luhan was the first, and Tsunade was half a step behind. Cold, Tsunade said suddenly. Huh, Luhan replied with a nasal voice. Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Tsunade paused. My injury has healed, can we go and find it? If you have a chance, you will naturally look for it. Luhan replied and glanced at Tsunade, but I think it is very likely that they have escaped from the southwest mountains. After all, it has been so long, and now Kurigakure is catching me. Yeah, Tsunade responded, but his mood was a little down. Time flies. 5 days later. The southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, the central mountain range. It was dusk when Luhan and 8 people moved at extreme speed, and some were on the run. Or hide. For 5 days, Luhan, who had insight into the map, was unable to take people out of this mountainous area. He encountered the Kurigakure ninja team approaching more and more frequently. Flying ninjas, flying birds, ninja beasts, ninja dogs, encountered more and more. Many, Luhan has been unable to speculate how much power Kurigakure has invested in this mountainous area. Maybe they are already determined. The cold light is in the central mountainous area. This way. Luhan, who was running wildly, pointed to the northwest, and then turned on the insight map again. After watching it for 2 seconds, he was about to turn it off, but suddenly stopped. Still met. Luhan subconsciously whispered. On the northwest edge of the insight map, there is a blue, Yuhi blinking dot. Teammate blue. Malicious Yuhi. Blinks alternately. Danzo. Chapter 0296_orange name Danzo. Luhan can be 100% sure that this is Danzo. And not other Konoha ninjas who may be malicious. Because he can feel where Danzo is. As early as 5 or 6 days ago, Luhan had already sensed that Danzo left the temporary scout base and entered the southwest mountain range again. For almost 3 days after that, Danzo has been wandering around the outer areas of the southwest mountains, moving very fast, and almost covered the outer areas of the southwest mountains. Until the day before yesterday, he entered the central mountainous area and never went out again. In terms of Danzo's strength, it's still easy for him to leave the central mountains. This guy is definitely stronger than Mundogen, and he is alone, and it is impossible for the Kurigakure scouts to stop him. But he never left. Luhan analyzed the reason. Because Danzo has confirmed that cold light is in the central mountainous area, he is here to find cold light. And the Kurigakure scout force has almost blocked the central mountainous area. With Danzo's ability, it is natural to easily infer the correct conclusion. The past 2 days, it was not the first time that Luhan encountered Danzo, and he chose to avoid the first 2 times. Because Luhan is not sure whether this guy Danzo is an enemy or a friend. Danzo is black enough, ruthless, and has sent people to assassinate Luhan many times. People's hearts are the most difficult to predict. When Danzo encounters Danzo in this crisis-ridden enemy-occupied area, he may save people, but he may also kill people. The decision is in his mind. So Luhan chose to hide the first 2 times. After all, he brought Tsunade with him, and the 7 loyal root ninjas around him all obeyed Danzo's orders. Luhan didn't want to get involved with Tsunade. And this time, it seems inevitable. In the dark forest at dusk, Luhan led the people to move rapidly to the northwest. Every few seconds, he would open the insight map and glance at it. This is similar to the observation effect of continuously opening the insight map, but it saves several times the chakra. Quantity. Danzo is just northwest. Luhan hesitated, glanced at Tsunade, and looked back at Gen Kirin again. He is considering whether to avoid Danzo. If so, he needs to run in other directions, but if he runs in other directions, it will be easy to be found by Kurigakure. Once he is found and there is a battle, Danzo will definitely see the movement when he hears the movement. Look. We'll meet again. Since this guy is Yuhi-lan alternately, it means that he is here to find me and is judged to be a malicious teammate. When he sent 7 ninjas from the route to join me on the mission, he was named Yuhi. I have already reversed the control and disappeared without a trace. After more than 10 days of lock mother printing, he is still named Yuhi. Does this guy want to win me over? Or? Luhan thought, getting closer and closer to Danzo. He didn't have much time to think about it. Kurigakure is near here. If he dares to do something to me, it is equivalent to helping Kurigakure, and Kurigakure will know that, unless he can kill all the Kurigakure ninjas, including Fino, Kurigakure will definitely publicize this and let Konoha internal rupture. I can consider this level. Danzo should also be able to. Even if he really wanted to kill me, he wouldn't dare to do it now. In the dark forest, the ghostly figure flickered and moved at an extremely fast speed. Jumping to the tree again, Danzo stopped and leaned back against the tree, gasping for breath. It's been 2 days since I came to the central mountainous area, and Danzo also feels a lot of pressure, because there are too many Kurigakure scouts, flying ninjas, and scout ninja beasts here. Danzo doesn't want to meet Kurigakure. If Kurigakure knows that Hokage's assistant is also here, they will must be crazy, maybe another legion will be transferred over. Moreover, Kurigakure Mizukage is assisting Boyu and is sitting in the southwest mountains in person. Danzo really doesn't want Boyu to know that he is in the southwest mountains, and he doesn't want to meet Boyu. Boiling Rain was originally the successor appointed by the first generation of Mizukage. During the last Ninja World War, he had the opportunity to inherit the position of Mizukage, but he voluntarily gave up and let the stronger and older Ghost Lantern Moon become the second generation of Mizukage. The Boiling Rain at this time is definitely stronger than the last Ninja World War. Danzo is very clear that he is not the opponent of Boiling Rain. Can't be spotted by Kurigakure, Danzo can only hide. You bastard, causing so much trouble, damn. Danzo leaned against the tree and couldn't help but curse Luhan. He felt a little tired. The ninja world has been peaceful for more than 10 years. Danzo hasn't come out alone for a long time. This task. Sususu, a strange sound appeared and kept approaching. Danzo was suddenly alert, and held the hand seal movement with his hands together, completely restraining his breath, and his eyes became abnormally cold. Call, call, call. The special sound in the distance disappeared, and in a position closer to Danzo, on the towering tree more than 10 meters away, whirlwinds rolled up one after another, and silhouettes appeared out of thin air. Luhan, Tsunade, and Gen Kirin appeared one after another. Danzo has entered a state of invisibility on the tree where he is, and when he sees the person, he immediately reappears. Hengguang. Danzo recognized Luhan wearing a mask at a glance. See your lord, Gen Kirin said coldly on one knee at the same time. Lord Danzo, are you here to find me? Luhan said hoarsely, his pupils shrank, he saw Danzo's level. Great Yuhi name. Konoha Hokage assistant, level 60 bronze boss, Danzo. Danzo just responded, then suddenly froze again. The man in black robe standing behind Luhan's side, while Luhan spoke, took off the fat kabuto cap that was buckled on his head, revealing a beautiful face full of heroism. Danzo was stunned when he saw Tsunade. Lord Danzo, what's wrong? Tsunade couldn't help frowning, she didn't understand the meaning of Danzo's eyes. Danzo suddenly turned his gaze back to Luhan's face. At the same time, the Yuhi name above his head began to flash, Yuhi color, orange. Flashing alternately. When did you find Tsunade? Danzo asked loudly. Almost 7 days ago, Luhan responded, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Why was Danzo's name flashing? Because Tsunade. Luhan felt something was wrong. Lord Danzo, did something happen? Tsunade interjected. Yeah, Danzo nodded, the name above his head suddenly stopped flashing, orange name. Malicious elimination. Chapter 0297 I'm really worth. Whoosh. There was a whistling sound in the sky, and the 10 people moved almost at the same time, jumping in different directions, in the canopy, in the grass, behind the stones. All hidden. The gust of wind blew, and Fino roared over the forest, then circled and flew back, and after 2 laps, he flew away quickly. Woo hoo hoo. Everyone quickly appeared again and gathered under the same big tree. Get out of here first. Luhan said in a low voice. Lord Danzo, Kurigakure is following us according to the traces. Follow me. Although he was full of doubts, Luhan knew that now is not the time to ask questions, and we can't be here. Long stay. Danzo naturally did not object to what Luhan said, and went on the road with Luhan and others. At night, the moonlight is dim. Somewhere in the central mountainous area of the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, in a cave under the high mountains. The karst cave is extremely huge, perhaps more than 10,000 square meters in size, but the entrance of the karst cave is not large, but a hole with a diameter of only 2 or 3 meters. There is a dark river flowing in the cave. On the inside of the cave, a fire is burning, with fragrant roasted venison on it, and around the fire are some strange stones with smooth surfaces and unique shapes. Luhan, Tsunade, and Danzo sat around the fire. Genchi Ren was not there, and according to Danzo's order, they all went outside to set up defenses. About 6 or 7 days ago, the Kurigakure mission arrived at the village of Uzushiogakure to negotiate with us, Danzo said. Kurigakure decided to terminate the captive exchange program about Hyuga Heian and claimed to have captured Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. At the same time, he proposed that he would use these 3 prisoners in exchange for Han Guang's life. Danzo looked at Lu Han. "Oh, I'm really valuable." Lu Han raised his eyebrows. "Kurigakure is cheating." Tsunade's face sank. Taking the negotiations between the 2 armies as a child's play. If it spreads, Kurigakure will have no credibility at all. Let's see who will believe them in the future. Such a trick. Yeah, Danzo nodded. Kurigakure's actions are indeed illegal. Since they didn't catch you, they dared to claim that they did, and offered to exchange prisoners. Although soldiers are always deceitful, but the messenger negotiated, there should be no fraud. This is the only channel for the 2 forces to negotiate. If they cheat in this regard, they will not have to negotiate in the future. They are really in a hurry. By the way, Mr. Danzo. Tsunade suddenly sounded anxious, as if thinking of something, but his voice stopped again, and he glanced at Lu Han before asking, "Master Danzo, do you know?" "Teacher, how did you decide?" "Did Sarutobi Hiruzen accede to Kurigakure's request?" If he said yes, Tsunade was really worried that he would get a lump in his heart, and even would he leave Konoha in a fit of rage. Lu Han didn't seem to hear what Tsunade said. He was holding the meat that Kuu was cutting on the roasted deer, and the outermost meat was almost cooked. "I don't know." Danzo shook his head and said, "I thought Han Guang was dead, but I didn't know until the news of the Kurigakure mission reached the base that Han Guang was still alive, so I went directly to the southwest mountain range. I didn't wait. Lord Hokage's order." "Lord Danzo," Lu Han said suddenly, with a strange tone, looking up at Danzo. "Huh," Danzo responded nasally. "You came to the southwest mountains to find me. Are you going to take me back?" Lu Han asked directly. "Yes." Danzo didn't deny it, looked right into Lu Han's eyes. "Although I didn't wait for Lord Hokage's order, I know that no matter what Lord Hokage decides, I should let you go back first." Konoha did not expect Kurigakure to be a fraud. You found Tsunade. Quote. "Han, don't think too much, Lord Hokage, he definitely won't." Tsunade couldn't help but said. "Tsunade teacher." Lu Han interrupted Tsunade's words, turned his head and smiled at Tsunade. "I didn't think much about it. I don't think much about this. After all, it didn't really happen. It's like, you are in some kind of predicament. You have to choose, whether to kill Jiraiya or Orochimaru. You have to kill one to survive the other. Which will you choose?" This. Tsunade was stunned and hesitated. "I believe you will make a choice in the end, and it will definitely hurt one of them." Lu Han said again, "But it didn't happen, did it?" Lu Han can really see it. In fact, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees to Kurigakure's request, Lu Han can understand. The 3 Tsunade, like Sarutobi Hiruzen's sons and daughters, still remember that it was written in the original book that Orochimaru was discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, escaped from Konoha and became missing nin. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to kill Orochimaru at that time, but he couldn't bear to do it. It can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave up anyone else, including Danzo and Hatake Tsukumo, for Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Lu Han can understand. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, perhaps even his own son is less important than the Tsunade 3. The flames jumped, and the shadows of the 3 people around them also swayed. Tsunade looked at Lu Han with complicated eyes, but hesitated. Lu Han said he didn't think too much, but Tsunade didn't believe it. Why didn't he think too much? Of course, she couldn't possibly know that Lu Han didn't feel that home to Konoha, nor would he feel that it was unacceptable to be given up by Konoha. Lu Han is a subversive. He knows the original Hokage book, and his understanding of the Hokage world is different from others. After a while of silence, the 3 had already started to eat. Did you kill Munashi Ghost 7? Danzo asked Lu Han again. Yes. Lu Han nodded. You Master Horaishin? Not yet. Danzo didn't ask any more questions. It was not his turn to ask. As Anbu's vice captain, Han Guang, if he was reporting the situation, he only needed to report to Anbu's captain and Hokage. Although Danzo is Hokage's assistant, he can't ask more questions as a superior. In fact, he was very curious about how strong Cold Light is now. Did he kill Munashi Kiichi without Master Horaishin? Rely on what? It's definitely not Genchi Ren. Danzo has asked Genchi Ren in private before, and he already knows that Han Guang is fighting against Munashi Guichi alone. One-on-one. Cold Light. Danzo said suddenly, how about we learn from each other? Let's learn from each other. Lu Han raised his head again. In his eyes, Danzo's name quickly turned into Yuhi. Chapter 0298_Dilemma. With each other may cause harm, so Danzo changed his name to Yuhi, not because he has malice towards Lu Han, but just because he wants to learn from each other. Danzo wants to know how strong Lu Han is now. Lord Danzo, let's forget it. Lu Han replied, we are on the way to escape, the environment is full of dangers, if we learn from each other, no matter how big the movement is, the chakra fluctuations alone may attract enemies. Better be careful. Lu Han found a reason to reject Danzo. In fact, he was not worried about being discovered, because he had insight into the map, and if anyone approached within 10 kilometers, he could know in advance. The real reason was that Lu Han didn't want Danzo to know the depth of his strength. Although Danzo has become an orange name, it is still not completely trustworthy. He is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Lu Han doesn't need to prove anything to him, not to mention. Lu Han knows that he is not Danzo's opponent, and he will not be able to defeat Danzo with all his means. There are only disadvantages and no advantages. Well, it makes sense, I was rash. Danzo nodded, not insisting anymore. In fact, Danzo also understands that at this moment, it is not suitable to learn from each other. As far as the abilities of each scout unit in the 5 great ninja villages are concerned, Konoha and Kurigakure are the first and second, and who is the first, it is hard to say. Konoha has the Hyuga clan, Byakugan has extreme pervert ability, and Kurigakure has fly ninja, sea bird ninja beasts. In contrast, each has its own strengths. Danzo couldn't hold back the discussion just now was because he wanted to know the extent of Han Guang's strength. The 3 were eating. Sir Danzo. Tsunade seemed to have a poor appetite. After eating some, he put down the kuwu of cutting the meat and looked at Danzo. I don't know. Have you heard about Jiraiya and Orochimaru? No. Danzo shook his head. They didn't go back, which means they didn't escape from the southwest mountains, either hiding somewhere, or already dead. Tsunade didn't speak anymore, bowed his head slightly, and his mood became even more depressed. Lu Han glanced at Tsunade and said nothing. Tsunade, you have to go back with me to find Jiraiya and Orochimaru, I don't need you to do it. Danzo's expression became serious, you can only expose Kurigakure's tricks when you go back. It is also my task to take you back. The stakes are very important, don't be emotional. Tsunade didn't respond, just lowered his head, thinking. Tsunade teacher. Lu Han, who was chewing meat, also opened his mouth and glanced at the depressed Tsunade. You are a medical ninja, a taijutsu ninja. You are not good at tracking, you can't compare with a professional scout ninja, and you need got it, now it's me that Kurigakure is looking for. If Lord Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru, they're still alive, I think they're safe, I've got all of Kurigakure's attention, and there's a high probability that they're escaping the southwest mountains. If I'm dead, so I don't need to say anything. Well, I understand. Tsunade nodded slightly. It's good to understand, so. You should give up the idea of looking for them. Lu Han said again, also, now that it's been 5 days, Lord Danzo has been in the southwest mountain range, maybe. They have already gone back, just we don't know yet. It's very possible. Danzo answered immediately, focusing his head. A few days ago, I have been active in the outer periphery of the southwest mountains. In the outer periphery, the blocking power of Kurigakure has been reduced. With the strength of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, it's not hard to escape. Both are trying to persuade Tsunade. Luhan couldn't help but glance at Danzo. Danzo is a contradictory person who engages in intrigues while working hard for Konoha. From one point of view, he is a vicious conspirator, and from another point of view, he is a trusted Konoha supporter. Jinchuriki column. Perhaps, Danzo never dreamed that Tsunade would become Konoha Hokage in the future. It was because he didn't think that he was not hostile to Tsunade, but from Sarutobi Hirazen's point of view, Tsunade had to go back. The night is getting darker. After the three people finished eating, they put out the fire and found a place to rest, not far from each other. The cave was dark, and the three of them were still talking. About Hyuga Haeyoung, I am afraid it has caused dissatisfaction with Hyuga Huyang. Danzo really dared to say anything, and even named Luhan. Hangwang, this is the trouble you caused, although you killed the ghost Munashi. 7, but it's not worth it. Yeah, Luhan responded with a nasal voice, without explaining anything. In fact, he knew very well that Kurigakure would definitely restart the prisoner exchange plan. They wanted to exchange for Ghost Lantern Chuntao, the chief elder of the Ghost Lamp clan, but Luhan had already killed him, which was really troublesome. Luhan thought about it a lot. He thought of Ghost Lamp Chuntao, and also Hyuga Luo Ning. Hyuga Haeyoung is the father of Hyuga Luo Ning. Time flies. After Danzo and Luhan exchanged some words, the cave fell into silence. After the fire was extinguished, Tsunade didn't speak again. Luhan knew very well that Tsunade was worried about Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Lord Danzo, you have some confidence that you can take us out of here? Luhan asked suddenly. I'm not sure, it will take time. Danzo continued, I can use the 7 ninjas at the route as bait, flee in different directions, attract attention, and create a greater chance for the 3 of us to escape, but there is one thing to consider. Once someone is exposed in this mountain area, they will confirm all of Kurigakure's inferences, and they will know that the cold light is in this area, and then boiling rain will definitely come over in person. Quote. Boiling rain. Luhan muttered. Boiling rain is stronger than me. Danzo admitted frankly. It's really troublesome. Luhan sighed. It's really troublesome. In fact, we can escape separately. It's easier for everyone. Danzo added, but this is not a good tactic. With luck, we can all escape. With bad luck, maybe only I can leave. Another moment of silence. Lord Danzo, let's talk alone. Luhan suddenly spoke again, then got up. Okay, Danzo responded. He didn't know what Luhan was going to say, but there was no reason to refuse such a request. Tsunade opened his eyes in an instant. Chapter 0299_Luhan's decision. Luhan wanted to talk to Danzo alone, obviously to avoid Tsunade. Tsunade naturally felt it, but she couldn't say anything, because Luhan and Danzo were both from Anbu. It was normal for them to say something alone. Thing. Call. In the darkness, Tsunade felt the chakra fluctuations as the two disappeared. Outside the cave, the moonlight is dim. In the dark forest, on a towering tree dozens of meters high, Luhan and Danzo stood side by side on the same branch. Life is so wonderful. Luhan never thought that one day he would talk to Danzo, who wanted to kill him many times, in this way. Why avoid Tsunade? Danzo stood tall and straight, with an air of majesty in his casual tone. I made a decision, and she will definitely not agree. Luhan said softly. What decision? Danzo glanced at Luhan. Let's go separately. Luhan paused and tilted his head to look at Danzo. You take the others, I'm alone. Let me attract the attention of the Kurigakure scouts. I will create chaos, and then you guys, it should be easy to escape the mountains. Quote. Danzo was silent, staring at Luhan's eyes dimly. Luhan's words were simple, and his emotions did not fluctuate, but Danzo was deeply aware of how dangerous Luhan's decision was. Once he was exposed and let you know that he was in the central mountainous area, then Danzo suddenly couldn't understand Luhan. He couldn't figure out what was going on in Luhan's mind, what made him make such a big sacrifice. This is risking your life. Why? Danzo asked nonchalantly. There are many reasons. Luhan retracted his gaze from Danzo and looked into the distance. I am alone. I believe that Kurigakure can't catch me. I can escape more easily, and if there is a chance, I say maybe you can find Jiraiya, Orochimaru and the others. Quote. To put it mildly, Danzo-sama, your anti-tracking and escape ability is not necessarily stronger than mine. Although you are very strong, you can't expose it. Once you fight with Kurigakure, let Kurigakure know that you are here, I think. As long as there is enough time, Ghost Lantern Wanyu may come in person, so you have strength, but you can't use it. It's fine if you are alone, but you bring a group of people who are not as strong as you, which limits you. What Kurigakure wants to capture now is me, just me. I can easily contain the Kurigakure scouts, and as long as I act alone, I can create opportunities for you. The forest fell silent. In fact, Luhan didn't say for many reasons. For example, Konoha had to know as soon as possible that Tsunade had not been arrested. Another example, Luhan felt that he should make up for what he did wrong. One more point, about the practice of Hiraishin. Luhan fell into some kind of bottleneck. He never thought that he would encounter a bottleneck in the practice of Hiraishin, and it was only a matter of time before he succeeded, but now it has been proven that he has fallen into a bottleneck. Luhan wants to break the bottleneck, master Hiraishin, then he can't rely on closed-door training. It's useless, no matter how much golden medicine is used. To break through, Luhan needs an opportunity. Or an epiphany. Perhaps, the dangers faced in the enemy-occupied area of Kurigakure this time are an opportunity. If ninjas want to grow, they need to hone. And Luhan wants to act alone and create a chance for others to escape. There is one most important reason. Do you like Tsunade? Danzo asked suddenly after a long silence. Of course. Luhan glanced at Danzo. She's my teacher. She taught me and treats me well. You know that's not what I meant, not that kind of like, Danzo added. Luhan was silent for a while, before speaking again, but he changed the subject and said, Lord Danzo. Let's decide. If I say no, will you sneak away? Maybe. You shouldn't be so impulsive. Young man, it's good to have some momentum. You never act like a young man. It is now. You have to understand that Lord Hokage doesn't want you to die here. I don't want to. I won't. New day, early morning. Tsunade woke up faintly in his sleep. In the extremely dimly lit cave, there was no one else except her. Tsunade raised his brows for a moment, turned over and jumped up, and then hand seal disappeared in place. Outside the cave. Tsunade appeared out of thin air at the entrance of the cave. Not far ahead, General Chi Ninja had assembled and stood in a row under the tree, while Danzo with a hat stood in front of Gen Chi Nin, as if he was explaining something to them. Lord Danzo, Tsunade called out, walking quickly towards Danzo. Danzo gestured to Gen Kirin, then turned around to look at Tsunade, and said solemnly, You wake up, let's hit the road. Tsunade frowned, looked around suspiciously, went to Danzo and asked, Lord Danzo, where's Han? He's gone, Danzo said. What? Tsunade turned back to Danzo for a moment, his expression stunned for a moment, his eyes widened, going. Where did you go? Last night we discussed an escape strategy. Danzo continued, given the current situation, the longer we drag in this mountainous area, the more difficult it will be to escape. The number of enemies here is increasing, and Kurigakure should have moved here. More troops. So, Han Guang decided to leave alone. He will create chaos and attract the attention of the Kurigakure scouts. We take the opportunity to escape, and when we leave here, he will try to escape from here. Tsunade was already stunned, looked at Danzo with incredulous eyes, and exclaimed excitedly after a while, Danzo-sama, you actually agreed. He convinced me. Danzo looked indifferent. Tsunade couldn't believe it, shook his head at Danzo like a fool, turned around abruptly and was about to leave, just one step forward. Tsunade, you have to understand, Danzo shouted in a low voice. He left at night, you can't find him. He came to the Southwest Mountains to save you. He risked his life and risked his life, just hope you can get out of here alive. If you go to him now, and there is an accident, will you be worthy of him? Tsunade stopped abruptly. Chapter 0300S, Class Defense Forbidden Technique. Are you worthy of him? This is a deafening question. Tsunade never thought he would owe one person so much. She has never been so concerned about a person in a twitching heart, and wished she would grow wings and fly over to see him. However, his feet seemed to freeze, and he could no longer move. Are you worthy of him? Are you worthy of him? You must understand that if you mess around, Han Guang's plan will be useless, and you may even kill him. You should also know that the most important thing you need to do now is to go back with me. Explain the misunderstanding and prevent Hokage-sama made the wrong arrangement. Danzo shouted at Tsunade's back, whether considering the overall situation, or from a rational, personal point of view, you should go back with me. Hangguang can always create miracles. You should trust him too. Even if he does have an accident, it's Kurigaku's fault, not your fault. With his back to Danzo, Tsunade bowed slowly, as if he was about to stand still, shaking violently, his fists slowly clenched, but then slowly released. She was crying, her face was full of tears, but she suppressed her cry. At noon, in the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, somewhere in the central mountain region. A low mountain, on top of a cliff. Call. The whirlwind rolled up, and an extremely strong figure appeared out of thin air on the rock at the highest point of the cliff. This man was about 50 years old, the beard on his chin was already a little white, and he was over 2 meters tall. The blood vessels on the arms are curved and bulged like small snakes, and they have the shape of a devil muscle man. The former number 3 character of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, and now the number 2 character, Bana. Woo-hoo-hoo. After Bana appeared, more than 20 figures flashed around. Sir, we have been here 3 days ago. Under the stone, the Kurigaku scout ninja, who was about 20 years old, held a map and looked at it in a continuous voice. 100 kilometers to the northwest, it is the search that Mr. Mundogan is in charge of. District, last time we found traces of fire in the nearby cave. Yeah, Barna responded, catapulted up in an instant, and jumped directly off the cliff. Follow, the young scout shouted, and more than 20 Kurigaku scouts stepped on the mountain wall and rushed down the cliff. Terrifying aura fluctuations suddenly rose from under the cliff, dazzling lightning flashed in an instant, and the net-shaped lightning swept up and down the cliff. A huge thunderball with a diameter of more than 10 meters erupted from the forest below the cliff. Be careful, the young scout screamed shrilly, stepping on the mountain wall and quickly hand-seal. More than 20 other Kurigaku ninjas with him are also hand-sealed. They are all elite and respond extremely fast. At the same time, Bana, who had just jumped from the cliff and was falling down, had a huge change in his face, and his eyes flashed with horror. He knew the meaning of this thunder light. The surviving ninja who fought against the cold light last time said that this is the attack ability of a special ninja tool can only be used once in a short period of time. Damn, Bana man was in the air, hand seal at extreme speed, chakra all over his body violently burst out, Doden Earth-style double seal screen. At this moment, a large amount of dirt was erupted from the hands that Barna pushed forward. The dirt condensed into 2 screens in front of Barna, each more than 5 meters in diameter, overlapping each other. It looks very thin, but because of the high degree of solidification of the soil, it has turned black. In an instant, a huge thunderball blasted out from the forest below. Boom, rumble boom. Jinghong Peerless. One hit 300 meters. The distance shot is much shorter than the last time, but it is not that the power is weakened, but the thunderball is shot obliquely upward, and the rock above the cliff with more than 10,000 cubic meters is bombarded and smashed. This triggered the collapse of the entire cliff. The huge thunderball flew obliquely into the sky and exploded. The whole world seems to have turned white at this moment. Everyone closed their eyes, including Luhan, who launched a surprise attack in the forest. After a few breaths, the rays of light converged, and dozens of streamers had already flown into Luhan's body. The more than 20 Kurigakure ninjas felt the shocking and peerless fluctuations from far away, and most of them, hand seal, avoided the thunder in an instant. In the attack range of the ball, there were also a few who responded slightly slower and were shattered by the bombardment of the thunderball. Luhan opened his eyes and quickly opened the insight map to check the spread of Kurigakure ninjas, and then his face changed. The insight map is about half a kilometer east, showing this one big Yuhi point. The 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist level 50 white silver boss Bana. Bana was knocked out. Fly half a kilometer, but not dead. Fuck, this guy isn't dead. He's so resistant. Luhan blurted out, blinking his eyes, and he seemed to understand something in an instant. This guy, he is good at defense. Since it is a defensive technique that Jinghong and Peerless cannot shatter in an instant, the defensive ability is probably more than that of the Triple Rashomon. The Triple Rashomon is a super A-level psychic defense technique, so there is no doubt that the technique that Bana uses is an S-level defense forbidden technique. Luhan speculated that he was a ninja who was good at defense, not random guessing. All ninjas have both strengths and weaknesses. For example, Tsunade, medical and spiritual, and strong in taijutsu, are extremely weak in the face of ninjutsu siege. Compared with the Hitaki family, they are good at taijutsu attacks, while the Hyuga family is good at physical defense. Bana is nothing but a level 50 white silver boss. He can resist Jinghong, Peerless, and not die even if he is attacked by sneak attack. He can only be a ninja with extremely high achievements in defensive ninjutsu. What a waste, it was just used like this, and no one was killed. Luhan whispered and disappeared under the cliff. Luhan's chakra volume has increased, but it will take 5 or 6 days for the blue spell pattern to appear on Jinghong's blade. This time, Jinghong Peerless has been used up, but he has not killed anyone. Luhan is a little bit resentment. In the forest on the low mountain, there is a large pit on the ground with a diameter of more than 10 meters. It was just hit and it was full of cracks. Bana lay on his back in the middle of the pit, with multiple fractures all over his body, tilted his head and kept vomiting blood, and his shoulders kept shaking. The sound of Susu running fast has sounded, and the distance is getting closer and closer. Chapter 0301_disappearing shark muscle. Shit. Death. Bana made an intermittent voice, spitting blood continuously, his expression suddenly grim, his waist and eyes twisted hard. The whole person turned over halfway in the big pit, his right hand stretched out behind him, and took the big knife wrapped in white cloth brought up. Big knife shark muscle. Inverse. Barna murmured, raising her trembling hands, struggling to complete the hand seal. Wow. The big sword shark muscle disappeared in front of Bana, and Bana was relieved, as if his whole body was exhausted, and he lay back limply. Call. The gust of wind swept across the pit, and Luhan, who was running wildly, stopped abruptly. He just saw the scene of Bana sending the ninja psychic away. Bana, who was lying on his back and was seriously injured, saw the black-robed figure appearing on the edge of the pit, grinned miserably, and whispered again, "Cold light. Damn cold light." The knife was sent away. This guy knew he was going to die, and he didn't want to resist. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Compared with people, knives are more important. Before the last ninja war, at the beginning of the establishment of Kurigakure Anbu, the 7 people of the mist ninja swords existed. In the last ninja war, the owners of the 7 ninja swords also changed many times. The ninja war was extremely cruel. Yes, even the 5 shadows were killed, not to mention the 7 members of the ninja blade of mist. But this special ninja sword has always been in the hands of Kurigakure. It was mentioned in the original work that the ghost light full moon, who claims to be able to use the 7 ninja knives proficiently, has a scroll of 7 ninja knives, and after being Impure World reincarnation in the 4th Ninja War, he took out the scroll and directly channeled it. 4 of the knives came out. The reason why there are 4 is because the beheading sword was already in the hands of Momoji Zeibushu at that time, while the double sword, the flounder, was in the hands of Chengjuro, and the muscle was in the hands of Killer Bee. There were 7 ninja swords, 3 of which were in the hands at that time. Master, therefore, Ghost Lantern Full Moon can only channel 4 of them. The nature of the 7 ninja swords is very special, they can be channeled, they belong to the props channel. Just like Rashomon, but different from Rashomon, Rashomon comes from other worlds. After being channeled, the time is up. It will disappear, and the 7 ninja swords already exist in this world, so wherever they are channeled, they will always exist. What the hell is it if you can take the initiative to send it away? You want shark muscle, right? Ha, ha, cough cough. You can't get shark muscle. It has life. It won't recognize you as master. Barna grinned. Mouth, he vomited blood continuously, but he still had the mind to laugh at Luhan. Perhaps, all he could do was laugh. Life, Luhan murmured. He had long known that shark muscles have life, consciousness, and even their own preferences, which is very special. Perhaps, this is the reason why it can be actively channeled away. According to this speculation, the shark muscle disappeared, and it must have returned to the hand of the person who can channel the 7 ninja knives. Call, call. Luhan suddenly felt chakra fluctuations in the forest 100 meters away in the north and in the bushes 60 or 70 meters away in the southwest. You don't have to look to know that it's a Kurigakur ninja. Luhan only killed a few of the more than 20 Kurigakur ninjas just now. Call, 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 whoa. In different directions, distances are distances, different breaths appeared one after another. These Kurigakur ninjas are surrounded. Luhan put away the blade of astonishment, flipped his wrist and took out the blade of Kurigakur, tilted his head and swept the surroundings coldly. No need to open the insight map, he already felt that nearly 20 Kurigakur ninjas were all around, the most powerful ones. The worst is also Jonin. Hum. In the pit, Bana suddenly stirred violent chakra fluctuations, and the breath was extremely violent. Want to explode. The moment after the breath appeared, a low voice sounded in Barna's ear. Lu Hanian flashed into the pit, the sword light like a rainbow, and slid across Barna's neck. The violent aura that just rose from Bana's body suddenly converged to nothing. His head was unexpected, and his head and body were separated. Blood spurted wildly in the pit. More than 10 pieces of falling objects exploded from Bana's body, turning into a streamer and drilling into Luhan's body. Luhan didn't rush, he squatted down and put his hand on Bana's body. He tried the deprivation technique 5 times in a row, but he didn't get anything. It's not the first kill, the success rate of deprivation is very low, whether it can be obtained or not is due to luck. Luhan stood up calmly, the one-handed hand seal disappeared, and reappeared at the edge of the pit. Until this time, none of the Kurigakur ninjas who had surrounded Luhan had attacked Luhan. However, they were no longer hiding and were scattered about a dozen meters around the pit, some on trees, some on rocks, and others crouching against the big tree. All of them were holding weapons and staring at Luhan. Although they looked calm, Luhan could feel their fear. Perhaps, they do not feel that a dozen Jonin, plus a few elite Jonin, are not the opponents of Cold Light, but there is no doubt that whoever rushes up first will die first. That's why they are so slow, approaching, gathering, surrounding. You. Luhan glanced around and made a hoarse and low voice, are you afraid? Hands on. Jonin, the Kurigakur elite with a rating of 40 white silver boss, suddenly burst out. Call. Luhan waved his sickle, and the thick fog instantly filled him. 3 days later, the surrounding mountains and forests of the southwest mountains. Danzo and the other 9 jumped on the branches of the trees in the forest, and moved rapidly northward. Genkiren followed at the end. Danzo and Tsunade walked side by side. 3 days, they finally escaped from the dangerous central mountains of the southwest mountains, but the price was. Before they escaped from the central mountains, they had observed a dense fog covering dozens of kilometers in a radius, and thousands of people who went crazy, the same Kurigakure ninja who rushed into the foggy area to try to clear the fog and find the fog maker. The dense fog was created by Han, and all 9 people knew it well. This should already be considered a safe area. We will leave the enemy-occupied area of Kurigakure for at most half a day, and then you will go directly back to Konoha. Danzo spoke suddenly, and glanced at Tsunade. Tsunade didn't respond to Danzo's words. Whoosh! The rushing voice suddenly sounded, and it went from far to near in a very short time. Prepare to fight. It's a master. Danzo sighed in an instant. Chapter 0302_boring art. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Genshin and all ejected, jumped under the tree, and formed a half-moon formation. Danzo jumped into the formation, and Tsunade followed, halfway behind Danzo. The 9 people were all on high alert, staring straight ahead. Listening to the sound, the person running here has already discovered Danzo and others, so Danzo and others are clear and do not need to hide. The sound of rapid movement was getting closer and closer. Tsunade even slowed down her breathing. She felt the pressure. Judging from the speed at which the other party was running, the person coming was really strong. Whoosh! The grass in front swayed, and a figure in tattered clothes and disheveled hair rushed out, and stopped in an instant. Tsunade and Danzo were both stunned. The person who came here was indeed extremely powerful. More importantly, they knew this person. Tsunade, you're all right, great. The visitor exclaimed excitedly, his eyes slightly panting to Yuhi. Jiraiya. Tsunade saw Jiraiya's extremely miserable appearance, burst into tears in an instant, and rushed over. Ah, don't come here. I'm almost getting maggots. Jiraiya shouted, waving her big hands. I was delighted that Danzo, who was here to find Jiraiya, suddenly trembled at the corners of his mouth. Danzo had always felt that Jiraiya was not in good spirits, and now he is more firm about this idea. Tsunade rushed in front of Jiraiya, stopped abruptly, and resisted not reaching out to hug Jiraiya. The taste on Jiraiya is a bit spicy to the eyes. Huh. Jiraiya let out a long sigh. Seeing Tsunade, he completely relaxed, sat down on the ground, waved his hand and said, Sir Danzo, come here, please. Help me rush, it's itchy. Danzo was stunned for a moment, but he reacted in an instant, and asked anxiously, you can't use sweetened water-style ninjutsu. It's sealed, that damn boiling rain. Lord Danzo, hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Jiraiya looked anxious and scratched her back again. Tsunade, who was already crying, saw Jiraiya's appearance, couldn't help laughing, and quickly covered her mouth. Secret technique, super washing technique. Danzo quickly hand-sealed, and a stream of water spewed out of his mouth. A very unique secret technique. The water impacted on Jiraiya's body, turned into small streams, drilled into Jiraiya's clothes, flowed back and forth quickly, and drilled out of Jiraiya's clothes, gathered into dirty black water, sprayed on the ground behind Jiraiya. All the filth on Jiraiya. Even the clothes are still tattered, the hair is like a chicken coop, and the boots made of animal skins have holes and exposed toes. Still miserable. There is such a secret technique. Jiraiya turned over and jumped up as she said, Sir Danzo, you created it yourself. Yeah. Danzo made a faint nasal sound, which was actually created by accident when he was developing other techniques. Why create such a boring jutsu? Jiraiya asked again bluntly. Danzo choked and glared at Jiraiya. Why don't you find a place with water to wash it? Tsunade couldn't help but chime in. I have a seal on my body. It was a very bad thing to say, but Jiraiya smiled at Tsunade. It's useless after washing. That seal has filthy power, while sealing my sweetened water-style chakra, and will attract stinky and dirty things to me. This sealing technique. Tsunade was a little stunned. This sealing technique was not unusual. Let me see. Danzo flickered on Jiraiya's side, raised his hand and grabbed Jiraiya's wrist involuntarily. Chakra poured out and shrouded Jiraiya away. Jiraiya was pulled by Danzo's arm and naturally would not resist, but his eyes were not on Danzo, but on Tsunade. Tsunade also looked at Jiraiya, smiled, but raised her hand to cover her mouth. She wanted to cry, almost cried again. Jiraiya was fine, she was crying, tears of joy, but looking at Jiraiya, Tsunade thought of cold again. Dahua changes the heart seal release. While Danzo checked Jiraiya's situation, he directly hand seal, his hands raised a black air current, and then his right arm slammed and slapped on Jiraiya's abdomen. Boom. Black air swept Jiraiya. Okay. The black air dissipated, and Danzo retracted his hand and said calmly. Jiraiya glanced at Danzo in a daze, and quickly mobilized the chakra in her body. Then her eyes widened, and she blurted out, "The seal has been lifted." Danzo, the one of you is just a low-level sealing technique, it's just that you don't understand it. There are many ways to break this type of sealing technique. If your chakra is stronger, or if you have a huge amount of chakra like Tsunade, you can directly shock the seal. Danzo said lightly. Then that unsealing technique just now? Jiraiya asked with a wink. It's a very boring sealing technique that I created a few years ago. Even low-level sealing techniques can be forcibly broken. Danzo was expressionless. Jiraiya looked embarrassed. Jiraiya, did you just escape? Tsunade interjected again, not letting Jiraiya continue to be embarrassed. Yes. Jiraiya nodded, and immediately said anxiously, right. Kurigakure seems to be catching someone deep in the mountains, because that person attracted Kurigakare's attention, and I had a chance to escape. I thought it was before you, since it's not you or me, it must be Orochimaru. Just as Lord Danzo is there, we should go and save Orochimaru. With our strength, we should have a chance. Silence. Weirdly and suddenly, Tsunade was silent and looked at Jiraiya with pursed lips. Genkiren was as cold as ever, while Danzo looked at the two of them indifferently. What asked wrong? Don't do this, I'm very timid. Jiraiya asked blankly, glancing at Danzo, then Tsunade. It's not Orochimaru, there's no news of him yet. It was Danzo who spoke. Jiraiya turned to look at Danzo, paused before asking, who is that? It's the cold light. Danzo remained indifferent. Hengguang. Jiraiya didn't react at once, but immediately exclaimed, is it Han? Her head suddenly, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade again. Tsunade was already crying, two hot tears running down his cheeks. Chapter 0303_Will. Tsunade cried, so he just cried out, in front of so many people, crying because of this kind of thing, it was tears of sadness and pain. Jiraiya couldn't believe it, how could Tsunade, who always acted extremely strong, be here cry under such circumstances? She couldn't control her emotions. Why didn't you save him? You can, Jiraiya asked, he naturally knew Tsunade's feelings for Han. Tsunade raised his hand to cover his mouth and shook his head vigorously. Hongguang is already the #1 person on Kurigakure's lore list. Danzo explained, Kurigakure is catching him, at least using the power of a reorganized army, and the incomplete 7 people of ninja swords. And boiling rain. Jiraiya looked at Danzo with a blank expression. After a short silence, Jiraiya exclaimed, what did this kid do? He saved me. He killed Munashi Oni 7. 2 voices, one trembling, one calm. Tsunade and Danzo spoke at the same time. Danzo glanced at Tsunade, looked at the sky again, then looked at Jiraiya and said, let's get on the road first. We can't save him. Whether he can escape alive is up to him. Let's talk about the specific situation on the way, we have to do it sooner. Go back and report the situation to Lord Hokage. ... After half a day, it was late at night. The western border of the country of Vortex, Deep Yamanaka at the border with the country of Fire, Konoha temporary scout base. The stronghold, which had been silent after nightfall, suddenly became noisy, and the shocking news quickly spread throughout the entire stronghold, and was known to Akatsuki by the independent scout unit Hyuga Ninja and Anbu public. Danzo-sama is back. He also brought back Tsunade, Jiraiya, who had been trapped in the southwest mountains for 2 or 3 months, and 7 Anbu ninjas who had entered the southwest mountains with Lord Hangwang. But, don't see Mr. Hangwang. The cold light is not back. The command room. Danzo leaned on the desk with a serious expression and wrote hard. In front of the desk, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Anbu squad leader Senju Norihara, the interim leader of the independent scout unit Hyuga Zhaoyang, Anbu's deputy leader's entourage Might Dai, Hyuga Luo Ning, etc., stand in order of their identities. Tsunade and Jiraiya are standing. In the front, on the side is Senju Nozara. Snapped. Danzo wrote, slapped the pen on the table, rolled up the scroll quickly, and sealed it. It's urgent, send it back to Konoha as soon as possible and let it be opened by Lord Hokage. Danzo handed the scroll to Senju Nokara, and asked again with a solemn expression, have Lord Hokage sent an order for me to leave these days? Yes, sir. Senju Nozomi took out the scroll from his arms and handed it to Danzo, then quickly walked away with the information scroll that Danzo had just written. Danzo opened the scroll directly and glanced at it quickly, his face remained the same. Soon, he finished reading it, and with a flick of his wrist, the scroll was shattered. Lord Danzo, teacher, did he have? Tsunade couldn't help but ask anxiously. No, Danzo replied. He knew what Tsunade was asking. About exchanging the Tsunade 3 for Hangwang's life. Tsunade wanted to know if Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a decision and whether he had agreed with Kurigakure's proposal. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief when Danzo replied. Danzo put his hand on the table, tapped his fingers lightly, raised his head and glanced at the crowd gathered in front of the desk, and said, it's all gone, don't gather here if it's okay. Scattered. Everyone was stunned at the same time. Naturally, they were not standing here for no reason. They were all here to wait for Danzo's orders. Lord Danzo, Tsunade's voice rose, a little excited, don't you make some arrangements? Shouldn't we do something? The situation is special, and we need to wait for Lord Hokage's order. Danzo said with a stern face, in this situation, I have no right to make special arrangements for Hangwang. A slight mistake may cause a large number of casualties of high-level ninjas, and they are all scattered. Tsunade, Jiraiya, the 2 of you. Rest tonight and make your way back to Konoha in the morning. In some cases it is not clear with just a few words. Tsunade and Jiraiya must report back to Konoha to Sarutobi Hiruzen. 2 days are enough to run back to Konoha from the border of the Fire Nation. Others heard Danzo's order and had already started to walk out, and Jiraiya also pulled Tsunade. Sir Danzo. Boom. Tsunade screamed angrily and slapped his hands on the table vigorously, leaving 2 deep handprints on the table. Danzo, still with a calm expression, glanced at Tsunade one last time, then turned around and disappeared into the chair. He didn't bother to argue with Tsunade, and it was him who said more shame because he had a higher status. Boom tilde. After Danzo disappeared, the desk blew up, and shards splattered all over the floor. Everyone else left the room quickly, and everyone knew that when Tsunade was angry, they should try to stay out of her sight. Tsunade seemed to be in a bad mood. After Danzo disappeared, she breathed faster, trembled with anger, and slowly clenched her fists. She knew that Danzo had the right to make some arrangements. As Hokage's assistant, he had great autonomy during his outings. He can issue any order, as long as his order does not conflict with Hokage's order. Have to admit that Danzo, Tsunade and others were able to escape from the enemy-occupied area so smoothly, mostly relying on Han, who took the initiative to bait. Why Tsunade was angry, she hated the way Danzo used to be businesslike. I believe that the teacher will make arrangements. Jiraiya on the side hesitated before opening his mouth to comfort. It's not just Han. There is no news from Orochimaru so far, teacher he. Tsunade didn't listen to Jiraiya, and turned around abruptly and walked out. Jiraiya was helpless, raised her hand and scratched her head, and followed Tsunade's footsteps. Tsunade had just walked out of the command room and entered the dark cave passage when two people flashed from the side, one tall and the other short, Might Dai and Hyuga Luoning. Lord Tsunade. It was Might Dai who spoke. Lord Hengguanghe. He's fine, he will definitely come back alive. Tsunade responded very quickly, paused, then glanced at Might Dai and Hyuga Luoning with slightly hairy Yuhi eyes, turned and left without saying anything. He will come back alive. Will definitely. The murmuring gradually faded away. Chapter 0304 Horaishin begins _ The southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, the southern mountain range. Another day at dusk, in the dense mountain forest, Luhan was lying on his back in the grass on the slope, looking up at Euhexia in the sky. The afterglow of the sunset passed through the gaps between the branches and leaves of the trees, leaving Madara's light and shadow on his face. Crunch. Biting the sweet and sour wild fruit, Luhan's face was full of satisfaction. For other people, escaping is a very hard and very sad thing. If you don't have enough food and clothing, you will always get dirty. Once you are injured, the whole person will become extremely miserable, but for Luhan, the situation can be avoided. He has fled in the country of water for a few months. He has rich experience in escape, and he has a special physique. More importantly, he has room for a backpack. Luhan had stored a lot of food, water, clothing, and various daily necessities in the space backpack for a long time. But he would only take out those things from the space backpack when he was fleeing alone. Bastard! Why can't you comprehend? Luhan muttered, throwing away the half-eaten wild fruit again, flicking his wrist, and there was a greasy chicken leg in his hand. Very fat kind. There is no time lapse in a space pack, so food doesn't spoil for long periods of time. It's so difficult. Horaishin can't fix it. And I can't escape. I don't know if Tsunade has returned to Konoha. Luhan muttered while biting the fragrant chicken thigh. At this time, more than 3 days have passed since Luhan killed Bana last time. As early as almost a day ago, Luhan sensed that Danzo had left the southwest mountain range. Luhan knew that if nothing happened, Tsunade would also follow him out of danger. Southwest mountains to the southern mountainous area. In fact, Luhan should have gone north. The way to the north was impassable, so Kurigakure narrowed the blockade, but completely blocked Luhan's way to the north. Many times, Luhan can escape in whichever direction he wants to flee. Kurigakure has already determined his general position, the strength of a reorganized army, plus various Kurigakure experts, to chase and intercept him. Luhan has to admit that if he didn't have insight into the map, he would have died long ago. And even if he had insight into the map, Luhan had to work hard to escape. In this case, which direction to flee to is really not something that Luhan can decide. A bunch of damn bastards. Here we go again. Luhan, who was habitually opening the Insight map, saw a large number of Yuhi points entering the Insight map observation range from the north. One turned over and jumped up. Luhan spat out the chicken bones and disappeared. Not long after, in the forest, Luhan ran wildly for more than 100 meters, disappeared with one hand and disappeared in place, reappeared 200 meters away, ran tens of meters again, pinched with one hand again, disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. Again and again repeatedly, Luhan moved his position extremely fast. Unconsciously, the sky is getting darker and darker. This feeling. Luhan appeared in the forest again, but stopped, with a look of surprise on his face. Recently, Luhan has always had this feeling, the kind of feeling that seems to be the real existence of space. And just in a split second, he appeared in an instant, and the sense of reality in that space was particularly strong. Call. Luhan disappeared in place again and moved in an instant. Instantly move. Instantly move. There was no more running. Luhan continued to rely on the technique of blinking to move forward. Finally, when it was completely dark, Luhan completely got rid of Kurigakure's tracking and appeared under a cliff. This feeling. That's the feeling. That's this. Luhan couldn't wait to take out Kuwu, sat cross-legged on the grass, took a deep breath, and quickly hand seal. There seems to be a heartbeat, right next to Luhan's ear. Luhan is a little nervous and excited, but he feels that this kind of thing will probably disappear in an instant. He can't wait for himself to adjust his emotions and try again, he must immediately. Whoa! Chakra waves rippled from Luhan's body, and his hand touched Kuwusheng. Quiet. Luhan's heartbeat speeded up again, took a deep breath, and slowly removed the hand that was on Kuwusheng. Above Kanai, the complete Hiraishin technique ripples with extremely weak chakra fluctuations. There is a connection between Luhan and Kuwu. Is it done? Is it done? Luhan picked up Kuwu, stared wide-eyed at Kuwusheng's technique, blinked lightly. Luhan waved his hand suddenly, and threw Kuwu away. Go out. Kai. Kuwu went straight to the sky along the mountain wall. Luhan looked up. He could still feel the connection with the Kuwusheng technique. He kept his posture of sitting cross-legged in the grass, and he suddenly disappeared. Kuwuji flew 200 meters high. Luhan appeared 3 meters away beside Kuwu in an instant. The control was very poor. Luhan couldn't appear beside Kuwu accurately at all. Linkong twisted his waist. Luhan rolled over and grabbed Hiraishin Kuwu, and waved his hand again to throw it in the sky. Kuwu straight up 300 meters in the sky. Luhan appeared out of thin air again near Hiraishin Kanai, 2 meters above him. He was twisting his waist, his body fell down, and he reached out and grabbed Hiraishin Kanai again, and threw his hand again. Hiraishin was flying around in the sky, and Luhan appeared near Hiraishin Kanai again and again. The distance was different each time. The farthest distance was 4 meters, and the nearest distance was 1 meter. This was caused by the poor sensory control ability. The problem, however, no matter it is 4 meters or 1 meter, Luhan can forcibly move his position in the air, then grab Kuwu, and then throw it. After 10 minutes, Hiraishin Kanai shot to the ground, and when there were still 3 meters from the ground, Luhan appeared out of thin air, grabbed the Kanai, and rolled over and landed on the ground smoothly. Ha ha ha, it's done. It's done. Luhan laughed excitedly. After calming down, Luhan sat down cross-legged again, took out another Kanai, and quickly hand seal. Wow! Chakrapo is turbulent. Luhan put his hand on Kuwusheng, and then his face changed, and there was no sense of contact. Get your hands off. There is really no magic formula in Kuwusheng. The second time, it didn't work. Chapter 0305_ I have to get out of here. Why? What's wrong? Luhan blinked his eyes, then put his hands together, and started to try hand seal again. Failed 3 times. Failed 4 times. ... Failed 9 times. Failed 10 times. Hiraishin technique on Kuwusheng, but the next 9 times, what was wrong with the 4 households? Yes, chakra output is not stable. No, my chakra control is very strong, or it doesn't feel right. Luhan scratched his head a little, but he actually understood that the previous successful time, there was a feeling here. Feeling is very important. Space is an objective existence, but it cannot be seen or touched from the main point of view. When he felt it before, Luhan seemed to have touched the boundary of space. The boundary of space is everywhere. As long as the boundary is broken, the space can be torn apart. Now that there is no feeling, Luhan no longer knows where the boundaries of space are, so it is difficult for him to create a Hiraishin technique that can truly make people travel through space. What a bastard! I'm not Naruto, so I can be so unstable. Luhan couldn't calm down. He is indeed not Naruto. Compared with Uzumaki Naruto, his talent is far worse, and the reason why Uzumaki Naruto is unstable in the original work is due to the influence of Kyubi, 9 Tails even chakra poor control. In this respect, Luhan is stronger than Uzumaki Naruto. However, after all, Hiraishin is an S-level forbidden technique that is extremely difficult to practice. Luhan is limited by his talent. Success, continued, perhaps, his previous success was mostly due to luck. I need a retreat. I need a retreat. With the effect of the golden potion, if I can retreat for several days and nights in a row, maybe I can become a true master Hiraishin. The thoughts are getting stronger and stronger, but Luhan knows that he can't retreat at all now. Luhan couldn't be more clear about his situation. Now let alone retreat, he can't even sleep well. I have to get out of here. Luhan stood up abruptly, picked up the kunai that already had the Hiraishin spell on it, stared at it, and murmured, "Escape from here. ASAP." Konoha Village, Land of Fire, late at night. In a large room, dimly lit, around the round conference table, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the main seat, his fingers tapped on the table, his face expressionless. There were 4 people around, the same 4 who participated in the emergency meeting that day, advisors Kaharu Udatane, Homura Mitokado, Hyuga main clan chief Hyuga Huyang, and Anbu captain Hataki Sakumo. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya are safe, I don't think there is any need to discuss any further. Kaharu Udatane glanced around and said, "Kurigakure deceives, has sinister intentions, and loses credibility. They will suffer the consequences in the end, and we will not. You need to do multiple choice questions again. Don't think about whether to give up Hangguang, but whether to save him. Since Hangguang is Anbu's person, it's up to Lord Hokage to decide." Kaharu Udatane finally looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I agree with Kaharu." Homura Mitokado followed, adjusting her glasses and stopped talking. Hyuga Huyang didn't speak. If Sarutobi Hiruzen raised other issues, such as whether to send more troops to the country of Vortex, he would give his opinion and express his opinion, but if it was about cold light, he still adhered to the principle of shut up. In fact, Hyuga Huyang really wanted to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen that saving Hangguang was not as difficult as going to the Kurigakure camp to grab Hyuga Heian, but he knew very well that he couldn't say that. White Fang. When no one spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen called out and looked at Hataki Sakumo. "It's all up to Lord Hokage." Hataki Sakumo said directly. He has nothing to say. As captain of Anbu, he knows better than anyone present about the capabilities of the Kurigakure scout troops. Boiling Rain and Mundogen are all in the southwest mountain range. Now, even Hataki Sakumo doesn't have the slightest confidence, and he can't even guarantee that he will enter the southwest mountain range. If you can survive, let alone save people. In fact, Hataki Sakumo really wants to see Han again. But a lot of times, it's just so powerless. He's just Captain Anbu. If he's Hokage's assistant, he can say anything, mention anything, and even strongly suggest to Hokage. But he's not, so some things can't be said. If you want to save people, it is not impossible. Konoha can transfer the army to the country of Vortex and launch a general attack directly on the southwest mountain range, but in that case, the impact will be too great. The situation in the country of Rain has deteriorated, and Konoha dare not act rashly. The kingdom of Vortex is a trivial matter. After all, it is another country, but if Sunagakure and Omegakure invaded and lost the northern part of the kingdom of Fire, then the problem would be big. The meeting room was quiet for a while. "Let's go." Sarutobi Hiruzen was expressionless, tapped the table with his hand, and disappeared directly into the chair. Didn't get any useful advice, and Kaharu Udatane was right. Since it's just Anbu's business, Sarutobi Hiruzen should decide for himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made a decision. Shortly after, somewhere in Konoha village, a gloomy underground hall. Bright, dark, bright, dark. The flames in the 108 braziers around the main hall are repeatedly extinguished and rekindled. In the center of the main hall is a huge metal Jinchuriki column covered with curse marks. In front of the metal Jinchuriki column, the figure in the blood-robed robe was chained to his limbs and neck, dancing with his arms and legs, causing the chains to rattle continuously. "Jia Jia, someone is here. He is here. It's actually him. It's been a long time. I must have brought me a gift. This guy won't remember. Jia Jia Jia." Weird smile, a hoarse to harsh voice resounded through the hall. "Call." In front of the entrance of the main hall, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of thin air and shouted coldly, "Stop playing. I'll just play, if you have the ability, you will kill me. The blood-robed figure shouted strangely, still controlling the flames to keep extinguishing and rekindling. Boom. The terrifying chakra fluctuations erupted in an instant. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the blood-robed figure felt hard to breathe. Okay, I'm afraid of you. The figure in the blood robe said softly. Senluo, give you a task. Sarutobi Hiruzen restrained his breath and said solemnly. Chapter 0306_Senluo strikes. Mission. What task? It turned out that the great Hokage-sama came to send me a task. Where is the bastard Danzo? Senju Senro asked in a hoarse voice. Is he dead? No, he's not dead yet. Because I'm still alive. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored Senju Senluo's mad words, and appeared beside Senju Senluo in a flash, handed a scroll to Senju Senluo's hand, and quickly said, there are mission details. Mission. Senju opened the scroll and looked at it. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Save people. Go to the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex and save the ninja codenamed Cold Light by Anbu. This kid is causing trouble again. It's more troublesome than me. Senju Senluo muttered inaudibly, and immediately turned his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan under the shadow of the Kabuto hat flashed a strange light. Lord Hokage, aren't you afraid of me messing around outside? My condition hasn't been completely stabilized recently. Just don't die outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a low voice. You have to bring people back within half a month. What if you can't bring it back? Don't haggle with me, you know the consequences. Xiao understands, Lord Hokage. Don't worry, Xiao swears to complete the task. Senju smirked and flattered, and then whispered again, only if I don't get sick. If I get sick. By the way, there's another question. Senju raised his voice again, raised his hand and pulled the chain to make a crashing sound, and said yin and yang strangely. Lord Hokage, this seal was set by the bastard Danzo. Yes, it seems. Only he can solve it. Isn't he not in Konoha? Otherwise, why did Lord Hokage come in person? If he is not in Konoha. Boom. Senju could finish speaking. Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the metal Jinchuriki column aside with a sudden palm. Hold it down. The terrifying chakra fluctuations appeared all over the body again. Senju Senra didn't know what Sarutobi Hiruzen was talking about. His eyes widened and he blinked, as if he saw something interesting. The strong wind rolled up in the hall, and the center of the wind was Sarutobi Hiruzen. His arms shook slightly, and gradually. The metal Jinchuriki column covered with seals turned into yuhi, as if yuhi had been burned, but no heat was emitted. And then, the 5 chains connected to the metal Jinchuriki column also began to become yuhi, and the yuhi color continued to extend from the end connecting the metal Jinchuriki column. Oops, Hokage-sama, be careful, this is attached to my head. Senju snorted out of concern. When Senju Senrao's voice fell, all the chains turned into yuhi, including the handcuffs tied to Senju Senrao's limbs and neck, all seemed to be on fire and turned into yuhi. Snapped, crackling. The chains all shattered at the same time. Even the giant metal Jinchuriki column has cracks. Sarutobi Hiruzen actually destroyed the seal that Danzo had set. But Senju Senluo was not hurt in the slightest. Lord Hokage, you've become stronger again, it's really gratifying to congratulate. Senju Senluo flattered. Stop talking nonsense. Carry out the mission. Sarutobi Hiruzen drank impatiently. Okay. Senju Senluo sighed with a very tired voice, then suddenly raised his head and laughed again. Ha ha ha, I'm free again. Call. Senju Senluo turned into yuhi light, swirled around the main hall quickly, and then rushed into the entrance of the passage, his breath getting farther and farther away. This guy, Sarutobi Hiruzen's iceberg-like expression eased, and he showed a complicated expression. Treating subordinates and Konoha people, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is Hokage, is majestic, but not harsh. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen really wants to reason with Senju Senluo, but Senju Senluo is insane and cannot reason with him at all. Too lazy to talk nonsense. In the past 10 years, Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen Senju Senra very limited times, and he may not see each other once a year. If it is not necessary, Sarutobi Hiruzen really doesn't want to come to see Senju Senra in person, because every time he sees Senju Senra, Sarutobi Hiruzen will think of what happened back then. At the beginning of Konoha's establishment, the Senju family and the Uchiha family were both the Konoha branch Jinchuriki column, the two largest tribes in Konoha, and now Uchiha is still strong, while the Senju family has gone into decline. All because of that incident. That wrong experiment caused the Senju family to lose a lot of excellent offspring, which is the fundamental reason for the decline of the Senju family. Sarutobi Hiruzen admits that he has done wrong, but it is irreversible. Senluo, Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered, turned around and disappeared into the underground hall out of thin air. He had already thought very clearly that although Senju Senluo was very important, it was completely incomparable to Han Guang, so Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Senluo to go out to find Han Guang, and he had already made mental preparations. Even if Senluo fell ill outside and had an accident, as long as Han Guang came back, it was worth it. And if Senluo died outside, Han Guang didn't come back, then this is his life. If Konoha wants to save people, naturally he has to pay a price, and losing Senju Senrao has little impact. Senju Senrao is a transparent person in Konoha and can only perform some special tasks at a certain time. For Konoha as a whole, it can even be said to be dispensable. With Senluo's current physical condition, he can live for at most 4 years, and he will die sooner or later. But having said that, Sarutobi Hiruzen still has high hopes in his heart. Senju Senluo can fly. With this alone, he can enter and exit freely in the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex. As long as he moves fast enough, it is not a problem to bring out the cold light. But another premise. Don't encounter boiling rain. As far as the 5 major ninja villages are concerned, almost every ninja village has powerful ninjas who are obsessed with the study of evil techniques. Danzo of the prime generation of Konoha and Orochimaru of the young generation are all peerless talents in this regard. And in Kurigakure, Boiling Rain is the ninja who studies evil and Grandmaster Evil. He has too many methods. Senluo's strength is not as good as Boiling Yu, and even if he can fly, he may not be able to escape from Boiling Yu. Antique Room. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared out of thin air, the door was pushed open immediately, and Hatake Sakumo hurried into the house, looking like he had been guarding the door for a long time. My lord, Iwagakure has sent a message back. Hatake Sakumo said quickly. Chapter 0307_Mysterious Assassin. Another 7 days. The situation in the country of Vortex is changing. The Uzushiogakure army captured the eastern port of the country of Vortex 2 days ago and regained a large area of lost territory. The Kurigakure army, who was defeated and fled, sneaked into the central forest of the country of Vortex. The Konoha mixed army led by Sarutobi Rodan completely blocked all the main roads outside the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, forming a siege situation, which seemed to launch a general attack on Kurigakure in the southwest mountain range. The combined forces of Konoha and Uzushiogakure seemed to have begun to gain the upper hand. Actually not. It was Kurigakure who changed tactics. The past half-month, Kurigakure has been continuously drawing ninja troops from the eastern port to reach the southwest of the country of Vortex, and then enter the southwestern mountains. Therefore, it is not so much that the Uzushiogakure army captured the eastern port, it is better to say that Kurigakure voluntarily abandoned the eastern port. Their strategic focus has all shifted to the southwest mountain range of the land of Vortex. The terrain of the southwest mountains is extremely complex, with high mountains and dense forests, and the coastal areas are located north of the mountains. This is very similar to the terrain of the land of water. Kurigakure's intention to gather forces in the southwest mountains is self-evident. Fight a protracted battle. There are pros and cons to doing so. The advantage is that if Konoha wants to retake the southwest mountains, he must invest more troops. The ninja of the Land of Fire is accustomed to fighting in the forest, not the mountain forest. Those are two completely different landscapes. Kurigakure has thus made it easier to control the Southwest Mountains. They have started to make a lot of lakes within the Southwest Mountains to change the Southwest Mountains into the terrain best suited for the Kurigakure ninjas. Disadvantage is that Kurigakure has to travel farther to increase its troops. From the land of water to the land of vortex, the eastern port is the closest, and it is no longer possible to land from the eastern port, so you can only go by sea and go directly to the land of vortex. Southwest Coast. At present, in the southwestern mountain range of the country of vortex, 2 integrated legions of Kurigakure have been assembled, as well as the independent legion that was mixed together after being crippled in the previous war. This gave Konoha a great threat. Because Konoha couldn't mobilize more power to break into the southwest mountains, Konoha's main army had been transferred to the northwest frontier of the Land of Fire, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's order to enter the Land of Rain. The Kurigakure Legion is always threatening the border of the Fire Nation. As long as they leave the southwest mountains and go northwest, they can directly invade the Fire Nation. The southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, the southern mountain range, the base camp of Kurigakure. The area of the building complex is already larger than before, and it is quite magnificent. Inside and outside the camp, there are countless bright and dark posts, and a large number of Kurigakure ninjas come and go. It is already dusk, but the scene inside and outside the camp is still busy. In the military hall, there was silence. There were no wounds on his body, and the pale-faced Kurigakure ninja corpse lay flat on the ground, his mouth half opened, and the skin of his entire body was blue-gray. Around the corpse, Boyu, Jongheim, and other 6 or 7 people formed a circle, and everyone's face was very ugly. The body was found half an hour ago in the forest 2 kilometers northwest of the camp, and no one knew how the ninja who was supposed to be patrolling died. Boyu's face was gloomy. He had just checked the corpse. There were no scars on the corpse, neither from the inside nor the outside, nor was it poisoned. The integrity of the meridians was not damaged, and the cause of death could not be found at all. And just because the cause of death could not be checked, it can be speculated that this ninja should have died of some very special and strange technique. This is Jonin, killed silently. The person who killed him was extremely powerful. This month, it's already the 9th one. Every time it's Jonin who dies, this assassin is always near the camp. Jongheim said with an ugly face, and looked at Boiling Yu again, "Sir. I can't feel him," Boiling Yu said in a gloomy tone, and the coldness in his eyes was even stronger. Shame. He was actually murdered by people in the vicinity of the base camp over and over again. But he doesn't even know who the other party is. Boiling Rain has the ability to sense in a wide range. It was with this ability that he tracked Tsunade, Hyuga Heian and others. This is an instant forbidden technique that is actively used, and each use will consume a lot of chakra, so Boiling Rain cannot be used all the time, he will only activate it when necessary. Just when the corpse was just sent back, Boiling Rain activated the induction, extending the induction range to the maximum. But, within 100 kilometers, he did not sense the strange chakra fluctuations. Judging from the time, unless the assassin master can move over a long distance, he must still be within 100 kilometers. That leaves 2 possibilities. First, the assassin did not transform chakra, and he did not have chakra on his body, so he could not sense it naturally. Second, the assassin master has a special ability that can block induction. Boiling Yu stared at the corpse, and after a long time, he said gloomily, "Is there any news about Hongguang?" "Go back, sir," Jongheim immediately respectfully said. "The last time I tracked down Hongguang was near the Sanfeng Valley in the central mountain area. After that, some traces were found, but I couldn't be sure that it was left by Hongguang." "A bunch of trash," Boiling Yu bit Kiba and said in a low voice. The other 6 people in the lobby bowed their heads and did not dare to refute, and the atmosphere suddenly became extremely depressed. They all know that Mr. Boiling Yu has been in a bad mood recently. Boiling Rain has been silent for too long. Before the war, Boiling Rain rarely appeared in Kurigakure, and even many young ninjas did not know Boiling Rain. And after the war broke out, Boiling Rain came to the country of Vortex, and he showed his amazing war ability. Under his command, Kurigakure completely stood his ground in the country of Vortex. Always have the upper hand in the general trend. So at this time, Kurigakure ninjas are both respectful and afraid of Boiling Rain. The war has been going on so far, and in the overall situation, Kurigakure has won. Boiling You should be happy, but he can't be happy. Cold light, that had stirred up the storm in the country of water for several months reappeared, and successively killed 3 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen including Munashi Oni, and completely disrupted the arrangement of Kurigakure in the southwest mountain range, forcing the Kurigakure gave up the plan to hunt down Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru. And now, the mysterious assassin who has been killing people near the camp for nearly a month is more and more frequent. How can Boyu be happy when so many things happen? Pass my order and tell Mundogen to return to the camp. Boiling You ordered. Chapter 0308_Black_Lights. Yes. The stocky middle-aged ninja standing opposite the corpse respectfully obeyed, and then walked away quickly. This person is the deputy commander and captain of the Kurigakure scout force. Since it is to let Mundogen return to the camp, it is essential. He, the deputy commander, needs to temporarily take over the tasks that Mundogen was performing outside and let Mundogen return to the camp. Order, he can go directly to convey it. Sir. Zhongheim watched the short and stout man go out, then looked at Boiling You, and said hesitantly, if you let Lord Mundogen come back, then it's a matter of cold light. Let Mundogen come back to find the mysterious assassin first. Boiling You said heavily, and paused for a while, then. Although the cold light is my Kurigakure's confidant, we can't completely change the situation in us because of him alone. Kurigakure's strategic plan in the country of the Vortex. Hangwang, he must die. Even if he escapes back to Konoha, he must die, but he can't be in a hurry. This subordinate understands. Zhongheim said respectfully. Yeah. Boiling You glanced at the corpse on the ground again, raised his hand to signal for someone to carry it out, and signaled for others to go out too, leaving only Zhongheim. Soon, only Feiyu and Zhongheim were left in the military hall. Is there any news from Uzumaki Jinghai? Boiyu asked. He let the others leave because he came to the Vortex Council to communicate with Uzumaki Jinghai. In Kurigakure, only Kurigakure Anbu knew about it. Speaking of which, Zhongheim is the one with the highest status of Kurigakure Anbu in the country of the Vortex. Go back to your lord. Zhongheim said respectfully. Reply over there. It is ready, just wait for the lord to mobilize the legion over there. Well, good. Finally there was good news. Boiyu showed a faint smile, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, but there was a coldness. Send the news to Mizukage-sama. Tell Mizukage-sama, within 2 months, Kurigakure will definitely occupy the country of the Vortex. A day later, in the southwest mountain range of the country of Vortex, in the southern mountain range. Another day at dusk, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if there might be a rainstorm at any time. In the dense forest, the light is dim, and it is abnormally cold. In a ring-shaped valley, behind the huge stone that forms an angle with the mountain wall, the fire is burning, emitting enough heat to make people feel warm. The aroma is diffuse. The rabbit meat on the top of the fire has been roasted and squeaked and oily. Lu Han, who was sitting on the side, poked the fire with a wooden stick, staring at the half-cooked roasted rabbit meat, and kept gulping. It's been a long time since I've eaten something hot. Although there are still many things in Lu Hengkong's backpack, it's still not as delicious as the freshly baked rabbit meat. This damn weather. But don't rain. Lu Han looked up at the sky, muttered in a low voice, turned his hand over again, took out the detailed map of the southwestern mountains of the land of Vortex from his space backpack, and touched his chin. Research it. The fire was burning vigorously, and the smoke shot into the sky. This can easily be seen by Kurigakure's patrolling scouts and Fijian, but Lu Han is not afraid. The reason why he dares to start a fire in such an open place without trying to clear the smoke is naturally because he has the confidence not to be discovered by Kurigakure. This is the Southern Mountains, close to the base camp of the Kurigakure Corps. Normally, it should be more dangerous here, but it is not. For Lu Han, the central mountainous area is extremely dangerous. A large number of Kurigakure ninjas, flying ninjas, and search ninjas gather in that area, and they are still searching. On the other hand, in the southern mountains, because the base camp of the Kurigakure Corps is here, although there are also a large number of Kurigakure the ninjas are patrolling, but they are not blind, and because they are not blind, they are patrolling according to the planned route, so they will not encounter Lu Han by chance. There is a word called darkness under the light, which means that the more dangerous the place is, the safer it is. It means the same. The closer he was to the Kurigakure base camp, the easier it was for Lu Han to hide. At this moment, Lu Han was wearing the standard costume of a Kurigakure scout ninja. He disguised himself as a Kurigakure ninja and brazenly made a barbecue. Although this camouflage was full of flaws, it was enough to deceive the flying ninja and Asuka ninja flying from the sky. Beast. Lu Han spent a few days before to find out the patrolling rules of the Kurigakure ninjas around the base camp through the insight map. He knew that this valley is the place where the Kurigakure ninjas often come. Almost every few days, there will be Kurigakure ninjas arriving. Staying and resting here is one of the reasons why Lu Han dared to make a fire directly here. Even face to face with the real Kurigakure ninja, for Lu Han, who has 3 Tomo Sharingan who can cast demonic illusion, as long as the opponent is not too strong, it is easy to deceive. Well, let's go to Kurigakure base camp first. I don't know if Boiling Rain is here. If not, Lu Han muttered while looking at the map, thinking constantly. He has already planned how to escape the southwest mountains, that is, keep going south. Running under the eyes of Kurigakure, all the way to the southwest coastal area of the country of Vortex, it is easy to run after that. Kurigakure did not block the area outside the southwest mountain range. And Lu Han still has ideas. He wants to go to the Kurigakure base camp once before leaving. Naturally, it's not to do damage. He hasn't done that. He wants to save people. Hyuga Haeyong was detained in the Kurigakure base camp. With Lu Han's ability, infiltrating is not a problem, but the key is whether he can bring people with him. Come out. If you can save nature, you need to save it. If you have a chance, you should try it. The standard Lu Han set for himself is that if there is boiling rain, there is no chance. If the boiling rain is not there, there is a chance. Yuhi point displayed on the insight map is boiling rain. Lu Han will give up the rescue plan. What does it taste like? Looking at the map, Lu Han suddenly moved his nose and screamed, "Damn it! It's mushy." Leaving the map behind, Lu Han picked up the barbecue on the fire, and immediately showed a very tired expression. The side of the roasted rabbit was already dark and completely burnt. Hey! With a sigh, Lu Han took out the kunai and cut off the burnt part of the roasted rabbit meat. Below the burnt meat was the cooked meat. At the same time, Lu Han opened the insight map and used the Yu Guang glanced at it. Lu Han, who had just opened his mouth to bite the roasted rabbit, suddenly stopped and blinked his eyes twice. 4 kilometers west of the center of the insight map, there is a blue dot and a Yuhi dot. All are at a standstill. Chapter 0309_Genius in Adversity. Teammate, who is it? Lu Han slowly bit the roasted rabbit, thinking, and suddenly jumped up, go and see. Call. Lu Han jumped up and disappeared into the valley. Boom tilde tilde. The sky was covered with clouds, the thunder was loud, the wind was blowing, the branches of the trees were swaying with the wind, and it was more violent, and it was about to rain. In the dark mountain forest, Lu Han ran fast and headed west. As he ran, he quickly ate most of the roasted rabbit meat. Then he threw away the skeleton and wiped his mouth. His movement speed suddenly increased sharply. Who could it be? Lu Han frequently opened the insight map while moving, observing the blue dot and Yuhi dot. It was 2 people, one of their own and the other of the enemy, who had been in an unmoved state all the time. Luhan approached very quickly. Not long after. Hey, Luhan opened the insight map again, but found that the Yuhi point had disappeared, only the blue point remained, and the blue point still did not move, it was still in its original position. The Yuhi point was killed. It can only be like this, if it is to rely on the instant body to suddenly disappear and move to a very far place, then there is no reason for the blue dot to stay still. It will be. It's getting closer. Luhan ran for another 200 meters, then jumped up to the branch of the towering tree more than 10 meters high. Looking up, the third Tomo Sharingan opened in his eyes, and the world became more real in Luhan's eyes. About a kilometer away, Luhan saw a line of orange fonts under the heavy obscurity of lush trees and vegetation. Konoha Hokage is directly under the free quest ninja, Orochimaru. It's him. Luhan's face was overjoyed, he didn't expect to meet Orochimaru here. Although Orochimaru has never had private contact with Luhan, and the two of them have no personal friendship, but with the relationship between Luhan and Tsunade, Orochimaru at this time can be regarded as a real one. In the dark forest filled with humidity, a figure with a cold breath sat cross-legged in front of the big tree. The black air swirled around him, exuding an evil aura. His pale face could not see the slightest blood, his eyes were tightly closed, his brows furrowed slightly, as if in pain. Orochimaru. He looks very bad. Although the body is still clean, the clothes are tattered. Only the outermost cloak looks relatively new, but the cloak is obviously not his own, but stolen. His breath was very unstable, and the ends of his long black hair were a little white, which seemed to be some kind of disease. In front of Orochimaru, a middle-aged ninja of about 36 or 7 years old was lying on the ground without any trauma. He was wearing a Kurigakur scout ninja uniform. His skin was gray, but he had no breath and was dead. Orochimaru seemed to suddenly feel something, suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head to look east. A figure is approaching rapidly. Orochimaru can't see it yet, but he can judge by the sound of the sudden wind approaching. There is only one person. Strength is not weak. Orochimaru understood that since the other party was able to approach him in such a blatant and undisguised manner, he must have already discovered him. Trouble, Orochimaru whispered coldly, putting his hands behind his back. Whoa! Wearing a Kurigakur-style ninja uniform sprang from the grass 20 meters away. And at this very moment, Orochimaru, sitting cross-legged in front of the tree, shot up in an instant, and threw more than 10 kunai with his hand. Kuwu turned into black light, burst into formation and shot towards the people who came. Hey, Luhan didn't even have time to explain. Orochimaru's kunai was too fast, and it was a shrouded attack in a formation. Luhan's heart tightened, and he directly triggered the surgery on his arm. Shadow Flash. Luhan entered the ultra-high-speed movement, but it was not a straight line. He was already in the second stage of Master Shadow Flash, and he approached Orochimaru in a curved way during the movement, dodging all the swift shots of kunai, and arrived in front of Orochimaru almost in an instant. Orochimaru disappeared from Luhan's sight the moment he arrived. Immediately, a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped Luhan, and the danger came from behind Luhan. Master Orochimaru, it's me, Han, Luhan shouted while dodging. As soon as Luhan finished speaking, his sense of crisis disappeared, and the terrifying and evil aura quickly moved away from Luhan. Luhan stopped and breathed a sigh of relief, turned around to look, but saw that Orochimaru had retreated 30 meters away. His hands were in the hand seal motion, his eyes were as sharp as blades, and Luhan's eyes were facing each other. At this moment, in Luhan's eyes, Orochimaru is Yuhi's name. Konoha Hokage is directly under the free quest ninja, level 60 elite, Orochimaru. Level 60. He has reached level 60. Luhan was shocked. He knew that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had similar overall strengths, but each had their own strengths. Tsunade was a level 50 gold boss, but Orochimaru has reached level 60. Thoughts flashed quickly in Luhan's mind. Maybe Orochimaru has made a breakthrough recently. Almost a month ago, He, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Hyuga Heiong, etc., were attacked by boiling rain and the 7 ninja swordsmen. This may be the biggest crisis the 3 of them have encountered in the past 10 years. It is a terrifying catastrophe that forced them to be separated during the mission, and all 3 were injured. Genius always grows in adversity. The horror of Orochimaru's talent. Needless to say, in the original book, he was regarded as the #1 successor by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is a pity that he embarked on a wrong path. After a lot of people, he was finally discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't bear to kill him, so he let him escape from Konoha. Have to admit that among the 3 Tsunade, Jiraiya and Orochimaru has the best talent. All 3 are only 21 years old, and they must all grow up, but they don't necessarily grow at the same time. There must be a front and back. Orochimaru is the first to enter level 60, which is understandable. The 2 looked at each other. Luhan was a little stunned, but in his eyes, Orochimaru's Yuhi name quickly turned orange after a while. He didn't have any ill will towards Luhan at all. He had shot at Luhan before, but it was because Luhan was wearing Kurigakure's ninja suit, and he didn't see Luhan's face clearly in time. "Why are you here?" Orochimaru asked nonchalantly, dropping his hands. "To save you," Luhan replied. Chapter 0310_Luhan and Orochimaru. Save me. Orochimaru's tone was strange. His eyes swept up and down Luhan. He could now confirm Luhan's identity, Luhan's breath when he used the shadow flash, his habitual tone of voice, and his Orochimaru is familiar with that face, and he is confident in his ability. He doesn't think that someone can pretend to be someone he knows in front of him. But Orochimaru doesn't think Luhan is here to save him, can he? Yeah, Luhan smiled. Orochimaru was very cold, but he is such a person, Luhan naturally wouldn't mind. "I'm here to find Master Orochimaru, Master Tsunade, and Master Jiraiya. Come to the southwest. The mountains have been more than 20 days. Boom tilde. Lightning flashed across the sky, and thunder exploded. Immediately, the dark clouds poured down a light rain, and the rain curtain misted the mountains and forests, and the rain continued to grow. Luhan and Orochimaru looked up at the sky at the same time. Luhan tilted his head again and looked at the corpse of the Kurigakure ninja on the ground, then looked at Orochimaru and said, "Lord Orochimaru, it's inconvenient to speak here, let's find a place." Orochimaru responded with a nasal voice. ... Into the night. The torrential rain enveloped the forest, and the bean-sized raindrops formed a rain curtain, making the forest and mountains all blurred and dreamy. 60 kilometers northeast of Kurigakure Base Camp, under a cliff, several towering trees formed enough shelter in front of the mountain wall. A small but deep cave with a fire burning to dispel the darkness. Luhan and Orochimaru were both leaning against the stone wall in the cave, sitting on the left and right of the fire, facing each other. The rainstorm has been falling for a while. The rainwater on the mountain flows down the mountain wall, forming a water curtain at the entrance of the cave, dividing the inside and outside of the cave into 2 worlds. One is windy and rainy, and the other is warm, comfortable and quiet. I'll discuss with Danzo-sama, I'll do it. Luhan told Orochimaru what happened when he entered the southwest mountains for so long, raided Munashi Ghost 7, found Tsunade, and met Danzo. Orochimaru listened, with little expression on his pale and bloodless face. Only when Luhan said he found Tsunade and found that Tsunade was seriously injured and dying, there was a flash of coldness in his eyes. I plan to continue to go south. Although it is very close to the Kurigakure camp, it is much easier than going north. I didn't expect to meet Lord Orochimaru. Luhan finally said. Be quiet. Didn't meet Jiraiya? Orochimaru asked indifferently, looking directly into Luhan's eyes. No, Luhan shook his head, but I estimate that Lord Jiraiya has probably escaped from the southwest mountains on his own. Kurigakure is concentrating his forces to arrest me. Relatively speaking, it is easier for others to escape. Lord Jiraiya is very strong and it will not be easily damaged here. Quote. You killed Munashi Ghost 7. Orochimaru whispered, turned his head to look at the rain curtain outside the cave, and seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he suddenly turned back to look at Luhan, sat up a lot and asked, "Be my apprentice and I'll teach you, how." Orochimaru had this idea more than half a year ago. It was after Luhan killed Fei Ren, but the situation was different. Now Luhan can be called the powerhouse of the world. Although Orochimaru is stronger than Luhan, he is not too much stronger. In this case, Orochimaru wants to accept Luhan as a disciple, but it is a bit strange. Lord Orochimaru, I think we still have to get out of here first, and then talk about other things. Luhan said euphemistically. In fact, he is very contradictory. On the one hand, Orochimaru does have something that Luhan can learn. The secret technique and forbidden technique created by Orochimaru, although most of them are vicious and hurtful, Luhan doesn't mind, no matter how vicious the technique is, it's enough for the enemy, but Luhan doesn't want to waste time on hard cultivation. As a subversive, even if there is a shortcut to take, he should work hard, but if he always relies on his talent for penance, it would be a bit of a waste of time. Luhan knows his talent. With talent alone, it is impossible for him to subvert the world. Orochimaru didn't say anything, and looked at the rain curtain outside the cave again. He didn't force it. If Luhan was someone else, he might have said and written more or did something, but Luhan is Tsunade's disciple, so Orochimaru naturally wouldn't force Luhan, so he would not be able to face Tsunade. Lord Orochimaru, are you injured? Luhan asked hesitantly. Orochimaru responded with a nasal voice. Sure enough, Luhan said in his heart. He had seen it before. The corpse of the Kurigakure ninja where he met Orochimaru did not seem to have been killed in a normal way, and Orochimaru's face was also a little abnormal. The white on the ends of the hair can make people see the problem directly. Lord Orochimaru, do you want? Let me see for you. Luhan said again. You know medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru looked at Luhan. He knew that Tsunade had never taught Luhan medical ninjutsu. Understood a little. Luhan nodded without explaining much. He was the deputy captain of Anbu, so he didn't need to explain. It's the residual damage from the seal. Orochimaru explained directly without letting Luhan check. I forcibly broke Boiling Rain's A-level seal, but it damaged all cells and meridians. I have treated myself several times, but it has never been completely cured. Can you cure it? Quote. Orochimaru was vague when it came to a certain technique. Luhan understood that Orochimaru didn't want others to know about the jutsu he created, and he didn't even want to say the name of the jutsu. From the previous Kurigakure ninja corpse, it could be inferred that the jutsu used by Orochimaru for self-government was obviously not a healing ninjutsu, but some kind of jutsu. The evil forbidden technique that requires deprivation of another person's life to be effective. Treatment. It can be cured. Luhan continued. My master has a technique that can treat residual damage from seals. That is, it has side effects. What side effects? Orochimaru frowned. Pain. Ultimate pain. Luhan said heavily. I used that technique to treat Tsunade-sensei's injury, and after that, Tsunade-sensei didn't allow me to use that technique on her. Because it was too painful. You actually know how to do this. Orochimaru seemed a little distrustful of Luhan. Chapter 0311_save Hyuga Heiyong. Lord Orochimaru, you should believe that I'm a genius. Luhan smiled lightly, a seemingly narcissistic and even a bit arrogant expression. In fact, it can be used to avoid many problems. Luhan said that he was a genius. He did not what needs to be explained, whatever Orochimaru thinks. There are too many ways for ninjas to acquire techniques. The most direct way is to learn from the village. In Konoha, even if it is A-level ninjutsu, as long as it is not forbidden technique and the ninja's strength reaches a certain level, you can request to learn. In addition, there are other ways for ninjas to acquire skills. Such as killing enemy ninjas, discovering the method of cultivation from the opponent, or being gifted by more powerful ninjas, or, in Luhan's identity, From it is also possible for Anbu to learn individual forbidden techniques. Luhan still didn't explain, and Orochimaru didn't ask any further questions. It hurts, isn't it? Orochimaru said nonchalantly. It's very, very painful. Luhan emphasized again, but the healing effect is excellent. Come on then, as long as it heals my injury, nothing else matters. Orochimaru was stern. Late at night. It has been 4 full hours since Luhan used the original creation technique to treat him. The cave, Orochimaru sat cross-legged in the cave, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and there were beads of sweat on his forehead and face. Behind Orochimaru, Luhan also crossed his knees, pressing his hands on Orochimaru's back, Yuhi light surging. Treatment time has been very long, but in fact, Orochimaru's injury is not as serious as Tsunade's injury, and the reason why the treatment took so long is because Luhan's chakra consumption is too fast, but he did not use the medicine to restore himself. The chakra, 3 minutes of treatment, 15 minutes of rest, another 3 minutes of treatment, and another 15 minutes of rest. Luhan is treating Orochimaru in this way. Therefore, although 4 hours had passed, the actual treatment time for Orochimaru by Luhan was only about half an hour. After a minute, Luhan took away the hand that was placed on Orochimaru's back and slowly retracted it. Okay, Lord Orochimaru, I can't feel the effect of the treatment. Your injury should have healed, or you have an injury that I can't treat at all. Luhan opened his eyes and continued, looking like he had just the Orochimaru fished out of the water, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Real man. Orochimaru naturally felt the pain, his whole body was soaked with sweat, naturally it was in pain, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. Luhan got up, walked to the fire at the entrance of the cave, picked up a wooden stick and poked the fire, and added some more firewood. The firewood is a little damp, so the smoke from the fire is thick, but it is still raining heavily outside the cave, and the smoke will be washed away by the rain and will not be observed by the ninja from a distance. Inside the cave, Orochimaru crossed his knees and closed his eyes, his chakra fluctuating from strength to weakness. He's doing pranayama and examining his body. His face was still very white, but not the extremely morbid pallor that he had before, and the whiteness of his hair had disappeared. Healed, Orochimaru's voice came out suddenly. Luhan, who was sitting by the fire at the entrance of the cave, turned his head and saw that Orochimaru had opened his eyes to look at him, and said, "That's good." Orochimaru looked at Luhan with strange colors. The healing technique Luhan used on him surprised him. After a pause, Orochimaru said again, "Thank you." Orochimaru actually said thank you. Welcome, it should be. Luhan smiled. New day, early morning. The rain has stopped, and the air is extraordinarily fresh. In the cave, Luhan and Orochimaru woke up one after another. After Luhan treated Orochimaru's injury last night, they didn't say much and both rested. After the two woke up that day, they didn't say much. They both left the cave temporarily and searched for food in the forest. Luhan hunted a wild boar, while Orochimaru picked some wild fruits and was still closest to the cave. The lake caught the fish. Afterwards, both of them returned to the cave and made a fire to cook. The two of them spent the next morning in the cave. After eating, the two began to discuss plans to escape from the southwest mountains. Orochimaru's attitude towards Luhan changed a lot, and he talked a lot more. Orochimaru agreed with Luhan's escape plan to continue to go south. Although the extreme south of the southwest mountains is already the rear of Kurigakure, it's better not to be found. Once found, it will inevitably bring death threats. There are many experts in the Kurigakure base camp, but it is indeed easier to go south than north by comparison. Around 10 in the morning, inside the cave, Luhan and Orochimaru sat opposite each other, with a map scroll spread out between them. Actually, the most difficult thing is to pass between these two mountains. If we walk up the mountain is too high, the trees and vegetation at the highest point are few, and it is easy for Fenin to see. If we can't go up the mountain, we can only walk here. Luhan pointed to the map and glanced at Orochimaru, but it's very close to the Kurigakure camp. It's worth a try, it's already the best option, Orochimaru said. Well, I think so too. Luhan nodded, then paused and said, by the way, I have another idea. What? Orochimaru looked up at Luhan. Go to Kurigakure camp once. Luhan pressed his finger on the location of Kurigakure camp on the map. The camp is here, not far from us, and we have to pass by there, so I thought. Save Hyuga Heian? Orochimaru asked. Luhan told Orochimaru about Hyuga Heian's capture yesterday. Yes, maybe there is a chance. Luhan nodded heavily. Originally, Luhan didn't have much confidence, he just wanted to try it out, but now there is Orochimaru, 2 people. In terms of their abilities, there is a great chance of saving people. After all, this is just the Legion camp of Kurigakure, not the village of Kurigakure. If it is Kurigakure village, don't even think about saving people unless there is an internal response, and in the Kurigakure core camp, there is always a chance, especially for Luhan who has an insight map. He can easily determine that Hyuga Heian is in the Kurigakure base camp. The position of being held in the middle of the country saves a lot of trouble for rescue. Yes, Orochimaru said after a moment of silence. Chapter 0312_Kurigakure camp at night. In fact, Orochimaru doesn't want to make extra troubles. Except Tsunade and Jiraiya, it is really difficult for him to save others, but Hyuga Heian is special to him. The reason why Hyuga Heian was captured at the beginning was to hold back the boiling water. Rain and others, so that Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru can escape. In this regard, Hyuga Heian is kind to Orochimaru. Tit for tit. Orochimaru is not afraid of fighting, and can even be said to be very combative, enjoying the feeling of killing. Therefore, he is not afraid of danger. What he has to consider is whether it should be, whether it is worth it, whether it is necessary or not. Save Hyuga Heian. If it is to say to Jiraiya, Jiraiya will probably agree immediately. After all, there is a chance. And to Orochimaru, Orochimaru thinks about it and agrees. Orochimaru, who was only 21 years old at this time, was not a good person, but he was not a bad person either. Then help. Luhan tapped on the map, his heart settled, but he said cautiously, when does Lord Orochimaru think we should go? You said. Orochimaru felt that Luhan already had an idea. At night. Luhan said, let's enter together. As long as I enter, I can sense the position of Lord Heian. Okay, just at night. Orochimaru nodded. Next, the two discussed their plans after entering and sneaking into the Kurigakure camp. In fact, there was nothing to say. There were only 2 people in total, and they were also acting at the same time. It must be that the plan could not keep up with the changes. The only thing that needs special attention is only 1 point boiling rain. This guy is too strong. Strong pervert. The speed is fast, and if he finds and catches up, it will not be an ordinary trouble. That's a death threat. Lord Orochimaru, since you doubt the ability of boiling rain and large-scale sensor tracking, then I can hide my chakra flow for a short time and block his sense of me. Orochimaru looked directly at Luhan's eyes. The problem is you. This. Luhan hesitated. This. Isn't he a passive induction technique? Naturally not. Orochimaru was very sure, and he played against boiling rain to gain some understanding of boiling rain. That's a technique that can only be sensed by active activation. Luhan squeezed his chin, looked down at the map again, and said ponderingly, as long as we can always quietly sneak in, and take people away quietly, we won't be caught by him. Found. It's difficult, but not impossible. Orochimaru also looked at the map. Ha! Luhan suddenly smiled and said, Bayu may not be in the camp either. If he's not there, then our troubles will be less. Orochimaru didn't say a word, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Over the past 10 years, boiling rain is the most powerful enemy Orochimaru has personally fought against. It is also what Orochimaru hates the most. If, I said if. If we fight Boiling You, what chance do Orochimaru think we have? Luhan raised his eyes again and asked. He has never met Boiling You, and he has no idea what to do with Boiling You. I understand, it was mostly what Tsunade had said before, so he wasn't entirely sure what Boiling Rain's strength actually reached. If it's just me, judging by your ability to kill Munashi Onigiri, we will definitely lose. Orochimaru's voice became heavy, and his eyes became colder, but even if I die, I will definitely pull him. Quote. Luhan's heart froze. Have to admit that if I take the initiative to go to the Kurigakure camp, the Boiling Rain will be a nightmare for the two of them. Moreover, there are not only Boiling Rains in the Kurigakure camp, but also thousands of ninjas guarding the camp, and a large proportion of them are masters. I don't know how many elite Jonin there are. But having said that, what the two of them are talking about now is the most extreme and worst situation. It's unlikely to happen. Then it's decided, Lord Orochimaru. Luhan sat up straight and said solemnly, we will sneak into the Kurigakure camp tonight to look for and rescue Hyuga Heian. Okay, Orochimaru nodded. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, night fell again. On this night, the moon was particularly round, and the mountains in the southwest of the country of vortexes were shrouded in a hazy color. There was light, but it was dim. The southern mountains, Kurigakure Base Camp. There are many buildings and the scale of the camp is huge. If you look at it from a distance in the night, you can see the shadows of the buildings. There are sentries, and Kurigakure ninjas are monitored in shifts 24 hours a day. Nearly 3 battalions of Kurigakure ninjas are scattered into 40 or 50 teams, patrolling the camp around the clock. The heavily guarded base camp of the Kurigakure expedition. Late at night, Kurigakure Base Camp, which had been bustling for a day, finally fell silent, but the camp was still lit up. East outside the camp, in the forest. Call. Under the cover of the dense branches and leaves, 2 figures appeared on the extremely thick branches and looked at the Kurigakure camp in the distance. There is a dark post 300 meters to the west, Luhan said in a low voice, staring at the base camp of the Kurigakure Corps. He had already opened the Insight map, but only opened the Insight range of 1 kilometer. He expanded the scope of the Insight map little by little, so that Luhan could get some more detailed information. The Insight range is 1 kilometer. The big Yuhi point is in the east gate guardhouse of the camp, 400 meters to the west. He is the captain of the Kurigakure Scout Unit, a level 40 white-silver boss. The Insight range is 3 kilometers, and the big Yuhi point is 2,300 meters away in the southwest. Naturally, it is also in the Kurigakure camp. He is the leader of the Kurigakure Anbu team, a level 40 white-silver boss. According to the judgment rules of the Insight map, there will be a group of Yuhi points on the map, and there will definitely be a big Yuhi point, which is the hostile ninja with the highest status. Therefore, Luhan can use this rule to zoom the Insight map while moving, and then he can learn more about the number of masters in the Kurigakure camp. And Luhan also has eyes that can see each other's names, so theoretically, as long as Luhan walks around the camp, he can have a rough idea of the number of strong Kurigakure in the camp. The coverage of the Insight map was continuously expanded. When the limit of 10 kilometers was reached, the entire Kurigakure Corps camp was covered by Insight, and Luhan also saw the number 1 person in the camp. Great Yuhi Point. Kurigakure Mizukage Assistant, Level 60 White-Silver Boss, Boiling Rain. Chapter 0313_Infiltrate at Risk. Level 60 White-Silver Boss. In fact, Luhan had already speculated about Boyu's strength rating. Danzo believed that he was not as strong as Boyu, and Danzo was a level 60 bronze boss. Orochimaru, who had reached level 60, also believed that he would be dead or alive in the fight against Boyu. Neither does Shang Luhan. Luhan calculated at the time that Boiling Rain's strength should be between level 60 bronze and level 60 white silver, and it couldn't be a gold boss. Tsunade, Hyuga Heian, etc., they can't be Boiling Rain's opponents, let alone escape. In fact, Luhan has always expected that Boiling Rain is only a level 60 bronze boss, the same level as Danzo, and the same level is not necessarily the same strength. Ninja's rating is comprehensive ability, not pure fighting ability, so Boiling Rain can be more powerful. Unexpectedly, Boiling Rain turned out to be a level 60 white-silver boss. If he encounters an enemy of this level, Luhan has no confidence that he can win. Maybe, you can't escape. Boiling You is in the camp, I feel him. Luhan said in a very low voice, tilting his head to look at Orochimaru beside him. Luhan has disguised his ability to see the map as a kind of induction technique. Where's Hyuga? Orochimaru asked in a low voice. It's also inside. Luhan continued, it's less than 300 meters away from the location of Boiling You. It may be a prison cell. On the Insight map, in addition to Boiling Rain represented by the big Yuhi point, there is also a blue dot, and a large group of orange dots. There are hundreds of orange dots, and they gather together, not far from each other. It can be speculated that the orange dots are other prisoners held in the Kurigakure camp, Konoha, Uzushiogakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure. The prisoners should all come from these 4 ninja villages, and according to the rules of the Insight map, only those Luhan wanted to save, will be judged as Teammate Blue, so even if other Konoha ninjas are imprisoned in the camp, they will not be judged as teammates. How strong is your sensing ability? Orochimaru said silently. Will it be confusing because there are too many targets? No, although the sensing distance is not far, it is definitely not wrong. Luhan affirmed. Save people, Orochimaru decided. Okay. Luhan nodded, then ejected, follow me. Orochimaru said to save people, then save. Having reached this point, there is no reason to back down. After all, as long as you are careful, you may be able to bring Hyuga Heian out of the Kurigakure camp without a sound. After an hour. Kurigakure base camp under the moonlight, behind a tower more than 10 meters high, in a dimly lit alley. The young Kurigakure Chunin knelt down slowly, opened his mouth to make a sound, but couldn't. His pale, bloodless, black-hearted hands passed from behind Kurigakure Chunin and grabbed his neck. Slammed hard. Click. Kurigakure Chunin's neck was shattered and his head tilted. The third one, their bodies will be found sooner or later, we have to hurry. Luhan flashed out of the dark corner and said quickly in a low voice. The one who just killed was the Kurigakure whistle. The Kurigakure ninja hiding in the spying camp. The dark whistle is the most difficult to deal with. Many times, they can't avoid their sight and can only kill them. If it wasn't for Luhan's insight into the map, if the two entered the Kurigakure camp, they might have been discovered within 100 meters. Wait for me, Orochimaru said in a low voice, jumped up with the body in his hand, and stepped on the outer wall of the tower on the side to quickly ascend. After a while, Orochimaru ran down again, and he had already hidden the body. This is of limited use because even Kurigakure can't find the body. They will also find that the dark whistle is missing, and they will definitely look for it at that time. A matter of time. It is necessary to get people out of the Kurigakure camp before Kurigakure finds that the dark sentry is missing. The farther the better, the better. At the entrance of the alley, Luhan and Orochimaru were clinging to the wall, looking out. Outside the hutong is a side street, opposite the street is a grove, deep in the grove. It is a single-family building, a 3-story tower, that tower is a prison cell, and all around the cell are trees. Cells exist in isolation. According to the Insight map, there are as many as hundreds of dark posts in the woods around the cell. The guards are extremely tight. There are also some traps. A large number of dark posts are arranged near the cell, and the surrounding area is just woods. The cell exists in isolation, and it is not built underground. It seems to be intentional to attract people to rob the prison. There are dark whistles everywhere in the woods. Luhan whispered. We can disguise as Kurigakure ninjas, Orochimaru suggested, and he said it simply, but to do so requires a lot of preparation, timing, and waiting for the Kurigakure patrol to pass by. No, I have a way to get there. Luhan glanced at Orochimaru, It's hard to bring people out. If you can't bring people out, it's meaningless. Luhan didn't expect that Kurigakure would send so many people to guard the prisoners of war. Some trouble. Meanwhile, in another part of Kurigakure's base camp, a small room with only one candlestick was dimly lit. Sir, if we can't use Hyuga Haeyoung in exchange for Lord Chuntao, Lord Mizukage, I'm afraid. It's hard to explain. Mundogen stood in front of the wooden collapse, carefully watching the boiling rain. Do you want to reconsider? Not long after Mundogen returned to the camp, he came over to have a secret talk with Feiyu as soon as he came back. The two talked a lot about the recent southwest mountain range, and Feiyu had already told Mundogen that he planned to publicly execute Hyuga Haeyoung. In revenge for what Cold Light did in the southwest mountains. Doing so is a trick. It is false to vent his anger, and it is true that he wants to provoke the relationship between the Hyuga family and Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Mundogen knew that Ghost Lantern Grand Elder Ghost Lantern Chuntao was locked up in Uzushiogakure village, and if he didn't try to get it back. You don't need to say more, I have made up my mind. Boyu said decisively. After a pause, he said again, there is something I should tell you now. Uzumaki Jinghai has secretly joined me in Kurigakure, Lord Chuntao. He'll fix it. What? Mundogen exclaimed in shock. Chapter 0314_A. Uzumaki shocked the sea. How could he be? Mundogen couldn't understand. The Uzumaki family and Konoha had a very deep relationship. Since the establishment of Konoha, the Uzushiogakure village headed by the Uzumaki family established diplomatic relations with Konoha and became Konoha's most loyal ally. As for the villages of Uzushiogakure and Kurigakure, that is a feud. From the Sengoku era to the present, the country of Vortex and the Kingdom of Water have been in constant conflict for decades. The main reason is the conflict between the Kingdom of Vortex and the Kingdom of Water. That sea area is the most abundant sea area in the entire ninja world. In addition to the biological resources of fish and seafood, there are also a lot of mineral resources under the sea. Simply put, it's a battle of interests. The reason why Kurigakure launched the war against the country of Vortex is also because of the sea. The country of Vortex has no important resources in its native land, and as long as Kurigakure occupies the country of Vortex, he can monopolize the most important marine resources in the entire ninja world, without having to fight with Uzushiogakure. The village was repeatedly contested. Mundogen couldn't figure it out. Although he was a Kurigakure ninja, he still didn't understand Uzumaki's decision. Since Uzumaki Jinghai betrayed the Cold Light information, his relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen has plummeted. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the kind of person who hates betrayal the most, and Uzumaki Jinghai just happened to make his big taboo. Boiling Yu explained in a slow voice. According to our intelligence analysis in the past few months, the actual controller of Uzushiogakure village is already the Konoha, not the Uzumaki clan. In terms of the right to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen can already decide everything. Whether Uzumaki Jinghai agrees or not. The reason for this is, it's because Sarutobi Hiruzen is already wary of Uzumaki Jinghai. That's why he is so assertive. They were allies and fought together, but Konoha was the master. Uzumaki Jinghai was originally a dog of Konoha, but he didn't want to admit it, and in this war, he recognized the truth. He thought he was a village lord of a nation, but in fact, Konoha is. Konoha refused to send more troops to the country of Vortex, but controlled the village of Uzushiogakure. On the battlefield, the death rate of the Uzushiogakure ninja troops was much higher than that of the Konoha ninja troops. If things go on like this, it won't take too long, just another year. Even if Konoha and Uzushiogakure win the war together and we Kurigakure withdraw from the country of Vortex, then there will be few people left in the Uzumaki clan. Then Uzumaki Jinghai can no longer be the master of the country of Vortex, and Konoha will officially take his place. Quote. I have already met Uzumaki Jinghai secretly and discussed it in detail. Boyu said with a mocking smile. He refuses to admit defeat and wants to maintain the previous glory of the Uzumaki family. And he also knows our Kurigakur's intentions. Know what we want. I promised him that as long as he agrees to join our village of Kurigakur and help our village to defeat the Konoha army in the country of Vortex, our Kurigakur will recognize his status in the country of Vortex, and he is still the lord of the village of Uzushiogakur. I Kurigakur it will provide him with security. The country of Vortex will still exist in name, but in fact it is included in the territory of our country of water. One country and two villages. Their Uzushiogakur village is a vassal of our Kurigakur village. Uzumaki is scared of the sea. He is afraid that the Uzumaki family will disappear into the long river of history. Boiling Yu smiled, his face even more mocking. It turned out to be like this. Mundogen sighed, feeling even more awe of Boiling Yu in his heart. Boiling Yu said it was simple, but how could this kind of thing be made clear in a few words? Uzumaki Jinghai's only son was killed by Kurigakur, but Boiling Yu was able to convince him to let him go to Kurigakur. This is almost impossible. Possible things were made by boiling rain. Mundogen knew that once the Uzumaki family took refuge, it would mean that they gave up their marine interests. At that time, I didn't even have the money, but I really depended on others. Want to come to Uzumaki, there is no way to be forced. War. For Konoha village, which ranks first in strength among the 5 major ninja villages, can afford to fight, and can afford it. I can't afford it, and I don't have the ability to break the net. And speaking of it, Uzumaki Jinghai would betray Konoha, which is also related to Sarutobi Hiruzen's distrust of him. It is precisely because Sarutobi Hiruzen does not trust Uzumaki Jinghai, who will be the master of the country of Vortex in the future. Well, you can arrange it right away. You don't need to inform Konoha, just send someone to spread the news. Boiling Yu ordered repeatedly, we will publicly execute Hyuga Haeyoung. The time is set in a month. Yes. Mundogen took the order and lowered his head lower. Under the moonlight, Kurigakur base camp, at the entrance of the dark alley. If it's difficult for you to bring people out, Orochimaru, who had been thinking for a long time, finally said, then. I'll attract attention. Create chaos. You take the opportunity. No, Luhan hurriedly shook his head, if you expose it, it's over, Boiling Yu. Not necessarily, I can't beat him, but there is always a chance to run away, and encountering boiling rain, that is the most extreme situation. This way, I'll check the situation first. Even if I can't bring people out, I can come out first. We'll discuss it later. Okay, you be careful. Luhan took one last look at Orochimaru, then looked towards the woods across the street outside the alley, raised his hands and quickly hand seal. Secret art, hidden art. Luhan clapped one hand on the wall to take advantage of his strength, and the whole person rushed out like the wind. In the dark state, he melted into the darkness. Although there was still moonlight on the street, he was so fast that he reached the ultimate, no sound and no breath. And no wind is produced, and no one can see him. Flying over the street in an instant, Luhan rushed into the woods, patted the tree again, and his movement speed increased again. His feet didn't touch the ground, as if he was really flying. It was dark in the woods. Even if he didn't move, the Kurigakur whistle in the woods couldn't see him, not to mention that he was moving at super high speed. He clapped his hands on the trees several times in a row. On his body, Luhan glided in the woods, avoiding obstacles back and forth. In just a few seconds, he traversed the 100-meter-wide woods and landed in the dark corner outside the tower. According to the Insight map, Hyuga Haeyoung is locked in the middlemost cell in the tower, which is the most difficult cell to enter. But for Luhan, it wasn't a big problem. Luhan leaned against the wall, took a deep breath, and flicked his wrist. Horizon was in hand. Chapter 0315 quietly. Opening the Insight map again, Luhan took a quick glance. The location of boiling rain has not changed, and the other dense Yuhi spots have not been greatly mobilized, which means that they have not found any abnormalities. And within the range of the cells on the Insight map, there are not many Yuhi points, just over 30, not even the number of prisoners. This is normal. What Kurigakure needs to guard against is someone coming in from outside, and it is not that the captive can escape by himself. The blue dot represented by Hyuga Haeyoung is guarded alone, and near his location, there are 2 Yuhi dots, that is, someone guards him alone. Luhan took a look at the general situation of the entire Kurigakure camp, and then narrowed the insight map to a minimum range of 1 kilometer and kept it open. Let's go. With a low voice, Luhan threw out Hiraishin Kunai. He strictly controlled the speed of Hiraishin Kunai's throwing, making sure that Kunai's fire rate was very fast without making too much noise. Hiraishin Kunai shot in an arc, flew 2 or 3 meters diagonally upward along the wall, and shot into the upper window. Luhan disappeared in place. The empty cell by the window, Luhan appeared out of thin air, turned over and grabbed Hiraishin Kunai who had not yet nailed it to the wall, rolled out to the ground, and stopped silently in the corner of the wall. This is a small single cell, very dark. The only light source is the moonlight outside the window. Although it has not been used yet, there are curse marks everywhere in the cell. The defensive power of the surrounding walls, and can prevent ninjas from entering and exiting at will by using general telekinesis. In other words, with the basic instant body technique, it is impossible to enter the cell, and it is impossible to get out. But Luhan can go in and out at will, and he can go wherever Kuu can go. The entire tower will not be sealed, right? Kurigakure is not good at sealing. If it is, it must be that guy Boyu. That pervert. Luhan muttered, dodging to the door of the cell. The cell door is a fully enclosed metal door with only 1 elongated opening above it for observation. Luhan stood at the door, holding Hiraishin Kunai and observing the insight map. After a while, he suddenly waved his hand and threw Hiraishin Kunai out through the opening on the door. The dim corridor, 2 Kurigakure ninjas who were patrolling had just turned into a fork in the road, and a kunai flew out from the opening above the cell door on the right in the middle of the corridor, and Luhan in a black robe mask appeared. 10 minutes later. The central area of the first floor of the prison tower, at the end of the dark corridor, in front of a metal door, 2 Kurigakure Jonin stood straight in front of the door like soldiers, with their hands on the handle of the knife, and they were on high alert. They are all senior ninjas from the Kurigakure Scout Unit, strong and experienced, but they dare not take it lightly because they know who is being held in the cell. Born in the famous Hyuga clan in Konoha, the current branch head of the Hyuga clan. Even the leader of the scout troop dare not say that he will win. Hyuga Haeyoung. It is a terrifying existence that can withstand the strongest attack of Lord Boiling Rain. If it is in Kurigakure village, no matter how powerful the prisoner is, there is no need for Jonin to keep the door at all times. After all, this is not Kurigakure village, but a temporary camp. The prison is also temporarily established. There will always be some problems. There will be 2 Kurigakure Jonin holding hands at all times. In front of the passage, at the corner, Luhan was clinging to the wall, not daring to probe. It's really troublesome. There's only one way. Luhan took a second look at the insight map, took a deep breath, and was about to die hand seal. Secret art, hidden art. Luhan entered a dark state, then jumped directly to the ceiling of the 4-meter-high corridor, sucked his hands on it. Luhan was like a gecko, hung on it, and then moved his hands and feet together, quickly, crawling. In the hidden state, even if it is Jonin, without pupil skills, it is difficult to see Luhan in the dark, and Luhan is as light as a feather, crawling very fast. This is how Luhan crawled directly into the cell leading to the center the passage, and all the way to the depths, all the way to the wall. The 2 Jonins naturally didn't see him. If they looked up at the ceiling, they might have noticed something unusual, but they couldn't look up all the time. Luhan had already climbed above the heads of the 2 of them, turned over, sucked his back on the ceiling, and looked at the 2 Jonins below who were holding hands in front of the door. If you kill them here. Luhan is a little embarrassed. Killing these 2 people is easy for him. He can kill them quietly, but the problem is that even if the body is hidden, the person disappears. It won't be long before the patrolling ninjas in the tower will find out. But Luhan couldn't keep trying to find a solution here. If the time dragged on for too long, if it didn't work out, Orochimaru outside would cause trouble. Trouble, trouble, Luhan muttered to himself, withdrew the chakra on his back, and floated down. No sound, no breath, no wind. Luhan, like a feather, slowly approached the two of them below. At this point, Luhan had two choices, either kill them with a knife, or use demonic illusion. But the latter is very likely to fail. After all, there are two people, not one. Luhan floated down. Just as he passed the opening on the big metal door, Luhan had a flash of light, and instantly shot Hiraishin out and stuffed it along the opening on the door. Immediately, Luhan, who was about to meet two Kurigakure Jonin, disappeared above their heads. From beginning to end, everything was silent. Two Kurigakure Jonin, still engrossed, held the handle in front of the cell door. The large cell was empty, without any furnishings. There are small candlesticks hanging above the corners of the surrounding walls and the walls. The candles are burning, and the cell is dimly colored. Was a futon in the middle of the cell. Hyuga Haeyoung, wearing a white plain robe, sat cross-legged on the futon. There were curse marks everywhere on his arms, neck, and face. He closed his eyes tightly and remained silent. Hiraishin Kunai slipped into the cell along the opening of the door. The black-robed masked figure appeared out of thin air, grabbing the kunai who almost fell to the ground with one hand. Hyuga Haeyoung suddenly opened his eyes. Luhan made a silent gesture to Hyuga Haeyoung. Chapter 0316_Distrust and Proof. Hyuga Haeyoung has been sealed with all his abilities. At this time, he can even be said to be an ordinary person, but he still feels that someone is coming. He couldn't sense it, but as a powerful ninja, his hearing was still there. He didn't feel Luhan's appearance, but it was the subtle wind sound produced by Hiraishin's kunai's whereabouts, which he heard. It's incredible, but he's Hyuga Haeyoung. Looking at the mysterious figure wearing a black robe and a mask that suddenly appeared in the cell, Hyuga Haeyoung's face did not show the slightest joy, instead he frowned. Luhan made a silent gesture to Hyuga Haeyoung. Seeing that Hyuga Haeyoung didn't move, he felt relieved and slowly put down his hand. Who are you? Hyuga Haeyoung asked loudly, his face full of impatience. Fuck, Luhan scolded inwardly, dodging to the corner. The opening on the metal door is for observation. The Kurigakure ninja outside can see the situation in the cell through the observation port, and the corner of the wall where Luhan is hiding is in a row with the metal door, which is just the blind spot for outside observation. Seeing Luhan's demeanor, Hyuga Haeyoung grinned with a mocking smile, and said, "Stop pretending. You should know that the cells here are insulated from sound and breath. This trick is enough for you to play once, you don't have to do it again. Go back and tell Boiling You that he will never get any information from me." Humph. Hyuga Haeyoung snorted coldly and closed his eyes. Luhan was stunned for a moment, showing a thoughtful look. Listening to Hyuga Haeyoung's meaning, Kurigakure had played a trick of pretending to save people and deceived Hyuga Haeyoung to obtain information, but was discovered by Hyuga Haeyoung. "I'm here to save you." This was Luhan's opening remarks. According to what Hyuga Haeyoung said, the cell is isolated from sound and breath, so Luhan can naturally speak. This kind of cell isolates the breath and voice of the detainee, mainly to prevent that when someone comes to rob the prison, the detainee will let the robber directly determine the location by yelling. But now, isolating sound and breath has provided convenience for Luhan. "You don't believe me," Luhan said hoarsely. Hyuga Haeyoung did not speak. He was too lazy to pay attention, and still closed his eyes. Hyuga Haeyoung is too aware of Boiling Rain's methods. Boiling Rain will not leave any flaws for people to be successfully robbed. It is even more impossible to sneak in here quietly. Nobody can do it. Even if Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came in person, it would have to be violent all the way here, rather than sneaking in here quietly. And Anbu Captain White Fang. His stealth ability is very strong, in this respect, even more than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but it is difficult to sneak into such a defensive prison. "Me, Anbu, cold light," Luhan said again. Humph. Hyuga Haeyoung snorted, opened his eyes and glanced at Lu Han, teasing, Hangwang. You are Hangwang. Ha. I once heard Lord Hokage say that Hangwang killed you, Captain Kurigakure Anbu. Konoha Anbu, except for you White Fang and Han Guang, who else do you know? Can you pretend to be someone else? Quote. I don't have time to chat with you. Lu Han's voice sank. He couldn't wait. He raised his hand, and Lu Han took off the mask on his face, revealing his delicate face. Young brat. Hyuga raised his eyebrows. You don't know me. Why should I know you? Okay. Lu Han sighed, raised his hand and put on the mask again. Exhausted. Lu Han originally hoped that Hyuga Haeyoung knew Han, so that he could prove that he was a Konoha ninja, but obviously, Hyuga Haeyoung didn't know him. Hyuga Haeyoung must have heard of the name of Han, but not necessarily seen it with his own eyes. In fact, Hyuga Haeyoung has seen Han, but when Han was 8 years old, Han was still studying at the ninja school and was often bullied by Hyuga Luo-ning. Hyuga Haeyoung also went to the ninja school. And the cold in the past is very different from the cold now. I know your daughter, Hyuga Luo-ning, right? Lu Han spoke again. Humph. It's not a secret who my daughter is. Lu Han wanted to say something, but stopped again. In fact, Lu Han can prove that he is a Konoha ninja by talking about Hyuga Luo-ning, but it will be very strange. Knowing Hyuga Luo-ning, and having the ability save Hyuga Haeyoung. It sounds weird, it seems to be talking about two people, maybe it will arouse Hyuga Haeyoung's greater suspicion, and that explanation is very troublesome and a waste of time. Do you know this? Lu Han raised his hand again and gestured to Hyuga Haeyoung with the kunai in his hand. Kunai. Hyuga Haeyoung glanced coldly at Lu Han. I mean, the above technique. Lu Han's voice was a little heavier. You participated in the last ninja war. You should have been in your 20s at that time. You should have seen it before. Huh. Hyuga Haeyoung frowned deeper and looked intently. Although his ability has been sealed, Byakugan is born, even if he doesn't need chakra, his pure vision is still excellent. See clearly. Horaishin. Hyuga Haeyoung exclaimed, his whole body shaking violently. In fact, the Horaishin technique is not fixed. The Horaishin technique of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama in the original book is different from the Horaishin technique of the fourth-generation Hokage Namikaze Minato. The former is a pattern, and the latter is a text, however. Lu Han just barely managed to master Horaishin. He learned the Horaishin technique of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobarama, and he has not yet been able to create his own technique, so his Horaishin technique is the same as that used by Senju Tobarama. A few months ago, I returned to Konoha from the Land of Water. Lord Hokage read my merits and promoted me to be the deputy captain of Anbu, and this is how I practice the art of Horaishin. At present, I am also a reluctant master Horaishin, and this is how I can sneak into it. One of the reasons for this. Lu Han clenched Kuwu and lowered his arm, and now, I'm the vice captain of Anbu. That said, Lu Han threw Horaishin kunai with a shake of his hand. Call. Kuwu-ji shot at Hyuga Haeyoung. When he was less than 1 meter away from Hyuga Haeyoung, Lu Han disappeared into the corner and appeared out of thin air at a position 1 meter away from Kuwu. Falling in front of Hyuga Haeyoung, he asked hoarsely, do you believe me? Believe. Hyuga Haeyoung nodded without hesitation, because he didn't believe that the practice of Horaishin's art would be rumored. Only Konoha ninjas can master Horaishin. He has to be a genius like a monster. Chapter 0317_Groundhog Project. Lu Han is only 13 years old, very young, even very young, but Hyuga Haeyoung did not doubt Lu Han because of Lu Han's height is more than 1.7 meters. The only young man is his face, his temperament, his demeanor, and his tone of voice. Not like a half-old kid. Hyuga Haeyoung has reason to suspect that Hangwang looks young, but it is possible that he is actually in his 20s and 30s. So he didn't think much about it. With Horaishin, it is enough to prove Hangwang's identity. In Konoha, the only one who knows the way of Horaishin practice is Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, without his permission, no one can learn Hiraishin. Captain Cold Light. Hyuga Haeyong stood up, a little excited. How are you going to take me out? I haven't thought about it yet. Luhan said bluntly. I can sneak in here, and I can go out, but it is difficult to take you out. You have been sealed and you have no strength, which makes it even more difficult for me to take you out. Hyuga Haeyong's heart sank, and after a brief pause, he said, I have a solution. Oh, what can I do? Luhan asked in surprise. Dig a tunnel. Hyuga Haeyong pointed to his feet. Tunnel. Luhan said strangely, this method is really old enough. When I was first caught here, I wasn't detained here, because the prison was not built yet. I was brought here almost 20 days ago. Hyuga Haeyong said, I was detained. For so long, I have naturally thought about how to escape, and my conclusion is that the only possibility is to dig a tunnel. Under our feet, there is a rock layer 2 to 3 meters thick, and under the rock layer is a clay layer. That is to say, as long as the rock layer is penetrated, we can dig the clay smoothly like a groundhog. Open up a tunnel to escape. If my strength was not sealed, it would be easy to break through rocks and dig up clay, and now I am sealed, but I think, with the strength of Captain Hangwang, I should be able to easily do what I said. Hyuga Haeyong didn't know how strong the cold light was, but it wasn't weak. That's one way. Luhan pondered deeply. You don't need to worry about the sound and breath, it won't come out from here. The only thing to worry about is the temperature and vibration. If you use Kaiden fire style ninjutsu to melt rocks, it needs extremely high temperature, and will be guarded by Kurigakure Jonin outside. It's felt, and the shock from the shock is also felt outside. Well, Luhan nodded, thinking about walking into Hyuga Haeyong for 2 steps, and lowered his voice subconsciously, we're like this. 5 minutes later. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the crash came again and again, and someone was slamming the cell door. The 2 Kurigakure Jonin with the handle outside the cell door turned around at the same time and saw a pair of eyes through the long opening on the metal door. In this dim environment, a pair of eyes grew on the door, with a haunted sense of sight, but Hyuga Haeyong in the cell stood in front of the door, put his face in front of the opening, and stared outside with wide eyes the 2 Jonin. What is he doing? Are you hungry? But the neuropathy in the middle of the night. Leave him alone. 2 Jonins turned to look, whispered a few words, and turned around at the same time. They will not pay attention to any request from Hyuga Haeyong, because if Hyuga Haeyong has any request, they have to inform Boiling Rain, and this cell door, in the entire camp, except Boiling Rain, only a few people from Kurigakure Anbu can open it. The 2 Kurigakure Jonin guarding outside the door were unable to open the door. Naturally, it is impossible for them to notify Boyu because Hyuga Haeyong went on a nerve, otherwise, Hyuga Haeyong can control Boyu's actions casually, and Boyu doesn't have to do anything else. These 2 Kurigakure Jonin is to guard this door, the others. Even if Hyuga Haeyong dies in the cell, it is not their responsibility. Hyuga Haeyong stood at the door, blocking the long opening above, and did not smash the door. He just came to block it and give him a shot, so. Even if the 2 Kurigakure Jonin felt something and looked back into the cell, they could see Hyuga Haeyong's eyes, and they would still feel that the movement was Hyuga Haeyong's eyes. Yang made it. Inside the cell, the center of the ground. Luhan squatted down, the wind rolled up in his hands, and the rapidly spinning Rasengan quickly took shape. Luhan controlled the rotation speed of Rasengan to the level of LV6, so that although wind would be generated, it would not blow out the candles in the cell. Slowly pressing Rasengan to the ground, Luhan carefully controlled the force of his arm's downward pressure. In just a few breaths, the ground was drilled by Rasengan a half-meter deep pit. Mainly because the speed of Rasengan's rotation is too fast. A knife slid across a piece of paper quickly, and there will be no sound. Fast enough and the sound will be low. If Luhan increases the speed of Rasengan to ultimate and grinds the penultimate weapon into powder, it won't make much noise. Luhan has now mastered the highest level 55-9 Ultimate Rasengan. His control over Rasengan is beyond what pervert can describe. Unless it is a violent collision, the Rasengan in his hand will never burst due to the imbalance of power. It took Luhan a few minutes to get through the rock layer more than 2 meters thick, mainly because he didn't get through it in a straight line. In a straight line, the diameter of the Rasengan is small, and the hole punched out is too small. A hole with a large enough diameter. After punching through the rock layer, things become simple. Punching holes in the clay, there will be no vibration, because the clay is soft. Luhan instantly increased the speed of Rasengan to ultimate. The huge twisting force was like a huge drill bit. Luhan went deep into the clay, constantly breaking the clay, and advancing rapidly. 10 minutes later. Under the dim moonlight, at the entrance of the dark alley, Orochimaru, who had been waiting, suddenly frowned, looked down at the ground, and felt a slight vibration. Chapter 0318_follow me, get out. This is. Orochimaru frowned for a moment, looked down with high alertness, his body was suddenly illusory, and with a dodge, he disappeared at the entrance of the alley. The ground shook slightly for a while. Sudden. Whoa. The ground at the entrance of the alley collapsed against the wall, and a deep pit with a diameter of less than 1 meter collapsed. A muddy figure suddenly emerged from it. It was Luhan. Orochimaru appeared beside Luhan, looking up and down at Luhan, looking a little dumbfounded. What's the situation? Wait for me. Luhan didn't have time to say more, and after explaining, he turned over and jumped back to the hole. Underground tunnel. It is very narrow, and it does not look very solid, as if it will collapse at any time, because it is a clay structure. Although Rasengan expands the channel in the clay, the squeezing force to the surrounding has compacted the clay, but the clay is clay after all. Some flimsy. Luhan's speed was extremely fast, and his figure kept flickering in the passage. In just a few breaths, he passed through the passage that was no more than 200 meters long, ran up the slope, and jumped up. Inside the cell in the center of the prison tower, Hyuga Heian was still standing in front of the metal door, staring outside, motionless. Luhan jumped out of the hole in the center of the cell's floor, turned over and landed lightly, calling, "Go." Hyuga Heian quickly turned around and ran quickly to the entrance of the cave. Luhan grabbed Hyuga Heian's shoulder, jumped into the cave, entered the passage, and ran wildly with Hyuga Heian. Dark alley. Orochimaru stood by the entrance of the cave and was on high alert. Suddenly, he lowered his head again and looked towards the entrance of the cave. He felt a slight sound again, coming from the entrance of the cave, the sound of running wind. The sound got closer and closer, but it gradually became smaller. It was the running person who slowed down. Call. As soon as the figure came out of the hole with another figure, the two retreated at the same time and leaned against the wall. Orochimaru swept his gaze and said in a low voice, "Lord Heian." Hyuga Heian was trying to cover the escape of the Tsunade 3, and he was finally captured in the deadly battle. At this age, the cold and arrogant Orochimaru was very fond of Hyuga Heian. Respect. Orochimaru. You. Hyuga Heian was taken aback. He didn't expect Orochimaru to be here too. The combination of Orochimaru and Anbu's vice captain, Han Guang, is a bit strange. Wait for me here, Luhan said in a low voice quickly, and he disappeared in a flash. After half a minute, Luhan returned to the entrance of the alley, and carried back a large blue-gray stone with a diameter of more than 1 meter. The Kurigakure camp is still under construction, so there are so many large stones used to build the towers that you don't have to travel far to find them. Luhan pressed the big rock at the entrance of the cave, just to completely block it. Follow me, withdraw. Luhan waved his hand. Orochimaru brought Hyuga Heian, whose strength was sealed, and Luhan led the way. They saw the map and drove to Ultimate. After half an hour, the three successfully escaped from the Kurigakure base camp and entered the forest south of the camp. Of Luhan and Orochimaru has skyrocketed. Speed away from the Kurigakure camp. It worked. silently sneaked into the Kurigakure camp and took away Hyuga and Haeyoung without a sound. From the beginning to the end, Luhan and Orochimaru were not discovered by Kurigakure, but they also buried hidden dangers, because in the process of sneaking into the Kurigakure camp, they killed him. 3 Dark Whistle. In fact, Luhan could put the corpse in his space backpack, but that was of no use. With or without the corpse, sooner or later, Kurigakure would find out that Dark Sentinel was missing. Just a matter of time. Luhan is not sure when Kurigakure will find the problem. It may be immediately, or it may be a few hours later, but in any case, he and Orochimaru have to take Hyuga Haeyoung as far away from the Kurigakure base camp as possible. The farther away, the safer. Of the night, the quiet base camp of the Kurigakure Corps, where the Kurigakure scout troops were stationed. Military headquarters, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor. Mundogen had just sent out ninjas to spread the news about the public execution of Hyuga Haeyoung, and then he returned to his room and was about to fall asleep. Dong dong. Report your lord. There was a sudden knock on the door, and a respectful voice came from outside, emergency. Mundogen, who had just lay down, sat up and frowned in response. Speak. It's time for the changing of the guard, and there are 3 secret guards who have not changed the guard. The voice outside the door quickly said, the subordinates have just sent people to search, and their bodies were found near the secret guards they were responsible for. In the case of fighting back, he was assassinated to death. Mundogen's face changed greatly and he stood up suddenly. Not long after. In the lobby of the scout unit's military headquarters, the lights are bright. 3 Kurigakure scout ninjas were placed side by side on the ground. The 3 of them died in the same way. They all had their necks crushed. This assassination method is simple and rude. It is faster and more effective to not directly use the knife, but there is an advantage that the deceased will not bleed, and there will be no bloody smell, so the corpse is easier to hide. Around the 3 corpses, 6 or 7 captains of the Kurigakure scout force, who had already led Captain Mundo, were all safe. Mundogen checked the 3 corpses with a gloomy face, but he didn't get any valuable clues. He got up again, took out the map of the Kurigakure base camp from his arms, and said to the bald middle-aged ninja beside him, point to me, they the dark post that should be stationed. Here, and here. The bald ninja pointed 3 times on the map. Mundogen frowned, pressed his finger on the map, drew a line, and then his face changed dramatically. The line he drew just barely connected the 3 dark sentries, and this line pointed directly to the tower prison. A few minutes later, in the dark corridor connecting the central cell on the 1st floor of the tower cell, Mundogen hurriedly brought several people to the door, and waved his hands and shouted, "Get out of the way." The 2 Kurigakure Jonin who were guarding the door didn't know what was going on, but they both quickly stepped aside. Mundogen was followed by a tall and thin ninja wearing a black robe and a mask. Looking at the dress, it was a high-level ninja of Kurigakure Anbu. After the 2 Jonins stepped aside, the Kurigakure Anbu ninja quickly hand-sealed, lifted the seal on the door, and took out the key. The door opened. The cell was empty. Chapter 0319_spell tracking. In the dim and small room, Boiling Rain was sitting cross-legged on the futon, not moving, but he had fallen asleep for a long time. Few ninjas can use meditation instead of rest, but Boiling Rain can. He has this ability in seclusion and practice all year round. During meditation, the chakra in his body will continue to run autonomously according to a specific route. Call. Chakra fluctuations suddenly rolled up outside the door. Boiling Yu opened his eyes immediately. Sir, Hyuga Haeyoung has been rescued. Mundogen's voice sounded outside the door. Boom tilde. The door of the room was slammed open by a huge force in an instant, the wind was blowing violently, and the cold breath surrounded Mundogen, and a sense of terror was immediately pressed on his heart. The rain had appeared before Mundogen like a ghost. You say, what? Boiling Yu's expression became grim, and his voice became more and more low. Hyuga Haeyoung was rescued. Mundogen lowered his head and said quickly, half an hour ago, a subordinate got a report that there was a dark whistle. The subordinate went to the cell to check. They were dug out. The tunnel is connected to. Damn, damn. Boiling Yu roared frantically. The chakra fluctuations on his body became more and more violent, clenched his fists tightly, and slammed his hand back on the door unintentionally. Boom boom tilde. The terrifying power swept across, and directly shredded the wall on the first floor of the tower along the door, and the load-bearing stone Jinchuriki column also cracked and then shattered. The entire tower began to collapse, the roar shook the sky, and the smoke filled the air. Boiling Rain and Mundogen disappeared at the same time, and reappeared in the open space not far away. The tower collapsed completely, and the entire camp fell into a commotion. A large number of Kurigakure ninjas who had rested jumped to the roof to check the situation. Boiling Yu didn't even take a look at the unintentional destruction of the tower. The tower can be rebuilt if it collapsed. It is difficult to say whether a prisoner of the level of Hyuga Heian was rescued or not. Sir, do you want to send someone to bring back the ninjas who were sent out to spread the news earlier? Maybe it's still too late. Mundogen said respectfully and quickly, with a little more caution in his tone. It was Boy Yujang who told Mundogen to send people when to spread the news about the public execution of Hyuga Heian. And now, Hyuga Heian has disappeared and cannot be executed publicly, so naturally he can't spread the news, otherwise, Kurigakure will be the laughingstock of the ninja world. No need for now. Boiling Yu stared at his bloodshot eyes with a gloomy voice, made a gesture to Mundogen, then sat cross-legged on the sandy ground, put his hands together, and started hand seal. A chain-like spell. Yin climbed out of Boiling Rain's sleeves and quickly covered his hands. ... South of the Kurigakure camp, there are mountains and forests. It was the midsummer season. In this month, in the country of the vortex in the south, the days were long and the nights were short. At 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, the sky was already bright, but the forest was still extremely dark. Quick! There's a patrol over there, come this way and follow me. In the forest, Luhan led the way, Orochimaru led Hyuga and Heian, and the three of them were moving at high speed. Luhan's idea was to run as far as possible before dawn, find a place to hide after dawn, and then study the matter of escaping from the southwest mountains. It is easier to escape at night, but in the daytime, not to mention other things, just flying ninja will cause a lot of trouble to Luhan and the others. This is still very close to the Kurigakure camp. Once Kurigakure finds that Hyuga Heian is gone, I am afraid that it will mobilize all available power to search. To hide. It's getting better and better at hiding. Ah, damn, ah, Hyuga Heian suddenly screamed, and he subconsciously flung his arms and struggled by Orochimaru. The whole person fell out, and he rose up with chakra fluctuations, but it was not him, his own chakra, as the dense seal spell on his body. Those sealing spells were linked together, as if they were suddenly alive, flowing, like a snake in Hyuga Heian. The sudden pain made Hyuga Heian scream, but then he took control of the Lord, curled up on the ground, clenched his fists, and his whole body was shaking violently. How? Someone activated the spell. Luhan and Orochimaru jumped to Hyuga Heian at the same time. Lu Hanxiang reached out and helped Hyuga Heian up, but Orochimaru stopped him. Boiling Rain. It's him. Hyuga Heian's face showed a ruthless expression. He bit Kiba tightly, and Kiba's gums were bleeding, and he slowly turned out an intermittent voice. Down. The seal. Kurigakure has found it. Luhan's voice sank. It was obvious that Boiling Yu would not abuse Hyuga Heian for no reason. Kill me. Boiling Rain will rely on this spell to find me. Kill me. Hyuga Heian, who was in great pain, finally shouted. Don't move. Orochimaru crouched down and pressed the back of Hyuga Heian's hand. Chakra quickly protruded. Luhan has subconsciously put his hand on the handle of the knife. His eyes are cold. Even if Boiling Rain could sense Hyuga Heian through the curse mark, Luhan would not be able to kill Hyuga Heian, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. I can forcibly untie this curse seal. Orochimaru said after checking, standing up and looking back at Luhan, but it will also hurt Lord Heian, and may even cause him to go into shock and die of serious injuries. Resolve. Luhan's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "You forcefully remove the curse mark, and I will heal him again." "How long will it take to unlock the curse mark?" "At least an hour." Orochimaru replied, looked at Hyuga Heian again, and pulled Hyuga Heian on his back. "We have to change the place first. This location has been sensed by the boiling rain." Kurigakure Base Camp. In the open space next to the ruins of the tower, the boiling rain, who had been cross-legged and hand-sealed for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth evoked a sinister smile. Just as the distant Hyuga Heian was suffering to the end, Boiling Yu also sensed the position of Hyuga Heian. "I found it." Boiling Yu jumped up and was about to leave. "My lord, this subordinate will go with you," Mundoin shouted, seeing Boiling Yu looking at him, and said again, "This subordinate's speed is not much slower than that of the lord, and since the other party can keep Hyuga and Yang silently rescued by the sound, I am afraid that the strength is extremely strong." "Well, good." Boiling Yu nodded after a little indifference. "Let's go." Chapter 0320_Senen's smile. Before leaving the camp, according to Boiling Rain's order, Mundogen mobilized several battalions of Kurigakure ninjas to leave the camp and pursued them in the south. Leaving from the south of the southwest mountains, it will enter the coastal area, where Kurigakure has established a port, and Flying Ninja is going to spread the news to the Kurigakure ninjas stationed in the southwest port, so that they can block the south of the southwest mountains as much as possible. The sky is getting brighter. In the dark forest, the two figures are moving at super high speed like the wind. The speed of the boiling rain of the Master's unique forbidden technique is extremely terrifying, and Mundogen is not inferior. As a scout, at least, the speed is faster than ordinary. The ninja is fast, so that we can transmit information in time and track the enemy. Although this criterion is not absolute, as the commander of the Kurigakure scout force, Mundogen's speed is also outrageous with all his strength. He is very powerful. The reason why Boiling Yu took Mundogen to act alone is because the speed of other ninjas is too slow. Boiling Yu can't move with the big army. It is impossible to catch people, and when they run past, no one knows where they are going. Before you know it, 2 hours later. The mountains in the southwest of the country of Vortex, in the extreme west, are still large forests. The wind of Chi-Chi suddenly sounded. From far to near, the wind blew, and the two figures suddenly stopped under the tree. Chirp! A loud chirping sounded from high above the sky, and the 9-member flying ninja team flew over Boiling Yu and Mundogen. At Kurigakure Base Camp, only Flying Ninja could keep up with Boiling Yu and Mundogen. Mundogen's speed. Boiling Yu and the two stopped, and the Flying Ninja team also stopped, hovering high in the sky. "Just now, it's here," Boiling Yu said coldly, squinting and scanning the surroundings. "These grasses have been crushed, and it seems that someone fell here." Mundogen crouched down, observed the grass he was heading towards, and asserted that the position he was looking at was where Hyuga Heian had previously fallen due to severe pain. "Two people." Mundogen, who had observed a few times, got up and said, "It's two people with Hyuga Heian. Unless they kill Hyuga Heian, otherwise." Boiling Yu gave a gloomy voice, and quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, his hands clasped together, and quickly hand-seal, the chain-shaped curse mark crawled out of his sleeves again, covering his hands. Disappeared. Boy Yu, who had just closed his eyes, opened them instantly, a look of surprise flashed on his face. They really killed Hyuga Heian. Or, forcibly broke the curse. Could it be that Danzo came? Konoha ninja who can forcibly break the spell. Danzo is the first thing that comes to mind. Call. Boiling Yu stood up all of a sudden, raised his hand and made several gestures to the sky. The meaning of these gestures is, separate search. Chirp. Shuadaying chirped. The 9 flying ninjas spread out in an instant and flew in different directions. "Let's find them separately." Boiling Yu glanced at Mundogen and said. "Yes, my lord." Mundogen obeyed respectfully. The two ejected at the same time and ran in different directions. 2 hours have passed, and people may have run to a very far place, but for Boiling You, it is time to look for it. If those two really killed Hyuga Haeyoung, then they ran away, at least Hyuga Haeyoung died, and if they didn't kill Hyuga Haeyoung, they managed to remove the curse mark on Hyuga Haeyoung. It takes time to remove the curse seal. Boiling You is confident in his own abilities. He believes that even if someone can unlock the curse seal, it will take a long time. If they really cracked the spell, they should have been hiding somewhere for a long time before. Escape, will not escape too far. Boiling Rain, which turned into a glimpse, moved several kilometers in the direction, and then stopped. The strange chakra fluctuations rippled around Boyu. In Boyu's consciousness, the whole world became hazy, and he felt a few kilometers behind him. Doan's chakra sensed the chakra of Fei Nin, who had already flown 10 kilometers away. The sensing range is getting bigger and bigger, and the chakra of the Boiling Rain is also rapidly being consumed in large quantities. Finally, the sensing range of Boiling Rain reaches the maximum. A radius of 100 kilometers. Boiling Rain is in the center of the sensing range, so in fact, he can only sense whether there are chakra fluctuations 50 kilometers ahead, and can also sense 50 kilometers behind. Bastards, don't let you find you, otherwise. Boiling You didn't sense any strangeness in chakra of Hyuga Haeyoung, bit Kiba and muttered, dodged and disappeared in place. ... Somewhere in the far west of the southwest mountains, in a dark cave. Orochimaru leaned against the stone wall at the door, crossed his arms and stared blankly at the situation in the cave. Inside the cave, Hyuga Haeyoung crossed his knees and faced the stone wall, biting a rag in his mouth. His whole body was already covered in sweat, and his body was still shaking violently. His eyebrows were condensed into a pimple, and he was suffering tremendous pain. Luhan sat cross-legged behind Hyuga Haeyoung, his hands pressed on Hyuga Haeyoung's back. Two groups of Yuhi light were surging, turning into wisps of Yuhi-colored airflow, constantly entering and leaving Hyuga Haeyoung's body. Orochimaru forcibly broke the spell seal on Hyuga Haeyoung, but also seriously injured Hyuga Haeyoung. Luhan had to use the technique of creating Yuan to treat Hyuga Haeyoung, otherwise Hyuga Haeyoung would die soon. Hyuga Haeyoung was just injured. In comparison, this kind of injury that has just occurred is the best cure. 2 minutes later, Luhan took his hands away from Hyuga Haeyoung's back, closed his eyes, and entered a state of pranayama. It is impossible for him to take out the potion to restore chakra in front of the two of them, and there is no need to do that. As a subversive, Luhan's chakra recovery is extremely fast. In this temporarily safe environment, there is no need to hurry. More than 10 minutes later, Luhan opened his eyes, hand sealed again, and pressed his hands on Hyuga Haeyoung's back. ... It was completely bright. In the far west of the southwest mountain range, a low mountain, a ghostly figure appeared on the cliff like the wind, and the blue-gray robe shook with the wind. The strange chakra fluctuations rose again on Boiling You, who closed his eyes. Time flies. Boyu suddenly opened his eyes, looked towards the high mountains more than 30 kilometers northeast, and then showed a sinister smile. I found you. Damn it.